Chen Feng inexplicably acquires a mobile phone that can display a video application capable of predicting the future. However, he finds no joy in this revelation, for the videos originate from 3 years hence. This continues until he participates in the completion of one such video. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the video task. You have been awarded a novice gift package worth 100 million. Ding! As a result of the host completing the video task, the current predictive timeline has altered, allowing predictions of any events between the years 1800 and 2300. Chen Feng is instantly rendered speechless. This video not only forecasts the future, but also offers glimpses into the past. Chapter 1. Foreknowledge of the winning lottery numbers. Ding! The results of the double chromosphere issue number 20231 have been announced. Gazing at the video that pops up on his phone regarding the lottery draw, Chen Feng's expression is a tangle of emotions. He takes a deep breath and clicks on the video. Hello everyone. We are now proceeding with the lottery draw for issue number 20231 with a prize pool of 1.3 billion. Let's now move on to the drawing segment. Damn it. Chen Feng's mood deteriorates further. It is not that he failed to win. Rather, he has no habit of purchasing lottery tickets at all. The source of his displeasure lies in the fact that the lottery draw date is 3 years in the future. Indeed, this is a video message from the future. Is this cursed system toying with me? Chen Feng's face is etched with bitterness. He is but a child from an ordinary family. To fund his university education, his parents sacrificed everything, pouring all their savings into his future. It was during his freshman year that he inexplicably acquired this mobile phone. What astonishes him even further is that this phone contains a video application that frequently showcases various videos. These videos encompass a myriad of information, eclectic in nature, yet they all share a commonality. They originate from 3 years in the future. Others receive instant rewards of billions in cash, soaring to the pinnacle of life. Why is his experience so lackluster? Chen Feng is nearly brought to tears by his frustration. He has meticulously recorded dozens of video insights in his notebook. Yet now, there is no way to monetize them. Am I truly expected to wait 3 years? He is so incensed he feels like throwing the phone away. Alas, since I cannot change this reality, I must choose to accept it. Chen Feng once again retrieves this phone, which bears no distinguishing features and resembles an ordinary mobile device. The sole distinction lies in the astonishing speed of this mobile device's internet connection, which surpasses the current 5G speeds by several magnitudes. Upon launching the video application, he discovered that the previously displayed videos had been automatically saved. He initially intended to search within the app for footage showcasing the discovery of antiques or gold in various locations. In this scenario, he could commence his excavations ahead of time. To Chen Feng's dismay, aside from the automatically generated videos, all other clips were shrouded in a gray interface, requiring system authorization for viewing. Damn it! Chen Feng exclaimed in frustration. The results of the double chromosphere lottery have been announced. The municipal government of Behu City is set to relocate, causing the value of the suburban plot number 1 to skyrocket to 200 million. Gazing at the previously listed videos, Chen Feng suddenly had a realization. The double chromosphere lottery could only be purchased again in 3 years. However, regarding the suburban plot number 1, my goodness, Chen Feng was instantly filled with boundless excitement, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Although his family resided in a rural area, he was quite knowledgeable about the geographical landscape of Behu City. The plot number 1 depicted in the video was euphemistically referred to as suburban, yet unflatteringly, it was simply rural land. Currently, it was undeveloped rural land. Rural land is the most affordable, and if he could acquire this parcel, it would require no more than $1 million. By the time the municipal planning unfolds 3 years hence, the entire city center would relocate to the location of plot number 1, and it would be valued at no less than 200 million. I am on the brink of wealth. I must devise a means to procure funds. For Chen Feng at this moment, 1 million was an astronomical sum. Even selling himself would yield insufficient returns. The only recourse was to approach the school. Universities typically offer interest-free loans, albeit in limited amounts. Chen Feng was eager to give it a try. 5 minutes later, he emerged dejectedly from the office of the attractive counselor. Securing a loan proved to be far more challenging than anticipated, with stringent conditions and paltry amounts. He was left to contemplate alternative solutions. As he strolled outside the campus, he inadvertently found himself standing before the edifice of Tianbao Group, a publicly traded company. Just 3 days prior, he had heard that an exceptionally talented senior had interviewed there, only to be rejected. At that moment, a figure brushed past him, David Jiang, the vice president of Tianbao Group. Chen Feng suddenly recalled a detail from a video and hurriedly followed, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Vice President Jiang." David Jiang turned around, and upon seeing the unfamiliar youth, his mind involuntarily filled with expletives. "Who the hell are you? What's with all the congratulations?" Although he thought this internally, he maintained a calm facade and replied, "Who are you, and what do you need?" Chen Feng glanced around and spoke softly. "I heard that General Manager Wang is set for promotion in 3 years to be transferred to the provincial headquarters to the position of General Manager." The implication was unmistakable. If the General Manager departs, you will have a chance to ascend. David Jiang felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Just half an hour ago, he had received a tip-off that General Manager Wang had performed exceptionally well in recent years, making significant contributions to Tianbao Group, with a potential promotion looming in 3 years. However, this was merely hearsay. How did this fellow come by such information? Nevertheless, he did not place much weight on Chen Feng's words. Tianbao Group has 3 vice presidents in Behu City. Even if General Manager Wang were to be promoted in 3 years, it did not guarantee that he himself would have the opportunity to ascend to the role of General Manager. Competition would still be fierce. Young man, the affairs of Tianbao Group do not concern you. Do not inquire further. As David Jiang prepared to leave, Chen Feng felt a surge of urgency. This man was the key to his fortune. Vice President Jiang, General Manager Wang is indeed set to be transferred to the provincial headquarters in 3 years. Moreover, I have heard that the next general manager will be chosen from among the vice presidents. A specific evaluation scheme has been established to determine who performs best, and that individual will assume the position of general manager. I seem to recall the evaluation criteria being. Chen Feng rapidly articulated a series of details. Initially, David Jiang was merely perplexed, sensing that this young man's sources of information were even more impressive than his own. Could he possibly have some background? Subsequently, his expression turned one of profound astonishment, bordering on shock, for the evaluation scheme he mentioned was indeed a genuine method of internal assessment from headquarters. Furthermore, if the selection of the general manager were truly to be made from among the vice presidents, the evaluation criteria Chen Feng spoke of were remarkably fitting. Most importantly, some aspects had not even crossed his mind. Goodness, could this possibly be true? David Jiang's emotions suddenly surged with enthusiasm. If he could ascend to the position of general manager within his lifetime, his status, position, and salary would undergo a radical transformation. The position of general manager for the Behu region of Tianbao Group is no trivial matter. Just as David Jiang was engrossed in the unfolding narrative, Chen Feng abruptly came to a halt. Huh? David Jiang furrowed his brow. He had just reached an important point when the information ceased, leaving him quite disheartened. Regardless of whether Chen Feng's assertions held any truth, as long as he adhered to the evaluation criteria and diligently performed his duties over the next 3 years, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. It was akin to taking an exam with open book access while others faced a closed book assessment, already privy to the answers. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Chen Feng discreetly observed David Jiang's expression and swiftly inquired, "Vice President Jiang, could you do me a favor? You little rascal. After all this, are you trying to set a trap for me?" Jiang Dewei paid no heed. His sole desire was to ascertain the subsequent assessment details, and he calmly inquired, "What assistance do you require? Please do enlighten me." Chapter 2. Preparing to empty the prize pool? "I want to borrow 1 million. Gasp. Jiang David nearly spat out his drink. "Why on earth would you come to me for a loan? Go to the bank." The matter of loans was beyond his purview. While he had acquaintances at the bank, they were bound by regulations, and your requested amount was far too substantial. "Is that so?" Chen Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. Without further ado, he turned to leave. Even though Jiang David held the position of vice president, his current mood was exceedingly irritable. This prolonged suspense was unbearable. He inhaled deeply, feigning calmness, and said, "Hold on. Tell me what you need such a large sum for." "Over in the suburban Pingyang Road area, I've got my eye on a plot of land. I figured if I can't find a job after graduation, I could buy it to farm and raise some chickens. Listening to Chen Feng's earnest nonsense, Jiang David's internal monologue was filled with disbelief. What a joke. Yet, the shock within him was undeniable. As vice president, he frequently encountered influential figures from Behu and had recently heard of the city center's plans to expand into the suburbs. Though this development remained unconfirmed, and it was uncertain whether it would extend to Pingyang Road, if it were true, the land prices in that vicinity would undoubtedly appreciate in the near future. This kid, Jiang David mused, increasingly convinced that Chen Feng had indeed recognized the potential of that land. If he had harbored any doubts about the evaluation criteria before, he now found himself wholly persuaded by Chen Feng's words. This young man was no ordinary individual. I can lend you 1 million, interest-free for 3 years, Jiang David remarked, casting a meaningful glance at him before continuing. However, I have but one stipulation. Regardless of whether you use this money to purchase land or for any other purpose, it must be pledged to me as collateral. I cannot shoulder the risk. If you fail to repay me in 3 years, that land will belong to me. Absolutely. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that Jiang David, a relative stranger, was willing to assist him to such an extent was already quite remarkable. He hoped fervently that the future video messages were truthful, otherwise, he would be in dire straits. Vice President Jiang, let's resume our discussion about the evaluation criteria. Chen Feng proceeded to articulate all the key points he had prepared. Jiang David listened intently, diligently taking notes in his memo, behaving like an obedient subordinate. After all, these were examination questions. This scene astonished the employees and subordinates passing by. Vice President Jiang, typically a stern figure in everyone's eyes, was unexpectedly amiable. When had he become so approachable? What astounded them further was the relationship between this young man and the vice president. 5 minutes later, Jiang David nodded in satisfaction. He was now fully convinced that this evaluation scheme had been specifically designed to select the next general manager. He spent 10 minutes signing an agreement and transferring 1 million to Chen Feng. Soon after, Chen Feng hurried to the suburban Pingyang Road, locating the official in charge and purchasing plot number 1 outright for 1 million. He then pledged the land certificate to Jiang David. Everything proceeded with remarkable ease. Time passed, and 3 years flew by. The messages from those videos would soon manifest in reality. Today, Chen Feng entered a lottery shop, produced 30 yuan, and addressed the proprietor. Sir, I'd like to purchase the double color ball ticket with red ball numbers 02, 05, 13, 17, 23, 28, and blue ball number 07. Make that 15 tickets. He was brimming with excitement. The draw for the 20,231st issue was scheduled for 9 p.m. this evening. In the 3 years since acquiring that land, his phone had ceased to receive video messages. Perhaps it was because he had participated in the video, and new messages would not appear until the content was fully realized. This lottery could very well represent his first significant windfall. According to the video from 3 years ago, the total prize pool for the 20,231st double color ball was 3 billion. The highest first prize was 6 million, with a total of 15 winning tickets. Should he invest in a few hundred tickets to secure a 10 billion profit? Goodness, the prospect of over 10 billion was exhilarating. Yet, Chen Feng shook his head. He dared not take risks. What if the numbers changed? That would spell disaster. At that moment, the shop owner glanced at Chen Feng and couldn't help but chuckle. Many people bought multiple sets of numbers like his, yet most never won. Did he truly believe he had a knack for predicting outcomes? He felt compelled to advise, young man, the odds of winning with that set of numbers are quite slim. Why not purchase a few more different combinations for better chances? Not necessary, Chen Feng replied with a grin. I've got an advantage. I'm not worried. After finishing his double color ball purchase, he swiftly returned to campus. Behu University was a second-tier institution, ranking relatively high among them, with a robust faculty. The school also had a notable feature, an abundance of beautiful women. Now in his senior year, Chen Feng was supposed to begin internships in the following semester, although some students had already secured positions and started interning at the beginning of the school year. In the dormitory, his 3 roommates had yet to return. Chen Feng sat on his bed, opened his laptop, and waited until 9:15 p.m., his heart racing with anticipation. Over the past 3 years, he had come to firmly believe that the video messages were authentic. For instance, the city center's gradual expansion into the suburbs was evident, and the value of plot No. 1 had indeed appreciated. Furthermore, the promotion of Tianbao Group's general manager Gao Sheng was almost a certainty, with the evaluation team covertly assessing the performance of several vice presidents. Yet, nothing could compare to the thrill of the lottery draw. Hello everyone, it's time for the draw of the double color ball issue 20,231. Here it comes. The draw's dialogue and host were identical to those in the video. The first red ball, number 02. Correct. The second red ball, number 05. Another correct. The third red ball, number 13. Right again. At this moment, Chen Feng dared not utter a word, his gaze glued to the computer screen. His heart raced as if it were lodged in his throat. This was his first time participating in a lottery, and now, his inaugural draw. The fourth red ball. Number 17. Correct. The fifth red ball. Number 23. Correct. His tension escalated. Even though he knew his chosen numbers would win, he could not quell his anxiety. The more he anticipated, the more nervous he became. The sixth red ball. Number 28. Oh my goodness. It was indeed correct. Even if the last blue ball turned out incorrect, he would still walk away with millions. Chen Feng finally grasped the exhilarating sensation of sudden wealth. We have just completed the draw for the red balls. Now, let us continue with the blue ball. Hearing the host drone on, Chen Feng felt an urge to unleash a torrent of colorful language. Get on with it already. Just draw. In this episode, the blue ball number 07 has been drawn. Chen Feng gazed at the lottery ticket in his hand, then turned his attention to the screen on his computer. Chapter 3. The Super Jackpot. System Activation. All correct. He suddenly sprang up from his bed in excitement. Ouch. The beds in the school dormitory are all upper bunks, and the space is rather low. He hit his head upon standing, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Nonetheless, his heart brimmed with joy. Pain and happiness intertwined. The first prize. Each ticket worth 6 million, and having purchased 15 tickets, he calculated. 600 multiplied by 15 equals 90 million. Chen Feng's mind buzzed with exhilaration, nearly overwhelming him with faintness. As a rural child, he had never encountered such a sum of money. A millionaire. He had never imagined that he could become a millionaire overnight. Right. The number 1 plot of land. His immediate thought was to quickly claim the prize, repay the loan to Tianbao Group, and reclaim the land certificate for plot number 1. Only then would that piece of land truly belong to him. At that moment, his system phone suddenly pinged with an unusual notification. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing this video task. Reward. Newbie gift pack worth 100 million. Ding. Rewarding the host with 10 system points. Current system points remaining, 10. What the heck? As the mechanical voice and notifications echoed, Chen Feng was utterly bewildered. Could this be the system rewards from novels? Goodness. He was on the verge of tears. 3 years. For 3 long years, he had thought he was burdened with a useless system, ineffective in every endeavor. Little did he know that after 3 years, it had finally revealed its true potential. He pulled out another phone and indeed received a bank message. Your account 2337 has received an income of 1,000,000,000 yuan. Current balance after the transaction, 10,000,213.58 yuan. Now he possessed 2 phones, one for everyday use and the other for the system. It truly was 100 million. Observing the tangible balance in his account, Chen Feng felt a sense of reassurance. Once he collected the prize tomorrow, his balance would reach 190 million, nearly 200 million. Previously, Chen Feng's dream was to become an exceptional scientist. Now, he aspired to become a trillionaire. However, the subsequent 2 messages left him perplexed. System points? What were they for? Regardless, it was a product of the system, undoubtedly valuable for future use. Ding. Due to the host's participation in completing the video task, the current system predicts a change in time. The new forecasted time is 2022 to 2023. Chen Feng was instantly taken aback. What does this mean? This message concealed significant information. For instance, if it were currently 2020, the system could previously only predict events occurring in 2023. But now, the timeline had expanded. Time had shifted back by a year, allowing predictions for any events occurring in 2022 and 2023. Chen Feng had a bold idea. As he continuously completed tasks, the timeline could potentially shift forward or backward. Could it be that not only could he predict events in the future, but also uncover occurrences from the past? Incredible. Whether glimpsing into the past or foreseeing the future, both would grant Chen Feng untold wealth and knowledge. With this thought, he burst into ecstatic laughter. Just then, outside, a chorus of shouts erupted. Old 3, hurry, come out. Recognizing the voices of his roommates, Chen Feng knew they had returned. Their dormitory housed 4 individuals, and the other 3 came from ordinary backgrounds. They had chosen to remain at school instead of seeking internships during their senior year. Among them, Chen Feng ranked 3rd in age, and they all affectionately called him Old 3. Coming. He leisurely climbed down from his bed and stepped outside, where he found 3 roommates drooling as they stared at a building across the way, the girls' dormitory. Although it was already 9:30 p.m., the lights outside were bright, illuminating the open area below. At this hour, the girls returning from self-study in classrooms mingled with those returning from dates. Consequently, this was the prime time for spotting beautiful women. The male dormitory's corridor was open, and nearly everyone in the building leaned over the railings to admire the ladies. The scene was quite spectacular. Our school has an abundance of beauties. Just in this brief moment, I've counted 5. It's a shame that I'm about to graduate without having found a single girlfriend. Exactly. None of us are unattractive. Why can't we find partners? Look at those guys down there on dates. Their girlfriends are all stunning. I just don't get where I went wrong. Come on, old two. Did you see that sexy beauty down there? Shang Yin, one of the 4 campus flowers, and she's still single. If you have the guts, go for it. Forget it. I can't handle her. She's out of my league. Old two. Yang Qi pouted, pointing to a couple below. Did you see that girl? One like her. I could easily win her over with just a few casual words. But it's too easy. I disdain even trying, only to have someone else swoop in. Abruptly, he shouted. If you ever find a girl like that, remember to bring me along. Sure, right, you wouldn't even dare. Old one, Tycoon, replied, speechless. I used to think you were a decent person, but after that comment, I looked down on you. After a brief pause, he leaned closer, draping an arm around Yang Qi's shoulders and grinning. I just wanted to let you know that if such an opportunity arises, you absolutely must take me along. I'm also single. Goodness. Observing the conversation, Chen Feng's eyes widened. They were all experts. Despite their earnest demeanor, each was more lewd than the last. Just then, old 4, Zhang Daong, grew anxious. Enough already. You lot are no good. By the way, if it's convenient, can I tag along? Chen Feng nearly spat out his drink. These roommates were all talk, masters of boasting. He shook his head and said, you guys should tone it down. Anyone can talk a big game. If you're capable, go chase after them. Old 3, that comment is quite unfair. Old 1, Tycoon, approached. You already have a girlfriend, so you wouldn't understand the hunger of a single man. By the way, I heard your girlfriend, Xin, found an internship place. Didn't you go out to dinner with her roommate tonight? In his freshman year, Chen Feng indeed entered a romantic relationship. However, amid the busyness of recent times, his girlfriend had not reached out to him. She hadn't mentioned a thing. Chen Feng had initially planned to find Xin the following day after claiming a staggering 90 million yuan prize, intending to surprise her. After pondering for a while, he couldn't resist the urge to call her, but his efforts were in vain as no one answered. A few of his roommates indulged in idle chatter before they returned to the dormitory, blissfully unaware that the one boasting among them was a wealthy individual with a fortune of 100 million yuan. Chapter 4. You are not worthy to be my girlfriend. The next day, Chen Feng rose early and headed straight to the welfare lottery center to claim his winnings. Given the substantial amount, he opted to wear a baseball cap to avoid any unnecessary attention. A stunning beauty attended to him. Upon presenting his identification and lottery ticket, her jaw dropped in astonishment, as if a duck egg could fit inside. The subsequent procedures were numerous, yet the attendant remained warm and engaged, even leaning in closer on occasion. After all, it was a prize of 90 million yuan. If she could win the favor of such a financial benefactor, her future would be secure. Moreover, he did have a certain charm about him. Typically, winners of the grand prize are required to take photographs and participate in interviews. But Chen Feng made an effort to keep his cap pulled low to shield his face. Finally, after half an hour, he emerged victorious with his winnings, after taxes, a grand total of 72 million yuan. Glancing at his bank balance, he now had a staggering 172 million yuan. If he could continue winning grand prizes weekly, he could effortlessly ascend to the ranks of the wealthy elite. He eagerly anticipated the system to send him another video notification. First, he decided to purchase a car. Chen Feng intended to return home by the end of the month. It was high time to treat his parents to a taste of luxury. Soon, he found himself at a BMW dealership. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly noticed 2 figures approaching from the side. His expression changed dramatically upon recognizing one of them, his girlfriend, Xin. At that moment, Xin was clad in high heels, adorned in alluring attire. Her left arm linked with a suited man. With a flirtatious tone, she inquired, "Hi Go, is there really no issue with my internship?" Wang Hai withdrew his arm, effortlessly wrapping it around her waist, and with a grin replied, "As the manager of the marketing department, I assure you, your internship is secure. Once you graduate, you can join our company without a hitch. Rest assured, you will never be at a loss with me around. You're so wonderful, Hai Ge," Xin exclaimed with delight, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Haha, let us go buy a car." Wang Hai laughed heartily. With merely an internship position, he had managed to win over the woman before him. Although she may have only rated an 80 in looks, she still held an advantage compared to others in the company. As Xin took a step forward, she suddenly spotted Chen Feng and froze, her expression shifting to one of panic. "Chen Feng, what are you doing here? Who is he?" Chen Feng's fury surged within him. He had never imagined that his girlfriend would betray him, especially in his presence. Despite their frequent quarrels over the past 3 years, he had never wronged Xin. Xin clenched her teeth, unwilling to conceal anything further. "I didn't expect you to stalk me, Chen Feng. If you don't trust me, there's no need for us to be together any longer. Let's break up." "Stalk you?" Chen Feng chuckled bitterly, his anger boiling. "Once, He had seen her only through a lens of admiration, but now he realized that his former girlfriend was not only vain, but also exceedingly narcissistic. Was it not the truth? Chen Feng felt no shred of guilt. All she desired was to sever ties with him. Chen Feng, we are simply from different worlds. In the 3 years we have been together, what have you given me? Have you bought me designer handbags? Have you splurged on luxury lipsticks? Do you know that a single tube of lipstick can cost over 1,000 yuan? A single handbag can set you back 2,000. Can you afford that? In truth, 3 years prior, she had eagerly sought to be Chen Feng's girlfriend after hearing rumors of him borrowing 1 million yuan. A million, if spent on herself. Her university life would have been splendid. However, she later discovered that Chen Feng was merely a penniless individual. Forget about a million. She hadn't seen a single cent from him. She even began to doubt the veracity of that rumor. Chen Feng shook his head. He was utterly disappointed in Chen Feng. 3 years of what he believed to be cherished feelings had turned out to be worthless in her eyes. Chen Feng interrupted him once more, scoffing. Do you have any idea that everything you cannot buy, Haigu can? His annual salary is 400,000 yuan. He can afford a 20,000 yuan handbag and drive a luxury car worth 500,000. He frequents high-end venues and interacts with wealthy tycoons. How can you possibly compare to him? You cannot measure up to him in any way. He is my best choice. One must admit, Chen Feng's maneuvering was masterful. While belittling Chen Feng, she also took the opportunity to exalt Wang Hai. At that moment, Wang Hai nodded in satisfaction. After all, he was an executive, far surpassing a mere college student in every aspect. Rest assured, we shall have no further entanglements. Chen Feng retorted coldly. Given my current status, you are indeed unworthy of being my girlfriend, for you do not deserve such a title. Furthermore, I came here to buy a car. Who in their right mind would stalk you? Spare me your narcissism. What? Chen Feng was taken aback. In her mind, Chen Feng only received a meager monthly allowance of a little over 1,000 yuan, with barely a fraction of it spent on himself. How could he possibly afford a car? Chen Feng, don't pretend. Just one of these cars costs at least 300,000 yuan. You can't even afford a single wheel, let alone a car. However, Chen Feng chose to ignore her and walked directly into the dealership. Hi Gu. Let us go inside too. Chen Feng tugged Wang Hai along, eager to see what Chen Feng was up to. The 4S store was spacious. Although it was a BMW dealership, it was connected to another showroom featuring various luxury brands. Chen Feng was greeted by a young lady with a ponytail, clad in a tailored suit that accentuated her curves, particularly her alluring figure. Sir, are you looking to purchase a car? Yes, please provide me with some information. Certainly. Right this way. The young lady approached a vehicle, flashing a professional smile. This 3 Series sports model is perfectly suited for young tastes and offers excellent value for money. With a total price of 350,000 yuan. Perhaps due to Chen Feng's youthful appearance, she refrained from introducing pricier models. Chen Feng frowned. It was too inexpensive. What is the price of your most expensive car? Anything below 1 million should not be presented. The young lady stood there, utterly astonished. She had never witnessed anyone who would, upon arrival, purchase the most expensive car. Even if there were such individuals, they would most likely be affluent second-generation heirs. As she scrutinized Chen Feng, she noted that he was dressed rather ordinarily and did not resemble a wealthy heir in the least. Could it be that he isn't? Upon catching the questioning gaze of Chen Feng, the young lady quickly came to her senses. Oh yes, we do have some here in the showroom. Please follow me. With that, she led him to a nearby exhibition hall filled with luxury vehicles, all owned by the same proprietor. Chapter 5 now? This is the kind of statement one expects from the wealthy. Presently, there was a Pagani available for over 45 million, the priciest sports car in the dealership. Only 30 of these vehicles exist worldwide. Initially, there was no stock available, but one had been ordered by a client a month ago who later decided against it. Thus it was placed in the showroom. As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Feng. Sir, if you are interested, we could waive a few thousand off the price. No need. I am not concerned about such trifles. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively, boldly producing a bank card and handing it over. Please process the payment swiftly. I wish to take the car now. The young lady was taken aback. She had merely been fulfilling the client's request to present the luxury vehicles and had not anticipated that Chen Feng would actually make a purchase. Yet, the situation was unfolding not only with his intent to buy, but also with a full payment, without so much as a discount to consider. Discount? Waiving a few thousand? No need. That would imply a lack of respect for me. I am not short on funds. This was the quintessential attitude of a wealthy individual. The very words one would expect from the affluent. At that moment, Chen Feng and Wang Hai, who had just entered, nearly choked on their own disbelief upon hearing his statement. Who is this pretentious fellow, China? What is his background? Wang Hai, despite his scrutiny, could not discern any signs of wealth in Chen Feng. After all, He had heard of many affluent young men in Behu City. Yet never once had he encountered the name Chen Feng. With a dismissive pout, Shen Qin remarked disdainfully, what could he possibly amount to? Just a poor student. I reckon he is merely indulging in fantasy. That bank card surely lacks funds. Ding. The card was successfully processed. Just as her words fell, the sound of the card machine echoed. Instantly, she was left speechless. Over 45 million. Who could have anticipated that Chen Feng's card would indeed authorize such an extravagant transaction? And he did not even bat an eye. How could this be? Shen Qin felt her mind whirl as if struck by lightning. The impoverished wretch she had always assumed him to be was, in fact, a grand tycoon? At that moment, the saleswoman, brimming with excitement, returned the bank card to Chen Feng. Sir, you may take the Pagani for a test drive. Here are the keys. We are currently processing the paperwork. Please bear with us. Her demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Securing this sale would earn her a commission of at least $1 million. She had to ensure he was well taken care of. Chen Feng nodded, then glanced at Shen Qin with a smirk. Indeed. I may not be able to afford a lipstick worth over 1,000, nor a handbag priced at 20,000. However, I can certainly purchase a sports car worth over 45 million. Is that amusing to you? This was not a question. No, it was a display of pride. I can buy a car worth tens of millions and still not care about a handbag worth a few thousand? Oh, woman. You have missed out on more than just a luxury vehicle. Ding. As the door of the Pagani opened, Chen Feng slid inside, relishing the opulent interior, his heart racing with excitement. This was the first sports car of his life. Yet, in the next moment, his emotions settled into tranquility. With over 100 million remaining in his bank account, his capital would only continue to grow, and so would his expenditures. He needed to adapt to this newfound status. Beep. A new application detected. The system is upgrading. At that moment, a notification popped up on his phone. Chen Feng paused briefly, seeing the screen display a black screen with the words upgrading boldly emblazoned across it. He waited for 2 minutes, yet the screen remained unchanged. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. His transformation from a destitute individual to a veritable magnate relied heavily on the video information provided by this phone. He wondered, could this troublesome device be malfunctioning? He shook his head. It was unlikely. Nevertheless, a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. Once the phone completed its upgrade, he must quickly amass more wealth and establish a business empire. Otherwise, should a system failure occur one day, he would suffer devastating losses. As Chen Feng contemplated his future, Shen Qin gazed enviously at the Pagani, feeling an impulsive desire to sit inside. What woman wouldn't wish to ride in a luxury vehicle, especially one worth millions? Beside her, Wang Hai felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had intended to purchase a 500,000 luxury vehicle to impress Shen Qin, hoping to win her over by evening. Little did he know that Chen Feng's actions would obliterate his chances. When comparing 500,000 to 45 million, the disparity was stark. Chiner, our company is currently seeking to acquire a plot of land. Coincidentally, I am in charge of this project. If I successfully negotiate this deal, I could earn a commission of several hundred thousand. By then, you may select any luxury vehicle worth hundreds of thousands as a gift from me. Really? Shen Qin's previously despondent expression brightened once again. Although she had lost out on a wealthy individual like Chen Feng, as long as she could secure Wang Hai's attention, she could still possess a luxury vehicle, even if it was merely one worth hundreds of thousands. At that moment, the saleswoman approached with the completed paperwork, handing it to Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, we have arranged the insurance and temporary license plates for you. The official plates will take a week to arrive. We will contact you then. Not a problem. Chen Feng accepted the documents. Beep. Upgrade failed. The system's first upgrade requires the random selection of a person on site to spend at least 2 million to activate the application panel. Upon seeing another notification pop up on his phone, Chen Feng was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Is this system playing tricks on me? I just purchased a car without discounts. That was merely a few thousand. Spending that amount to vent my frustrations before Shen Qin would have been worthwhile. But now, I must have someone else spend at least 2 million? My own spending doesn't even count. He glanced at Shen Qin and Wang Hai in the showroom and thought, to hell with this. I wouldn't spend a dime on a stranger like you. At that moment, Chen Feng noticed a woman observing a car not far away. Unable to resist, he inquired, how much is that car? The saleswoman smiled. That latest model Porsche is priced at 2.4 million. Charge it. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and confidently handed over his bank card once more. The saleswoman was left speechless. Another purchase? Although Chen Feng felt a pang of regret, he pressed on. However, in order for the system to upgrade to more impressive features, the expenditure is essential. He feigned a magnanimous demeanor, gesturing towards a woman nearby who was observing cars. Feeling particularly jovial today, he found her rather pleasing to the eye and decided to gift her a luxury vehicle. What could he do? With so much wealth at his disposal, it had to be spent. Was this justification really just because he found someone more agreeable to look at? Thus presenting it to, for million sports car? How extravagant. If you find me agreeable, why not gift me one as well? The saleswoman nearly blurted out. Is the world of the affluent truly so ostentatious? Beside her, Xin felt a shiver run through her. Moments ago, Wang Hai had mentioned gifting her a car worth several $100,000, and now Chen Feng had bestowed it too. $4 million luxury vehicle upon a stranger. Wasn't this a deliberate show aimed at her? How bitter. Watching Chen Feng's silhouette as he drove away, Xin's regret deepened. A $4 million luxury car. It should have belonged to her, but was now given to an unknown person. Oh, that person seems to be Shang Yinyan. At that moment, she suddenly recognized the woman inspecting the cars as one of the renowned for campus beauties at Behu University, Shang Yinyan. Even Wang Hai couldn't help but cast a glance in her direction. Sensual and stunning. If Xin were to score an 80, then Shang Yinyan would undoubtedly earn a 90. After receiving the keys and paperwork from the saleswoman, Shang Yinyan wore a similarly bewildered expression. What was happening? She had merely come to browse, never intending to make a purchase. Upon learning the situation from the saleswoman, she found herself both amused and perplexed. Chen Feng. That name seems somewhat familiar. Miss, could you please provide me with his phone number? Regardless of Chen Feng's reasons for gifting the Porsche, Shang Yinyan had no intention of accepting it. Though she was beautiful and alluring, she would never accept gifts from strangers, especially someone she didn't know well. The saleswoman hesitated. After all, revealing customer information was improper. Yet, considering that the individual had just given away a luxury car worth over $200,000, it was likely he harbored an interest in the lovely lady before her. Please take note. His number is thank you, Shang Yinyan replied with a gentle smile. I'll leave the car here for now. Miss Shang, you should really drive it away. After all, it's quite an expensive vehicle. And what if something happens to it while in our care? The saleswoman was in a bit of a quandary. A car worth over $200,000 was no small matter for them. Shang Yinyan furrowed her brows slightly. Fine, I'll take the car for now. Her family was in business, and $200,000 wasn't overly burdensome. She would treat it as her own purchase and find an opportunity to repay Chen Feng later. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was cruising along the road in a Pagani. Since obtaining his driver's license, this was his first time behind the wheel. Although his skills were not particularly exceptional, they sufficed for the moment. The sensation of driving a sports car was entirely distinct from that of a training vehicle. The sports car had a low center of gravity and was exceptionally stable, offering a strong sense of control. A slight press on the accelerator sent the Pagani soaring forward with a whoosh. The roar of the engine was akin to a beast's growl, sending shivers of excitement down his spine. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Chen Feng smacked his lips in realization. No wonder some people would rather cry in a luxury car than laugh on a bicycle. The explosive sound instantly drew the attention of passers-by. Wow, a Pagani. I can't believe I'm seeing a Pagani in Behu City. This car was undeniably stunning. It must cost millions, right? Millions? You must be joking. I saw this car at the dealership. It's worth at least 45 million, and there are only 30 in the world. Wow, who is that guy? There are hardly any cars worth over 10 million in Behu. People buzzed with speculation. Many were attempting to unravel Chen Feng's identity. They had heard of the luxury cars and rich second-generation heirs of Behu, but had never encountered someone by the name of Chen Feng. Observing the crowd gradually closing in on him, Chen Feng felt somewhat speechless. He hastily accelerated, leaving the onlookers far behind. Although driving a luxury car was exhilarating, it was inevitable that he would attract attention. It seemed he was being a bit ostentatious. Ding, system upgrade complete. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Chen Feng's heart leaped with joy. He quickly pulled over, retrieving the system phone. The phone still contained only one video app, but there were noticeable changes within it. A new skills interface had appeared. Moreover, every time a notification popped up, the sound would resonate in his mind. Ding, detected that the host lacks driving skills. Would you like to exchange? What is going on? Chen Feng's eyes widened. In the next instant, he quickly realized. What the heck? The system thought his driving skills were inadequate and was proactively offering to enhance them? Was he being criticized? Chen Feng felt a surge of frustration. Exchange. Congratulations, host has exchanged for master level 10 years of driving skills, deducting 10 system points. Current system points remaining, 0. Driving skills are now in the backpack and can be utilized at any time. What the Chen Feng nearly burst into tears. This system was such a trickster. After all that effort to accumulate 10 system points, it had wiped them out in an instant. Had he known, he would have simply exchanged for 5 years of driving experience, which would have sufficed for handling this Pagani. He certainly didn't need to be able to drive a Ferrari with one hand. He now realized that this system had a tendency to occasionally pull tricks on him, leaving him powerless to resist. Chen Feng clicked on the driving skills option in his backpack and felt a peculiar energy surge through him. A wealth of knowledge flooded his mind. Instinctively, he released the brake and pressed the accelerator. Boom. The Pagani shot forward like a bolt, and in that instant, Chen Feng felt like a seasoned driver with a decade of experience. Every maneuver flowed seamlessly. Even driving the Pagani with one hand posed no challenge. It was a complete instinctive response. Just then, a Porsche suddenly sped up from behind, positioning itself directly in front of the Pagani. The Chen Feng quickly slammed on the brakes. The Pagani's performance was exceptional. Even a sudden stop felt smooth without any jarring sensation. A beautiful woman emerged from the Porsche. With an oval face, she wore a short skirt and light makeup, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, and her long hair cascading casually down her back. Shang Yinyan. Originally, Shang Yinyan intended to find someone to locate Chen Feng, but the brilliance of his Pagani made it unnecessary to ask anyone. She could spot him easily. She opened the car door and took a seat without hesitation. Chen Feng felt somewhat speechless. As one of the 4 campus beauties, how could he not recognize Shang Yinyan? However, over their 4 years at school, they had never crossed paths or exchanged a single word. He had not anticipated that the other party would enter his car. Are we heading to your place or mine? Chen Feng's expression was laced with mockery. He often encountered a scenario on television where, if one were to drive a luxury car and a beautiful woman were to join, simply asking that question would surely lead to a delightful evening. He was curious to discover whether the illustrious Shang Yinyan, renowned throughout the school, truly fit that mold. What do you mean? Shang Yinyan glared at him, her chest heaving with indignation. Everyone was not a fool. The underlying implication of his words was all too clear. Give me your card number, and I'll transfer you the 2.4 million for the car. Although Shang Yinyan could not afford a 45 million Pagani, she could surely manage a Porsche. She would never demean her dignity for a mere vehicle. Chen Feng, do not presume that you can trample upon me with a car. I am not the person you think I am. At that moment, her impression of Chen Feng plummeted to an abyss. Indeed, men were all pigs. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the Porsche parked in front of him and swiftly comprehended the error. Oh no, I misjudged the situation. Earlier, at the dealership, he had only glimpsed Shang Yinyan's silhouette and had not recognized her. After all this time, it turned out she had not entered his car due to his ownership of a Pagani, but rather to settle the payment for the Porsche. I did not trample your dignity. Chen Feng's expression was one of innocence. In truth, he harbored a strong aversion to materialistic women. He had merely intended to gauge what kind of person she was. He had not anticipated such a misunderstanding. He quickly clarified, I was just dumped by my girlfriend. She found me too poor to provide the life she desired. To spite her, I casually gifted a Porsche. Shang Yinyan, I genuinely did not recognize you earlier. Shang Yinyan's beautiful brows slightly furrowed. You were heartbroken? No wonder you were so rude. Some individuals do indeed act uncharacteristically after a breakup. Chapter 7. The Art of Persuasion. Chen Feng spoke softly. Regardless, we are still alumni, and your reputation at school is stellar. Not only are you sexy and beautiful, you are kind-hearted, helpful, independent, and cheerful. He hastily listed all the commendable attributes. Even if Shang Yinyan remained furious, she found herself somewhat dazed by the compliments. Her expression softening considerably. She bit her lip and let out a soft huff. If it weren't for your recent heartbreak, I would have certainly held you accountable for that earlier remark. Internally, she was also somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that Chen Feng was a fellow student. No wonder he seemed familiar. Yes. Chen Feng sighed. That earlier statement was a slip of the tongue. I know you are a principled individual. How could I ever think to insult you? Is there animosity between us? Shang Yinyan shook her head. Is there an insurmountable obstacle? She shook her head again. Chen Feng continued. Thus, that was merely a misunderstanding, and I sincerely apologize. Consider that Porsche my gesture of goodwill. There was no choice. The system had mandated it be given away, and he was unsure if retrieving it would incur penalties. If this had been in the past, should someone so brazenly desire to seduce her, Shang Yinyan would have never forgiven them. No matter their wealth or looks, she would not have been lenient. Yet now, after Chen Feng's cascade of explanations, his heartbreak, their shared alumni status, and his earnest apology, she felt that failing to forgive him would be her fault. How could I be having such thoughts? She pondered. It was clearly his fault. How had the narrative shifted to her being at fault? Give me your card number. I will consider the car as if I bought it myself. Shang Yinyan stated sternly. Ah, it seems you are still unwilling to forgive me. Chen Feng shook his head. You can keep the car for now. After all, I cannot return it. You. Shang Yinyan had not yet had the chance to express her anger when a sports car pulled up beside the Pagani. A young man in the vehicle whistled, glancing at Shang Yinyan with a slight pause before turning to Chen Feng with a grin. Hey, mate, interested in a race? Loser lets go of their woman. Shang Yinyan instantly flared with anger. What do you take me for? Chen Feng was also eager to test the prowess of his newly acquired master-level driving skills. Yet given his lack of familiarity with Shang Yinyan, he could not gamble with her. No, even if they were familiar, it would not be appropriate. The young man pointed to a woman in the passenger seat. If you win, my woman is yours. What do you say? Chen Feng was at a loss for words. The woman beside him, Shang Yinyan, was one of the 4 campus beauties. In terms of both looks and poise, she was incomparable to anyone in society's ranks. Your woman? Too unattractive. Seeing Chen Feng's disdainful expression, the young man gritted his teeth. If you win, I'll give you 3 million. Not afraid to tell you. While my car may not be as expensive as your Pagani, its engine and power system are all modified. Care to race? Chen Feng initially intended to propose a change in stakes, but Shang Yinyan furrowed her brow and suddenly asked, can you win? Huh. Chen Feng was taken aback. You're not suggesting you want to gamble yourself, are you? Can you win? Shang Yinyan pressed again. Shouldn't be a problem, Chen Feng instinctively replied. I have but one request. I want to smash his car. Upon hearing that, Chen Feng shivered. Women sure knew how to take revenge. As he saw her fastening her seatbelt, Chen Feng slammed the gas pedal. The Pagani shot forward like an arrow. Soon, they arrived at a suburban road, frequently used for racing. While the road was wide, it was also quite rugged, demanding exceptional skill. Once everything was set, both cars revved their engines simultaneously. The Pagani, being a top-tier sports car, effortlessly pulled ahead of the modified vehicle, creating a gap of several dozen meters at the start. Shang Yinyan glanced at the speedometer. The speed had surged to 100 miles per hour. Her mouth twitched. Chen Feng pressed the gas pedal again, and the Pagani shot forward like a bullet. The speed climbing to 180 miles per hour. The needle on the speedometer continued to rise. Feeling the car racing down the road, with the scenery around them becoming increasingly blurred, Shang Yinyan's heart raced. This was her first experience racing. While she was frightened, she also felt exhilarated. Meanwhile, in the car behind, the woman pouted, Sun Xiao. You definitely can't win this race. We've already opened up a 50-meter gap. If this continues, the distance will only increase. What do you know? Sun Xiao declared confidently. I've raced this road at least 50 times. I know precisely where to accelerate and where to decelerate. He is currently sprinting at a swift pace, but I am certain he will decelerate when navigating the upcoming bends. After a few turns, I will undoubtedly surpass him. As soon as he uttered these words, he suddenly noticed that ahead, Chen Feng not only maintained his speed, but seemed to accelerate even more. What is happening? Sun Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He witnessed Chen Feng executing a spectacular drift, the Pagani making a sharp 90-degree turn as it pivoted effortlessly. The tires screeched against the asphalt, hurtling through the bend at full throttle. Moreover, Chen Feng approached each subsequent curve with a similar fervor, seemingly never relinquishing the accelerator. The vehicle gliding smoothly without a hint of lateral sway. However, the sheer inertia caused Shang Yinyan's body to lurch toward Chen Feng. Fortunately, she grasped the overhead handle firmly, stabilizing herself. Yet, as she bent slightly, her exquisite figure was instantly revealed to Chen Feng's gaze. His grip on the steering wheel faltered momentarily, nearly resulting in disaster. Goodness! Truly, beauty is a double-edged sword. 5 minutes later, the Pagani came to a halt at the finish line. Shang Yinyan shot Chen Feng a fierce glare, her heart a tumult of anger and frustration. A few minutes later, Sun Xiao finally reached the finish line. At that moment, his gaze toward Chen Feng burned with newfound admiration. What a masterful driver! Having raced for several years and participated in hundreds of competitions, he had never encountered anyone who maintained speed through a bend. For an ordinary driver, failing to decelerate while turning could result in disastrous consequences. Yet this individual had not only succeeded in navigating the curve, but had done so while accelerating. Incredible! Chen Feng felt a sense of satisfaction with his masterful driving skills. He had no intention of flaunting his abilities before Shang Yinyan. Since his ex-girlfriend, Shen Qin, had left him, he had not harbored any particular thoughts regarding women, preferring to let things unfold naturally. Brother, your skills are truly impressive. Sun Jigang expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. The luxury car he drove was worth 45 million, and the beautiful woman accompanying him was undoubtedly above a score of 90. His driving prowess was nothing short of exceptional. It was essential to cultivate this connection. Chapter 8. I am not your brother-in-law. Chen Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. Stop trying to forge a connection with me. Since you've lost, you were supposed to give me 3 million. However, I shall forego that. Just leave the car. What? Sun Jigang paused in surprise. Chen Feng gestured toward Shang Yinyan beside him. She is displeased with your car and is contemplating smashing it. You have no objections, do you? Sun Jigang's mouth twitched involuntarily. Goodness. While his car was only worth a little over 200,000, it had taken him considerable effort to modify it, and he was reluctant to part with it. Before he could voice his refusal, a loud crash rang out. Shang Yinyan had picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it at the windshield. No matter how sturdy the vehicle, it could not withstand such an impact. A crack instantly appeared. Instead of stopping, Shang Yinyan grew increasingly animated in her assault. Damn it. Sun Jigang could no longer contain himself and stormed over. Just as Chen Feng anticipated a confrontation, the former cowered instantly. Cousin, I was just joking. Please don't smash it. What? Chen Feng was utterly bewildered. Shang Yinyan was his cousin? What was this twist? No wonder the other party had shown no concern about losing during the race. At that moment, Shang Yinyan's anger bubbled over. She retorted, I wasn't truly angry about your earlier comment. I merely found your car unsatisfactory and thought it would be fun to smash it. Is that so wrong? All right. Sun Jigang acquiesced, appearing like a submissive child. There was no other option. This cousin had been spoiled by her family since childhood, and even her parents indulged her. He dared not provoke her wrath. If his mother found out, he would be in serious trouble. Smash away. Once Shang Yinyan's fury had subsided somewhat, Sun Jigang pitifully added, You can't blame me. I merely assumed you were with that guy in the car. I thought I'd help you test him. But that guy is indeed incredible. His driving skills are top-notch, and he can even afford a Pagani. He had barely finished his sentence when he caught sight of Shang Yinyan's darkening expression, prompting him to hastily close his mouth. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll smash every car in your family. I want to say another word. Sun Jigang's mouth twitched. His family's garage housed at least 4 sports cars. Soon, he hurried back to Chen Feng, laughing heartily. Little brother-in-law, it turns out it was all a misunderstanding. I never expected your skills to be so impressive. You must guide me more in the future. He draped his arm over Chen Feng's shoulder, resembling a family member. Chen Feng's expression darkened. When on earth did I become your brother-in-law? I believe you are mistaken. My relationship with Shang Yinyan is merely that of classmates. Don't deceive me. I know my cousin well. She has never ridden in someone else's car over the years. Unless there is a certain level of familiarity, she would never enter your vehicle. It was truly a misunderstanding. I gave her a Porsche, and she came looking for me. Goodness, you are impressive to pursue my cousin. You even gifted her a luxury car. No wonder you managed to win her over. Chen Feng felt increasingly confused as he tried to clarify. This guy was a complete mess. However, Sun Jigang and Shang Yinyan truly seemed to balance each other out. Just as Sun Jigang was about to say something else, he noticed Shang Yinyan's piercing glare and quickly reined in his laughter. Brother, come here. Shang Yinyan gritted her teeth. She was all too aware of her cousin's antics. If she didn't call him over now, who knew what foolishness he would spout next? Seeing her furious expression, Sun Jigang promptly hid behind Chen Feng. Little brother-in-law, my cousin has quite the fiery temper. If she seeks trouble with me, you must assist me. You. Shang Yinyan was so infuriated she stamped her foot. She truly had no idea what further maddening antics might unfold if she stayed any longer. Frustrated, she drove away in Sun Jigang's car. Although the car had been damaged, it did not hinder her from hitting the road. Brother, shall we add each other on WeChat? Sun Jigang cheerfully opened his QR code. Now my cousin has someone to keep her in check. You smashed my car. However, aside from his connection to Shang Yinyan, the fact that he could afford a Pagani was reason enough for him to pursue a friendship. All right, I'll scan you. Chen Feng produced his phone and scanned the QR code. Although Sun Jigang was rather ridiculous, he bore no malice. Having more friends might prove beneficial in the future. Unable to resist, Sun Jigang inquired, Brother, when did you meet my cousin? We just met today. Chen Feng reflected that although they were both alumni, they had indeed only spoken for the first time today. Goodness, incredible. You just met and already won her over? Sun Jigang's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Shang Yinyan possesses a character that he is all too familiar with. Her coy demeanor just moments ago undoubtedly indicates a certain closeness with that fellow. At this moment, his perception of Chen Feng has once again undergone a transformation. His prowess in the art of courtship is truly commendable. Observing that the other party seemed poised to inquire further, Chen Feng was left with a furrowed brow. I can hardly be bothered to explain anything to Sun Jigang, he thought, swiftly departing the scene in his vehicle. Surely, this was a deliberate act on his part. Initially, he had intended to return to campus, but en route, a notification popped up on his system phone. Ding. Congratulations to the host for participating in and completing the video task. Reward, 10 system points. Current remaining system points, 10. Ding. Due to the host's participation in the video task, the predicted time has been altered. The current forecasted time is now 2021 to 2023. Time has shifted once more. Chen Feng's mind was filled with questions. Yesterday's task completion stemmed from winning the lottery, but what about today? Regardless of which video task he had engaged with, the widening forecasted timelines bode well for him. Before he could gather his thoughts, another phone chimed. It was a call from Jiang Dawei, the vice president of Tianbao Group. Since their acquaintance 3 years prior, they had exchanged contact information, yet seldom communicated since. Xiao Chen, do you have time to come to Tianbao Group for some tea? Sure, Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. The timing of the call suggested something significant was afoot. Where are you? Shall I send a driver to fetch you? No need for that. I'll make my own way. Chen Feng shook his head. After all, he had his own vehicle, making the journey to Tianbao Group quite convenient. He was also set to reclaim the land certificate for plot number 1, which had now appreciated to a value exceeding 100 million, an increase of over 100-fold. Moreover, if this trend continued, the value would only rise further. Before long, he arrived at Tianbao Group. The entire building belonged to the company, with the offices of the general manager and vice president situated on the 18th floor. Zhang Dawei must have given prior notice, as the receptionist was waiting for him in the lobby. The employees at Tianbao Group held a vivid impression of Chen Feng. He had visited thrice years ago and seemed to share a good rapport with Vice President Jiang. Consequently, this time, whether it was the receptionist or the employees and executives he encountered in the corridor, they greeted him with warm smiles. One might mistakenly believe he was the heir apparent to the company. After all, despite his modest attire, he had arrived in a Pagani worth 45 million. Such luxury cars were a rarity in Behu, and his vehicle even surpassed the general manager's in value. Chapter 9. I am here to impress. Soon, the two ascended to the 18th floor. When the receptionist led him to the door of the general manager's office, Chen Feng momentarily froze. Wasn't it Vice President Jiang who had summoned me? The receptionist giggled. He is now the general manager. The documents were just issued from headquarters today. The former general manager was transferred to the provincial capital this morning. Wow, he got promoted so quickly? Chen Feng finally grasped the situation. The recent video task had indeed pertained to Jiang Dawei's ascension to the role of general manager. Inside the office, the decor was lavish and spacious. At that moment, Jiang Dawei, radiating joy, greeted Chen Feng with a smile and offered him a cup of tea, authentic Da Hong Pao, no less. Chen Feng took a sip, finding it indistinguishable from ordinary tea, but he was no connoisseur. Congratulations, General Jiang, on officially becoming the general manager. Jiang Dawei waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, attaining the position of general manager at Tianbao Group had drastically altered his status and identity, yet in comparison to Chen Feng, he felt somewhat lacking. Xiao Chen, or should I now refer to you as General Xiao? Jiang Dawei displayed none of the airs typically associated with a general manager and was exceedingly courteous. There have been quite a few rumors about you lately. My rumors? Chen Feng tilted his head, chuckling. Is it about my recent lottery win of 90 million? The skyrocketing value of my land? Or perhaps my recent purchase of a 45 million car? Silence ensued. Jiang Dawei was tempted to give him a good smack. Are you inquiring? No, you're flaunting. Observing Chen Feng's broad grin, Jiang Dawei decided against further contention. He was unaware of the lottery win, but he did know that the plot of land Chen Feng had purchased for 1 million 3 years ago had indeed appreciated over 100-fold. It was likely to soon surpass 200 million, perhaps even 300 million. Such earnings at such a young age were indeed staggering. Even Jiang Dawei himself, without factoring in his company shares, earned merely over 10 million annually. Suppressing the impulse to chastise Chen Feng, Jiang Dawei quickly stated, your initial judgment was correct. Over the past 3 years, the city center has gradually shifted towards the suburbs. Many developers with land in the suburbs have reaped tremendous profits. However, I've recently received word that Behu City will establish a second commercial center, and the location has been confirmed. It will be on your plot number 1. Thus, the most lucrative land remains plot number 1. Just imagine, once the commercial center is established, surrounding transportation hubs and medical facilities will need to be developed. That plot of land is expansive, and in real estate, every inch counts. You are set to make a fortune. Jiang Dawei increasingly felt that Chen Feng's background was anything but ordinary. However, he had secretly investigated Chen Feng's identity. Aside from being an ordinary university student, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. His family was quite average, with parents from a rural background. Could it be that the information was fabricated? Wow, that is truly alarming. As Jiang Dawei's mind wandered, Chen Feng smiled casually. I came here today to reclaim plot number 1. General Jiang, please send me the account number. I will transfer 1 million to you immediately. Xiao Chen, there's no need for such formality between us. Jiang Dawei waved his hand. I owe my ascent to the position of general manager to you. That 1 million from back then pales in comparison. The primary reason for my call today is that several real estate moguls have been inquiring about you. They wish to purchase the land you hold. Although the land certificate is in my possession, it ultimately belongs to you, and you must make the final decision. As he spoke, he nullified the previous agreement and returned the land certificate to Chen Feng. All right, please help me connect with the buyers. Chen Feng did not decline. He had initially acquired the land precisely for the purpose of reselling it. Since you have no objections, I will arrange a meeting with them. It's a good opportunity for you to meet as well. Jiang Dawei promptly took out his phone and called a friend. Old Qian, I have good news. The owner of plot number 1 is here with me. You were interested in purchasing that land, and now is the perfect opportunity. Really? My market department manager is nearby? Let him head over to discuss the price, and I will join shortly. Sure. After Jiang Dawei hung up the phone, he turned to Chen Feng and remarked, "The buyer will send someone over. Should you find yourself bored, feel free to explore the surroundings." Chen Feng nodded in agreement, not wishing to disrupt Jiang Dawei's work, and began to wander around. 10 minutes later, a familiar figure entered Tianbao Group. It was Wang Hai, the very person he had encountered at the foresee dealership. The reason his ex-girlfriend, Shen Qin, had left him was precisely because she had latched onto Wang Hai. "What are you doing here?" Wang Hai exclaimed, surprised to see Chen Feng at Tianbao Group. He had been utterly humiliated at the foresee dealership, and he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Chen Feng was at a loss for words. "Why shouldn't I be here? Tianbao Group isn't your private domain. I can go wherever I please. Believe it or not, I could waltz into the general manager's office on the 18th floor if I wished." Wang Hai, a mere impoverished student, truly thought too highly of himself. Wang Hai's eyes were filled with disdain. "Don't think I'm unaware of your background. You merely came into a windfall. You want to flaunt it like others? Perhaps that Pagani of yours was purchased on credit, and now you're drowning in debt." After the incident at the foresee dealership, he had inquired about Chen Feng's circumstances from Shen Qin. He had pieced together some information, such as the fact that Chen Feng had borrowed $1 million during his freshman year, likely for investment. He might have made some money, but it was certainly insufficient to afford that Pagani. What kind of business could yield $4 to $5 million in just 3 years? Did he truly believe money was so easily earned? "You wish to enter the general manager's office? Do you think Tianbao Group is a playground for just anyone? This is a realm reserved for society's elite. Unlike you, I am here to negotiate a deal worth over $100 million. As he spoke, Wang Hai puffed out his chest, striving to present himself as a successful individual. "You will never reach my heights. If I secure this deal, my annual salary will exceed $1 million. That is something you could never achieve in your lifetime." Negotiating a deal? Chen Feng regarded him with an odd expression. "The buyer for the number 1 plot of land isn't from your company, is it?" His expression shifted to one of amusement. "So, your so-called business is to purchase the number 1 plot of land? How did you know?" Wang Hai was momentarily stunned. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively, sneering. "Because I am the owner of the number 1 plot of land. You think you can earn $1 million a year? You must be dreaming. Get lost. I will not sell it to you. Ha ha, spare me your pretenses." Wang Hai refused to believe his words and shouted to the security personnel in the distance, "Security, how can you allow anyone to waltz into Tianbao Group? This person is nothing but a scammer, seriously tarnishing your company's image. Why haven't you thrown him out?" Chapter 10, A Slap in the Face. The 2 security guards at the entrance were taken aback. If a client were to lodge a complaint, their jobs would be at stake. They hurried over but relaxed when they saw Chen Feng. What a joke. This young Master Chen was a distinguished guest of Manager Jiang. Jiang had personally instructed them not to neglect him. Throw him out. That would be madness. Seeing the security guards standing idly by, Wang Hai was infuriated. It was bad enough to be looked down upon by a poor student. Now even the security guards were disregarding him. "What is wrong with you? Didn't you hear what I said? Do you want me to complain to your manager, Jiang? You'll regret it." At that moment, Jiang Dawei happened to emerge. Upon witnessing the scene, he frowned and asked, "What is going on?" Wang Hai felt a surge of hope and quickly approached him, saying, "Manager Jiang, I am Wang Hai, the marketing manager of Billionaire Real Estate. Our general manager, Qian, should have briefed you. This person just attempted to impersonate the owner of the number 1 plot of land. I believe this is an affront to your company, and he must be expelled. No, this incident has already tarnished your company's image. We must call the police." Jiang Dawei looked at him as if he were an imbecile, an aura of authority emanating from him. "Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Who do you think you are?" As the general manager of Tianbao Group, he commanded respect. Wang Hai was momentarily at a loss. "Why are you so angry?" Jiang Dawei scoffed. "Brother Chen is indeed the owner of the number 1 plot of land, someone who warrants respect even from your boss. You dare to suggest he be thrown out? Have you consulted your boss about this?" "What?" At that moment, Wang Hai felt as though he had been struck by lightning. How could this be? The number 1 plot of land is worth billions. How could it possibly belong to Chen Feng? "Manager Jiang, you must be mistaken. Chen Feng is merely a senior student. I heard his monthly living expenses are only a little over 1,000. He can't even afford a gift for his girlfriend, let alone own a plot worth over $100 million. Ridiculous." Jiang Dawei erupted. "Do you think I would lie? His name is clearly written on the land certificate. It's irrefutable. Stop looking down on him. Now get out of here immediately." Wang Hai stood there dumbfounded. From Jiang Dawei's demeanor, it was evident that Chen Feng was indeed the owner of the number 1 plot of land. Who was Jiang Dawei? The general manager of Tianbao Group. A position attained by someone far from foolish. His face turned ashen. At that moment, General Manager Qian of Billionaire Real Estate hurried into Tianbao Group. He had cancelled all his appointments for the day to discuss the number 1 plot of land. Upon seeing Jiang Dawei, he was about to speak when Jiang interrupted. "Old Qian, you have a fine employee. I finally managed to arrange a meeting with Brother Chen regarding the #1 plot. And your marketing manager not only disrespected him, but also accused him of being a fraud. What? Qian's expression shifted dramatically. He turned sharply, glaring at Wang Hai. You scoundrel. Do you think you can offend Mr. Chen? Wang Hai was rendered speechless. With the boss acknowledging Chen Feng's identity, what further doubts could he entertain? General Manager Qian politely approached Chen Feng, lowering himself. Mr. Chen, I apologize for my employee's lack of discipline. Please do not take it to heart. No thanks. Chen Feng replied coldly. I will not sell the #1 plot of land to you. He was a person who never forgot a grudge. Wang Hai had insulted him repeatedly. He would not let him off easily. This left Qian utterly flabbergasted. He regretted allowing Wang Hai to handle matters, realizing too late that it had been a mistake. Mr. Chen, I will have Wang Hai apologize to you immediately. Please, feel free to make any demands. And I assure you we will meet your expectations. Will an apology suffice? Chen Feng looked up, a sardonic smile on his lips. Wang Hai stole my girlfriend and has insulted me time and again. He even flaunted his annual salary of $1 million right in front of me. Do you think I would sell you the land, allowing him to pocket a few million in commissions? What? Mr. Qian's heart sank. He had not anticipated such a conflict between the two. Competing for a woman is a bitter vendetta. He abruptly turned around and, in a fit of rage, slapped Wang Hai across the face, exclaiming, You blind fool, incapable of anything, yet you keep causing me trouble. Get lost, and make sure I never see you again. His anger was palpable. The land he had almost secured had just slipped away. Mr. Qian. Wang Hai covered his face, feeling deeply aggrieved. Gritting his teeth, he said, I am, after all, a key contributor to the company. I may not have accolades, but I've certainly toiled. It's just a piece of land. If necessary, I can help you buy another one. Just a piece of land. Mr. Qian was infuriated to the point of nearly bursting. Do you think that's just any ordinary plot? Plot #1 is about to become a commercial hub. If high-rises are erected and managed well, I could earn at least $3 billion. Is your brain filled with waste? $3 billion, and you've just ruined it all. Wang Hai felt his mind go blank. He had never realized how crucial this plot was to Mr. Qian. Overwhelmed, he collapsed to the ground. It's over. Mr. Qian had no desire to even glance at him again. Get out this instant. You won't receive a single cent of your salary or bonus this month. What? Wang Hai panicked immediately. He dropped to his knees, pleading, Mr. Qian, you can't fire me. This isn't fair. He had painstakingly secured the position of marketing manager, hoping to rise through the ranks. But now, not only was his job gone, but so was his salary. That's at least $600,000 in bonuses gone. Security. Throw him out. At that moment, Jiang Dawei, unable to watch any longer, called for Wang Hai to be ejected. After all, Tianbao Group was a large company. They couldn't afford to tarnish their image because of Wang Hai's presence. Jiang Dawei sighed. Xiao Chun, I didn't know such a situation would arise. Since you don't wish to sell plot #1 to old Qian, why not sell it to me? Our Tianbao Group is also interested in this land. Mr. Qian lamented his regret. This was a lucrative deal he had missed. Chen Feng had no interest in real estate business, at least not for the time being. After all, constructing skyscrapers requires substantial resources and financial investment, not to mention the time and effort involved. He was keen on accumulating sufficient funds. All right, General Manager Jiang. We are old friends. Make me an offer. Chapter 11. 1 billion received, system doubles rewards. 1 billion. Jiang Dawei stated without hesitation, currently. This plot is valued at 2 billion, but that's just the present price. In a year or two, it could reach a maximum of 10 billion. This is the highest price. What do you think? Upon hearing this, everyone around erupted in astonishment. Their conversation was entirely unguarded, and the employees surrounding Tianbao Group had all overheard it. They looked at Chen Feng with disbelief. 10 billion. Selling a piece of land for 10 billion. And its liquid capital. Even the newly appointed general manager Jiang Dawei likely didn't possess such a sum. They had thought Chen Feng was merely a wealthy heir, but now realized he was akin to a god of wealth. To possess 10 billion at such a young age, one could live comfortably for several lifetimes without striving. Some female colleagues gazed at Chen Feng with starry eyes, unable to tear their attention away from him. Do you think Chen Xiao has a girlfriend? What do you think? With that much wealth, would he lack a girlfriend? Indeed. I've heard he drives a Pagani. Typically, those who drive such luxury cars are besieged by beautiful women. What a pity. If only I were a few years younger. The group of female colleagues chattered animatedly, with some even contemplating approaching Chen Feng for his contact information. However, upon noticing General Manager Jiang nearby, they promptly abandoned the idea. 10 billion? At that moment, Chen Feng was equally astonished. Wow. The earlier video estimated only 2 billion. Now it has multiplied 5-fold. I hit the jackpot. It seems Jiang Dawei has generously allocated part of the profits to strengthen our relationship. Nonetheless, even so, if this plot is managed well, the potential for profit remains substantial. No doubt, I still have faith in Zhang's integrity. Chen Feng nodded. Let us go have some tea. The paperwork will be handled by my staff. Zhang Dewei was in high spirits. Having just assumed the position of general manager, he needed some accomplishments to showcase his capabilities. Plot no. One was perfectly suited for this purpose. Noticing Mr. Qian's troubled expression, he chuckled. Old Qian, do not fret. There's business for everyone. In the future, there may be opportunities to collaborate. After all, your company specializes in real estate. Really? Mr. Qian's mood lifted instantly. What? You don't believe me? Of course. I believe you. Mr. Qian laughed heartily, then turned to Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, I hope you want to take today's events to heart. How about this? Let me treat you to a meal sometime as an apology. He also sought to win Chen Feng over. From Zhang Dewei. He had heard that Chen Feng purchased plot number 1 3 years ago, seemingly aware that its value would skyrocket. Such foresight and vision are rare. An apology isn't necessary. My grievances were directed at Wang Hai, not at you, Mr. Qian. I'm quite easy to get along with. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Despite now having a net worth of over 10 billion, he was still a novice in the business world. Compared to these commercial giants, he lacked connections and experience. Future collaborations might still be possible. That's great to hear. Mr. Qian sighed in relief, albeit internally cursing. Easy to get along with. I'll believe that when pigs fly. Approximately half an hour later, the transfer contract and various forms were completed. Tianbao Group's finance team was efficient, promptly transferring the funds. Your account 2337 has received 10,000,000,000 yuan. The balance after the transaction is 112, 460, 213, 558 yuan. A total balance of over 11 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for doubling their rewards for completing the video task, gaining 50 system points. Current remaining system points, 60. Ding! Due to the host's participation in completing the video task, the predicted time has changed. The current prediction is now 2023. Holy moly! Chen Feng nearly shouted in excitement. Due to the sale of lot number 1 for a staggering 1 billion, which exceeded the system's predictions by a remarkable 5-fold, the reward points in the system multiplied accordingly. Just at that moment, a notification popped up on the system phone. Ding! The host can now double the participation in completing video tasks. The predicted timeline continues to shift, with the current prediction extending from 2010 to 2023. Has it changed again? The timeline has been pushed back by another decade, now allowing for the prediction of any events between 2010 and 2023. Although the mechanics behind the system's calculations remain a mystery, the exhilaration is undeniable. This year is 2020. From this day forth, not only can I foresee the future, but I can also glimpse into the past. How marvelous! What astonished Chen Feng even more was that the system phone, which previously served only to view video messages and could not function as a regular phone, was now fully operational. He quickly imported all his contacts and information into the system phone. For Chen Feng, today was indeed a day of bountiful rewards. After departing from the Tianbao Group, he returned directly to school. In the dormitory, his roommate Yang Qi appeared to be in a rather foul mood. Upon seeing Chen Feng's return, he hesitated before speaking. Third brother, are you suffering from a pressing need? Chen Feng was somewhat speechless. Yang Qi, who usually spoke with great candor, had suddenly become shy and reserved. What is this about? Just say it outright. What is our relationship, to be so hesitant? Then I shall be direct. Yang Qi chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment evident as he requested. Could you lend me 1,000 yuan? I'm in a bit of a bind, but rest assured, I will return it to you as soon as I can. As soon as he finished speaking, a transfer notification appeared in WeChat. 10,000 yuan. Precisely the amount Chen Feng had just sent. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have misread. After a thorough check, he exclaimed, what the heck? It really is 10,000. Third brother, did you accidentally add an extra zero? No, it is indeed 10,000. Take it and use it as you please. Whether you return it or not is of no consequence. If it's insufficient, just let me know and I'll send you more. Chen Feng inadvertently showcased his newfound affluence. Have you struck it rich? Yang Qi was utterly bewildered. In his recollection, Chen Feng's monthly allowance barely exceeded 1,000 yuan, with a significant portion spent on his girlfriend. He would stretch every yuan as if it were two. To suddenly offer 10,000 without a care? The audacity. Chen Feng did not deny his good fortune, nor did he divulge too much information. After all, there was a time when he had borrowed money from Yang Qi, who had even sacrificed his own living expenses for him, subsisting on instant noodles. This kindness remained etched in his memory. Take the money, no need to be formal. Chapter 12. The entire building was abuzz. Third brother, I want to say much more. I promise to repay you soon. Yang Qi, not one to be overly sentimental, recognized that this was a critical moment for him financially. However, he understood that accepting this money from Chen Feng was not something to be taken lightly. Accepting it would diminish the bond of gratitude. Are you encountering difficulties? If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. Chen Feng sensed that Yang Qi was harboring some concerns. Although Yang Qi came from an ordinary family, he seldom borrowed money. This time, it seemed he was in dire straits. Yang Qi waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing major. Just a little financial strain due to my father's situation. But don't worry, it will be resolved shortly. He was genuinely touched by Chen Feng's willingness to help. Over their 4 years of university, the bond between them had grown deeper than many others. They had skipped classes together, chased girls together, and gamed together. At that moment, their other roommates, the first and fourth brothers, returned to the dormitory. They regarded Chen Feng with peculiar expressions, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. Finally, the first brother, Tycoon, could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Third brother, have you had a falling out with Xin? You all know about it." Chen Feng was taken aback. Their breakup had only occurred half a day prior, and yet it had already spread among his roommates. Truly, good news travels slowly, while bad news spreads like wildfire. After you left school this morning, we saw Xin with another man. They were holding hands, looking rather intimate. Indeed, we were quite surprised. Isn't Xin your girlfriend? Why is she with someone else? Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Chen Feng sighed. I have already broken up with her. She betrayed me. What? Tycoon exclaimed, I can't believe it. You treated her so well. And she would do something like this. What is so surprising about that? I always thought she was no good. Yang Qi interjected, visibly angered. Third brother. There are plenty of fish in the sea. It's just a breakup. Honestly, I don't think Xin is worth it. Our school is filled with beautiful girls. You'll find another without a doubt. Exactly. Fourth brother Zhang Daong chimed in. What is crucial now is to earn money. Did you see that Pagani parked at the school? With enough money, you could buy a luxury car like that. At that point, what kind of girlfriend wouldn't he be interested? Not to mention, one of the 4 school flowers, Shang Yanyan, would probably be begging to be your girlfriend. Earlier, as they returned, they had spotted the Pagani in the parking lot, surrounded by a throng of girls taking pictures. Chen Feng rubbed his nose. The Pagani truly belonged to him. As for whether Shang Yanyan would seek him out, he was uncertain. After all, her cousin had already recognized him as her future brother-in-law. He pondered whether to admit that he was indeed the owner of the Pagani. To confess or not, he feared the potential complications that might arise. Rest assured, Xin is but a fleeting concern. She won't bring me sorrow. My circumstances have changed. Even if one of the 4 school flowers, Shang Yanyan herself, stood before me, I might not even glance her way. Chen Feng chuckled mischievously. You're quite the braggart. Third brother, you've really gotten carried away. You certainly don't resemble a heartbroken individual. His roommates had initially intended to lighten the mood for Chen Feng, helping him overcome his heartbreak, only to find him reveling in his bravado. Shang Yanyan is a remarkable woman, beautiful and alluring, with a family involved in business, boasting assets worth millions. She is the dream goddess of many homebodies. You wouldn't look at her? If she were to stand before you, I fear you might swoon. All right. Given your heartbreak, I won't burst your bubble. Third brother, stop boasting and speak seriously. Many are beginning to consider job hunting. What are your plans after graduation? We'll see. I'll likely start my own venture. Chen Feng was not lying. Working a job was simply out of the question. He could never resign himself to such a fate for a lifetime. With the system in place, what was there to fear about earning money? Given his current worth, even idleness would suffice. What about you all? What are your plans? My family has arranged a job for me. I hear the salary is quite decent, 6,000 yuan a month. The eldest, Tycoon, smiled gently. For a freshly graduated student, such an income is commendable. The second, Yang Qi, was astonished, exclaiming, You're impressive. You've secured a job, even with a year left until graduation? Unlike you, I find myself unable to land a position, and must contemplate pursuing further studies. What is the point of that? It's far better to enter the workforce early. Nothing is more tangible than earning a bit of money. Several roommates engaged in fervent discussion. Their class consisted of 40 students, 10 of whom had already embarked on internships. The remainder either prepared for postgraduate exams or awaited graduation before seeking employment. In this day and age, securing a job is indeed challenging for families of modest means. At that moment, Chen Feng's phone abruptly rang. He glanced at it, revealing an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Chen Feng. Hurry and give me your bank account number. I said I would repay you. The voice on the other end belonged to Shang Yanyan. Chen Feng's expression darkened. The other party was indeed tenacious. Shang Yanyan, there's no need for you to return it. I don't care. I'm right outside your dormitory. If you don't tell me your bank account number, believe me, I'll just come in. Chen Feng was taken aback. He hurriedly stepped into the corridor and, sure enough, spotted Shang Yanyan in the open space below. Her gaze was fixed precisely on his dormitory. As one of the 4 campus beauties, Her unabashed presence beneath the boys' dormitory elicited gasps from passersby. What was happening? Wasn't Shang Yinyan single? Why was she at the boys' dormitory? Who was she waiting for? Oh no, the goddess has been besmirched by some foolish swine. At that moment, everyone was astonished. News spread rapidly, creating quite a stir. Inside the dormitory, Yang Qi and the others suddenly ceased their chatter, their eyes converging on Chen Feng, their faces painted with disbelief. Bro, who are you on the phone with? They had faintly heard Shang Yinyan's name and recognized the voice as female. This guy had just experienced heartbreak, and now a girl was calling him? Shang Yinyan. Chen Feng replied, his demeanor remarkably calm. What is the fuss? It's just a phone call from Shang Yinyan. What is so surprising about it? She's right downstairs. If you wanted to see her, now is your chance. Chapter 13. The truth unveiled to Shen Qin. What? The roommates were nearly beside themselves. It's just a phone call from Shang Yinyan. Listen to how you're talking. Is it infuriating, or what? Who was Shang Yinyan? She was a prominent figure on campus, one of the four beauties. Such a goddess-like persona might be seen occasionally, but none had managed to acquire her phone number, let alone have her call them. The fourth roommate, Zhang Daong, dashed outside and indeed spotted Shang Yinyan. Moreover, her gaze was directed straight at the dormitory, her eyes even reflecting a hint of sorrow and vulnerability. What did you do to her, bro? Oh no, she's looking right at our dorm. Not just her, but now all the boys probably suspect the person she's looking for is right here. What the heck? How did you get involved with Shang Yinyan? Initially, they had doubted Chen Feng's claim that she would even glance his way, but now they were convinced. Look, she was waiting right beneath their dorm. At that moment, the entire building was abuzz. Over the past 4 years, countless individuals had sought to pursue Shang Yinyan, with nearly 100 having confessed their feelings to her. Among them were rich heirs and handsome academic stars, yet she had never deigned to acknowledge any of them. Now, unexpectedly, Chen Feng himself had not anticipated that such a simple action would spark such a significant commotion. He hurriedly sent her his bank account number, dismissing any concerns about the system retrieving the funds. If he angered Shang Yinyan, she might indeed storm into the boys' dormitory. In that case, he would surely become the target of animosity among all the boys. Outside the dormitory, Shang Yinyan, upon receiving Chen Feng's bank account number, smiled in satisfaction. This simple gesture sent waves of excitement among the boys who were watching her. What? The goddess actually smiled. Shang Yinyan seemed to realize her actions had attracted far too much attention. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly left the scene. Although this incident was merely a minor episode, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Soon, word spread that the person Shang Yinyan was waiting for was Chen Feng. Chen Feng, the one from room 408 in building 5? What on earth is going on? How did he catch Shang Yinyan's eye? At that moment, everyone was abuzz with speculation about Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Shen Qin, who had just returned from shopping with her roommates, was taken aback upon hearing the gossip. Chen Feng, Shang Yinyan. Oh, so they really are involved. Though she had broken up with Chen Feng, it is a natural inclination for people to feel unsettled when others appear to be thriving, especially exes. After a breakup, one can date anew, but one must never find someone more attractive than oneself. Shen Qin was experiencing just such feelings. Qiner, your ex-boyfriend is so poor. How could Shang Yinyan, one of the four beauties, possibly be interested in him? Her roommate, Wang Yaoyao, voiced her confusion. The two had gone shopping to celebrate Shen Qin securing a new boyfriend. Wang Hai was a company executive who could not only help arrange work for Shen Qin, but also boasted an annual income nearing $1 million with bonuses and commissions, far superior to Chen Feng. How should I know what she is thinking? Shen Qin felt a whirlwind of emotions. She should have been elated after parting ways with Chen Feng, yet she found herself unable to feel joy. Was it because of that 45 million Pagani? Or perhaps due to the 2.4 million Porsche he gifted to Shang Yinyan? Wang Yaoyao noticed her friend's unusual demeanor and wisely steered the conversation elsewhere. Qiner, you're currently faring the best among us. Not only have you found an internship, but you've also landed a boyfriend with $1 million salary. You've no worries ahead. I can only rely on buying lottery tickets and hope for a windfall. Yao Yao, it's best for you to find a proper internship. Winning the lottery is not as easy as you think. Shen Qin shook her head. Her roommate was always daydreaming about striking it rich. Is it really that simple? She might as well try to catch a wealthy husband. Wang Yaoyao, however, was somewhat unconvinced. You can't deny it. Just yesterday someone won the grand prize. A whopping 90 million. Can you imagine 90 million? I could spend a lifetime and still not exhaust it. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and opened a news article. Look, it's this guy? Even though he's wearing a cap and his face is obscured, you can tell he's quite young. Suddenly, Wang Yaoyao noticed something. Qiner, doesn't this person resemble Chen Feng? Giggling, she added, if I didn't know you're Chen Feng. No, your ex-boyfriend Chen Feng. I might have thought he was the one who won. Him? Shen Qin chuckled and shook her head. In her memory, Chen Feng rarely bought lottery tickets. Even if he did, It was unlikely he would have such extraordinary luck. Cheater. I'm not saying it is Chen Feng. I just mentioned that he bears some resemblance. Fine, I see your point. Shen Qin helplessly took the phone. But as she glimpsed the photo in the news, her body jolted, nearly causing the phone to slip from her grasp. As Chen Feng's former girlfriend, she was acutely aware of his physical features. With just a quick glance, she could confirm that this person was indeed Chen Feng. Oh my god, he won 90 million. No wonder he bought a 45 million Pagani in one go at the foresee dealership. No wonder he gifted 2.4 million for a Porsche to pursue Shang Yinyan. At that moment, Shen Qin's heart felt like a tumultuous sea of emotions. Cheater, what's wrong? You look pale. It's nothing, I just need some time alone. Shen Qin returned the phone to Wang Yao Yao and wandered aimlessly through the campus. She began to question her decisions. Had she made a mistake? Reflecting on their past, Chen Feng didn't seem so terrible after all. He was handsome, loyal in love, mature, and composed. Suddenly, Shen Qin realized she might still have feelings for Chen Feng. Just then, her phone rang. It was Wang Hai. Hi go, what is up? Shen Qin, are you trying to drive me to my grave? You told me Chen Feng had no background? You told me he was broke? And look at this. He not only knows the general manager of Tianbao Group, but he also sold a prime piece of land for a staggering 1 billion. You've ruined me. Wang Hai was furious. If it weren't for Shen Qin's erroneous judgment, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. Hai Gu, you must be joking. I can't believe this. Shen Qin felt as if struck by lightning. What the hell? Who's joking? I've not only lost my salary, but my job too. All thanks to you. Don't bother me again. By the way, your job's gone too. With that, he hung up angrily. Shen Qin's face turned ashen. The successive blows nearly brought her to her knees. Chen Feng has 1 billion? Chapter 14. A prediction video popped up again. Although she found it hard to believe, Wang Hai's words compelled her to accept the truth. What does 1 billion even mean? Even if she spent 100,000 a day, it would take her 27 years to exhaust it. In all of Behu, aside from the top-tier magnates, who could possibly have such wealth? At that moment, Shen Qin was overwhelmed with astonishment. Over the years, she had never imagined that Chen Feng could become a billionaire. She regretted breaking up with him. If it weren't for Wang Hai's seduction, she would never have let Chen Feng go. Yes, it's all Wang Hai's fault. Shen Qin quickly took out her phone, intending to call Chen Feng. She believed he still had feelings for her. Humph. They say a girl chasing a boy is like a layer of gauze. I refuse to believe Shang Yinyan can outshine me. However, when she dialed the number, she was taken aback. Chen Feng had blocked her. Shen Qin was in disbelief. The Chen Feng who used to be at her beck and call had actually blocked her? Chen Feng, you can't escape. I will win you back. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and a smile finally crept across her face. In the dormitory, Chen Feng was finally managing to stabilize his roommate's emotions. His acquaintance with Shang Yinyan had indeed been a mere coincidence. Old 3, now I understand why you weren't heartbroken after your breakup, remarked Old 2, Yang Qi, with envy. But you need to be cautious. Zhao Donglai from the finance department has always pursued Shang Yinyan. Thankfully, he hasn't been around lately. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would definitely cause you trouble. Zhao Donglai. Chen Feng had heard of him. It was said that his family was quite wealthy, a typical rich second generation. He rarely attended classes, merely seeking a degree for prestige. Though I have no connection with Shang Yinyan, if he dares to trouble me, I want to be a pushover. Chen Feng was confident that money could solve most problems. However, his roommates clearly did not share his faith. No connection? Then why is he waiting for you downstairs in the dormitory? They were skeptical. As time passed, everyone busied themselves with their own affairs. At that moment, Chen Feng received a bank text message. Shang Yinyan had transferred 2.4 million to his account. It seemed the system imposed no penalties. It appeared that the money spent on upgrading the system could indeed be recovered. He was overjoyed. Shortly after, a friend request popped up on WeChat with the nickname Yinyan. It was clear it was Shang Yinyan's account. Initially, Chen Feng hesitated to accept it, but after today's events, he recognized her persistent nature. After a moment's thought, he accepted the request. They didn't chat. Perhaps it was merely a way to exchange contact information. After exiting WeChat, a video notification suddenly appeared on his phone. Whoa! Chen Feng was instantly exhilarated. Nowadays, the phone could predict events from 2010 to 2023 with a significant degree of randomness. He wondered what information would be revealed this time. A landslide occurred at Phoenix Mountain in Behu City, resulting in 3 deaths and 4 injuries. Chen Feng watched the footage of the aftermath of the landslide. It was a natural disaster. In the video, injured individuals could be faintly seen, while emergency personnel arrived on the scene, tirelessly attending to the wounded. Phoenix Mountain, Phoenix Mountain. Chen Feng suddenly exclaimed. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity with this mountain, after all this time. It turned out to be the very mountain near his rural home. The villagers simply referred to it by a different name. In fact, Phoenix Mountain could be considered a semi-tourist attraction. Particularly during the summer, some individuals would venture into the mountains to escape the heat and enjoy a holiday. He glanced at the time. The video appeared to have been recorded on August 10, 2020. That is, tomorrow. Wait, isn't that the film stars Su Qingcheng? In the video, Su Qingcheng lay unconscious, her condition uncertain. Chen Feng quickly took out his phone and called his mother. The call was soon connected. Fengzi, are you out of living expenses? Upon hearing his mother's voice, Chen Feng felt a pang of emotion. In the past, every time he called home, it was mostly due to running low on funds. The thought of having used the money painstakingly earned by his parents to support Qin for 3 years filled him with deep remorse. No, Mom. I still have some money, Chen Feng replied with a smile. You and Dad don't need to work too hard at home. I've started earning money and can help alleviate your burden. Who asked you to earn money? Focus on your studies at school. If you have time, find me a daughter-in-law. She chided. You're not getting any younger. You're already 21. Look at the neighbors Xiao Hu. At your age, he is already playing with a child. Listening to his mother's scolding, Chen Feng felt somewhat speechless and quickly shifted the topic. Mom, I'll be coming home tomorrow. Oh, really? I should arrive by morning. By the way, please refrain from going to that mountain behind the village these days. I heard there has been a landslide, and if you see anyone heading up, please remind them. Originally, Chen Feng had planned to buy a house in the city first, and then return home at the end of the month to bring his parents over for a comfortable life. However, after watching the earlier video, he decided to return sooner. He also wanted to warn Su Qingcheng, but since they were strangers, he had no way to contact her, and it was uncertain whether she would believe him. The only solution was to have his mother give her a heads up. Got it. Hearing that her son was coming back, his mother was very pleased. Meanwhile, upon returning to her dormitory, Shang Yinyan was quickly surrounded by her roommates. Yinyan, I heard you're with someone named Chen Feng. Is it true? Everyone is talking about it. What? Shang Yinyan was quite speechless. She regretted her earlier actions and hurriedly explained, don't spread rumors. I only met him for the first time today. I want to find him because he helped me buy a car at the forest shop, and I was returning the money. No way. He had money to buy you a car? Her roommate's expression was quite peculiar. Shang Yinyan paused. Yeah. The total was 2.4 million. Do you know him? I've heard his name before. He has a girlfriend named Qin, who often complains about how poor he is, saying he can't even afford a bag. A lot of girls know about him, but I wouldn't say he is wealthy. Her roommate remarked, skepticism evident. Are you sure you're not lying? I haven't heard those rumors, and I'm not sure what kind of person he truly is. However, he did have 2.4 million. Not to mention, the car he drives is a 45 million Pagani. Chapter 15, You Mustn't Pursue Me. What? The roommate stood up from her chair in shock. Today, a Pagani suddenly appeared at school, and everyone was speculating about who the owner could be. Initially, they thought it belonged to the wealthy second-generation Zhao Donglai. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Chen Feng's. What a surprise. I saw him drive it out of the forest shop today. There is no mistake. Moreover, he just broke up with Qin. Shang Yinyan found it hard to comprehend. Chen Feng seemed quite decent, both in character and appearance, ranking among the top in school. How could someone like Qin fail to cherish him? At that moment, she found herself suddenly more curious about Chen Feng. Oh no, her roommate exclaimed, Yinyan, you're so naive. He just broke up with Qin today and gifted you a luxury car. It's obvious he is trying to woo you. Huh. Shang Yinyan was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't considered that angle at all. Chen Feng had previously claimed that he gifted her a Porsche to provoke his ex-girlfriend, and she had believed him. But now, after her roommate's reminder, she realized the situation might not be so simple. Could he really be trying to pursue me? Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. In the past, if someone had pursued her, she would have been furious. She disliked being entangled with too many people. However, now, inexplicably, she felt no anger whatsoever. Hey, don't say nonsense. What do you mean he gifted me a luxury car? That car was clearly paid for with my own money. Shang Yinyan lightly tapped her finger on her roommate's forehead. Got it. Our Yinyan is a well-known beauty. Not just anyone can win her heart, her roommate teased, sticking out her tongue. Yet, deep down, she wondered if Chen Feng couldn't win Yinyan over. Would she have a chance? Shang Yinyan pondered for a moment, then opened WeChat and sent Chen Feng a message. Chen Feng, you mustn't pursue me, do you hear? As soon as she sent the message, she regretted it. What if it was a misunderstanding? Perhaps he truly bought that Porsche just to provoke his ex-girlfriend. With that thought, Shang Yinyan quickly retracted her message. On the other side, Chen Feng was taken aback by the retracted message. What is this? He couldn't be bothered with it, and tucked his phone into his pocket, lying down on the bed to fall into a deep sleep. The next day, which happened to be Saturday, Chen Feng didn't rise until 9 o'clock. His roommates were still fast asleep, as they typically slept until noon during holidays. After freshening up, he headed directly to the school parking lot. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around the Pagani, snapping photos. Whose car do you think this is? I've been staking out here all day and haven't seen the owner. It must belong to some rich second generation trying to impress girls. I just checked. This car is worth 45 million. Amazing. I didn't expect there to be such wealthy people in our school. As the crowd discussed, they continued to strike poses next to the Pagani, seizing the opportunity to take numerous pictures to flaunt later. Among those taking photos, the majority were girls. Chen Feng, among the crowd, seemed to spot a familiar face. Wang Yaoyao, Shen Qin's roommate, had been waiting for 20 minutes beside the crowd, who were incessantly taking photographs, showing no signs of leaving. Chen Feng couldn't help but frown. He needed to return home today. He had no time to squander here. Make way, he asserted, pushing through the throng and striding towards the Pagani. At that moment, Wang Yaoyao was poised to sit on the engine hood, striking a rather ostentatious pose. Upon noticing Chen Feng approaching, she felt infuriated. What do you mean make way? This isn't your car, so stop pretending. Chen Feng was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. He simply shoved her aside, opened the car door, and took a seat in the Pagani. You dare to push me? Before Wang Yaoyao could finish her retort, Chen Feng abruptly slammed on the gas pedal, and the Pagani shot out, leaving a cloud of exhaust in its wake. Wang Yaoyao was left dumbfounded. Was this truly his car? How could it be? This was Chen Feng, Shen Qin's ex-boyfriend. How could he possibly afford a multi-million-dollar Pagani? Her mind short-circuited, unable to process the reality. Oh my, this person is truly amusing. Not only is he using someone else's car for photos, but he also expects the owner to vacate. Indeed, just moments ago, she had intended to perch herself on the hood. Could a Pagani just be treated so casually? What if she damaged it? Even selling her wouldn't cover the costs. As she noticed the mocking expressions from those around her, Wang Yaoyao's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly exited the parking lot. How embarrassing. Turning the corner, she pulled out her phone and called Shen Qin. Qiner, where are you now? I'm in the countryside, Shen Qin replied hesitantly. Wang Yaoyao, oblivious to the detail, quickly exclaimed, I have to tell you something. I just saw Chen Feng driving a Pagani. My goodness, I've heard that car costs over 45 million. Is it truly his? It is. Shen Qin did not deny it. I saw him buy it outright yesterday. Wow, really? Wang Yaoyao was instantly astonished. A thought flashing through her mind. Qiner, didn't you break up with him? Can I? Don't even think about it. Shen Qin's voice turned stern. Who said I broke up with him? You are not to entertain any notions about him. He is mine. Not talking to you anymore. I'm busy. As the call ended, Wang Yaoyao pouted. Chen Feng, unaware of their conversation, drove the Pagani to a boutique and purchased a new outfit. It wasn't expensive. The entire ensemble cost just a few thousand yuan. His circumstances had changed, necessitating a more polished appearance, yet there was no need for excessive extravagance. Beep. Detected host's physical deficiencies. Do you wish to exchange for a perfect physique? What is going on? Chen Feng had always believed his physique was quite commendable. While not the most handsome in school, he was certainly appealing. How was it that the system now deemed him flawed? He felt as though he was being criticized by the system. He wondered how many system points this would cost him. Frustratingly, each exchange was not transparent. Exchange. Congratulations. Host has exchanged for the perfect physique skill, deducting 5 system points. Current system points remaining, 55. The perfect physique skill is now in the backpack. Ready for immediate use. Only 5 points were deducted, which Chen Feng found acceptable. As he selected the perfect physique skill option, he experienced a subtle transformation. His slight nearsightedness vanished entirely, and all extraneous fat dissipated. Hastily, he checked himself in the mirror and gasped. His face had slightly altered, with sharper contours. He looked like a quintessential male model. With this new outfit, his aura was even more refined. A makeover for merely 5 system points. What a bargain. Chen Feng felt invigorated. Chapter 16. Does the nurse wish to flirt with me? As he exited the fitting room, the attendant was momentarily mesmerized, taken aback by his transformation. Goodness. How can a new outfit change someone so dramatically? She had encountered many customers, but none had ever managed to wear a few thousand yuan worth of clothing with such a multi-million yuan aura. Sir, may I have your contact information? If there are any issues with the clothing, you can reach out to me anytime. The attendant, harboring a small interest, was eager to obtain Chen Feng's number. No need. Chen Feng replied with a faint smile, driving away nonchalantly. His hometown was in a village beneath Shiqiao town, a mere 40-minute drive from the city. It wasn't too far. But the rural roads were in poor condition, and the Pagani's low clearance hindered his speed. Luxury cars like the Pagani were rare in Behu City, and even more so in the town, attracting numerous onlookers. Some even took out their phones to snap pictures. At that moment, Chen Feng received a call from his mother. Hello, Fengzi, where are you now? I'm in the town. I'll be home in 10 minutes. Actually, don't go home just yet. Your father and I are at Huaxing Hospital in town. Could you come here? What? Before Chen Feng could inquire further, the call ended abruptly. What is happening? He recalled a prediction video from yesterday mentioning a landslide at Phoenix Mountain in the village. Could his parents be injured? But he had warned them just yesterday. Chen Feng's heart raced with anxiety as he accelerated towards Huaxing Hospital. About 5 minutes later, he arrived at the hospital, which was noticeably smaller and equipped with older facilities compared to the city hospitals. "Nurse, could you tell me which ward Qingguolin is in? I'll check." The nurse began searching for the room number, but upon lifting her gaze, she was struck by Chen Feng's handsome face. Her cheeks flushed slightly. I can take you there." "Sure." Under the nurse's guidance, Chen Feng arrived at the ward. His father was seated on the bed with bandages wrapped around his leg, indicating an injury, but he appeared to be in stable condition. His mother sat beside him, perfectly unharmed. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The nurse reassured him. "Don't worry, your father only has superficial injuries. A couple of days of rest will suffice. He doesn't need to be hospitalized." Thank you. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude swiftly. The nurse laughed lightly. "If you really want to thank me, a meal sometime would be more fitting." Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. Were nurses this forward these days? "Just kidding. I'm off now." As the nurse departed, his mother adopted a stern expression. With a hint of displeasure, she remarked, "You little rascal, I asked you to find a daughter-in-law, not a whole entourage. What was that nurse about just now?" Chen Feng was equally bewildered. "I swear I did nothing." His mother, visibly irritated, retorted, "Do you think I'm blind? That nurse obviously had a crush on you. You already have a girlfriend. Why are you flirting with others? Don't waste her time." Chen Feng was utterly speechless. He had done nothing wrong. After all, it was simply his good looks that prompted her to engage him in conversation. It dawned on his mother that her son seemed different from before. He genuinely appeared more handsome. But wait, Chen Feng suddenly realized, when did I ever say I had a girlfriend? During his past relationship with Xinqin, he had never mentioned it to his family. Now that they had broken up, it was as if he had never dated at all. His mother's earlier comment carried significant weight. At that moment, his father, lying on the hospital bed, furrowed his brow and said, "Didn't you mention that there might be a landslide on the mountain in our village yesterday? Your mother and I have been keeping that in mind. We warned everyone going up the mountain. This morning, indeed, there was a problem with the southern slope, but thankfully, we informed the climbers in advance. The situation wasn't too dire. A few people suffered minor injuries." He took a sip of water and continued, "I gathered some villagers to assist with the rescue, and that is how I injured my leg. It's just a scrape." His mother was less than pleased and scolded him. "Just a scrape? You were lucky. If it hadn't been for luck, you might have lost that leg. What happened next?" Chen Feng inquired impatiently, though he felt relieved. As it seemed, the celebrity Su Qingcheng was not gravely harmed, just a minor injury, it appeared. His mother responded, "The injured were brought to this hospital for treatment. And your father's injury was minor. He hadn't planned on coming to the hospital. Then a girl appeared out of nowhere, claiming to be your girlfriend, and insisted on bringing him here. Mom, do you believe everything you hear?" Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Thankfully, the young woman merely intended for his father to visit the hospital. If she had been scheming to con them, who knows what could have happened? "How could I not believe it?" His mother retorted angrily. "She even brought a photo. Your couple's picture. You find a girlfriend, yet don't tell your family. And you let her come here, all alone." No sooner had she finished than a figure slipped through the doorway. A smile immediately graced his mother's face. "Qin, come here and sit." "Auntie," Xinqin said, hurrying over with a kettle of boiling water. Upon seeing Chen Feng, she instinctively averted her gaze, seemingly unable to meet his eyes. Chen Feng's expression darkened. Had it not been for his parents' feelings, he might have thrown her out on the spot. How shameless. She clearly saw that he was now doing well, yet she sought his forgiveness by currying favor with his parents. It was a clever but underhanded move to sneak here. Had he not returned, she might have won them over. Unfortunately, fate had intervened. "Uncle, Auntie, since Chen Feng is back, I'll take my leave," Xinqin said, still feeling somewhat uneasy, unable to face him. His mother, however, was unwilling to let her go, suggesting, "Why don't we all have dinner together before you leave? It's not easy to come such a long way. That would be inappropriate." Xinqin instinctively glanced at Chen Feng, her meaning clear. Chen Feng was not about to grant her wish. "Mom, she needs to return to school for her classes. We can't delay her studies. If she doesn't leave soon, she might miss her ride." His mother, seeing no other option, relented. "Feng, why don't you see Xinqin off?" At his parents' insistence, Chen Feng reluctantly escorted Xinqin to the hospital entrance. Chapter 17, Regretful Xinqin. At the hospital entrance, Chen Feng coldly stated, "From now on, do not disturb my parents again, nor claim to anyone that we are still together. We have broken up. Do not make me look down on you." "Chen Feng, let us get back together," Xinqin pleaded, grasping his arm with desperation. "I was wrong. I truly regret our breakup. It was all Wang Hai's fault. If he hadn't seduced me, we wouldn't have parted ways. Let us reconcile. And I promise to treat you well from now on. We'll marry after graduation." Since Wang Hai lost his job, she had no alternative left. Her only hope lay in winning back Chen Feng's forgiveness to achieve the life she desired. Reconcile? Chen Feng forcefully shook her off, sneering, "Do you think I'm unaware? If I didn't have money, if I weren't driving this Pagani, would you still shamelessly want to get back together? No, that's not it." Shin Qin shook her head vigorously. "Do you think I'm foolish?" Chen Feng grew increasingly indifferent. "How did I treat you? My monthly allowance was nearly all spent on you. Your phone, your clothes, everything was purchased by me. And you thought you could just find a wealthy man and cast me aside. Now you want to reconcile? You're dreaming. From this moment forward, I, Chen Feng, am a being you will never be able to reach." Shin Qin was left speechless, unable to formulate a retort. Indeed, he now had a fortune of 10 billion, was handsome, and drove a luxury car. What did she have? Watching Chen Feng's retreating figure, she collapsed to the ground. One misstep led to another. Back in the hospital room, Chen Feng recounted the events between them to his parents. His mother was astonished. "Are you saying Shin Qin broke up with you to be with a corporate executive? Then why does she want to reconcile now?" "Because your son is now wealthy," Chen Feng replied, plopping down into a chair. "Mom, Dad, there is something else we need to discuss. I won 9 million in the lottery a couple of days ago. You don't need to farm anymore. Come live with me in the city. I'll buy you a house there." "What?" His parents were momentarily stunned, clearly skeptical of his claim. His mother, frowning, pointed at his head. "Are you daydreaming? Do you really think winning the lottery is that easy? And besides, your father and I can still earn some money by farming. If we move to the city, how will we make a living? No, I really have money." Chen Feng knew that no matter what he said, they would not believe him. After all, such a windfall was something most people would never encounter. He hastily retrieved his mobile phone and logged into his bank account. "Behold, this is the sum currently in my account," he declared. "Not only have I won 90 million, but 3 years ago, I borrowed money to purchase a plot of land, and now, upon reselling it, I have profited a staggering 1 billion. Curiously, my mother took the phone and meticulously counted the numbers displayed in the account. Throughout their lives, they had only ever encountered a maximum of a few 100,000. Assets exceeding 100 million were entirely foreign to them. After a prolonged effort, she seemed unable to tally the figures accurately. She then handed the phone to my father, urging, "You count it too. The numbers are simply overwhelming. Could it be a forgery? Not likely. This is the official account from the bank." My father responded as he took the phone. He counted the amount repeatedly, 10 times in fact, before finally confirming the total, 1,270 million. His hands trembled as a profound gravity settled over him. "Fengzi, where did this money come from?" "Rest assured," Chen Feng asserted confidently, "all of this can be verified. Your son is, after all, a university student. How could I possibly be involved in any illicit activities? Such a fortune." My mother gasped, her mind struggling to grasp the magnitude of the figure. To her, it was merely an abstract number, far beyond her comprehension. In truth, it was an unfathomable amount, one that they could never hope to earn through a lifetime of farming. My father eventually regained his composure, though he maintained an outward semblance of calm, while internally he was overwhelmed with excitement. "Indeed, if our son has achieved such wealth, what need have we for the fields?" He abruptly leaped from the bed, disregarding the injury on his leg. My mother shot him a stern look. "Where are you off to?" "I'm heading home to chat with old Chun from the village," my father replied as he hurriedly put on his shoes. That old coot flaunts his son's accomplishments daily, buying cars today, houses tomorrow, and getting married the day after. It's enough to make me feel ill. All right, what's there to boast about?" My mother rolled her eyes in exasperation. She then turned to Chen Feng, saying, "Your father and I want to be going to the city. We've grown accustomed to rural life. We are used to this way of living. If we go to the city, we want to even know anyone. It would take some getting used to." "Fine," Chen Feng conceded, feeling somewhat helpless. Since his parents were reluctant to go, he did not wish to pressure them. After all, they had spent decades in the countryside, forming bonds with their neighbors and adapting to their surroundings. It would be challenging to adjust to a new environment. Let us set that aside for now. Dad should be able to be discharged from the hospital. I'll go settle the bill, and then we can head home. Upon arriving at the hospital's payment counter, Chen Feng discovered that his father's injuries were merely superficial. The total medical expenses amounted to only 500 yuan. As he passed the consultation desk, he spotted a nurse named Cheng Shuang. After a moment's thought, he approached her with a calm demeanor. "Miss Cheng, may I inquire about something?" "Certainly," Cheng Shuang replied cheerfully, though her expression shifted slightly when he addressed her formally. "Just call me Shuang. My colleagues do." "Shuang, was there a celebrity named Su Qingcheng among the victims of the landslide this morning? How is her condition?" Chen Feng asked, curiosity piqued. He wondered why, despite his involvement, he had yet to receive any rewards from the system. Was it possible that indirect contributions were not counted? After all, the information had been relayed through his parents. If it were not counted, it would be a considerable loss. "Shoo!" Chen Feng quickly placed a finger over his lips, glancing around to ensure their conversation was not overheard. Once satisfied, she lowered her voice. You must keep your voice down. If others find out, it could spell trouble. What do you mean? Chen Feng asked, slightly taken aback. What do you think? Chen Feng said somewhat exasperatedly. Su Qingqing is a star. The elderly in Phoenix Mountain might not recognize her, but the young people at the hospital certainly do. If her whereabouts were leaked, those fans would swarm the place. Chen Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. He realized that many medical personnel had indeed witnessed her arrival this morning. Observing Chen Feng's anxious demeanor, he offered a faint smile and chose not to comment further. Chapter 18. Shall I give it a try? Chen Feng attempted to keep her voice low, though her excitement was palpable. You care so much about her. You must be a fan of Su Qingqing, right? I am too. Isn't that so? While Chen Feng verbally agreed, inwardly he scoffed. You're a genuine fan. I'm merely here to rack up points in the system. You have no idea how dangerous the landslide at Phoenix Mountain was this morning. Fortunately, Su Qingqing was only on the periphery, sustaining minor injuries, just a slight leg fracture. Our director is personally overseeing her treatment. She should be fine, Chen Feng reassured him, recalling the tense atmosphere of the incident with a hint of fear. In truth, the scale of the landslide had been relatively small, and Chen Feng's parents had warned those ascending the mountain, allowing them to avoid calamity. Thank goodness, Chen Feng nodded, regardless of whether he received any rewards. Saving lives was a gratifying outcome. Thank you. I must take my leave now. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Chen Feng's face. Gazing at his handsome visage, she felt an urge to muster the courage to ask for his contact information, yet the words eluded her. At that moment, a nurse rushed over. Shuang. Has the director returned? Not yet. Isn't he at a meeting in the city? Chen Feng replied, noticing the nurse's anxious expression. She couldn't help but ask. What's the matter? Oh no. It's Su Qingqing. She's in trouble. The nurse exclaimed, pacing back and forth. Chen Feng, who was on the verge of leaving, halted abruptly, listening intently to their conversation. Chen Feng was equally taken aback. Isn't Su Qingqing only suffering from minor injuries? How could she be in trouble? The injuries themselves are fine. Deputy Director Peng has already treated them, the nurse explained urgently. The critical issue is that she experienced an acute appendicitis attack 10 minutes ago. We've administered in 4, but it's ineffective. She must undergo surgery immediately. Then let us proceed with the surgery. Even though Chen Feng was a nurse, she understood the urgency of the situation. While the town's hospital was not particularly large and lacked advanced facilities, an appendectomy was considered a minor procedure. After all, Deputy Director Peng could perform it without issue. However, the nurse shook her head. Although our hospital may be lacking, we can handle a routine appendectomy without a problem. But Su Qingqing is different. She is a star, and if her wound is not treated properly, leaving a scar on her abdomen, it would have a significant impact on her. Indeed, Chen Feng suddenly realized. Given Deputy Director Peng's clinical experience, it would be challenging to minimize the surgical incision. After all, the hospital typically treats ordinary citizens. For the common people, who doesn't carry a few scars on their bodies? The nurse continued, Deputy Director Peng has already contacted the hospital director, who has sought an expert from the city and is on his way back. However, we have no idea when he will arrive. What to do? Chen Feng felt anxious at that moment. She stamped her foot and quickly made a call. Master Wang, how long until the director arrives? Another half an hour? Chen Feng was frantic upon hearing the response. That's far too long. They simply cannot wait that long. Wouldn't Su Qingqing be in unbearable pain? With no other option, they could only let Deputy Director Peng perform the surgery. At that moment, they couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for Su Qingqing. Deputy Director Peng typically makes large incisions during surgery, and although later care can help fade the scar, the results are not as effective as one might hope. The ideal solution would be to expertly control the incision to the smallest possible size during the procedure. The entertainment industry today is fiercely competitive. If Su Qingqing were to be left with a conspicuous scar on her abdomen, such a visual flaw could lead to a significant loss of fans and even gradually affect her future prospects. After all, the current entertainment industry is not only an era relying on acting skills, but also on appearance and physique. All right, I will inform Deputy Director Peng to proceed with the surgery. The nurse sighed, preparing to leave when, not far away, Chen Feng suddenly furrowed his brow. The system's reward had yet to appear. Could it be because he had not interacted with Su Qingqing, which essentially meant he had not participated in this matter? According to the system's nature, if he were to perform the surgery, he should be able to exchange for a medical license and medical skills, right? He hesitated for a moment and said, how about I give it a try? What? Chen Feng and the others looked over in unison. Are you a doctor? Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Although he was not a doctor, Surely he could handle this surgery, right? After all, he had the system to exchange skills. Su Qingcheng was a film star, and this surgery was no trifling matter. Cheng Shuangshuang's expression turned grave as she warned, if you are not a doctor, it would be best not to interfere. It could lead to trouble if something goes wrong. She did not take Chen Feng's words to heart. After all, not just anyone could step onto the operating table. Not to mention that Chen Feng was not a doctor, even if he were. Who would dare to use him without the hospital's consent and approval? I will have my medical license soon. Just take me to see your director, Chen Feng declared, pulling her towards the operating room without hesitation. Hey, don't act recklessly. Cheng Shuangshuang was somewhat flustered. She was uncertain whether to trust his words. Although he was handsome, he seemed rather unreliable. Soon, they arrived outside the operating room. Deputy Director Peng was a man in his 30s, and he was among the most skilled surgeons in this hospital. Seeing Cheng Shuangshuang and the nurse approaching, he quickly inquired, what is the situation? When will the director arrive? In half an hour. Cheng Shuangshuang lowered her head, gathering her courage after a long pause before continuing. Deputy Director Peng, it seems the director can't wait any longer. This gentleman, Mr. Chen, just said he can perform the surgery. Peng Wenchao turned to look at Chen Feng beside him. Who are you? Which hospital do you work for? Do you have surgical experience? He immediately bombarded him with a series of questions. There was no choice. Chen Feng looked far too young to be a surgeon. Even Cheng Shuangshuang's face flushed crimson, nearly burying her head in her collar. She discreetly glanced at Chen Feng, who appeared unfazed, maintaining an air of calm. I don't work for any hospital, but that's not the point. The important thing is, I have a medical license, and I can perform Su Qingqing's surgery. Upon hearing Chen Feng's response, Peng Wenchao was momentarily speechless. Not working at a hospital? Merely possessing a medical license? Cheng Shuangshuang's expression changed dramatically. It's over. Indeed. The next moment, Peng Wenchao erupted in fury. What nonsense. Just because you have a medical license means you can perform surgery? Do you have clinical experience? Do you think this is a joke? This is a hospital. Chapter 19, Panic Within. I know this is a hospital, and I am well aware that the patient is a major star, Chen Feng retorted, feeling exasperated. If it weren't for the system rewards, I wouldn't want to involve myself in this at all. He composed himself and said, Deputy Director Peng, let me ask you a few questions. Are you confident in this surgery? I mean in terms of handling the scar. Peng Wenchao was momentarily taken aback. If he were confident, he wouldn't be in such a frantic state. After all, this was a small town, and the medical skills of the doctors were limited. The equipment and medical environment were not up to par. Chen Feng smiled and asked again, since you lack confidence in minimizing the surgical incision and the director won't be able to arrive in time. Here's the question. If your surgery leaves an unsightly scar on Su Qingqing, do you think her fans won't come after you? Damn. Peng Wenchao's lips twitched. Although Su Qingqing was not a top-tier star, she still had a considerable fan base. If what Chen Feng said came to pass, he would likely be torn apart by those fans. Chen Feng continued, in that case, it would be better to let me give it a try. You are not a doctor at our hospital. Sigh. Chen Feng sighed. If there were a patient in critical condition whom you could not save, but I could, would you just watch the patient die because I'm not a doctor from your hospital? Rules are dead, people are alive. His words struck a chord with Peng Wenchao, making him waver. Chen Feng added, if you're still not reassured, you can accompany me into the operating room. If you find that I can't perform the surgery, you can stop me at any moment. You won't lose anything, will you? No way. Peng Wenchao adamantly refused. He didn't even know the other party's background. How could he allow him to enter the operating room? Chen Feng felt somewhat helpless. Damn. After saying so much, the system should have started the exchange by now. Why was there still no response? Just as he was about to give up, a voice suddenly rang out. Beep. The system has detected that the host lacks a medical license and has automatically exchanged one, deducting 5 system points. Chen Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Whenever he found himself lacking in something, the system would always provide it automatically. However, why had the medical skills not yet manifested? At this moment, he could not dwell on such thoughts any longer. He quickly retrieved the medical license from his backpack. Deputy Director Peng, would you mind taking a look at my medical license? Although I have not practiced at your hospital, this does not diminish my capabilities. It is not against the rules. You can take a photo of my license. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility. Peng Wenchao hesitated. After inspecting the medical license in Chen Feng's hand, he confirmed its authenticity. After a long pause, he finally gritted his teeth and said, all right, I will watch over you closely, and should anything go awry, I will step in immediately. Time was of the essence. The surgery must commence without delay. Chen Feng gestured towards Cheng Shuangshuang with a smile. Deputy Director Peng probably wouldn't assist me, so let us have Cheng Shuangshuang join in. Huh. Cheng Shuangshuang looked bewildered. How had she been drawn into this? Yet, she felt a surge of joy. Not every nurse gets the privilege to enter the operating room. For a nurse, the operating room is a treasure trove of knowledge. Peng Wenchao said nothing further and promptly arranged for a surgical gown to be brought to Chen Feng, as he did not want anyone to see Chen Feng's face. The less attention drawn to this situation, the better. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the operating room. At that moment, Su Qingsheng was already lying inside. It must be said that stars are indeed unlike ordinary people. Even dressed in casual attire with minimal makeup, Su Qingsheng remained strikingly beautiful. Her long eyelashes, porcelain-like skin, and cascading hair created an aura of ethereal grace. Yet, her brow was furrowed, indicating that she was in considerable pain. Besides Su Qingsheng, her female assistant anxiously exclaimed, "Doctor, can Qingsheng really undergo surgery? Rest assured, we are professionals. Please step outside," Peng Wenchao reassured her. "Thank you, doctor." Once all unrelated personnel had exited, Peng Wenchao glanced at Su Qingsheng and gestured, "Miss Su, the appendix is located in the lower abdomen. So please I understand," Su Qingsheng replied sweetly. She tied her top into a knot, exposing her smooth abdomen, and then quietly lay on the operating table. The anesthesiologist administered the anesthetic. Chen Feng knew it was now his time to shine. Even Peng Wenchao and Cheng Shuangshuang instinctively stepped aside. As he drew near, Chen Feng was enveloped by a delicate fragrance, causing him to momentarily lose his breath. This was his first close encounter with a female celebrity, and he felt exhilarated. However, his subsequent actions left Peng Wenchao and Cheng Shuangshuang utterly bewildered. What was he doing? Chen Feng, like an inquisitive child, examined the surgical tools on the table as if he were unfamiliar with them. Peng Wenchao struggled to suppress his rising anger. "Are you certain you can perform this surgery?" Cheng Shuangshuang's mouth fell agape, her expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Oh my heavens! Doesn't he even recognize the surgical instruments? Just moments ago, he had spoken so confidently that she nearly believed he could indeed perform the surgery. This was nothing short of a disaster. She discreetly tugged at Chen Feng's sleeve and whispered, "Dr. Chen, that's a pair of tweezers. Can we begin?" "Huh, haha, I know it's tweezers." Chen Feng replied with an outward calmness, while internally, he was in a state of panic. Begin? He didn't know anything. Based on previous experiences, Chen Feng had assumed that in specific situations, the system would automatically grant him the necessary skills, just as it had when he first acquired a car and the system provided him with master-level driving skills. Hence, he believed he could confidently assert that he could perform surgery. Oh no, this is a disaster. Chen Feng scolded the system internally, which had only exchanged a medical license but failed to provide surgical skills. No, I must put on a facade. Even if I don't know how, I must at least pretend. He meticulously inspected the surgical instruments, as if genuinely preparing for the procedure. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out again. Beep. The system has detected that the host lacks surgical skills. Would you like to exchange? Here it comes. Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. If it didn't come soon, he would be in deep trouble. Exchange. Congratulations, the host has exchanged for perfect level surgical skills, deducting 10 system points. Current remaining system points, 45. Perfect level surgical skills are now in the backpack and can be used at any time. Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The perfect level surgical skills were the highest tier among various surgical procedures, allowing him to perform virtually all surgeries. Just imagine, if complex surgeries posed no challenge. Simple procedures would be a breeze. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he quickly accessed his backpack. He instantly mastered the perfect level surgical skills. Not only that, but the system also gifted him various fundamental skills related to surgery, each at a perfect level. At that moment, Su Qingsheng, lying on the operating table, furrowed her brows. 5 minutes had passed. Why hadn't they begun yet? Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Doctor, when will we start?" No sooner had she spoken than a finger pressed against her abdomen. Peng Wenchao, unable to contain his impatience, was just about to dismiss Chen Feng and take over the surgery when he suddenly halted. This was because Chen Feng's finger was pressing precisely at the incision site. The anesthetic had already been administered. Making an incision at this location, he could then locate the appendix, excise it, and suture the wound. The steps were few, as it was merely a minor operation that could be completed in half an hour. Though unsure of Chen Feng's skills, Peng Wenchao thought he must possess some knowledge. However, what happened next left everyone in shock. Chen Feng did not make the incision at that location. Instead, he shifted his hand down by half an inch. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What on earth was he attempting to do? Chapter 20, A Display of Skills. Peng Wenchao was just about to offer a warning when Chen Feng had already made the incision. Oh no, if he cut in the wrong place. Wouldn't that mean another incision? 2 incisions could lead to a much larger wound. Peng Wenchao slapped his forehead in exasperation. What a disaster. This fool had been so boastful about his skills before the surgery. He was pulling my leg. With such technique, I might as well have taken the lead myself. The anger within him was palpable. He cast a fierce glare at Cheng Shuangshuang beside him. If it weren't for this girl, they wouldn't be in such a predicament now. The incision was far too imprecise and the size was inadequate. With this approach, locating the appendix would be nearly impossible. Peng Wenchao's face darkened as he quietly reminded. If it weren't for the concern of affecting Su Qingqing's emotions, I would have thrown Chen Feng out of the operating room by now. Make another incision along this path to locate the appendix. Peng Wenchao had no choice but to guide him personally. Seeing Chen Feng remain motionless, he shook his head in resignation. Never mind, step aside, I'll handle it myself. Regret surged within him. The correct procedure should have been to first ascertain a general location with one incision, then gradually pinpoint the exact position of the appendix. Now, it seemed they would need 2 incisions. Were they aiming for a crucifix here? Chen Feng looked at him with an odd expression. Deputy Director Peng, your heart is truly dark. Clearly, 1 incision would suffice, yet you insist on 2. One might think you harbor a grudge against Su Qingqing. No need. I've already found the location, Chen Feng declared, effortlessly locating the appendix at the incision site. With a swift cut, he excised it. Peng Wenchao was instantly dumbfounded. While the human body structure is generally consistent, pinpointing the appendix within the body at once is no trivial feat. The local hospital lacked advanced precision instruments and had to rely solely on experience. Yet, just now, Chen Feng seemed to possess X-ray vision, immediately identifying the precise location. Moreover, the incision he made was half the usual size. The smaller the wound, the easier the recovery. This kid, Peng Wenchao, was immensely shocked. Such skill was unparalleled in the entire hospital. The incision was flawless, neither more nor less. Cheng Shuang, while passing surgical tools, gazed at Chen Feng in admiration. She had witnessed Peng Wenchao perform surgeries, as well as other doctors, yet none had exhibited precision like Chen Feng. During the subsequent suturing of the wound, Chen Feng showcased his skills with remarkable finesse. Though suturing may seem straightforward, achieving it without leaving a scar is exceedingly challenging. Each stitch he placed appeared immaculate. It seemed impossible to replicate such results elsewhere. What was merely a suturing operation transformed into an art exhibition in his hands. 5 minutes later, the suturing was complete. Deputy Director Peng was rendered numb. He had to concede that Chen Feng's surgical experience was exceptional. Throughout the entire process, every step was executed flawlessly, leaving no room for criticism. Particularly the suturing. If one didn't scrutinize closely, it would be hard to imagine that this area had undergone surgery. It was simply perfect. With proper post-operative care, the scar could be entirely eliminated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in the completion of the landslide video task. Reward: 5 system points. Current remaining system points: 50. Upon hearing this notification, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that one must engage with the individuals or events depicted in the predictive video to trigger rewards. Although 5 system points were not substantial, every bit counts. Ding! Due to the host's participation in completing the video task, the system's predictive time has changed, currently forecasting the time as 2005 to 2023. The timeline had shifted once more. Chen Feng suddenly felt as though this system was extending time into the past. Was it planning something? What if the predictive time reached the era of Qin Shi Huang? Wouldn't that allow him to uncover where the treasures of Qin Shi Huang were hidden? He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Casting another glance at Su Qingqing on the operating table, he silently exited the operating room. Soon, he arrived at his parents' hospital room. Fengzi, have the procedures been completed? Yes. We're going home. Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. After gathering his parents' belongings, he gestured towards the car at the hospital entrance. Mom and Dad. My car only has 2 seats. Shall I make 2 trips? Who wants to come with me first? His father eyed the sleek car and remarked. That car must be quite expensive, right? Not too bad, just a few million. His father's lip twitched at the casualness of that just. Without further ado, he hopped in. All right. I'll head back first. Son, I heard that this car can open its roof, right? Drive slowly when we get to the village, then open the roof. I want to show off to old Chen. Sure thing. Chen Feng chuckled. Showing off? Who couldn't do that? His mother rolled her eyes. The 2 men truly were cut from the same cloth. Meanwhile, as Peng Wenchao and Cheng Shuang exited the operating room, they found no trace of Chen Feng. Cheng Shuang searched high and low, but to no avail. At that moment, the dean, accompanied by city experts, arrived at the hospital. Upon hearing that the surgery had been completed, his expression changed dramatically. Quick, take me to see Miss Su. The group hurried to the ward. Peng Wenchao was just finishing up the paperwork for Su Qingqing. Upon seeing the dean return, he quickly stated, Dean, the surgery has been completed and was highly successful. Highly successful? The dean inwardly cursed. What kind of skills do you think I'm unaware of? A routine surgery might be deemed successful, but the patient here is Su Qingqing. Can it truly be considered successful? He shot Peng Wenchao an icy glare before turning to Su Qingqing at the bedside, softly asking, Miss Su, may I take a look at your wound? Of course, Su Qingqing replied politely, currently residing in a VIP ward, apart from her female assistant. The room was occupied only by a few doctors, so there was no need for pretense. She lifted her shirt, revealing her flat abdomen. Instantly, a scar came into view for everyone present. The dean had prepared himself for the worst, but upon seeing that scar, his mouth fell agape in disbelief. Behind him, the expert Wang Yu was equally astonished. It's exquisite. As a specialist in this field, Wang Yu understood the immense difficulty of restoring a wound to its optimal state. It was evident that this surgery had indeed been extraordinarily successful. Both the incision technique and the suturing were nothing short of perfect. Even I couldn't achieve such a level. Wang Yu composed himself and smiled at the dean. Dean, your hospital is harboring a true talent. With such a person, there is no need for me to intervene. The dean was momentarily taken aback. Could it be Deputy Director Peng? While he was indeed excellent, over the years, he had witnessed Peng Wenchao's skills and had never heard of him being this impressive. Little Peng, were you the lead surgeon for this operation? Ah, yes. I was the lead surgeon. A flicker of panic crossed Peng Wenchao's eyes, but it quickly vanished. The reason you arrived late was that Miss Su's condition couldn't be delayed any longer. Thus, I took the liberty of proceeding with the surgery. Well done. The dean laughed heartily, taken aback by the remarkable proficiency you have developed. Our institution has been in need of a director for quite some time. Strive diligently, and you may still have your opportunity. Thank you, Dean. Peng Wenchao felt a surge of joy within. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, he had secured himself a chance. Dean, I trust there won't be any scars left on my body, will there? Su Qingqing inquired, her large eyes blinking in anticipation. Her greatest concern at the moment was the possibility of future scarring. The dean assured her with utmost sincerity, rest assured, Miss Su, while I cannot guarantee everything, I can assure you that the wounds on your body will undoubtedly leave no scars. We shall assist you with care over the next few days, and in 3 months, the wounds will gradually fade away. At this point, he gestured towards Peng Wenchao with a smile, stating that the success of the surgery was also thanks to Vice Director Peng. Thank you for your hard work, Vice Director Peng. Su Qingqing expressed her gratitude with a gentle smile. Yet, internally, she was filled with confusion. Earlier, in the operating room, although the doctors were clad in surgical attire and their faces obscured, the main surgeon did not appear to be as stout as the one she recalled. Miss Su, there is no need for formality. It is my duty, Peng Wenchao thought with a secretive joy. After all, she is a renowned star. And if he could seize this opportunity to establish a rapport with Su Qingqing, the benefits would be abundant. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they eventually departed the ward. Given that Su Qingqing was a public figure, her whereabouts were known only to the medical staff. No one else was privy to her presence. In the ensuing days, a rumor began to circulate within the hospital. Due to the success of the surgery and Peng Wenchao's exceptional skill, the dean held him in high regard and decided to promote him to director. Although he had not yet received the promotion, his colleagues had already begun to offer their congratulations. Furthermore, it was said that Su Qingqing intended to express her gratitude with a sum of 5 million. Upon hearing this news, Chen Shuangshuang was infuriated. She knew that the successful execution of the surgery was primarily due to Chen Feng's efforts. Yet, now that credit was being claimed by Peng Wenchao. Angrily, she stormed into Peng Wenchao's office, forcefully pushing the door open, and exclaimed, Vice Director Peng, that surgery was clearly performed by Chen Feng. On what grounds do you claim otherwise? Little Cheng, Peng Wenchao's expression shifted, and he swiftly closed the door. Speaking earnestly, this matter is not as simple as you believe. Consider this. Chen Feng possesses merely a medical license. Can he truly be considered a doctor? Does he possess the qualifications to perform surgery? If it is said that the surgery was done by him, it would only bring him trouble. However, Chen Shuangshuang was no naive newcomer. She could see that Peng Wenchao's words were merely a pretext. Yet, you cannot claim his achievements as your own. For Su Qingqing, the person she ought to thank is Chen Feng. Chen Shuangshuang. Peng Wenchao's irritation grew. His countenance darkened significantly as he retorted, Do not forget, I am your superior. Are you no longer interested in your position? If you do not wish to attract trouble, then I suggest you keep quiet. Chen Shuangshuang's heart sank. Indeed, her livelihood depended on Peng Wenchao's goodwill. If he were displeased, he could easily orchestrate her dismissal. Yet, she was deeply unsettled. If I resign, I will certainly inform the dean. Go ahead. Peng Wenchao seemed unfazed, sneering. Do you think the dean would believe your words? After all, I'm the vice director, and my professional capabilities and surgical experience far outweigh your credibility. Chen Shuangshuang found herself at a loss for words. The only witnesses to that surgery were herself and Peng Wenchao. Even Su Qingqing likely did not know who the lead surgeon was. Who would believe her? Observing Peng Wenchao's arrogant demeanor, Chen Shuang shook her head in resignation and quietly exited the office. What choice did she have? She could not afford to lose her job merely to assist Chen Feng. A mere nurse thinks she can contend with me. How naive. Peng Wenchao reveled in his triumph. This surgery brought him both fame and fortune. He would never relinquish it. Huaxing Hospital is a privately contracted establishment where salaries are commission-based. Generally, one does not earn much in a year. However, if Su Qingcheng were to offer 5 million as a token of gratitude, it would represent a sum that he could never hope to earn in a lifetime. The mere thought was exhilarating. At that moment, the dean called, requesting his presence. Peng Wenchao's heart raced. Could it be that Chen Shuang really went to the dean to lodge a complaint? It was impossible not to feel apprehensive, after all. He felt somewhat guilty. Upon arriving at the dean's office, he found expert Wang Yu also present. Dean, is there something you need from me? Little Peng. The dean said with a cheerful smile. Please sit. There are no outsiders here, so do not be so formal. Peng Wenchao took a seat on the opposite sofa. Feeling relieved, the dean's demeanor was amicable, suggesting that his fears were unfounded. After some casual banter, mostly about routine work, essentially trivial chatter, the dean suddenly spoke. Little Peng. We have discussed and decided to hold a seminar this afternoon. The main focus will be to exchange insights on surgical techniques. You have achieved considerable success in this area, and we would like you to lead the discussion, particularly regarding the surgery from this morning. It serves as an excellent case study. Please share your methods and experiences with everyone. Peng Wenchao sprang from his chair in shock. Share? What the hell am I supposed to share? What's wrong? The dean was momentarily taken aback before chuckling, saying there was no need to be anxious. These are merely colleagues from the hospital. Everyone is here to improve their work. By sharing your methods, should they learn from you, not only will the reputation of Huaxing Hospital rise, but your own will be significantly enhanced as well. Expert Wang Yu chimed in with a smile. Director Peng's reputation has already begun to spread throughout the field. Truly, the tides of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Not to mention the matters on the operating table. I find myself outclassed. Furthermore, I have notified the experts from the city. They wish to meet Director Peng. The dean surely wouldn't mind if they joined the seminar this afternoon, would he? Of course not. The dean felt a surge of joy. These were experts from the medical community, and they were willing to come to our small locale. I would be thrilled. That is wonderful. Wang Yu exclaimed eagerly, adding politely, if Director Peng does not mind, there will be a patient coming in this afternoon as well. This patient requires surgery and has specific demands regarding the wound. Originally, I was to be the lead surgeon, but it seems that Director Peng is more suitable. It would be an excellent opportunity for everyone to witness Director Peng's skills in action. Upon hearing this, Peng Wenchao's face turned a ghastly white. Chapter 22, A Catastrophe. What kind of joke is this? With his meager abilities, he was expected to engage in discussions before the city's various experts. The moment he opened his mouth, they would undoubtedly discern his true capabilities. He was bound to expose himself. It was all over. An acute anxiety gripped Peng Wenchao's heart as he sought an excuse to evade this exchange meeting. If it were to proceed, not only would he reveal his inadequacies, but he would also suffer humiliation before everyone. By then, the entire circle would know of this incident. He might even lose his job. Director, I have something to attend to this afternoon. It may not be convenient. Something? The director glanced at the time, furrowing his brow. The experts from the city are almost here. We can forego the exchange meeting, but the surgery must be performed. You will be the lead surgeon. We can observe and learn alongside you. Yes. Wang Yu nodded enthusiastically. Such a splendid opportunity for exchange was too good to miss. My friends will arrive in half an hour, and the patient is already on their way. Shall we meet in the operating room? The exchange meeting is mere formalities. Let us proceed with the surgery. Watching you operate will better showcase Director Peng's prowess. Very well. The director quickly rose. Director Peng, prepare yourself. As soon as the patient arrives, we shall commence the surgery. Peng Wenchao felt utterly helpless. With the conversation having reached this point, how could he refuse? What is the matter? Noticing his immobility, the director grew irritated. What is going on? You performed one successful surgery and received some praise. Now you're acting all high and mighty. Director, I cannot do it. What do you mean you cannot do it? The director's expression darkened, genuinely incensed. It's just a minor surgery. It won't take much of your time. Young Peng, one must learn to be modest. Don't overreach. Peng Wenchao was on the verge of tears, his heart racing with dread. There was no longer any pretense. He hastily said, Director, that surgery wasn't performed by me. I truly cannot do it. Even if you held a knife to my throat, I couldn't perform such a procedure. What on earth is happening? Explain yourself clearly. It's like this. When you were away, there was a person named Chen Feng. As Peng Wenchao recounted the events, the director's ire only intensified. With a resounding slap, he struck Peng Wenchao's face. Peng Wenchao, I never imagined you would engage in such behavior. We are doctors. We are healers. Do you not know what is permissible and what is not? Director, don't call me that. The director was exasperated. If I hadn't asked you, how long did you plan to keep this under wraps? Director, it's merely a small matter. Peng Wenchao lowered his head, speaking cautiously. I can forfeit my position as director. Let the city experts return. Nonsense. I cannot afford to lose face. The director was enraged. Do you think this is merely a trivial matter? If word gets out, our hospital's reputation will be in tatters. Furthermore, Miss Su is offering 5 million to thank Chen Feng. If you accept it, that is tantamount to fraud. Do you realize you could go to prison? The last sentence erupted from the director's lips. What? Peng Wenchao trembled violently. He never expected the situation to be so grave. You will not perform the surgery today. You are to be suspended immediately. We will decide how to handle this after further discussion. With that, the director and Wang Yu stormed out in a huff. Quick, go find Chen Feng. The only way to salvage the hospital's reputation was to locate Chen Feng. He hurried to the ward. Previously, Chen Feng's father had been treated there, so he should be able to find an address and phone number. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had made 2 trips and finally brought his parents home. As he passed through the village, he indeed stirred quite a commotion, drawing a crowd, especially when they saw his father seated prominently. Their astonished expressions could have fit a duck egg. His father basked in the attention. Upon returning home, a small white dog bounded joyfully towards Chen Feng, wagging its tail vigorously. Little White. Chen Feng laughed as he scooped it up. This was a mixed breed dog they kept at home, relatively small in size. In the past, rural families preferred larger dogs primarily for guarding the home. However, in recent years, during the festive season, many thieves had resorted to various means to steal dogs. Eventually, they had no choice but to keep a smaller breed, less conspicuous, making them less appealing to thieves. Seeing Chen Feng playing with the dog, his mother smiled. Fengzi, take a break. Your father and I will kill a chicken to make you a delicious meal. Half an hour later, a sumptuous lunch was finally prepared. Although there were only 3 dishes, it was the most delightful meal Chen Feng had ever had. He then produced a bank card. Mom, since you and Dad are unwilling to come to the city with me, take this card. It has 10 million in it. You can withdraw for daily expenses. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more. That's plenty. His mother quickly tucked the card away. Your father and I don't need much. I'll save the money for your future wife. No need to be so frugal. I lack nothing but money at this point. Chen Feng chuckled. He hadn't given his parents much money, as people of their age were often easily deceived. 1 million was just right for them. In the afternoon, he wandered around the village, initially contemplating selling his childhood home to build a villa. However, the roads in the village were in such disrepair that transporting materials would be quite challenging. We need to fix the roads, Chen Feng thought, heading to the village committee. Oh, isn't this Fengzi? Director Zhang was quite familiar with Chen Feng, given that they hailed from the same village. It was rumored that this fellow was attending university in the city. No one knew what had brought him back. Chen Feng was not one to stand on ceremony. He plopped down casually in a chair. Director Zhang, the roads in our village are impassable. Whenever it rains, it turns into a muddy quagmire. Have you considered paving concrete roads? Easy for you to say. Director Zhang rolled his eyes. Fixing roads doesn't come cheap. It would take at least 3 million to repair our 4 main roads. With the current economic strain, funds are simply not available. Don't even mention 3 million. We can't even secure 30,000. Where's the money going to come from? Are you going to provide it? I will. You will. Director Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Did you just say you'd fund the road repairs for the village? Don't joke with me. I've heard that your parents nearly emptied their savings to send you to college. How much can you offer, 3,000 or 300? As he spoke, he began shooing people away. You, hurry home and stop trying to amuse yourself at my expense. Chapter 23. I'm here to donate money. Chen Feng found himself at a loss for words. I am indeed here to contribute funds. Please, don't rush me, Director Zhang. Haven't you heard that I returned today driving a luxury car? I truly possess wealth. Director Zhang suddenly fell silent. He had heard the morning rumors, initially thinking it was merely a jest among the crowd. Could it truly be factual? However, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, I heard your car is rather cramped and only seats 2. It can't be worth much, perhaps bought for 50,000? Chen Feng's expression darkened. Director Zhang, if you doubt me, provide me with the village's bank account number, and I can promptly transfer the road repair funds. All right, I'm curious to see how much you can transfer. Director Zhang ceased his objections, took out a piece of paper, and wrote down the account number. Chen Feng logged into his mobile banking app. Ever since his bank account had received deposits totaling billions, his daily transfer limit had become virtually limitless, akin to a VIP privilege. In less than a minute, the transfer was complete. Old Zhang, the money has been transferred. Check it. You little rascal, so presumptuous. Director Zhang paid no mind to the informal address and hurriedly checked the account balance. Within the village office, he accessed the computer and logged into the account. The next moment, an exclamation escaped his lips. Heavens! 5 million. He seemed unable to believe his eyes, leaning over the screen to count again and again. Subsequently, he spun around, gazing at Chen Feng as if he were an otherworldly being, disbelief etched on his face. Director Zhang was well aware of Chen Feng's family's economic standing. They were an ordinary rural household. For him to suddenly produce 5 million, had he struck it rich? Realizing this, Director Zhang rushed over, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, Fengzi, have you truly come into wealth? Just made a small investment, earned a little profit. Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. As someone who has emerged from this village, I naturally wish to give back. This 5 million will be entirely dedicated to road repairs. That should be acceptable? Absolutely, absolutely. Director Zhang stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. 5 million was indeed a substantial sum for the village. Look at that. Now that's the demeanor of a wealthy individual. You say the road repairs will only cost 3 million, yet you're offering 5 million. Fengzi, please have a seat. I'll report to the higher-ups immediately and have them come discuss matters with you. You can directly address your needs with them. There's no need for such formality. I trust your capabilities, Director Zhang. Chen Feng replied with serene composure. I have but one stipulation. The village roads must adhere strictly to the standards set. Quality must be assured. The width must be 6 lanes. If funds fall short, let me know. 6 lanes. Director Zhang was taken aback. Typically, rural areas only constructed 2-lane cement roads, and even towns rarely had more than 4 lanes. 6 lanes were quite rare. Chen Feng contemplated for a moment, then transferred another sum. I'll additionally send 300,000, totaling 800,000 for the road repairs. This is just the initial funding. I'll prepare another 20 million for later. Once the funds are exhausted, I will transfer more. Wow. Director Zhang was utterly flabbergasted. Look at him. He makes moves starting in the millions. It's simply extravagant. However, in the next instant, his expression turned solemn. Fengzi, rest assured. This money will be entirely invested in the village's road repairs. We will establish a public bulletin board to disclose all expenses, allowing the villagers to oversee everything. Chen Feng nodded. That was precisely what he desired. Director Zhang, I've heard the rainy season begins next month. Let us aim to commence work within a week. Rest easy, it will be done. Director Zhang politely saw him off, then swiftly reported the matter to his superiors, who took it very seriously and immediately set the wheels in motion. After all, the village boasted a tourist attraction, Phoenix Mountain. Once the roads were repaired, the influx of vehicles would enhance accessibility, and Phoenix Mountain would undoubtedly become a trending hotspot. Perhaps the entire village's economy would flourish as a result. This was truly a significant undertaking. When Chen Feng returned home, he noticed several vehicles parked in the courtyard, indicating visitors had arrived. It puzzled him, as although some relatives had purchased cars, none owned this many. Upon stepping into the yard, he spotted a familiar figure. Chen Shuangshuang. Chen Feng. Chen Shuangshuang cheerfully approached him, her hands clasped behind her back, standing on tiptoe to whisper in his ear, the director and others are here. They heard you performed that surgery and came specifically to visit you. Earlier at the hospital, the director had quickly located Chen Feng's home address, and upon learning that Chen Shuangshuang was somewhat close to him, he brought her along. To visit me? Chen Feng was taken aback. Surely they must have some request. For why would a director come to his home otherwise? At that moment, the director and expert Wang Yu emerged quickly. Mr. Chen, your medical skills are truly remarkable. That surgery was executed flawlessly. We, the older generation, can only admire. The director and others were filled with awe. Although it was merely a straightforward surgery, they gleaned so much from it. A young man barely in his 20s surpassed them, seasoned professionals with decades in the medical field. Wang Yu, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, whom did Mr. Chen learn his skills from? Who is his teacher, if you don't mind sharing? If a student is this proficient, surely the teacher must be a towering figure in the medical community. Chen Feng cast him a peculiar glance. You've misunderstood. I have no teacher. And today's surgery was, in fact, my very first. Uffed. The director and Wang Yu nearly choked, astonished. No teacher? The first surgery? They understood every word. Yet when combined, what did it imply? Mr. Chen, you must be joking. I assure you, I am not jesting. I am still a 4th-year student at Behu University, and this surgery was indeed my first encounter. I realize it was quite abrupt, but the situation was urgent. I hope the director can forgive me. Seeing the sincerity in Chen Feng's expression, the director chose not to dwell on it. After all, he had genuinely helped the hospital overcome a challenge. Nevertheless, he remained profoundly shaken. The manner in which Chen Feng handled that surgery was hardly reminiscent of a novice, let alone someone performing their first operation. Mr. Chen, we are here today to request your assistance. What assistance? Would you be able to perform another surgery for us? Several doctors wish to learn from your experience. Certainly, there is compensation involved, and you may set the price as you see fit. Furthermore, if Mr. Chen is willing to consult at our Huaxing hospital, I can assure you that the position of hospital director will be reserved for you. In terms of remuneration, the annual salary amounts to 500,000. Such a package is certainly impressive, especially in a town, not to mention that the individual in question is a student. Chapter 24. The Ruthlessly Unfeeling Boss. 1. However, Chen Feng shook his head, expressing his disinterest in the consulting position, but suggested that another matter could be discussed. Please, Mr. Chen, go ahead. The director, intrigued, wondered what could be so significant that it eclipsed even a salary of 500,000. Chen Feng smiled lightly and inquired, is Huaxing Hospital for sale? Everyone was taken aback. It was likely the first time they had heard of someone wanting to purchase an entire hospital. Even Cheng Shuang stood agape, her expression one of disbelief. What is going on? Chen Feng continued straightforwardly. I wish to acquire Huaxing Hospital, he stated with calm demeanor. I understand this hospital is privately funded. Perhaps the director could inquire with your proprietor if they would entertain selling it to me? Only then did the director regain his composure. Casting a complex glance at Chen Feng, he cautioned, Mr. Chen, while Huaxing Hospital may not be extensive, acquiring it entirely would necessitate substantial funding. The director gestured toward the Pagani parked outside. Chen Feng smiled nonchalantly, indicating himself with a flourish. Mine, 45 million. Paid in full. Wow. The director immediately fell silent. Moments ago, he had been curious about the luxurious vehicle's owner. No wonder the young man was unimpressed by the 500,000 annual salary. He was indeed a true tycoon. Please hold on. I shall contact the proprietor immediately. The director hastily retrieved his phone and called the owner. He felt a tinge of irony. He had intended to be under Chen Feng's leadership, yet fate had turned him into an employee instead. Shortly thereafter, the director relayed the response. Mr. Chen, our owner is quite interested in the prospect of selling Huaxing Hospital. He is currently en route from the city and should arrive in approximately half an hour. That is acceptable, Chen Feng nodded. As long as the other party was willing to consider it, matters would proceed smoothly. He invited the gathered individuals into the room, where his parents once again served tea to the director and others. Seizing a moment of privacy, his mother pulled Chen Feng aside, chiding him. Why on earth would you buy a hospital? Just because we have money doesn't mean we should spend it frivolously. This expenditure is justified, Chen Feng replied earnestly. Since you and Dad intend to reside in the countryside, illness is inevitable. I thought it prudent to purchase the hospital to ensure your convenience when seeking medical attention. To facilitate medical visits, you would spend such a large sum? His mother shook her head. Though she recognized his good intentions, the expense was undeniably substantial. Chen Feng chuckled. I also neglected to mention that I visited Director Zhang today and donated 8 million for road repairs. Soon, our village will have a spacious 6-lane road, making trips to the hospital much easier. Moreover, this is an investment. Hospitals need to generate income, and we could see several million in revenue annually. Is that so? His mother, not entirely versed in investment matters, conceded that while she supported the road donation, 8 million was quite a lot. You handle your affairs as you see fit. I don't fully understand. Half an hour later, the owner of Huaxing Hospital arrived. He was quite exhilarated upon learning that someone wished to purchase the hospital. As he entered, the director and others promptly stood, introducing him. Mr. Jiang, this is Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is indeed a young and accomplished individual. However, the man's words trailed off, his expression abruptly twisting in shock. What? It's this young fellow, Chen Feng. Chen Feng was equally taken aback. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you were the investor behind Huaxing Hospital. It seems we are quite fated. The individual was none other than Jiang Dawei, the general manager of Tianbao Group. Just yesterday, Chen Feng had sold land number 1 to Tianbao Group for 1 billion. Jiang Dawei did not stand on ceremony, plopping down into a chair, exclaiming, I was wondering who owned that Pagani outside. Turns out it belongs to you. I was initially concerned about funding, but now it seems you possess ample resources. Just don't default on me. The director and others exchanged bewildered glances, sensing a long-standing acquaintance between the two. What was the background of this young man that he was familiar with the owner? Chen Feng chuckled. Mr. Jiang, aren't you the general manager of Tianbao Group? When did you invest in Huaxing Hospital? That was a few years ago. Jiang Dawei waved his hand dismissively. Tianbao Group has been swamped with numerous tasks and has little time to oversee this hospital. We are old acquaintances. Over the years, we invested more than 30 million into this hospital. If you're interested, you can have it for 30 million. Additionally, the land was purchased together back then, so its value isn't substantial. I could throw that in as well. This price was fairly reasonable, even generous. However, Chen Feng shook his head. Old Jiang, business is business, and friendship is friendship. I cannot always let you bear the brunt of the costs. How about I offer you 40 million for the whole package? After all, I'm not short on funds. Jiang Dawei rolled his eyes, muttering, "Look at you, so nonchalant about money. Truly extravagant." The director and others gaped, evidently witnessing someone haggle upwards for the first time. "Fine, 40 million it is," Jiang Dawei conceded, suspecting that Chen Feng was intentionally toying with him. Without further ado, Chen Feng transferred the funds. The paperwork would require a day or two, but there was no rush. At this moment, the director and others were left in a state of bewilderment. From Jiang Dawei's arrival to the completion of the transaction, barely 5 minutes had elapsed. A 40 million investment concluded so swiftly? Wasn't that a tad hasty? However, what intrigued them further was the extent of funds remaining on the card in Chen Feng's possession. What followed would certainly broaden their horizons. Jiang Dawei formally addressed the gathering. "Director, since you are all here, I would like to announce that from this moment forth, Huaxing Hospital belongs to Mr. Chen Feng. He shall henceforth be your sole proprietor." "Understood." The director nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Feng surveyed the group, smiling. "There's no need for alarm. Although the ownership has changed, the hospital will continue to operate as usual. The personnel structure at Huaxing Hospital will remain intact, with you, director, continuing to lead. Additionally, all employees will receive a 50 salary increase." Upon hearing this, the director was ecstatic. This meant that, apart from a change in ownership, the staff would enjoy a significant raise while everything else would remain the same. Even Cheng Shuang was jubilant, exclaiming, "A salary increase." Originally, her salary was a mere 4,000, but it has now risen to 6,000. Over the course of a year, that amounts to more than 70,000. If there are more patients and she takes on extra shifts, she could easily earn around 80 or 90,000 a year. Even some white-collar workers in the city would find it challenging to attain such a substantial income, wouldn't they? Moreover, Chen Feng's subsequent remarks left them utterly astounded. Chapter 25. The Extravagantly Ruthless Boss. 2. "Since I have taken over Huaxing Hospital, there are certain aspects that require adjustment," Chen Feng stated with a furrowed brow. "Firstly, the environment of the hospital is deplorable. This establishment has been around for at least a decade. It necessitates a complete renovation. From the exterior to the outpatient department and the wards, everything must be refurbished to meet the standards of a top-tier hospital. Dean, could you estimate the cost?" "Approximately 15 million for the renovation." The dean inhaled deeply. He could sense that this boss was poised to undertake something monumental. For physicians, everyone prefers to practice in a well-maintained environment. For patients, a pleasant atmosphere signifies cleanliness and hygiene, significantly enhancing their experience. He thought that was the end of it, but it was far from over. Chen Feng continued, "Now, calculate the cost of replacing all the medical equipment at Huaxing Hospital. I require the latest models with the highest precision. How much will that amount to?" Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The prices of medical equipment are not trivial, especially since some are imported, with each piece costing several million. Does he intend to transform this hospital into the most prestigious one in Beihou? "Boss, I need to check on that." The dean, not daring to be careless, quickly made a phone call to inquire about the relevant information. After about 10 minutes, once he had calmed his excited emotions, he finally said, "The equipment alone will require approximately 45 million, bringing the total, including renovation costs, to 60 million. If we factor in the cost of acquiring the hospital, the total expenditure will amount to 100 million. Everyone turned to look at Chen Feng, who appeared unfazed. His expression serene as he replied, "Go back and open a new account for the hospital. Once it's ready, inform me. I'll transfer 100 million over, with the remainder allocated for operational expenses." 100 million. My goodness, this guy is indeed a billionaire. Regarding such an extravagant act, Jiang David beside him was no longer surprised, feeling a mix of admiration and disbelief. This lad is investing 100 million to completely revamp the hospital. Could there be something peculiar at play? He seemed to regret selling the hospital, yet he shook his head. "Xiao Chun, you all continue with your work. I must return to the city. I'll find time to visit Tianbao Group for some tea." "Absolutely," Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. Once the Phoenix Mountain tourist spot becomes popular, it will undoubtedly stimulate the surrounding economy. At that point, Huaxing Hospital, situated in the town center, will see its value multiply. This investment will undoubtedly yield returns. Moreover, with the comprehensive upgrade of the hospital, the services provided by all doctors and nurses will be executed to high standards. They deserve a raise for their increased efforts. After outlining these matters, the dean hesitated before speaking. "Boss, how should we handle the situation with Deputy Director Peng Wenqiao?" Chen Feng had heard about Peng Wenqiao taking credit for his work. With a cold smile, he replied, "Let him go. From now on, the only standard for hiring at Huaxing Hospital will be integrity. A hospital is a place for saving lives. If a doctor lacks good character, this institution is destined for failure. Rest assured, we will strictly screen for integrity. If any young person were to take the helm, the dean would not acquiesce." However, Chen Feng was different. Not only had he earned Jiang David's respect, but he also possessed exceptional medical skills. There was no denying his capabilities. Chen Shuang gazed at Chen Feng with starry eyes. This boss is not only handsome, but also generous. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly recalled something. Aren't you all scheduled for a surgery? Go prepare. I'll be there shortly. Consider this an opportunity for experience exchange. Boss. The hospital is fully prepared and ready for surgery at any time. The dean felt a surge of joy. Beside him, the expert Wang Yu was equally exhilarated. He had gathered his friends to learn from Chen Feng's surgical experience and could finally provide them with an explanation. About 10 minutes later, a group of them rushed to Huaxing Hospital. In the operating room, Chen Feng performed the surgery with utmost seriousness. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 doctors, some being the primary surgeons from Huaxing Hospital, while others had come from the city. These individuals, the eldest among them in their 50s, were seasoned professionals in the field. Yet at this moment, they resembled eager students, occasionally gasping in astonishment. Some even took notes diligently, capturing every detail. Chen Feng demonstrated not only surgical expertise, but also daily diagnostic and analytical skills. Some of his insights illuminated concepts they had previously struggled to grasp. After approximately 40 minutes, the surgery concluded. As Chen Feng exited the operating room, Su Qingqing's assistant approached him. Mr. Chen, may I take a moment of your time? Miss Su would like to speak with you. The news of Chen Feng being the new owner of Huaxing Hospital had privately circulated. Everyone was aware that he had performed the previous surgery on Su Qingqing. She sought him out to express her gratitude to her savior. Of course. Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile. Upon entering the VIP room, a pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. Su Qingqing appeared significantly better. Her previously loose hair, now tied neatly in a ponytail, exuding a professional demeanor. Dr. Chen, thank you so much. Su Qingqing's voice was sweet, resonating pleasantly. She produced a bank card from her pocket and softly said, "This is a token of my appreciation. It contains 10 million. I hope you won't find it lacking. Had it not been for your exceptional skills, I might have been too embarrassed to face anyone again." Initially, she intended to offer 5 million. But upon learning Chen Feng's identity, she felt that amount was insufficient and increased it to 10 million. It was merely a small procedure. Chen Feng chuckled lightly. I truly cannot accept this money. Besides, I am not a licensed doctor. You should be grateful I'm not being charged with practicing medicine illegally. Su Qingqing burst into laughter. If you refuse to accept it, I'll just have to move into your home and stay indefinitely. Upon uttering this, her face flushed, and she sneaked a glance at Chen Feng, only to realize how strikingly handsome he was. With his chiseled features and model-like physique, he was even more attractive than some film stars. She found herself momentarily mesmerized. Noticing Chen Feng's peculiar expression, she quickly shifted the topic. In truth, this sum of money is not merely a gesture of gratitude for your surgery. Had it not been for the timely warning I received about the morning landslide, I would not have escaped that peril unscathed. Subsequently, I inquired about the individual who alerted me, and it turned out to be your parents. Thus, this 10 million also serves as a token of appreciation to them. Su Qingqing smiled lightly, remarking that exchanging 10 million for my life seemed quite a bargain. Very well. I shall accept it for now. With matters laid bare, Chen Feng felt compelled to accept. Suddenly, Su Qingqing extended her hand, saying, "Let us introduce ourselves anew. I am Su Qingqing, an actress." Chapter 26. A Surge in Worth, the Invisible Tycoon. Chen Feng, a senior at Behu University. As he grasped her delicate hand, reminiscent of a willow, a wave of emotions washed over him. Previously, he could only admire such stars from afar on television. Now he found himself in close proximity, even able to hold her hand. What a delightful twist of fate. A senior? Su Qingqing paused in surprise. She had not anticipated that the new owner of Huaxing Hospital was, in fact, still a student. How intriguing. This revelation piqued her interest in Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, I have encountered numerous university students, yet none possess your charisma and capabilities. Pray tell, which university student can purchase a hospital worth tens of millions in one breath? Su Qingqing was profoundly impressed. There are indeed individuals capable of such feats, typically the scions of wealthy families. However, having met Chen Feng's parents, who hailed from humble agricultural backgrounds, she realized that his current financial prowess and abilities were entirely his own doing. I am merely fortunate, having made a modest fortune. Chen Feng chuckled heartily. May I request a photo together? Upon hearing Chen Feng's request, Su Qingqing laughed. Of course. Though I'm not wearing any makeup today, so please don't judge me too harshly. Never. Absolutely not. Chen Feng replied, capturing a flurry of shots. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and contact information, Chen Feng took his leave. He casually posted on his social media, stating, "A rather uneventful day," accompanied by the photo with Su Qingqing. The next moment, his post exploded with activity, receiving a plethora of likes and comments. The class group chat was inundated with nearly 100 unread messages. Holy moly, breaking news. Chen Feng actually knows Su Qingqing and has a photo with her. Proof. Come on, Su Qingqing is a top star. How could she possibly know Chen Feng? Exactly. Stars like her are only for our viewing pleasure on screens. A photo? Who are you trying to fool? In the next instant, someone shared a picture. And the group erupted. No way, it truly is Su Qingqing. Indeed, even without makeup, as her fan, I would never mistake her. Chen Feng, what is going on? Come out and explain. Chen Feng, stop lurking. Tell us, what is your relationship with Su Qingqing? The group was buzzing with excitement, tagging Chen Feng repeatedly. He simply smiled to himself, thinking, if only they knew I not only took a photo but also held her hand, they'd surely faint from shock. At that moment, a notification popped up on his phone, revealing a video. On July 15, 2005, Entertainment Investment Company Limited encountered a financial crisis and is selling 55 of its shares, valued at 60 million. After watching the video, Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. Previously, the notifications had only shown events yet to occur, akin to a glimpse into the future. But this time, it was a glimpse into the past. July 2005, 15 years ago. How could one participate? Could it be that I would traverse back in time? Clearly, such a notion was implausible. He then noticed a purchase option appearing beneath the video. No way. He suddenly realized and clicked on Purchase. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing 55 of Entertainment Investment Company Limited. The share contract is being issued. In the next instant, a contract materialized in his hand. The very one he had just bought. Simultaneously, his bank account was debited 60 million. Is it that simple? Chen Feng was bewildered. He had merely wished to test it. Yet it had worked flawlessly. Gazing at the share contract, he couldn't help but smirk. After 15 years, would the company still exist? Should it have collapsed? He would face significant losses. No way. Chen Feng quickly pulled out his phone to research the company. Soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. Entertainment Investment Company Limited was now a publicly listed company, having invested in numerous ventures. Over the years, its total assets had surged to hundreds of billions. As a major shareholder, he was entitled to at least 15 billion. What exhilarating news. With an investment of 60 million, he had gained over 100 billion. Although that sum reflected the company's total assets, it could be converted into cash upon resale. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the video task. Reward, 20 system points. Current remaining system points, 70. Ding. Due to the host's participation in the video task, the system predicts a change in time. The current predicted time is 2000 to 2023. The timeline had shifted once more. Chen Feng had grown accustomed to such occurrences. With each alteration in the timeline, the system's capabilities had expanded. He discovered that system points could not only be used to purchase skills, but also various other items. For instance, the purchase interface for Entertainment Investment Company Limited could also be accessed with sufficient system points. Could he truly acquire without expenditure? His excitement surged. By engaging in more video tasks and accumulating more system points, he could secure any desired item without spending a dime. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Chen Feng? The voice on the line was sweet, likely belonging to a beautiful woman. Chen Feng was puzzled, as he did not recognize the caller, and the number was unfamiliar. Who is this? Mr. Chen. I am the secretary to the president of Entertainment Investment Company Limited. Could you please provide your bank account number? The shareholders' dividends for the first half of the year are about to be distributed. Please check shortly. Her tone was exceedingly respectful. Shareholder dividends? Chen Feng nearly exclaimed in disbelief. This was akin to cash falling from the heavens. He quickly provided his bank account number. It's 2337. Thank you. Please check shortly. Additionally, Mr. Chen, you are the company's largest shareholder. If you have time, please visit the company. Other shareholders wish to meet you. Absolutely. Chen Feng excitedly ended the phone call. Almost simultaneously, he received a text notification from the bank confirming the deposit. 2 billion. A mere 6 months of dividends had amounted to 2 billion. Excluding his investment in Huaxing Hospital, he now had 9 billion and 19 million in his bank account. It seems that the more I spend, the more money I have. Chen Feng felt somewhat speechless. At that moment, the director had already set up the hospital's bank account, and he hurriedly transferred 100 million. In the ensuing time, preparations for a comprehensive renovation of the hospital commenced. The entire process would take approximately 3 months to complete the renovations and replace the medical equipment. However, these matters had been entrusted entirely to the director. Chen Feng merely wished to be an aloof overseer. Chapter 27. The Sensation in Class. After spending 2 days at home, Chen Feng rushed to school early on Monday. He had arranged everything at home, and as for the house where his parents lived, he would wait for the village road to be repaired before planning anew. The Tianbao Group's Jiang David likely had a construction team. He could request a quotation and package the entire project with him. There was no need for the rural house to be overly extravagant. 2 million would suffice. At around 8 o'clock, Chen Feng arrived at school just in time. For fourth-year students. If they secured an internship, they could submit an application to their counselor and would no longer need to attend classes. They would take their exams directly upon graduation. However, those who had not found internships were required to attend classes. Otherwise, they would lose credits and might not even receive their diplomas. At that moment, his roommate Yang Qi called him anxiously. Hey, where the hell are you? Class is about to start. What is the rush? You weren't this eager when chasing after girls. Chen Feng replied, somewhat bemused. He recalled that the morning's class was an open lecture, typically attended jointly with students from other departments. The numbers were considerable, and since the teacher didn't know who was who, it was generally taken lightly. Yang Qi exclaimed, you don't know? This open lecture is with the business management department. It was announced in the class group last week. The business management department is full of beauties. Shang Yinyan is from there? Chen Feng's mouth twitched. No wonder they were so anxious. It turned out they were after girls. I'm on my way. Save me a seat. After parking, he made his way to the classroom. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped inside, he attracted a throng of gazes. The photo he took with Su Qingsheng had caused quite a stir in the class group, leaving everyone curious about their relationship. On the other hand, rumors had circulated about him and Shang Yinyan, one of the 4 campus beauties, just 2 days prior. This revelation astonished many. Some began to whisper among themselves. Who would have thought that Chen Feng from our class could be so charismatic? Not only does he have connections with celebrities, but even Shang Yinyan has fallen for him. Wait, isn't he dating Shinqin from our class? That's old news. Haven't you heard? Shinqin dumped him 2 days ago. The gossiping crowd buzzed with excitement, especially the nosy girls in class who had already unearthed the inside scoop. A girl remarked, glancing at Chen Feng, do you think Chen Feng has had plastic surgery? He seems like a different person, even more handsome. With her observation, the surrounding students quickly realized it was true. Could it be that he really did get cosmetic surgery? Noticing the girl's fervent gazes, Chen Feng hurriedly took a seat that his roommate had saved for him. Hey, where did you get your face done? Did you get a little touch-up? You're way better looking than before. Dai Feng, the oldest among them, couldn't help but pinch Chen Feng's cheek, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Chen Feng grimaced. Damn it, I can never share a shower with this guy. If I drop the soap, it could be dangerous. All right, stop pinching. I've always been this handsome. No need for surgery. Stop bragging. Dai Feng rolled his eyes, glancing around before adding. Just a heads up, your rival has appeared. Rival? What rival? Chen Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. He didn't even have a girlfriend, so where was this rival coming from? Yang Qi frowned and said, haven't you noticed that Shang Yinyan hasn't shown up for class? She never skips these open lectures. It's already late, and she hasn't arrived. She probably won tea come. As for Shang Yinyan, apart from their previous encounter, Chen Feng hadn't paid her much attention. In terms of looks, she was indeed stunning, well-dressed, and exuded a certain allure. Besides her somewhat capricious personality, she had no other significant flaws. Had it been before, he would have sought every opportunity to pursue someone like her. However, since his breakup with Shinqin, Chen Feng's mindset had shifted. He now believed in letting things unfold naturally. After all, if he didn't take the initiative, the girls would come to him. Yes, that was the logic. Yang Qi continued. Zhao Donglai, one of Shang Yinyan's admirers, has been persistently pursuing her these days. I heard he plans to confess to her today. At this, he looked at Chen Feng eagerly. Why aren't you worried? Isn't Shang Yinyan your girl? Don't be ridiculous. Chen Feng retorted, his expression darkening. I am me. And she is her. What do you mean she is my girl? Wasn't she looking for you the other day at the boys' dorm? So what if she was? She didn't confess to me. Hearing this, his roommates felt an urge to give Chen Feng a good beating. She didn't confess? Do you hear yourself? She is a campus beauty. You're lucky to even have the chance to pursue her. And you're expecting her to confess to you? Enough already. I was hoping you could win Shang Yinyan's heart and bring some glory to our dorm. But now it seems you might not have a chance. Zhao Donglai is serious about this. Yang Qi shook his head. Only this guy would take a campus beauty lightly. If it were any of us, we wouldn't let any opportunity to pursue slip by. By the way, since you know the celebrity Su Qingsheng, can you get me an autograph picture? I want one too. She is my idol. You must get me one. Seeing his roommate's eager expressions, Chen Feng waved his hand grandly. Wait until I see her next time. And I'll ask for one. You're the best, third. They all laughed. Open lectures were rather dull. Chen Feng wasn't quite sure what was discussed, but he knew the exam would highlight the key points. As they chatted, the 50-year-old teacher at the podium delivered a lively lecture, but suddenly his speech became somewhat disjointed. Her lips were slightly askew. In the next moment, she collapsed onto the floor. Teacher, what's wrong? The once quiet classroom erupted into chaos. Students rushed forward, their faces etched with worry as they gazed at their fallen instructor. Quick, take her to the infirmary. Some students immediately reacted, shouting to transport her to the medical room. Although the school's infirmary lacked the advanced medical capabilities of a large hospital, it could still handle basic emergency procedures. Just as they were about to lift the teacher, a voice rang out suddenly. Do not move. Chapter 28. The sweet and salty Xiaomingqi. Do not move. Everyone turned in confusion. It was then that they noticed a girl approaching from the corner of the classroom. At that moment, all the boys held their breath, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. It was Xiaomingqi from the humanities department. Like Shang Yinyan, she was one of the 4 renowned school beauties. Her beauty was simply breathtaking. The classroom was filled with attractive girls, yet compared to Xiaomingqi, they all seemed to pale into insignificance. She wore a simple white t-shirt paired with denim shorts, presenting a fresh and ethereal demeanor. In contrast to Shang Yinyan's allure, Xiaomingqi exuded a more refined and aloof charm. She was the kind of girl whose beauty deepens upon closer inspection, with brows that resembled delicate brushstrokes and an aura of refreshing naturalness. Especially her long legs, which stirred the imagination. Xiaomingqi, what is she doing here for an open class? How did I not notice her hiding in the corner just now? A group of boys felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had they known this campus beauty would be here, they should have sat beside her. Even if they didn't have the chance to speak, just catching a whiff of her fragrance would have been delightful, ignoring the murmurs around her. Xiaomingqi quickly approached and gently stated, Teacher Chen has high blood pressure. It seems to have triggered a stroke. We cannot move him carelessly. He needs to be kept in a sideline position. Having relatives who were doctors and having studied traditional Chinese medicine from a young age, she understood ordinary ailments and basic emergency measures. Mengqi, we're entrusting Teacher Chen to you. I've already notified the infirmary. They will arrive shortly. A student council member said swiftly. If you need any assistance, please feel free to ask. Yes, we may not have much to offer, but we can certainly help with the physical effort. A group of boys eagerly offered, hoping to win some favor with Xiaomingqi. No, thank you, Xiaomingqi politely declined. She slowly crouched down, gently adjusting Teacher Chen's body to ensure he lay on his side. Simultaneously, she took out a few books to elevate his head. Her emergency measures were executed with commendable precision. At that moment, all the boys' impressions of Xiaomingqi soared to new heights. Look at her. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she is also gentle and capable, possessing knowledge of basic first aid. Truly sweet and savory. Xiaomingqi, could I add you on WeChat? If I ever feel unwell, could you help me? One bold boy asked, mustering his courage. After all, whether or not he succeeded, the timid starves while the bold thrive in the pursuit of romance. Xiaomingqi furrowed her brow slightly. I'm afraid I only know basic first aid. If you're feeling unwell, it's best to go to the hospital. As expected, she declined him. In the crowd, Chen Feng had initially intended to step forward to assist, but halted upon witnessing Xiaomingqi's intervention. At this moment, he could only perform simple first aid measures like her. Any subsequent treatment would necessitate a hospital visit. Suddenly, he cursed inwardly. Beep. Detected a strong desire for ostentation in the host, automatically exchanging for the skill of a divine healer and gifting the sacred texts of traditional Chinese medicine. Beep. Divine healer skill exchanged successfully, deducting 10 system points. Beep. A set of silver needles gifted for free. What the hell? Chen Feng felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. What does it mean to have a strong desire for ostentation? I never requested an exchange. Yet the system deducted points without warning? Is this how it operates? System, do you wish for death? Current requests from the host cannot be fulfilled. What? It can talk back? This was Chen Feng's first realization that the system could actually respond to him. Damn it, I'm going to be driven mad. He quickly opened the backpack option on his phone to claim the divine healer skill and silver needles. Previously, he had studied Western medicine, and now he had learned traditional Chinese medicine as well. A perfect blend of East and West. As Chen Feng approached, his roommate Yang Qi questioned, Hey, what are you doing? Just showing off, Chen Feng replied dryly. Yang Qi was momentarily speechless. Given the current situation, how could he still crack jokes? Ahead, Xiaomingqi, still waiting for the infirmary personnel to arrive, noticed a boy leaning in closer. Her brow furrowed once more. Please do not come too close. Maintain clear airways. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Even if the infirmary staff arrives, they will still need to take him to the hospital. Teacher Chen hasn't been suffering from the stroke for long. If we apply traditional Chinese methods, not only will recovery be swift, but it will also be harmless to his body. Xiaomingqi glanced at him, intrigued. Earlier, she had overheard classmates discussing Chen Feng. She was quite curious about him. After all, Shang Yinyan was one of the 4 school beauties alongside her, so her judgment couldn't be too flawed. Could it be that Chen Feng possessed qualities beyond mere looks? She responded coolly. How to treat him is a matter for the doctors to consider. Please step aside and leave space for Teacher Chen. Some boys in the vicinity expressed their dissatisfaction. Chen Feng, you don't understand medicine. Why are you making a fuss? Exactly. Xiaomingqi knows a bit about traditional Chinese medicine. She is certainly more knowledgeable than you. What the hell? Is he trying to flirt on purpose? Some boys suddenly realized. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Mingqi would have ignored anyone attempting to engage her. But now, under the pretext of helping teacher Chen, he was speaking to her. Surely, she would have to respond. This guy is too clever. Humph, if he weren't clever. How could he have a connection with Shan Yanyan? Clearly, he is using this tactic. At that moment, everyone's perception of Chen Feng underwent a significant transformation. Even his roommates looked on in astonishment. Wow, is our third roommate this cunning? They began to reflect seriously, realizing that the reason their third roommate could thrive in the presence of school beauties was that he had one more trick up his sleeve than they did. With a serious expression, Chen Feng said, "It will take at least 10 minutes to transport him to the hospital. I have some knowledge of medicine. Why not let me try first?" As he spoke, he raised the silver needles in his hand. Xiao Mingqi finally lifted her gaze to him. Her face a mask of skepticism. Do you really understand medicine? She herself had some knowledge of traditional Chinese practices. While it is known that strokes can be treated with silver needles, I have never attempted such a remedy myself. The human body possesses numerous acupoints, and the precision and technique required for acupuncture are exceedingly stringent. A misplacement could harm the meridians. The others gazed at Chen Feng with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. They had never heard of him possessing any medical knowledge. Could it be that he was merely seeking to attract the attention of the campus belle? Chen Feng, don't act recklessly. If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? Indeed, initially, teacher Chen was unharmed, but if you proceed with such reckless needling, it may worsen the situation. The crowd urged him to reconsider. Chapter 29. Is there still hope? Stop the chatter. If something happens, I will take full responsibility. Chen Feng was disinclined to engage in their futile discussions. He turned his attention to teacher Chen, who lay on the ground, and retrieved a silver needle. With a deft twist of the needle's tail, he pierced the Tsuchi acupoint. "Ah, Chen Feng, what are you doing?" A girl exclaimed in shock. It was their first encounter with silver needle treatment, and they could only imagine the pain of such a long needle piercing the skin. As Xiao Mingqi prepared to intervene, she was suddenly taken aback by Chen Feng's technique. This method she had witnessed similar practices by seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but Chen Feng's execution was strikingly more adept. Both the acupoint selection and needle insertion were executed with remarkable precision. This was undoubtedly not mere superficial skill. Before long, Chen Feng had inserted 10 silver needles, Tianjing, Baihui, kneading. Initially, his movements were slow and deliberate, but soon his technique accelerated. Teacher Chen's face and fingers were adorned with silver needles, a sight that sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. Among the crowd, Yang Qi observed this spectacle and couldn't help but exclaim, "When did the third brother become skilled in medicine? I had no idea, right? We spend every day together, yet I never heard him mention any medical expertise." Daifeng, the eldest, was equally bewildered. At that moment, the infirmary staff finally arrived. One student hastily exclaimed, "Dr. Xia, you must see this. He insists on giving teacher Chen acupuncture. Could this lead to a disaster?" Acupuncture? Dr. Xia, a man in his 40s, felt his expression shift dramatically upon hearing those words. "This is outrageous. How can you students act so irresponsibly?" He hurried over and was nearly ready to scold them upon seeing the patient covered in a multitude of silver needles. "You have truly done remarkably well." Huh. The crowd suddenly fell silent, astonished. Why was he praising the situation? Surely, Dr. Xia wasn't losing his mind from anger. This was disastrous. Chen Feng had landed himself in a grave predicament. In his attempt to impress the campus beauty, he might have harmed teacher Chen irreparably. "Teacher Chen, how unfortunate your fate is." "Chen Feng, stop this at once." A student shouted furiously. As the crowd prepared to remove the silver needles, Dr. Xia swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "Do not act recklessly. What I meant to convey is that teacher Chen is about to awaken. There is no need for a hospital visit. This student truly possesses knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Moreover, his needle technique is exceptionally sophisticated, surpassing even some of the seasoned practitioners in our country." What? The crowd was left dumbfounded. When did Chen Feng become so remarkable, actually possessing medical skills? According to Dr. Xia's words, it seemed his expertise had reached an extraordinary level. A master of traditional medicine? They all turned their gazes toward Chen Feng. Meanwhile, he had completed the acupuncture, gently withdrawing the silver needles, from which red lines emerged at each puncture site. Teacher Chen, who lay on the ground, gradually regained the alignment of his mouth and swiftly awakened. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Everyone was in disbelief. He truly awakened. The atmosphere grew solemn, their mouths agape, unable to fathom what had just transpired. He really did awaken. A look of profound astonishment graced Xiao Mingqi's face. Initially skeptical of Chen Feng, she now genuinely believed in his remarkable medical abilities. With a faint smile, Chen Feng addressed teacher Chen, "You must pay more attention to your emotions and avoid overexcitement." The stroke has been resolved. Nevertheless, it would still be prudent to visit a hospital for a comprehensive examination. Ah, thank you, student. Teacher Chun, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. Who would have thought there was such a formidable student in the class? Normally, a hospital visit would involve needles and medications, potentially dragging on for months. Yet, now, a single needle had sufficed. Impressive. He brushed off the dust from his clothing and, under Dr. Xia's guidance, hastily departed the classroom. Dr. Xia had numerous inquiries he wished to pose to Chen Feng, but with the crowd being so large, he refrained from doing so and left in a hurry. Chen Feng, I misjudged you earlier. I apologize. Xiao Mingqi's face was filled with remorse. Thankfully, she had not interfered in his attempt to save a life. Had anything happened to Teacher Chun, the responsibility would have fallen heavily on her shoulders. It's all right. Chen Feng waved his hand, then suddenly added, if it's convenient. Let us exchange WeChat. I noticed you seem interested in traditional Chinese medicine. Feel free to ask me any questions. He merely wished to make an acquaintance. Sure. It was a straightforward exchange. As one of the 4 campus beauties, Xiao Mingqi had once fantasized about pursuing such a goddess before Chen Feng began dating Shenqin. Now, for years later, he found himself face to face with her, conversing directly. Yet, he did not feel overly excited. After acquiring the system phone, many previously unimaginable opportunities had become easily attainable given his current status. All right, you can scan me. Without hesitation, Xiao Mingqi took out her phone for him to scan. This scene left the surrounding boys in utter shock. This tactic seems familiar. Wow. His initial intention was to add Xiao Mingqi on WeChat. Earlier, when a classmate had attempted to add her, she had outright refused, yet now Chen Feng had succeeded. They attempted every conceivable means to achieve their elusive goal. Yet Chen Feng accomplished it with remarkable ease. How infuriating. Amidst the throng in the classroom, Shenqin's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. From the moment Chen Feng entered, she had been quietly observing him, even contemplating sitting beside him, yet hesitated for fear of provoking his disdain. Since their breakup, she had increasingly recognized Chen Feng's extraordinary qualities, especially now that she witnessed other girls expressing their affections for him, which stirred discomfort within her heart, akin to the sensation of having her possessions snatched away. Following her return from Huaxing Hospital the day before, she had been mired in melancholy. No, she must reclaim Chen Feng. Chapter 30, A Confession? Just as Shenqin approached Chen Feng, she was jostled aside by a gaggle of girls. They clamored excitedly, rushing towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng, would you like to add me on WeChat? I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine I'd love to discuss. Chen Feng, I've been suffering from insomnia lately. Could you help me with a pulse check? Oh, add me. I have a 90 centimeters bust, a 55 centimeters waist, and 92 centimeters hips. I'm quite the catch, both sweet and savory. Chen Feng, I suddenly feel short of breath. I might be unwell. Please take a look. The group of girls nearly overwhelmed him. Not only was he handsome, but his medical skills were also highly praised, even by Dr. Xia from the infirmary. Most importantly, if even the school's beauties like Shang Yanyan and Xiao Mingqi were vying for his attention, he must be exceptional indeed. She had to secure him before any of them did. This spectacle elicited a sharp twitch at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. Goodness. He bolted. It seemed he could not remain at school today. He needed to give these girls a moment to calm down. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's hasty retreat, the girls felt a pang of disappointment. After all, they were also beauties from the business administration department. Though they might not rival the likes of Xiao Mingqi and Shang Yanyan, they were still quite attractive. Typically, they had their fair share of admirers. So it was perplexing that Chen Feng did not welcome their advances. Why is he running away? They lamented, standing in the classroom, their frustration palpable. At that moment, one girl suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Haha, I got Chen Feng's phone. In the chaos, she had managed to swipe it. Really? Quick, let's add each other on WeChat. The previously disheartened crowd became animated once more, flocking around her. Hey, what kind of phone is this? I've never seen this brand before. Neither have I. They eagerly explored Chen Feng's phone, marveling at its rapid internet speed. Xiao Mingqi tilted her head to glance over, then shook her head in resignation. Forget it. I can't be bothered with this. Seizing the opportunity while the boys were distracted, she swiftly exited the classroom. Shenqin, her hands on her hips and her face flushed with anger, thought, if these women add Chen Feng on WeChat, I will have nearly 100 more rivals. After all, I cannot compete with them in terms of looks. She had initially intended to rush over and reclaim Chen Feng's phone, but upon glancing at their numbers, she abandoned the idea. She simply could not win. Ding, unauthorized access to phone detected. Automatic lock screen theft prevention mode activated. Ding. Phone has exceeded 100 meters from the host. Would you like to retrieve it? Upon receiving this notification, Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. He hastily checked his pocket. What the hell? When had his phone been stolen? Retrieve it. In the next instant, The system phone reappeared in his hand. He inspected it thoroughly. Relieved to find no damage, he sighed in relief. How careless of me. This phone is more precious than my life. These women are truly a handful. Fortunately, the system phone would notify him even if lost and could be retrieved at any moment. Impressive. He chuckled as he pocketed his phone and prepared to leave the school. Having purchased Huaxing Hospital from Jiang David yesterday, the contract should be finalized by now. He would retrieve it first. Upon reaching the school gate, he noticed a commotion outside, with a crowd gathered, blocking the road. What on earth? Chen Feng furrowed his brow and approached. At the entrance, a throng of onlookers seemed captivated by a spectacle. In their midst, 10 luxury sports cars formed a semicircle, each valued around 200,000, roaring impressively. Ferraris, Porsches, and various other models dazzled the crowd. At the center stood a young man in his 20s, with 999 roses arranged before him. This was none other than Zhao Donglai. He appeared to be confessing to Shang Yinyan. Today, Shang Yinyan looked exquisite in an off-shoulder top paired with a figure-hugging skirt. Her feet adorned with striking red heels, she was a sight to behold. However, her expression was far from pleased. Zhao Donglai, I will never be your girlfriend. So don't waste your efforts. I simply do not like you. Shang Yinyan replied, exasperated. For the past few days, he had been incessantly pursuing her. Today, even cornering her at the school gate. You don't like me? Zhao Donglai glared at her. He had harbored feelings for Shang Yinyan for a long time. Vowing to win over this alluring enchantress from the moment he laid eyes on her. Yet, after 4 years of unrequited affection, his patience had worn thin. Especially after hearing rumors that ignited his jealousy. Is it that you prefer that good-for-nothing Chen Feng? Zhao Donglai hissed through gritted teeth. What does Chen Feng have to offer? Nothing at all. Look at me, sports cars, flowers, rings. I can give you anything you desire. Shang Yinyan, I am determined to have you. You cannot escape. You are insufferable. Shang Yinyan's face turned icy, her beauty unblemished even in her anger, only enhancing her allure. Observing this scene from the crowd, Chen Feng could not help but rub his nose. What have I done to deserve this? What does this have to do with me? With the main gate blocked, he could not drive out and would have to use the side entrance. Just then, Zhao Donglai produced a ring from his pocket and declared, Shang Yinyan, as long as you remain single, I will pursue you. If you're so capable, find a boyfriend right now. I'm not interested in you. Shang Yinyan retorted, eager to disengage. Just as she prepared to turn away, she caught sight of Chen Feng behind the crowd. An idea sparked in her mind. With swift strides, she approached and linked her arm with Chen Feng's, her smile radiant as she proclaimed, who says I'm single? From this moment on, he is my boyfriend. What? Just as Chen Feng was about to depart, he suddenly froze. With his arm ensnared, he found himself caught in an awkward predicament. Neither withdrawing nor remaining was a viable option. What on earth was happening? Moreover, Zhao Donglai opposite him wore a similarly perplexed expression. Who was this person? It was only through others that he learned the individual was Chen Feng. As Chen Feng seldom attended classes, despite hearing rumors of his entanglement with Shang Yinyan, he had never actually encountered him. Today was finally that day. Chapter 31, Digging One's Own Grave. Zhao Donglai, with his nose held high, arrogantly declared, Shang Yinyan, don't think I'm a fool. Just because you say he's your boyfriend doesn't make it true. This fellow, despite his decent looks, could charm no one with mere appearances. Could he rival my wealth? I refuse to believe that Shang Yinyan would choose a pretty boy over me. Beside him, Chen Feng nodded vigorously. Indeed, I'm neither as handsome nor as affluent as you. There's absolutely no way Shang Yinyan would take a liking to me. I have no connection with her, so please don't misunderstand. Do not misconstrue. Upon hearing this, Zhao Donglai was infuriated. He proclaimed that there was no relationship. Yet they were standing so close. Initially, he had dismissed the rumors. After all, gossip often exaggerates and is not necessarily factual. However, at this moment, he was beginning to believe in the connection between the two. Shang Yinyan shot Chen Feng a furious glare. She had expected Chen Feng to support her, but was disappointed to find he lacked any sense of chivalry. As she observed Chen Feng's apparent intention to leave, she looked at him with a forlorn expression, puffed out her chest, and softly uttered, You must not leave. Wow. Feeling the softness on his arm, Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat as he sensed the hostile glares from those around him. Zhao Donglai was utterly captivated by their subtle interactions. What a chest. What the hell? Where did you place your hand? Zhao Donglai inhaled deeply. He could not fathom how this fellow had managed to win over Shang Yinyan. But so what? In today's world, it was not uncommon for women, even those with husbands, to seek divorce. In this society, it was not about looks, but rather connections, status, and the balance in one's bank account. Zhao Donglai, a second-generation rich kid, hailed from a family with a company. In terms of connections and status, he far surpassed Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I don't know how you managed to deceive Shang Yinyan, but allow me to remind you. That outfit she wears costs at least 20 to 30,000. Can you afford her? Can you support her? Surely, you don't intend to be a kept man, waiting for her to sustain you? At this juncture, he pointed to the row of sports cars behind him. I, on the other hand, am different. My family is wealthy. Look at the luxury cars behind me, each worth over $1 million. And this watch I wear? Each piece is worth over $1 million. I can provide her with a lavish lifestyle and happiness. What can you offer? You have nothing to give. It's not your fault to be poor. But it is a mistake to pursue a campus beauty like Xiang Yinyin when you know you lack the means. Zhao Donglai felt he had performed spectacularly today. Just look. The flowers on the ground, the luxury cars behind him, and the watch on his wrist, each symbolizing wealth. Even if Xiang Yinyin did not agree to be with him now, driving away the men around her would eventually lead to her acceptance. Zhao Donglai, don't embarrass yourself. Xiang Yinyin retorted, utterly speechless. She was well aware of Chen Feng's true identity. He had purchased a Pagani for over 45 million in one go. The combined worth of Zhao Donglai's 10 cars couldn't even rival that of one Pagani. What was there to boast about? Haha, Xiang Yinyin, you're getting anxious. Zhao Donglai felt elated. His tactics were evidently effective. He turned to Chen Feng again. I'll give you 10,000. Leave Xiang Yinyin right now, and with this money, you can find another girl to enjoy life for a while. He then pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket. Chen Feng shook his head. If my current worth is considered poor, then you are likely no better than a beggar. As for those cars behind you, I genuinely have no interest. They are nothing but trash to me. The constant belittlement was infuriating. Even a clay figurine has its limits. Chen Feng's gaze shifted back to the cash in Zhao Donglai's hand. I'm sorry, but you should keep that 10,000 for yourself. As for money, I truly lack nothing. I may not have much else, but I certainly do not lack wealth. I'm not boasting. But don't even think about comparing financial resources with me. All of you here are mere rubbish. At that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. Zhao Donglai was particularly agape, having encountered arrogance before, but never to this extent. All of you here are rubbish. Xiang Yinyin gazed at Chen Feng with a beaming smile, realizing that this guy had not disappointed her. When it came to verbal prowess, no one could match Chen Feng. Stop pretending, Zhao Donglai retorted, feeling increasingly irritated, especially at the way Xiang Yinyin looked at Chen Feng, which deepened his resentment. He couldn't understand why Xiang Yinyin would be interested in this fellow. Was it merely his knack for boasting? Just then, Chen Feng's phone rang. It was a call from Jiang David. Chen Feng switched to speaker mode and casually asked, Old Jiang, what's up? Xiao Chen, the contract and paperwork for the hospital have been finalized. I've sent my assistant to deliver them to you. You're at school, right? Yes. I'm right at the school gate. Well then, the assistant should be arriving soon. You're quite extravagant. Spending 40 million on a hospital and another 100 million for investment. That amount could build a hospital in the city. I really don't understand you. What? Zhao Donglai was utterly stunned upon hearing the phone conversation. This Chen Feng, merely a university student, how could he afford to buy a hospital and invest 100 million? He was undoubtedly a fraud. Chen Feng, you're quite the actor. It's a pity you're not on stage. Tell me, how much did you pay for this actor you hired? What actor? Chen Feng looked at him as if he were a fool. Zhao Donglai burst into laughter. Isn't this call just a setup for you to perform for us? Do you really think you're wealthy? Jiang, old friend. More like the neighbor, old Wang. At that moment, Jiang David on the other end of the line overheard their conversation. He immediately erupted in fury. Which little brat are you? I am Jiang David, the general manager of Tianbao Group. Have the guts to state your name. Tianbao Group. Zhao Donglai's smirk deepened. The company in question is known to him. It is said to be a publicly traded entity, and his father has business dealings with it. The general manager is indeed named David Jiang. However, one must ponder the stature of Mr. Jiang. How could he possibly be acquainted with Chen Feng? This must be a falsehood. I, Zhao Donglai, am your grandfather, and do not attempt to feign ignorance about the likes of David Jiang. Do you truly believe I have never encountered the world? If you are David Jiang, then I am his father. Zhao Donglai is it. Just wait. David Jiang was infuriated, his anger boiling over. He never anticipated that after decades in Beihu, he would be berated by a mere youth. Enraged, he abruptly terminated the call. Chen Feng, observing the scene, cast a peculiar glance at Zhao Donglai, realizing that this individual had just made a grievous enemy and would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 32, Reaping What One Sows. Indeed, before Zhao Donglai could even recover from the situation, his phone rang. Hello, Dad. Don't you dare call me Dad. I have no son as foolish as you. Have you lost your mind, or have you been kicked by a donkey? David Jiang of Tianbao Group is a person of significant status, someone I cannot afford to offend. And you dare to insult him. The tirade from the other end was relentless. What? Zhao Donglai's mind was in a frenzy, as if struck by lightning. Especially upon seeing Chen Feng's mischievous grin, he suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Oh no, The person I just insulted was indeed David Jiang from Tianbao Group. I can't believe I spoke so disrespectfully to him. Dad, I genuinely did not know that was him. Zhao Donglai was on the verge of tears. His father, who was always so polite in front of David Jiang, would surely be furious at his disrespectful demeanor. Didn't he know? And yet you dared to call someone else grandson? Let me inform you, our family's business is now in jeopardy. You must immediately apologize to Mr. Jiang. If you fail to secure his forgiveness, do not return home. I will disown you, you worthless brat. Hello, Dad, wait. Zhao Donglai was now in a panic. He had never witnessed his father this enraged, and he could only imagine the seriousness of the situation. 70% of their family business relied on cooperation with Tianbao Group. Should they terminate their partnership, their company would be doomed. In a rush, he disregarded the onlookers and quickly found the number his father had sent, dialing David Jiang. Mr. Jiang, this is Zhao Donglai. Please do not hang up. I acknowledge my mistake. I am not worthy of your ire, so please do not take it to heart. Had I known you were the one I spoke to earlier, even 1,000-fold courage would not have allowed me to utter such words. Mr. Jiang, I am merely a student. Please do not hold this against me, nor should you take out your frustrations on my father. Are you attempting to instruct me? David Jiang's tone was far from amiable. And no, not at all. Zhao Donglai suddenly recalled something and quickly added, Mr. Jiang, I must inform you that Chen Feng is a student at our school. He is nothing but a fraud. Do not be deceived by him. He has no means to purchase your hospital. He is merely a braggart, and I cannot believe he managed to deceive someone of your stature. He had hoped that exposing Chen Feng's true character would earn him a modicum of favor from David Jiang. To his dismay, the voice on the other end grew even more infuriated. You imbecile. Zhao Fu must have suffered immense misfortune to have a son like you. Do not contact me again. Inform your father that Tianbao Group will no longer collaborate with your family. Mr. Jiang, please. Zhao Donglai attempted to protest, but the line went dead. He was left in a daze. He had only meant well. How had he angered the other party instead? Curse it all. It was all Chen Feng's fault. Were it not for him, he would not have offended David Jiang, nor would he have embarrassed himself in front of so many people. At that moment, a business vehicle came to a halt at the school gate. A professionally attired woman exited the car and swiftly approached Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, Mr. Jiang has asked me to bring over the contract. This is the transfer contract for the hospital, and this is the land certificate. Please take a look. Very well. Chen Feng casually perused the contract, not bothering to scrutinize it closely, for he trusted that David Jiang would not deceive him. Please extend my gratitude to old Jiang. Certainly. I shall take my leave. The woman smiled faintly and promptly returned to the business vehicle. The simplicity of the scene left Zhao Donglai utterly astonished. This woman is Mr. Jiang's assistant. They have already prepared the transfer contract. Does this mean? He bit his lip and hurriedly approached her, asking, Excuse me, you aren't being deceived by Chen Feng, are you? He is known for boasting and pretending to be wealthy. Are you certain that the payment has been made? Who are you calling excuse me? The woman glared at Zhao Donglai with indignation. Do you think I am unaware of who Mr. Chen is? He transferred 40 million to Mr. Jiang yesterday. If you continue to speak nonsense, I will report you. With that, she stormed into the vehicle. Zhao Donglai stood there, dumbfounded. In the next moment, he turned to Chen Feng, disbelief etched across his face. Heavens! This man truly spent 40 million to acquire the hospital invested in by David Jiang. No wonder Mr. Jiang was so furious. I not only insulted him, but also disparaged Chen Feng repeatedly. How could he not be enraged? 40 million. Even though his family was in business, they could not possibly produce such a sum all at once. Today he had gone to great lengths to impress Shang Yinyan, having spent only 10,000 on 999 roses. The watch on his wrist was indeed worth over 1 million. But the 10 luxury cars behind him were mostly borrowed for show, with only 2 belonging to him. At this moment, Shang Yinyan looked at Chen Feng with a mixture of intrigue and surprise. I never knew we had a billionaire at our school. Why hadn't I heard of this before? Is there something on my face? Chen Feng touched his face, sensing the odd glances from those around him. He shook his head in resignation. Turning to Zhao Donglai, he remarked, Given your misfortune today, I shall overlook your insolence. Now, quickly move your clunky little car. Do not obstruct mine. You have a car? Zhao Donglai was momentarily taken aback. Chen Feng, uninterested in further discourse, turned and walked toward where his Pagani was parked. Shang Yinyan hesitated briefly. Having finally rid herself of Zhao Donglai's relentless pursuit, she naturally did not wish to give him any further opportunity. She hurriedly followed, taking her seat in the passenger side of the Pagani. Chen Feng cast her a glance, but said nothing. With a press of the accelerator, he drove out of the school gate. The sight of the Pagani left Zhao Donglai's face contorted in dismay. That was a vehicle worth over 45 million. The 10 luxury sports cars behind him combined were not even worth as much as a single Pagani. He recalled Chen Feng's earlier words, realizing that compared to the over 45 million yuan Pagani, his own cars were indeed trivial. At this moment, any lingering resentment Zhao Donglai harbored towards Chen Feng dissipated entirely. Setting aside the unresolved matter with Jiang Dawei, the very identity of Chen Feng instilled a sense of trepidation within him. The wealth displayed so casually by Chen Feng was already in the hundreds of millions. Such a figure's background was certainly not to be underestimated. Quickly, make way. He waved his hand dismissively towards the cars behind him and drove away from the school gate in shame. Regret gnawed at him. Had he known this day would turn out so poorly, he ought to have consulted the almanac before stepping out. Now, not only had he failed to woo a woman, but he also found himself unable to return home. Chapter 33, Forewarning of Crisis. Inside the sports car, Chen Feng cast a sidelong glance at the passenger seat where Xiang Yinyan sat, perhaps fatigued from her high heels. She had removed her shoes and now sat barefoot on the mat. Her attire today was undeniably stunning. Her exposed shoulders exuded a fragrant allure, and her long, fair legs were strikingly prominent. The snug-fitting skirt left little to the imagination as she sat, nearly revealing more than intended, provoking an involuntary gulp from him. Chen Feng awkwardly averted his gaze and suddenly inquired, Xiang Yinyan, I take it you have a fondness for white, do you not? Xiang Yinyan was momentarily taken aback. Utterly perplexed by the abruptness of his seemingly nonsensical question, Chen Feng swallowed hard and continued earnestly, Indeed, I too have a great appreciation for the color white. Sensing his peculiar demeanor, Xiang Yinyan swiftly turned her body to one side, attempting to conceal her white leggings, glaring at Chen Feng with indignation. Was this how he chose to remind others of their wardrobe malfunctions? Her initial fondness for him evaporated in an instant. You, she huffed, turning her face away, unwilling to engage further. Chen Feng, at a loss for words, thought to himself that perhaps he ought to have kept his comments to himself and simply admired her a bit longer. After a moment, Xiang Yinyan seemed to recognize her own fault, biting her lip as she spoke up. Thank you for today. Zhao Donglai has been incessantly pestering me, and I had no choice but to pretend you were my boyfriend. It was of little consequence, as long as she did not imply that she was taking advantage of him. Chen Feng paid little mind to her words, and as for offending Zhao Donglai, so be it. However, she added teasingly, but if I can't find a girlfriend in the future, you owe me one? Dream on. Xiang Yinyan hardly believed him. Setting aside Chen Feng's assets, the mere presence of his Pagani would undoubtedly attract countless admirers. She hesitated before proposing. Do you have any plans right now? Allow me to treat you to a meal. Not a chance. I wouldn't dare let the illustrious Xiang treat me, Chen Feng countered. Suddenly, he made a sharp turn, steering the Pagani into a street lined with food stalls. Allow me. I know of a food street nearby that boasts delightful fare. 5 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. The narrowness of the food street made parking a challenge. After searching fruitlessly, he resigned himself to leaving the car in a nearby mall's underground garage. They walked together towards the street, but Xiang Yinyan struggled in her high heels, her brows furrowing as she glanced at Chen Feng, hesitating to voice her discomfort. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached a stall. Xiang Yinyan's expression tightened further. Is this food even edible? Having grown up in a privileged environment, she rarely frequented such roadside stalls, her dining experiences confined to more formal establishments. Of course it's edible, Chen Feng assured her, taking a seat. The food here is both affordable and delectable, rivaling that of high-end restaurants. He called out to the vendor. 2 portions of stinky tofu, 2 bowls of 3-flavor noodles, 20 skewers of grilled squid, 10 chicken wings, and a pancake, please. Can you eat that much? Xiang Yinyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Noticing that she remained standing, Chen Feng asked, Why are you still standing? Have a seat. Xiang Yinyan hesitated, eyeing the grease-stained chair, before pulling out a tissue to wipe it down and finally sitting down. Are you really going to finish all that? Absolutely. Chen Feng had initially assumed that someone like Xiang Yinyan would refuse to visit a food street, but to his surprise, she not only accepted but also attempted to embrace the experience. Before long, the vendor brought out the stinky tofu and 3-flavor noodles. Xiang Yinyan tentatively tried a piece of the notoriously pungent tofu, only to discover it was remarkably delicious. She quickly polished off both servings. Chen Feng was momentarily speechless. It turned out this campus belle had a taste for the unusual. At that moment, his phone abruptly chimed with a video notification. On the night of August 28, 2020, several individuals clad in black infiltrated a villa, taking advantage of the homeowner's slumber to commit their nefarious act. The footage revealed 3 masked figures scaling a villa's wall before prying open a window and stealthily entering. Their movements were alarmingly practiced, and the video followed them into the bedroom. The scene unfolded like a cinematic thriller, as if a camera had captured the chilling events in real time. The occupant of the bedroom remained blissfully unaware, while the 3 assailants approached the bed, brandishing a dagger and lunging forward. The video abruptly ended there. However, in that fleeting moment, Chen Feng caught a glimpse of the homeowner's face. What the hell? He sprang from his chair, his expression one of sheer horror. The individual in the video was none other than himself. Since acquiring this phone, he had received numerous videos, each concerning someone else, but today, everything was alarmingly personal. Half a month into the future, Chen Feng's brows knitted in concern. This video had indeed taken him by surprise. Who could it be? Over the years, he had maintained a low profile and had not made any significant enemies. Even now, with the system phone amplifying his previously understated demeanor, any potential offenses were likely to be trivial matters, not enough to invite such lethal retribution. After careful reflection, he identified 3 individuals who bore animosity towards him. The first was Wang Hai, who had stolen his ex-girlfriend and subsequently lost his job due to his offense. The second was Peng Wenchao, the deputy director of Huaxing Hospital. The third was Zhao Donglai. But who could it be? Chen Feng shook his head, unable to discern who among them might harbor such ill intentions. Forget it. He resolved to remain vigilant during this period and prepare accordingly. He hastily opened the video app on his phone, eager to see if there were any skills available to enhance his physical prowess. What is the matter with you? Upon witnessing his sudden rise, Shang Yinyan was enveloped in confusion. It's nothing. Please continue your meal, Chen Feng replied, nonchalantly resuming his seat. He proceeded to peruse the skill interface, which was relatively easy to navigate. The icons of skills he had previously exchanged were illuminated, while the others remained gray, awaiting unlock. He searched for a considerable time before finally locating a skill for physical enhancement. Unlock physical enhancement skill. Ding. The host may unlock 1 skill for free each day. Additional skills require the deduction of 5 system points. Would you like to unlock in exchange? Chen Feng had anticipated this. Given the system's nature, it would undoubtedly deduct points. Although he could wait until tomorrow to unlock it for free, he deemed it prudent to enhance his abilities for safety's sake. Unlock. Chapter 34. Physical Enhancement, Combat Power Source. Physical Enhancement skill has been unlocked. Deducted 5 system points. Congratulations, host, for exchanging the Physical Enhancement skill. Deducted 10 system points. And a high-level combat skill has been granted. Current remaining system points, 45. As Chen Feng selected the Physical Enhancement skill from his inventory, he could distinctly sense changes occurring within his body. Host Strength Enhancement, 200, while the average person possesses only 100. Host Speed Enhancement, 150, compared to a normal individual, S100. Host Impact Resistance Enhancement, 200, again, with an average person at 100. Simultaneously, an array of combat scenes flooded his mind. Each technique meticulously extracted and refined, flawless in execution. He could palpably feel an intense explosive power surging within his muscles. His entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation, exuding a subtle yet imposing pressure. Shang Yinyan glanced up at him, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Noticing nothing amiss, she returned to her skewers. Excellent. Chen Feng clenched his fist, reveling in his newfound strength. Now, 8 or 9 ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to approach him. Furthermore, the system could continue to enhance his physical prowess, albeit limited to once per day. He realized that the system could only present 1 video message each day. To access additional videos, he too would need to expend system points to unlock them. At that moment, Shang Yinyan tilted her head and asked, Chen Feng, are you quite wealthy? One might say so, Chen Feng replied, uncertain of her definition of wealth. With a bank account boasting deposits of 2 to 3 billion, and shares in a cultural entertainment investment company worth 100 billion, he believed he qualified as affluent. Shang Yinyan's eyes lit up as she set down her chopsticks, gazing at him intently. Our family owns a villa that we purchased at the beginning of this year, but have yet to occupy. Would you be interested? What do you mean? Chen Feng asked, bewildered. Was she offering it as a gift, or was she selling it? Oh dear. Shang Yinyan stamped her foot in agitation. Her cheeks flushed. Our family is currently facing financial difficulties. If you need a villa, I can sell you ours. Rest assured, the price will be quite reasonable. Chen Feng rapidly pieced together the situation. It seemed her family was in trouble and needed to liquidate the villa. Tell me more about that villa, he urged. Considering he had yet to purchase a property in the city, it was only a matter of time. The villa was bought by my father as a gift for me upon my graduation. It originally cost 30 million and spans 200 square meters, complete with an outdoor balcony and swimming pool, and it stands 3 stories tall. The renovations alone cost 5 million. If you are interested, we can negotiate the price. It would be ready to move in Behu City, while the location may not compare to provincial capitals or the capital itself. A villa priced over 30 million was quite luxurious, typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Chen Feng felt a surge of curiosity regarding the circumstances that would compel Shang Yinyan to consider selling her villa. 200 square meters is indeed substantial. But I wouldn't need all that space alone. Is this a gift for a girlfriend? Not a chance. Shang Yinyan shot him an exasperated glance. If you don't want it, I'll ask someone else. Chen Feng chuckled. Can you make the decision? If so, shall we go see it now? Absolutely. Let us go to my house. Shang Yinyan exclaimed, her heart lifting. She then glanced at the unfinished skewers. Let us get these packed up. Chen Feng hastily devoured a couple of bites, observing her eager demeanor, prompting the vendor to package the remaining skewers. Meanwhile, the First People's Hospital of Behu was bustling with excitement today. Two towering figures in the medical field were present for a lecture. One was Professor Hu Yidao, a luminary in Western medicine, particularly adept in surgical procedures and diagnostics. The other was Professor Xia Hua, president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. They specialized in their respective fields, yet shared a strong camaraderie, frequently engaging in discussions on complex medical issues, integrating both Eastern and Western practices. This lecture aimed to share their invaluable experiences. In the office, alongside the two professors, was a doctor named Wang Yu. At that moment, Wang Yu produced a recorded video and presented it to the two professors. Professor Hu. This surgery was performed yesterday at Huaxing Hospital, personally overseen by General Chen. Although quite young, his medical skills are truly remarkable. I find myself in awe. His tone was one of deep respect. While Wang Yu was among the top doctors at the First People's Hospital, nearly an expert in his own right. In the presence of Professor Hu, he felt like a mere novice. Professor Hu Yidao meticulously reviewed the video multiple times, ensuring he did not overlook any detail. Initially, his expression remained calm, but soon it transitioned to one of increasing astonishment, reaching a state of sheer shock. Taking a deep breath, he said gravely, I have been in practice for over 30 years and have performed nearly 3,000 surgeries. While I can achieve similar results, it necessitates the use of precision, high-end instruments. Professor Xia Hua chuckled. Old Hu, you've often lamented the inability to find a successor. I believe this young General Chen may be a promising candidate. With proper training, he could emerge as a renowned physician. Wang Yu interjected casually. Professors, given General Chen's character, he might not be inclined to pursue that path. Professor Xia raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, Old Hu is a giant in the medical field. Many aspire to be his disciple, yet find no opportunity. Not to mention, once one achieves a certain level of medical expertise, earning money should be a breeze. Just look at Old Hu. Some wealthy tycoons seek him out for treatment, with fees starting in the millions. His assertion held merit. Professor Hu specialized in surgical procedures and diagnostics, often dealing with severe illnesses for affluent individuals. Spending millions for a life-saving surgery was a worthwhile investment. For instance, the recent surgery at Huaxing Hospital in an astounding gesture of gratitude towards Chen Feng. Su Qingqing offered a staggering sum of 10 million as recompense. Professor Xia, while such an action might be plausible for others, the individual in question, Mr. Chen. Wang Yu remarked with an unusual expression, Mr. Chen spent 40 million yesterday to acquire Huaxing Hospital and subsequently invested an additional 100 million for renovations and the replacement of medical equipment. Moreover, he drives a Pagani worth over 45 million. Hence, it appears he is not in want of funds. Upon hearing this, the corners of Professor Xia's mouth twitched involuntarily. He cast another glance at the young man in the video, astonished by the fact that he had already amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million at such a tender age. At that moment, Professor Hu Yidao interjected, setting aside whether this young Mr. Chen lacks financial means. Even if he were inclined to seek me as a mentor, I would hesitate to accept. Old Hu, do not be so modest. Professor Xia retorted, while your expertise in traditional Chinese medicine may not surpass mine in the realm of surgical procedures, I dare say no one in the entirety of Huagua can rival your skill. Hu Yidao shook his head. If you observe closely, this young Mr. Chen's surgical technique is remarkably precise, akin to wielding a ruler to measure his incisions. As you are aware, surgery inherently involves a margin of error. Even with the aid of sophisticated instruments, there exists a certain degree of variability. Yet he has managed to confine the margin of error to an exceedingly narrow band. Do you not notice? He has streamlined the surgical process. Although Professor Xia was well-versed in traditional medicine, his daily exchanges with Hu Yidao had afforded him some knowledge of surgical techniques. Upon witnessing the procedure, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Goodness! Take the previous appendectomy, for instance. Typically, one would start with a single incision and subsequently navigate along the cecum to locate the appendix. However, this individual made a direct incision right at the appendix's location. It was as if he possessed X-ray vision, simplifying the entire process. Furthermore, his suturing skill is exceptional. Each stitch must be placed with utmost precision. A single millimeter off would compromise the outcome. Yet, every time he places a needle, it is executed with flawless accuracy. This is not something one could achieve after just a handful of surgeries. Hu Yidao had performed thousands of operations, relying on advanced instruments to barely reach such proficiency. Yet this young man, At just over 20 years of age, reportedly still a university student, where could he have acquired such surgical experience? Had he begun studying medicine in the womb? For a long time, Hui Dao had harbored a sense of superiority, believing his medical skills to be exceptional, but now, he felt a profound blow to his ego. This young man had attained such mastery at the age of 20, and without the use of instruments. One could only imagine the heights he would reach in the future. Possessing top-tier surgical skills, how could he possibly falter in diagnosing ailments? At that moment, Wang Yu produced a test report. Professors Hu and Xia, since you are at the hospital, could you please take a look at this report? It pertains to a teacher from Behu University who suffered a stroke and collapsed in the classroom 2 hours ago. I have heard he has since been revived. A stroke? Hui Dao snapped back to the present, casually stating, a stroke is not a grave affliction. In favorable cases, one can recover in 2 to 3 months. Just then, he paused. Dr. Wang, are you perhaps trying to ensnare me? While there are some abnormal indicators on this report, considering the platelet and thrombus conditions, it appears this patient has been undergoing treatment for a stroke for 2 to 3 months. He is nearly cured. The subsequent care would only require some simple adjustments. After reviewing other data, he added, this is likely due to hypertension. His blood pressure readings seem relatively stable. Overall, there are no significant issues under normal circumstances. His blood pressure should not precipitate a stroke. Perhaps age and emotional fluctuations are to blame. Hui Dao felt quite satisfied with his diagnosis. Yes, such cases are encountered daily. Errors are virtually non-existent. Even Professor Xia nodded in agreement, chuckling. Dr. Wang, your little tricks cannot mislead us. Kindly take the report away for now, and let us finalize the time for the lecture. However, Wang Yu remained motionless, his expression increasingly peculiar. Professors Hu and Xia, this teacher Chen indeed experienced a stroke today. He came to the hospital for an examination just last week. A normal person's blood pressure is around 90/140, yet is peaked at 190. Yet at that time, he showed no signs of a stroke. What? Both Hui Dao and Professor Xia exclaimed in unison. Generally, a mild stroke requires 2 to 3 months for complete recovery, with severe cases potentially extending over 1 or 2 years. Given teacher Chen's report, it genuinely appeared as if he had been treated for over 2 months, nearly on the verge of recovery. If he indeed had a stroke today, could it mean he had miraculously cured it instantaneously? How could that be possible? Quick, lead us to the patient. Under Wang Yu's guidance, they soon located teacher Chen, who was anxiously awaiting test results in the corridor. Although Chen Feng had managed to stabilize his condition in the classroom, he had come to the hospital for a checkup to prevent any recurrence. After all, he was merely a student. No one could guarantee that the acupuncture had not caused any secondary harm. Upon seeing several doctors approach, teacher Chen felt a pang of anxiety. Dr. Wang, is my condition serious? Rest assured, your situation is quite stable, and with some follow-up care, you will fully recover, Wang Yu reassured him, before urgently inquiring, Teacher Chen, could you share how your stroke was treated? It was a student who seemed quite remarkable, though I know little about it. Only that he used a set of silver needles. Silver needles? Professor Xia's brow furrowed sharply. As the president of the Chinese Medicine Association, he knew that traditional medicine could indeed treat strokes, and with proper care, could entirely eradicate the root cause. Yet, no one had ever achieved such results. It was simply instantaneous. Teacher Chen nodded, confirming, yes. It was indeed just a set of silver needles. There were others present who filmed the procedure. Let me see if I can find it. Before long, he procured a video from a student, capturing the moment. Upon viewing the footage, Professor Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Fixating on the hand of Chen Feng as he employed the silver needles, he felt as though an electric current had coursed through him, leaving him frozen in place. Goodness, is that the Yin Yang 9 needles? This ancient acupuncture technique, long thought to be lost, was known in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Yet not a single practitioner could wield it. Even Professor Xia himself had only encountered it in literature. It was said that this technique was extraordinarily unique. While it appeared simple, it encompassed a myriad of intricate skills, making it exceedingly difficult to master. However, for those who did, the results could be nothing short of miraculous. Of course, it was somewhat exaggerated to claim one could bring the dead back to life, yet it was undeniably impressive. No wonder the effects were so remarkable. It was the Yin Yang 9 needles. Professor Xia felt an exhilarating rush, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. The Yin Yang 9 needles. In the entirety of Huagua, it seems that only this singular individual possesses the skill. Beside him, Hui Dao also gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, what the hell, is it that young Chen again? Young Chen. Xiahua had not previously paid attention to the other's appearance. However, upon closer inspection, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to quell the tumult of emotions within. Good heavens, not only has he excelled in surgery, but he is also remarkably proficient in traditional Chinese medicine. What kind of prodigy is this lad? Chapter 36. Master of Time Management. It is well known that the study of traditional Chinese medicine is incredibly time-consuming. Even Xia Hua, a professor in the field, dedicated a decade before he felt confident enough to administer acupuncture independently. Ascending to the presidency of the Chinese Medicine Association took him over 30 years. Yet, when Chen Feng performed the Yin Yang 9 needles, his technique was so adept that he was clearly no novice. They could not fathom how someone in their early 20s could effectively manage their time to master both surgical and traditional medical practices. His time management skills are nothing short of extraordinary. Old Hu, let us go to Behu University. We must find young Chen. Who would have thought that I would witness the Yin Yang 9 needles in my lifetime? Xia Hua exclaimed, pulling Hu Yidao along as they exited. Hu Yidao's face mirrored his excitement. This younger generation must be met. Before long, the two arrived at Behu University. They searched the campus extensively, inquiring with numerous students. Yet Chen Feng remained elusive. Glancing at the time, Professor Xia frowned and remarked, Old Hu, I've arranged to meet an old friend here at Behu, so I must head over now. If you find young Chen, do be sure to call me. Rest assured, you go on ahead. Hu Yidao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had driven to Shang Yinyan's residence. Given that her family was engaged in business, their home was a villa, approximately 800 square meters in size. As soon as he parked, Shang Yinyan eagerly took his hand and led him toward the living room, saying, all the documents for the villa are with my father. He shouldn't oppose my selling it. Chen Feng rubbed his nose, feeling as though he were meeting the parents for the first time. They traversed the courtyard, and upon entering the living room, they were greeted by a middle-aged man who emanated an undeniable aura of authority. Dad. Shang Yinyan smiled as she approached him. Shang Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Yinyan, who is this? He is my classmate, Chen Feng. Hello, Uncle Shang. Chen Feng greeted politely. Don't be formal, please. Have a seat, Shang Jun replied, maintaining a composed exterior while his mind raced with questions. His daughter had never before brought a male friend home. What was the situation today? A boyfriend, perhaps? He scrutinized Chen Feng closely, noting that while the young man was somewhat handsome, he was just slightly inferior to himself. However, he was uncertain about the young man's family background. Dad, don't get the wrong idea, Shang Yinyan pouted. She recognized her father's expression and quickly added, the villa our family purchased has been unoccupied for a while. I thought it was a waste just sitting there. Chen Feng is looking to buy a villa. Why not sell it to him? Nonsense. Shang Jun's face darkened. He understood his daughter's intentions. Financial difficulties had beset him, and the company was in dire need of liquidity. Selling that villa would indeed provide some respite for a month. However, that villa was a gift he had bestowed upon his daughter. Moreover, if they were to sell it, they should seek out a reputable buyer, not a classmate. Little Chen. Yinyan is merely jesting. Please don't take it to heart, he added. Uncle Shang, if you genuinely wish to sell the villa, I am indeed interested. We can agree on a price, and the funds will be transferred immediately, Chen Feng interjected, not overthinking the matter. Regardless of where the purchase occurred, he might as well assist Shang Yinyan. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from outside. Come on now, Uncle Shang. That villa is worth at least 30 to 40 million. Can you afford it? A man in a suit strolled in, casting a friendly glance at Chen Feng before addressing Shang Jun. Hello, Uncle Shang. It's Lu Mingliang. Ah, Lu. It's been years since we last met. Shang Jun laughed heartily. Lu Mingliang was the son of a friend who had been studying abroad and had just returned. Indeed, it had been 5 years since their last encounter. Lu glanced at Shang Yinyan, a flicker of admiration crossing his features. Yinyan, you've become even more beautiful, surely. Many suitors are vying for your attention now? Humph. Shang Yinyan dismissed him, uninterested. They had known each other since childhood, yet for reasons unknown, she had never warmed to him. Lu Mingliang, seemingly unfazed by her indifference, extended his hand toward Chen Feng. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Mingliang. Just back from studying abroad, with dual master's degrees. Previously, I held a senior executive position in a publicly listed company with an annual salary in the tens of millions. I am now preparing to start my own business back home. His self-introduction reeked of pretension. Just as Chen Feng was about to introduce himself, Lu abruptly turned away, denying him the opportunity. Furrowing his brow, Chen Feng felt a twinge of annoyance. Don't mind him, Shang Yinyan said, pulling Chen Feng aside in a huff. Lu Mingliang appeared momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had never before been so openly disregarded by Shang Yinyan. On the nearby sofa, Shang Yinyan's irritation was palpable. That guy has always been insufferable. Had I known he would be here today, I wouldn't have returned. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Although she could be a bit willful at times, her protective nature was endearing. As for that villa, we should sell it. My father is too prideful to suffer in silence. Shang Yinyan whispered. Once Lu Mingliang leaves, I'll talk to my dad. If he doesn't find a way to secure funding, his Haitian intelligent technology company will collapse. Haitian Intelligent Technology? Chen Feng suddenly recalled hearing that name somewhere. In the next moment, realization struck him, and he swiftly retrieved his phone to browse a video app. He remembered a video concerning Haitian Intelligent Technology. Yet it was currently locked. Unlock. Chen Feng decided not to dwell too much on it, immediately spending 5 system points to unlock the video. It played. On July 10, 2023, Haitian Intelligent Technology announced bankruptcy. Chairman Shang Jun, unable to bear the mounting pressure, jumped from the building at 10 a.m. In the video, Shang Jun was dressed in a suit, standing atop the company building, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, while an ambulance prepared for rescue. Chen Feng quickly finished watching the video, his mind churning with tumultuous thoughts. A video from 3 years in the future. This meant that Shang Yinyan's family company was destined to go bankrupt in 3 years, and her father would take his own life. Casting a discreet glance at Shang Yinyan, he softly remarked, "Your father is involved in artificial intelligence, correct? I've heard that for such companies, core data is of utmost importance. Once the core data is leaked and exploited by others, it could very well lead to the company's bankruptcy. Is it truly that severe?" Shang Yinyan was taken aback. She had never been particularly concerned with the affairs of the company. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Feng said, "Ahem, I just calculated. And on July 10th, 3 years from now, your father will face a calamity. Regardless of where he goes, you must stay close to him." Chapter 37, The Major Shareholder. Shang Yinyan blinked, feeling somewhat perplexed. However, upon seeing Chen Feng's serious demeanor, she instinctively nodded. Whether she took it to heart was another matter altogether. Chen Feng knew that this was the extent of his assistance. He could not outright say that her father's company would collapse in 3 years, leading him to take drastic measures. Who would believe such a claim? Seeing the two whispering, Lu Mingliang felt quite displeased, forcing a smile onto his face. "Uncle Shang, I actually have good news to share with you regarding your company." "Oh." Shang Jun was somewhat surprised. Lu Mingliang gestured towards Shang Yinyan, smiling. "Uncle Shang, Yinyan is graduating this year, so she should be informed about the company's matters. Why not call her over to listen?" "Very well." Shang Jun did not oppose. After all, he had only one daughter, and he would eventually hand over the company to Shang Yinyan to manage. "Yinyan, come sit a little closer." "Okay." Shang Yinyan reluctantly moved over and pulled Chen Feng along with her. Shang Jun glanced at them but did not object. Lu Mingliang then said, "I have also heard that Uncle Shang's company is currently facing financial difficulties. I overheard you discussing selling the villa. I believe selling the villa is unnecessary. I have already found funding for you. Are you not deceiving me, Mingliang?" Shang Jun appeared skeptical. He had approached many people during this time, but no one was willing to assist financially. After all, the amount he needed was not merely in the millions, but in the hundreds of millions. The research and development of artificial intelligence is incredibly costly. A few million would likely be depleted in a month. "Uncle Shang, I have indeed secured funding," Lu Mingliang asserted confidently. "You know about the Wenyu investment company, right? With total assets in the hundreds of billions. As long as they are willing to invest in your company, all problems will be resolved." Shang Jun sighed. "Do you think I haven't approached them? Although the prospects of artificial intelligence development seem promising, it requires substantial capital. I sought their aid last month and was rejected." Lu Mingliang chuckled. "You were speaking with the current president, Yin Ting, weren't you? From what I have learned, the largest shareholder of Wenyu Investment Company is not her, but rather another individual who holds a 55% stake and possesses absolute voting power. As long as you can gain that major shareholder's endorsement, your company will be saved. Is this information reliable?" Shang Jun abruptly lifted his head, his gaze intense as he regarded Lu Mingliang. He had been at his wit's end, and now a glimmer of hope had emerged. "Absolutely reliable." Lu Mingliang glanced at Shang Yinyan, seemingly eager to take credit. "According to my findings, that major shareholder acquired shares in Wenyu Investment Company 15 years ago for a total of 60 million. It is said that in 2015, the company underwent significant changes, and its performance plummeted, nearly leading to bankruptcy. Other shareholders hastily transferred their shares, but that major shareholder held on to theirs. Eventually, the company weathered the crisis and has since thrived, amassing assets worth hundreds of billions. That major shareholder instantly became a billionaire." Shang Jun, who had not actively sought out such insider information, felt a sense of admiration upon hearing it. The individual certainly had remarkable composure. Meanwhile, Chen Feng wore a peculiar expression. "How could it be so mystical? I only became the major shareholder of Wenyu Investment Company yesterday. Surprised, aren't you? What? Do you believe my words to be untrue?" Lu Mingliang raised an eyebrow. "You, as a student, probably haven't even heard of such high-level matters." Chen Feng smiled. "It's fine. Please continue." Lu Mingliang proceeded. "For over a decade, that individual has remained anonymous and has not interfered with company affairs. Until yesterday, the identity of that major shareholder was finally revealed. I have also obtained their contact number through various channels. At this, Shang Jun became instantly excited. Ming Liang, that phone number. Uncle Shang, rest assured. I will definitely help you secure the investment. Leave this matter to me. Lu Mingliang patted his chest. However, I have one request that I hope you will agree to. As long as you can help me secure the investment, you will be a great benefactor for Haitan Intelligent Company. You can ask for anything. Upon hearing Shang Jun's words, Lu Mingliang was filled with excitement. Uncle Shang, I will be straightforward. I am also studying artificial intelligence technology. I wish to join the company's research and development department. Furthermore, you know that I have always had feelings for Yin Yan. If possible, Lu Mingliang, don't go too far. Shang Yin Yan interrupted him, her face flushed with anger. This fellow was truly excessive, attempting to tie himself to her through the company's interests. At that moment, she found him increasingly distasteful. Shang Jun frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. However, he soon relaxed. Ming Liang, I cannot meddle in the affairs of young people, nor do I wish to. However, if you can secure this investment, you may enter the research and development department. I know you are interested in artificial intelligence. Our company has made significant breakthroughs in this area, and we can allow you to oversee a project. Lu Mingliang shook his head. Shang Jun's brow furrowed again. Yin Yan's matters must be left to her discretion. Mingliang, I hope you can understand. Uncle Shang, you misunderstand me. Seeing Shang Yin Yan about to erupt, Lu Mingliang smiled. What I mean is, I not only want to enter the research and development department to oversee a project, but I also want a 5% stake in Haitan Intelligent Company. Of course, I can purchase the shares. He refrained from mentioning Shang Yin Yan, as if borrowing money from a friend. Initially, he wanted to borrow 1 million. But upon realizing it was too much, he reduced it to 500,000, and the other party immediately agreed. This was a psychological tactic. Shang Jun fell silent for a moment. Finally, he sighed and said, if you can secure a 500 million investment, I will agree to all your conditions. Deal. Lu Mingliang felt a surge of joy. As long as he could successfully enter Haitan Intelligent Company, he would have ample opportunities to meet Shang Yin Yan. Through frequent interactions, affection would surely blossom over time, leading her to inevitably accept him. Meanwhile, Chen Feng muttered softly to himself, I'm not foolish. I'm investing in you so you can acquire shares and chase after girls, while I get nothing? Brother Chen, what are you saying? Lu Mingliang looked at him with a proud demeanor. The reason I did not shy away from discussing company matters in front of him was to showcase my sense of superiority. Just look, we are both in our 20s. Yet you remain a colossal infant in the cradle of academia, still relying on your family for a monthly allowance. Meanwhile, I am engaging with magnates whose fortunes reach into the hundreds of millions. Our perspectives, wealth, and experiences are of entirely different calibers. Chapter 38. Surprised? Unexpected? Oh, it's nothing. Chen Feng chuckled and remarked. I just mentioned that the major shareholder is not only kind and handsome, but also possesses a commendable temperament and holds deep respect for his elders, demonstrating filial piety towards his parents. Despite his wealth of billions, he is never boastful. With such excellence and kindness, Lu, if you seek his investment, he will surely acquiesce. Lu Mingliang looked at him with a peculiar expression. What is wrong with this guy? The major shareholder isn't even here. What good does your flattery do? Beside them, Shang Yin Yan also appeared taken aback, feeling a flicker of irritation. She did not wish for Lu Mingliang to enter her father's company. If investment was to be sought, she would prefer Chen Feng to contribute funds to her father. Oh, does Chen Feng truly possess such wealth? Shang Yin Yan tilted her head, pondering. I do not need to implore that major shareholder. I merely need to outline the prospects and strengths of Uncle Shang's company. With the discerning eye of that major shareholder, he would undoubtedly take the initiative to invest. He is no ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would not have firmly secured shares in the entertainment investment company 15 years ago. Such insight is not something just anyone possesses. Lu Mingliang snorted derisively. Shang Jun nodded appreciatively. Although the other party was somewhat impatient, this line of thought was indeed correct. Perhaps it could genuinely assist him in persuading the major shareholder. He could not help but glance at Chen Feng. This university student is unlike others. When confronted with someone of my status as the company's president, ordinary students tend to appear rather reserved. After all, I like to think I possess a certain presence. Those unaccustomed to high society often cannot help but notice it. However, Chen Feng has maintained an air of casualness since he arrived. Apart from the necessary courtesies, he looks around as if he were strolling through his own vegetable garden, leaving one perplexed. At that moment, Chen Feng smiled, asserting, the major shareholder indeed possesses remarkable insight. Even before meeting him, I knew he must be an exceptional individual. My admiration for him flows like an unceasing river. Nonsense. Lu Mingliang could not be bothered to listen to his ramblings. He promptly retrieved his phone. Waving it at Shang Jun, Uncle Shang, I'm calling him now. Do you have anything to add? Nothing more. You are generally aware of the company's situation. Shang Jun replied, taking a deep breath. While appearing calm on the surface, he was inwardly fraught with anxiety. All right, I'll call now. Lu Mingliang cleared his throat and adjusted his tone, striving to ensure his voice sounded gentle. He then dialed the number, a contact he had acquired with great effort, hence his refusal to provide it to Shang Jun earlier. At that moment, Chen Feng's phone rang. Lu Mingliang frowned. He was supposed to be contacting the major shareholder. A call concerning an investment of several hundred million. This was crucial for both himself and Shang Jun. How could it be interrupted? Chen, since you have a call coming in, please take it first. With that, Lu Mingliang hung up the phone. However, the instant he did so, Chen Feng's phone fell silent as well. What a coincidence. Lu Mingliang did not dwell on it further and redialed. Yet again, Chen Feng's phone rang. This infuriated Lu Mingliang. Chen, hang up the call. I'm dealing with several hundred million in investments here. Don't mess this up. Fine, you are more important. Chen Feng shrugged, ending the call. Oh, the other side hung up. Lu Mingliang was even more bewildered. The call was disconnected. If the other party had not answered, that could be explained, but why would they hang up? Especially at the moment Chen Feng ended his call. In that instant, he shot a glance at Chen Feng and redialed the major shareholder's number. Simultaneously, Chen Feng's phone rang again. The entire living room fell into sudden silence. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Seeing everyone stare at him, Chen Feng felt compelled to answer the call. He pressed the connect button. Surprised? Unexpected. As he looked at the connected call, Lu Mingliang's face contorted in disbelief. Who can explain to me what is going on? Chen Feng chuckled. Oh, I didn't expect Lu to be so concerned about me. Today is our first meeting, and you've even managed to get my number. Are you harboring some ulterior motives? I thought of you as a brother, but you seem to have other intentions. How can you think like that? Lu Mingliang nearly spat blood in exasperation. He truly did not anticipate things would spiral into this predicament. Could it be that Chen Feng is the major shareholder? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Mingliang dismissed that notion outright. The only possibility was that he had dialed the wrong number. Mingliang, your number. Shang Jun's gaze shifted back and forth between Chen Feng and Lu Mingliang, equally puzzled. Lu Mingliang's previously resolute expression now revealed a hint of panic as he hurriedly explained. Uncle Shang, it must be my friend who made a mistake. I'll confirm it with him right away. Why is it impossible for it to be me? Chen Feng smiled cryptically. Lu Mingliang gritted his teeth in frustration. It absolutely cannot be you. First, the age doesn't match. That major shareholder acquired shares in the entertainment investment company 15 years ago. How old were you then? Second, your demeanor and status don't align. Do you understand how valuable 60 million was 15 years ago? With your background, you couldn't possibly afford it. Where would you have gotten the money to buy shares? Chen Feng remained silent, his smile unwavering. Logically, it was indeed improbable for him. But is he truly bound by logic? Lu Mingliang grew weary of conversing with him. He dashed to the side to make a call. Shang Yinyan shot an odd look at Chen Feng. What is going on? How would I know? Chen Feng shrugged. Perhaps I truly am that mysterious major shareholder. Look at my aura. It matches exactly what Lu has described. Shang Yinyan rolled her eyes in disbelief. I believe you as much as I would believe a ghost. Though she did not wish for Lu Mingliang to join her father's company, she still hoped for the company to secure investment. At that moment, her heart raced with anxiety. Soon, Lu Mingliang finished his call. However, his demeanor appeared rather despondent, devoid of the initial confidence he once exuded. Uncle Shang, my friend is currently verifying the phone number. Rest assured, even in the absence of substantial shareholder support, I can persuade my father to find a solution. Even if it means we have to fund it ourselves, we will ensure your capital is secured. That may not be necessary, Shang Jun retorted, displaying his shrewdness. The words from the other party had already indicated that the phone number held little promise. It seemed they would have to devise another plan. Chapter 39, The Remarkable Skill. Lu Mingliang appeared unwilling to concede. Uncle Shang, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the cultural and entertainment investment company to ensure this issue is resolved. Chen Feng suddenly lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps you should refrain from going. It's possible that Uncle Shang could succeed where you might falter. If you go, you are certain to complicate matters. You're talking nonsense. Lu Mingliang snapped, his temper flaring. I've tolerated you for long enough. Chen, do not revel in my misfortune. If I can't resolve this, do you think you can? As tensions rose, Shang Jun frowned. Enough. Let us maintain civility and avoid further conflict. Chen Feng calmly interjected, Uncle Shang, I have heard that the crux of artificial intelligence lies in core data. You must have recently achieved a technological breakthrough, necessitating a significant influx of capital. If I am not mistaken, your new product is set to launch in 3 years, and the company will officially go public. Shang Jun felt a jolt of surprise. Such information was confidential, known only to the upper echelons of the company. How did Chen Feng acquire this knowledge? Chen Feng continued, are you not curious as to why, upon your technological advancement, this Lu fellow has so brazenly approached you, insisting on joining your company? Moreover, he is adamant about overseeing the development project. Could it be that he harbors ulterior motives regarding your technology? His words hung in the air, unspoken yet crystal clear. Previously, the video had merely mentioned that Shang Jun's company faced a series of issues leading to bankruptcy due to the leakage of core secrets. Chen Feng was merely speculating. Yet the connection to Lu Mingliang remained ambiguous. You are slandering me, Lu Mingliang exclaimed, his fury boiling over. Uncle Shang, do not heed his baseless accusations. My intent in joining Height and Intelligence is rooted in my optimism for your future. Chen Feng is simply envious of me, seeking to tarnish my reputation. Enough. I am aware. Shang Jun's expression was remarkably composed. At that moment, he found it difficult to trust either Chen Feng or Lu Mingliang. Both seemed suspicious. Yan, please take Xiao Chun and Mingliang for a stroll. I have a matter to attend to. Oh, Shang Yan pouted. She had clearly heard the exchange between the two and retained a significant degree of trust in Chen Feng. As for Lu Mingliang, although she harbored some dislike, she doubted he posed a real threat. Lu Mingliang leaned in, menacingly declaring, Yan, this brat has the audacity to slander me. If it weren't for your sake, I would have dealt with him already. During my years abroad, I have honed my skills. A mere 3 or 5 opponents would be no match for me. He threw a provocative glance at Chen Feng. Today, consider yourself fortunate. In another setting, I would have guaranteed you'd be left searching for your teeth. Lu Mingliang. Shang Yan glared at him, her face flushed with anger. If you dare to lay a hand on him, I will not let this go. Yan, you cannot be so protective of him. Lu Mingliang seethed, his teeth clenched. The words he had spoken were mere bravado. He would never dare act against Chen Feng in front of Shang Yan. I will protect him, and that is none of your concern. Shang Yan huffed, seemingly realizing she had overstepped, her cheeks slightly reddening. Chen Feng paid little heed to the threat posed by Lu Mingliang. After all, he had undergone physical enhancement through the system. A mere Lu Mingliang was hardly a challenge. Just as Shang Yan prepared to lead the two outside, a sudden crash echoed from the direction of the bedroom. Moments later, Shang Jun rushed out, clutching his abdomen, panic etched across his face. Quick, stop him. Following his gaze, a shadow clad in tight-fitting attire darted from the bedroom, moving with astonishing speed directly toward the living room, where Shang Yan and the others were situated. Should the intruder cross the living room, escape would be inevitable. This sight sent Shang Jun into further alarm. Stop him. He has stolen the company's USB drive. Finally, the pieces fell into place. The core data of Height and Intelligence was likely stored on that USB drive, now in the hands of a thief. Damn it. How brazen to steal in broad daylight. Lu Mingliang dashed forward, positioning himself in front of the shadow, and kicked out. Unfortunately, his strike missed entirely, and the shadow collided with him, sending Lu Mingliang sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. It was over. With Lu Mingliang unable to impede the intruder, the USB drive was lost. As the thief neared the villa's exit, Chen Feng launched himself forward like a cannonball, then grounded himself, creating a crater in the floor as one leg swept out. With a resounding thud, he struck the shadow, sending it careening 5 meters away, crashing violently against the wall, which splintered under the impact. The shadow lay on the ground, groaning in pain, shooting a terrified glance at Chen Feng before vaulting over the wall and fleeing. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment Chen Feng moved to the instant he struck the shadow, it was a mere 3 seconds. Lu Mingliang's jaw dropped in disbelief. How powerful. Had that kick connected with him, he would surely have suffered multiple broken bones. Thank goodness he had refrained from attacking Chen Feng earlier. Otherwise, he would likely be lying in a hospital bed now. This guy is simply monstrous. At that moment, Shang Jun arrived, panting heavily, his expression one of regret. It's over, it's over. I thought keeping the company's South USB drive at home would be safer. Who could have imagined someone would dare to steal it right from my house? Uncle Shang, nothing is missing. Chen Feng approached the corner and picked up a small square box from the grass. It was precisely the one left behind by that shadow moments ago. Upon seeing the box, Shang Jun's heart leaped with joy as he hurriedly opened it, exclaiming, "Yes, this is it. You scared me half to death. Thankfully, it's not lost. Young Chen, I owe you one." Chapter 40. Yeah, where's my cigarette? He scrutinized Chen Feng from head to toe, left to right. The young man appeared quite ordinary, yet his remarkable skills were astonishing. Shang Jun had encountered numerous bodyguards who had retired from the military. While they were all robust, none could match the speed and strength exhibited by Chen Feng. The disparity was not minor. Chen Feng glanced at the USB drive in Shang Jun's hand and remarked, "Uncle Shang, you must enhance your security measures. Such vital items need to be safeguarded diligently." Shang Jun shook his head, admitting, I never anticipated that the intruder could even open the safe. I was careless. Dad, are you all right? Shang Yinyan approached, her face etched with concern. I'm fine. Just had a little bump, Shang Jun reassured her. Without further delay, he returned to the room to secure the USB drive and subsequently reported the incident. Such behavior constituted a burglary, and regardless of whether they could identify the perpetrator, the formalities must be observed. Before long, 2 police officers arrived, taking notes and investigating the scene. Generally speaking, cases like this are notoriously difficult to solve. After all, the intruder had come prepared and would have left no clues behind. One officer examined the cracks in the courtyard wall and frowned. Are you certain these marks were made by a kick and not a hammer? Chen Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that his enhanced physique from the system was quite impressive. That kick had at least 400 or 500 pounds of force behind it. By tomorrow, after further enhancement, his strength would only increase. The officer inhaled sharply. What kind of power does that require? Even some special forces soldiers we've encountered can hardly muster such strength. After a brief inquiry, the 2 officers departed swiftly. Following this incident, Shang Jun no longer dared to be negligent, continuously contacting the company to raise their vigilance and ensure the safekeeping of confidential documents. He also meticulously reviewed the security measures once more. Meanwhile, in a vehicle heading from the provincial capital to Beihou, a woman sat in the back seat, dressed in professional attire. Her stunning figure was accentuated by her impressive 32D dimensions. This woman was none other than Yun Ting, the president of the cultural investment company. At this moment, Yun Ting wore a frosty expression, tinged with anger. I only went to the provincial capital for a short visit, and yet such a significant incident occurred at the company. I truly wonder how you all manage your affairs. Beside her, an assistant spoke softly. Mr. Chen's contact information was leaked by Minister Wang. Upon investigation, I discovered someone paid 5 million for it. With trepidation, the assistant glanced at Yun Ting. It's my fault. The leak of Mr. Chen's information is due to my negligence. Please, punish me as you see fit. Yun Ting furrowed her brows. Very well, consider this a lesson learned. But you must remember, shareholder information is corporate confidential. If we cannot safeguard even these fundamental privacies, what right do we have to remain in the company? Upon your return, authorize all documentation. In the future, any confidential files that require access must receive my permission. Understood. The assistant sighed in relief. She had initially thought the president was overreacting, considering it was merely a piece of contact information. Now she understood that the president was emphasizing a principle, a standard. Confidentiality is paramount, regardless of the issue's magnitude. If we do not enforce consequences this time, the company's regulations would be in disarray. Yun Ting checked the time and suddenly inquired, have we located the major shareholder? Yes, the assistant replied promptly. An hour ago, he was visiting Boss Shang's residence and should still be there. Shang Jun. Yun Ting's impression of this individual was vague, or rather non-existent. Yes, he is the owner of Haitai Intelligent, the company we declined for investment previously. Haitai Intelligent? Yun Ting straightened her posture, stretching slightly. Let us go pay a visit to Boss Shang. Inform the company not to wait for me. Understood. The assistant quickly contacted the company, harboring some doubts. Visiting Boss Shang? It seemed more like an attempt to meet the major shareholder. In the living room, Shang Yinyan glanced at Chen Feng and remarked, I believe my father will be busy for a while, but he has already instructed that you stay for dinner tonight. Regardless, you've aided him significantly. At this moment, her curiosity about Chen Feng grew. Not only did he possess immense wealth, but his skills were also remarkable. Just 10 minutes ago, she had heard from a classmate that he was proficient in miraculous medical arts, sought after even by medical professors. Such a person would shine like gold wherever he went. Why had she not heard of him during her 4 years at university? Was he simply too low profile? Indeed, that must be it. Shang Yinyan had encountered many wealthy second-generation heirs, most of whom were arrogant or dismissive, each more troublesome than the last, much like Zhao Donglai before. Yet, someone like Chen Feng, who was both humble and kind, was a rarity. Unbeknownst to her, her fondness for Chen Feng grew even more. Chen Feng shook his head. It's no trouble, I need to return to school shortly. He had initially come to purchase a villa, but it appeared that Boss Shang would not be selling that property after all. Shang Yinyan pouted. Then I'll accompany you back to school. Yinyan. What will I do if you leave? I have nothing planned for the evening. I can stay for dinner, Lu Mingliang chimed in cheerfully. Shang Yinyan snorted. Isn't my dad home? You can dine with him. Aye. Lu Mingliang's expression soured as he withdrew a set of Ferrari keys from his pocket and slammed them onto the table. If you're returning to school, I'll drive you. Why follow Chen Feng? He has no vehicle. Just then, Chen Feng leisurely pulled a Pagani key from his pocket, followed by a folded contract. The cover prominently displays the words Transfer Contract of Huaxing Hospital. But that is not all. He rummaged through his pocket, muttering to himself, Where are my cigarettes? I distinctly remember placing them in my pocket. Lu Mingliang's lips twitched in irritation. Are you searching for cigarettes? Nonsense. You're merely flaunting. The value of that contract aside. Even that Pagani is worth far more than his own Ferrari, which is worth 6 or 7 million. Damn it. How embarrassing. He had initially thought Chen Feng was just an ordinary college student, but it seems his family might indeed be affluent. No wonder he dared to purchase Uncle Shang's villa. Just then, he received a message that instantly filled him with excitement. Yin Yin, hurry, call Uncle Shang over. There's good news. Chapter 41, Safe and Sound. In the living room, Shang Jun had already set aside his previous tasks. He forcefully suppressed his emotions and asked, Mingliang, did you just say that the president of the cultural investment company is coming to our home? Absolutely. Lu Mingliang chuckled, regaining his earlier confidence. Uncle Shang, that President Yunting is on her way, as per the message from my friend. It's definitely reliable. Moreover, I suspect her visit is for investment purposes. This left Shang Jun even more perplexed. Earlier, he had personally visited the cultural investment company, and their executives had shown little interest in his company. Why the sudden change of heart? Lu Mingliang patted his chest. Didn't I ask my friend to verify the major shareholders' contact? He must have called them directly. Now, President Yunting's visit could very well be at the behest of that major shareholder. Uncle Shang, your company is saved. President Yunting coming in person is surely to invest in you. It made sense. Shang Jun felt invigorated. This was the only explanation that made sense. Mingliang, you must be thanked for this. Rest assured, you will receive your due reward. Thank you, Uncle Shang. Lu Mingliang shot a proud glance at Chen Feng. Since entering the villa, he had been holding back his frustration. His phone call had failed, his displays of strength had flopped, and all the glory had gone to Chen Feng. It was high time for him to shine. As the time passed, Shang Jun prepared to welcome their guest and made sure the company's documents were ready. Should the visitor express interest in investing, they would need to sign various agreements. 20 minutes later, a business vehicle pulled up at the villa's entrance. The first to emerge was a pair of long, elegant legs. Following closely was Yunting. Clad in professional attire, her stunning curves captivating everyone's gaze. Yunting. Not only is she the youngest and most beautiful president of the cultural investment company, but she is also the second largest shareholder, holding 20 of the company. It is said that she has been clever since childhood and possesses a keen business acumen. Originally, the shares belonged to her father, who transferred them to her name when she turned 20. After graduating from university, Yunting took the helm as president. Many within the company were initially resistant, but she swiftly silenced dissent with decisive measures and subsequently doubled the company's performance within a year. Since then, no one has opposed her again. Though she is a woman, her approach to business is exceptionally shrewd. At this moment, Shang Jun hurried forward to greet her. President Yun, had I known you were coming, I would have gone to receive you myself. There's no need for such formality, Mr. Shang. My visit today is indeed rather sudden due to certain matters, Yunting replied with a smile, her voice gentle like a spring breeze. Shang Jun's heart leaped with joy. The certain matters must pertain to investment, right? It seems that his nephew Mingliang is indeed reliable. President Yun, all the materials are prepared. Please, come inside. Materials? Yunting paused, not fully grasping the meaning behind his words. However, she chose not to voice her confusion and gradually walked inside. Hello, President Yun, I am Lu Mingliang. Lu Mingliang quickly stepped forward, eager to establish a connection. Building rapport with her could yield significant benefits for him. Hello, Yunting nodded slightly, her gaze briefly sweeping over him before moving on to a familiar yet strange figure ahead, Chen Feng. Familiar because she had previously reviewed Chen Feng's materials and photos. Yet strange as this was their first actual meeting. Initially, Yunting intended to greet him, but upon seeing Chen Feng's smiling, motionless demeanor, she instinctively suppressed her impulse to speak. Once they entered the living room, Shang Jun presented a long-preserved Dahong Pao tea, brewing a pot and offering it to her. Subtly, he inquired, President Yun, regarding your visit. Mr. Shang, last month you visited our company and introduced the situation regarding height and intelligence. We ultimately did not adopt it. And I sincerely apologize for that, Yunting replied politely. Having previously rejected a proposal, she felt it necessary to extend her apologies upon visiting. I am here today due to the major shareholder. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Mingliang interjected, President Yun, we are all aware that you were sent by the major shareholder. This oversight is on my part. I didn't expect that phone call would result in you coming in person. Huh. Yunting looked bewildered, glancing at Chen Feng. What was going on? Lu Mingliang was frantically trying to assert his presence, saying, Indeed, President Yun, I had a contact call the major shareholder to introduce Uncle Shang's company. The major shareholder must be interested in Uncle Shang's business, right? I mean, how could such matters necessitate your personal presence? It should be me and Uncle Shang visiting you directly. He rambled on. Yunting maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of emotion. However, Shang Jun began to sense that something was amiss. He shot Lu Mingliang a series of furtive glances, but the latter appeared oblivious, continuing to prattle on. Uncle Shang, hurry and bring the company's documents for President Yun to review. Shang Jun remained still, but his heart sank. This situation was not favorable. From the demeanor and actions of the other party, it was evident that Yunting was not there to invest in his company. The excitement he had felt moments ago swiftly morphed into disappointment. He could not help but glance at Lu Mingliang, who had brought him one revelation after another since his arrival. His emotions were akin to a roller coaster, oscillating between excitement and disappointment, leaving him nearly frantic. Chen Feng, however, smiled and remarked, "Ah, Brother Lu, have you not considered the purpose of President Yun's visit? What if she is not here for investment?" "Shut your mouth." Lu Mingliang thought of kicking him out in frustration. Every time this fellow spoke, it was never for anything good. He asserted with utmost certainty, "President Yun is not here to invest. What else could it be? Is she here to seek you out?" Chen Feng merely smiled in response. "Laugh, laugh, laugh. What is there to laugh about?" Lu Mingliang had yet to finish his sentence when he abruptly fell silent, his expression morphing into one of astonished disbelief as he gazed sideways. There stood Yunting, letting out a resigned sigh, slowly rising to her feet and walking over to Chen Feng's side. She spoke softly, "I am indeed not here to invest. Rather, I have come to find the major shareholder of Wenyu Investment Company. Mr. Chen, I trust you have been well." Chapter 42. The Revelation. I am the major shareholder. Not here to invest. Mr. Chen, major shareholder. Everyone was left in a state of utter bewilderment, their faces frozen in shock. Their eyes flitted back and forth between Yunting and Chen Feng, unable to fathom the reality unfolding before them. In their minds, the enigmatic major shareholder was someone with a net worth exceeding 100 billion, possessing keen business acumen and a unique vision. How could it possibly be Chen Feng? Even the recently arrived Shang Yin stood agape, utterly astonished. She had always believed Chen Feng to be merely a billionaire, never imagining he was 100 billionaire. Lu Mingliang still could not wrap his head around it. "President Yun, could it be that you have mistaken the person? That major shareholder acquired his shares 15 years ago. How old was Chen Feng then? How could he possibly be the major shareholder?" Shang Jun furrowed his brow as well. "Little Chen is currently a student at Behu University. Is the information about President Yun accurate?" Regardless of Mr. Chen's age or identity, Yunting approached Chen Feng slowly, offering a serene smile. "He is indeed the major shareholder of Wenyu Investment Company, if even I am uncertain of this. It seems no one within the company could be either. Furthermore, should Mr. Chen wish, he could assume the position of president of Wenyu Investment Company at any time." Hiss. A mere few sentences plunged the atmosphere into an almost tangible silence. Wenyu Investment Company boasts assets in the hundreds of billions, and every year the company's valuation skyrockets. Within 3 years, its assets could very well reach 1,000 billion. Such a scale places it at the forefront of enterprises in Behu. As the major shareholder, Chen Feng's status is undeniably significant. Yet, what astounded them even more was the fact that Yunting was willing to relinquish her position as president. This indicated her profound regard for Chen Feng, verging on obsequiousness. Shang Jun rose from his seat. His demeanor towards Chen Feng transformed into one of deep respect. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for my previous negligence. I hope you can overlook it." In that instant, he could no longer regard Chen Feng as a mere junior. He was, after all, a billionaire. Regardless of whether his wealth was self-made or inherited, it was enough to signify his standing and status in society. "Uncle Shang, you are too courteous." Chen Feng waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit. "There are no outsiders present. Please, just call me Little Chen." "Very well." Shang Jun nodded vigorously, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. The major shareholder he had been desperately seeking was right under his nose. It now seemed that Lu Mingliang's so-called phone call was likely a fabrication. As he turned his gaze, he caught sight of Lu Mingliang, who, with a face full of embarrassment, was staring down at the ground, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. How utterly humiliating. At that moment, Chen Feng turned to Yunting. "President Yun, what do you think of heightened intelligence?" "The company's projects are quite promising," Yunting replied, adjusting her impressive silhouette. "I have always believed that the future of artificial intelligence holds great promise, though the initial investment is substantial." It was precisely due to the lengthy return cycle that the other shareholders disagreed with the last investment. She indirectly revealed the reasons for the previous refusal. "However, Mr. Chen possesses 55 of the shares, and thus holds absolute sway." Chen Feng nodded, then suddenly inquired, "Uncle Shang, how much more does your company need?" Shang Jun sighed. "The project has just made some breakthroughs. To achieve further success, we still need time. I estimate that the total investment cannot be less than 500 million. Such an investment is already considered a significant undertaking. and the need for the entire amount up front is the main reason he finds it challenging to gather the funds. He glanced at Chen Feng, now fully aware that all hope rests on this junior. Chen Feng smiled lightly. Uncle Shang, I shall invest 2 billion. And I will provide 2 billion annually. If your project's return rate is high, this investment can be increased. You need not worry about funds. As soon as the words left his lips, Shang Jun stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Mr. Chen, did you just say how much? 2 billion, annually 2 billion. And not a penny less. Chen Feng was wholly unconcerned about the opinions of other shareholders. Even if he were to use his own money, his bank account would suffice. The system's profitability is indeed remarkable. In just 3 short days, he transformed from a penniless youth into a 100 billionaire. 2 billion. Shang Jun inhaled sharply. Excitement and anxiety mingling in his expression as he looked at Yun Ting beside him. He saw her nodding in affirmation. Look at that. This is the confidence of the wealthy. I ask for 500 million, and you grant me 2 billion, with 2 billion every year. This is liquidity. He had not expected Chen Feng not only to support his project, but to do so with such a grand gesture. After a moment's hesitation, Shang Jun suddenly asked, Mr. Chen, will you be investing personally or under the name of Wenyu Investment Company? He believed that with Chen Feng's capabilities, he could certainly produce that 2 billion. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Under the name of Wenyu Investment Company, please. I am rather lazy and prefer to be a hands-off manager. Regardless of whose name the investment is made under, I remain the major shareholder. In truth, Chen Feng had grown accustomed to the system's rapid wealth accumulation. While Shang Jun's height and intelligence showed great potential, the pace of profit generation was comparatively slower. On the other hand, Chen Feng yearned to establish his own company, holding all the shares. However, that plan would have to wait. Very well. Shang Jun was filled with excitement, nearly stumbling over his words. Mr. Chen, President Yun. Based on the funds, Wenyu Investment Company should be able to secure 70 of the shares. May I ask if you have any objections to this? No objections. Given Yun Ting's expertise in company management, she softly replied, we will not interfere with the daily management of height and intelligence, but we will be involved in the management of core technologies. I sincerely hope that Mr. Shang can devise an effective solution. It is imperative. Mr. Shang Jun is taking this matter very seriously. Confidential business information must not be leaked. Meanwhile, he cast a glance at Lu Mingliang beside him. With the involvement of the entertainment investment company, it seems that Lu Mingliang will no longer be able to acquire shares. Mingliang, about the 5 shares you mentioned earlier, there is no need for that. Lu Mingliang quickly waved his hand. Uncle Shang, I just remembered I have another matter to attend to. You all continue with your work. I'll take my leave. After saying this, he hurriedly departed. What a jest. At this point, not only is that 5 share out of the question, but even gaining entry into the RD department of Haitian Smart would likely prove challenging. Chapter 43. You scare me to death, little brother. In the ensuing moments, Shang Jun quickly dialed a phone number, instructing his assistant to bring over the contracts and documentation. The signing of the contract transpired smoothly. Shang Jun never anticipated that the issue which had plagued him for so long would be resolved so swiftly today. He then asked Shang Yanyan to retrieve the keys to the villa. Mr. Chen, you have been of immense help to me. This villa is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Mr. Chen initially intended to decline, but, noticing the insistence in the other party's demeanor, accepted it without further thought. Uncle Shang, since the matter is resolved, I shall not intrude any longer. Chen Feng did not linger, departing the villa with Yunting. At that moment, Shang Jun's face radiated with an exuberant smile. He turned to Shang Yanyan, speaking meaningfully. Yanyan, your classmate is quite remarkable. Does he have a girlfriend? How would I know? Shang Yanyan replied, her foot tapping anxiously, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yanyan, I must remind you of something. Shang Jun, understanding his daughter's feelings, sighed and continued. Mr. Chen is certainly no ordinary individual, and his future accomplishments will far surpass those of common people. The women he associates with are all exceptional. Not to mention, take today's Yunting for example. Her beauty, poise, and business acumen are nearly unparalleled. If you genuinely have feelings for him, you should act swiftly. Yinyan's emotions were quite complex. She comprehended her father's intent. He was concerned for her well-being. Let nature take its course. Ding. Congratulations to the host for participating in and completing the video task. Double reward system points, 90. Current remaining system points, 130. Ding. Due to the host's participation in the video task, the system predicts a shift in time. The current predicted time is the year 2024. Upon hearing this notification, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. What? The task is completed already? After a moment's reflection, he quickly grasped the situation. The involvement of the entertainment investment company had altered the fate of Shang Jun's company. With a continuous influx of funds, bankruptcy was no longer a possibility for Shang Jun, nor could he contemplate jumping from a building. This indeed constituted a profound transformation in the other party's destiny. And following the system's conventions, there should be one more double reward forthcoming. As anticipated, ding, the host has doubled the points for participating in the video task. The predicted time continues to shift, now anticipated to be the year 2054. The timeline had expanded by an additional 30 years. Not only could more events now be predicted, but the technological advancements expected in 30 years, around the year 2050, would likely represent a significant leap. If one could grasp this knowledge in advance, would it not be extraordinary? What would technology be like in 30 years? The anticipation is palpable. However, at this moment, Chen Feng was even more exhilarated by the addition of 90 system points. To acquire more system points, he would need to complete additional video tasks. As that was the only way to achieve a reversal in his fortunes, Chen Feng parked his Pagani by the roadside. At that moment, Yunting, who had been following him, approached and softly inquired, "Mr. Chen, have you considered transferring your shares? I could offer double the price." Transfer? Chen Feng shook his head. The entertainment investment company was currently performing exceptionally well, with annual dividends of no less than 4 billion arriving, and likely even more. Only a fool would sell. "Ms. Yun, are you worried that I might usurp your position as president? Rest assured, I have no interest in company affairs, nor in the presidential role." At this point, he glanced at the elegant Yunting, smiling. "Considering how you supported me earlier, I promise to side with you in any future company decisions. I shall not go back on my word." Yunting finally exhaled in relief. What she required was absolute authority within the company. Previously, she had held the reins at the entertainment investment company, but Chen Feng's sudden appearance nearly disrupted her plans. "You scared me to death, little brother," she exclaimed, unconsciously patting her chest. Chen Feng quickly diverted his gaze. "What an eyesore." Yunting chuckled. "Even though you are the majority shareholder, given our age difference, I should indeed call you little brother. Now, let us discuss my purpose for coming. Firstly, I wanted to formally introduce myself. Moreover, I would like you to find a time to visit the company and meet the other shareholders. Is that considered officially aligning?" Chen Feng remarked knowingly. "The other shareholders are likely seeking me as well. I hold 55 of the shares. Anyone who connects with me will gain a voice in the company." "You are far too clever for your own good," Yunting mused, curious about where this younger man had acquired such insight. She instinctively straightened her posture and smiled. "You've never made an appearance before. Your presence this time has certainly unsettled the other shareholders. Primarily, it assures them. Although the entertainment investment company had numerous shareholders, competition was not excessively fierce." "Understood. I will find a time to visit." Chen Feng nodded. The two continued their conversation, with Yunting briefing him on the company's recent developments. Although she projected a cool demeanor to outsiders, she was surprisingly amiable in this context. At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Yunting raised an eyebrow. "Do you recognize him?" "I do." Without leaving a trace, he approached. At that moment, outside a nearby shopping center, amidst the bustling crowd, a figure stood there, visibly anxious, as if waiting for someone. It was none other than Lu Mingliang. Chen Feng found it strange. What was this fellow doing here after leaving Shang Yinyan's house? After about 5 minutes, a man approached, and the two swiftly concealed themselves in a hidden corner. "Lu Xiao, you nearly got me killed this time. You never mentioned that Mr. Shang had such a formidable ally. That blow earlier must have broken at least 2 of my ribs." The man's face was filled with fury. If it weren't for his swift escape, he would undoubtedly have met his doom. Lu Mingliang cursed. "Dao Gu, you can't blame me for this. Who would have thought that Chen Feng would possess such remarkable skills?" "I care not for your excuses," Dao Gu retorted coldly. "I've been injured and require funds for treatment. Without 1,000,000, I shall not heal. Bring the money. We had an agreement. You secure the USB drive, and I shall provide the reward." Lu Mingliang seethed internally, thinking, "It's not that I lack principles. But if you fail in your task, you shan't see a single cent." Dao Ji's eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade, revealing his fury. "Lu Mingliang, I'll make this clear. If you fail to pay, I will ensure that this matter reaches the ears of Boss Shang. You won't find peace then." Lu Mingliang dismissed the threat, responding, "Go ahead, do your worst. You have no evidence. Who would know I was after the USB drive?" At that moment, an unsettling voice pierced the air. "I know." Chapter 44, the one nicknamed the Ox Demon King. "Who?" Lu Mingliang turned in alarm, discovering that Chen Feng had appeared behind him, accompanied by President Yunting. What are you doing here?" Panic surged within him. "Good thing I'm here, otherwise I would have missed quite a show," Chen Feng remarked, smacking his lips. "I never anticipated that you, Lu, could act so well, ostensibly aiding Uncle Shang in securing investments while secretly plotting to steal his core data. I did no such thing." Lu Mingliang vehemently denied. "This matter has nothing to do with me. Do not slander me." Regardless of your denials, Chen Feng shrugged nonchalantly. I must inform you that Uncle Sean's project now belongs to Wen Yu Investment Company, Limited, as a major shareholder. Any transgressions against the company will not merely result in a broken rib or two. Lu Mingliang furrowed his brow. What do you mean? I hold a grudge, and those who covet my possessions will surely regret it, Chen Feng replied, narrowing his eyes and gesturing towards Dao Ge. Just like this fellow here, who has already suffered 2 broken ribs. Perhaps he will soon face 2 more. How many ribs does one possess? How many times can he be broken? Lu Mingliang's mouth twitched in unease. Meanwhile, Dao Ge bristled with rage. What did you just say? I was quite clear. Chen Feng's expression hardened. We are not fools. It was you who attempted to steal the USB drive from Boss Sean's residence an hour ago. Do not presume I wouldn't recognize you without your clothes on. Humph. Dao Ge scoffed, knowing that their previous conversation had been overheard by Chen Feng and feeling no need to conceal his anger. You're quite arrogant, having injured me earlier. I offer you 2 choices. Either pay me 5 million for medical expenses, or I shall break 2 of your ribs as well. Otherwise, you shan't leave today? Is that so? Chen Feng found the situation amusing. You were no match for me before. Do you truly believe you can defeat me now, while injured? You think I'm foolish? Dao Ge sneered, whistling sharply. A figure soon approached, blocking Chen Feng's path. The newcomer, towering at nearly 6 feet tall, was robust and muscular. Dao Ge chuckled. This brother of mine may lack finesse, but he possesses great strength. He once killed a bull with a single punch, earning the moniker Ox Demon King. He was meant for Lu Mingliang, but now that you've shown up, consider yourself unfortunate. Lu Mingliang's heart sank as he realized Dao Ge had a backup plan. Fortunately, the conflict hadn't escalated, sparing him from dire consequences. Dao Ge taunted, Lu, our elder brother has not spoken, but if you are willing to pay, I would not need to resort to violence against you. Huzi attack. Finally, the fight was about to commence. Huzi grinned, his legs propelling him toward Chen Feng with explosive speed. Boom, boom. Though his speed was not extraordinary, the sheer force of his charge sent tremors through the ground, akin to a mountain descending upon them. Behind Chen Feng, Yinting's expression shifted dramatically. This brute resembled a human cannonball. Should he collide with her, she would surely be caught in the fray. Regret washed over her. Had she known it would come to this, she would have refrained from following. Now, evasion seemed impossible. It was over. However, when she glanced at Chen Feng, he wore an expression of calm indifference, seemingly unfazed by Huzi's menacing advance. Pretentious, Huzi seethed inwardly. Refusing to back down even now, he unleashed a fist aimed at Chen Feng. Yet, in that instant, Chen Feng abruptly lifted his head. A palpable chill enveloped the air, and an immense pressure rendered Huzi momentarily breathless. Danger. A profound sense of peril washed over him. Chen Feng struck. With a swift kick, Huzi was sent soaring through the air. Boom. Without warning, Huzi was propelled skyward by Chen Feng's kick. A strange smile danced upon Chen Feng's lips. As Huzi descended, another devastating blow met him. Boom. His body was launched 2 meters higher. By heavens. Dao Ge gasped, his face paling in horror. Huzi, a towering figure weighing at least 200 pounds, was effortlessly sent flying by Chen Feng, utterly powerless to retaliate. This is madness. In terror, Dao Ge turned to flee. At that moment, Chen Feng coiled his leg and unleashed a whip-like kick, striking Huzi mid-air, who then collided violently with Dao Ge. The 2 bodies crashed against the wall with a resounding thud, sending debris flying and provoking a chorus of gasps from onlookers. The battle was swift, initiated rapidly, and concluded even quicker. Lu Mingliang inhaled sharply, his face a mask of astonishment. Chen Feng, however, merely clapped his hands, casting a glance at the 2 sprawled figures on the ground, his demeanor serene. I warned you, you would suffer broken ribs today. I told you to refrain from posturing. Yet you failed to heed my warning. He then turned to Lu Mingliang, a cold smile gracing his lips. For the sake of Shang Yanyan, I shall spare you this time. Lu Mingliang, whether you were spying on Height Smart's core data, or if someone else is behind your intentions, know this, should there be a next time, the consequences will be yours to bear. Lu Mingliang trembled internally. Before he could respond, Chen Feng departed with the dazed Yinting. At that moment, the surrounding crowd finally converged. The commotion just now was truly overwhelming. From the moment the 2 individuals engaged in combat, it was evident that the situation had escalated. However, their movements were so swift that by the time onlookers had gathered, it had already concluded. Good heavens, was that a scene from a film? What sort of film could it possibly be? Just take a look around. Are there any cameras present? It is abundantly clear that a brawl was underway. My word, that individual was astonishingly formidable, propelling his opponent through the air with a single kick. Truly impressive, far superior to those so-called masters from the streets. This is authentic martial prowess. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Among them, numerous admirers fervently captured images of Chen Feng's figure in the distance. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, those 2 are injured." Should we take them to the hospital? Hospital? Just look at who that is. The infamous knife brother, and the hulking figure beside him, known as the Bull Demon King. These two are notorious for preying on others, indulging in all sorts of underhanded antics. So it's them. Disperse, disperse. They deserve a beating. The crowd had gathered swiftly and dispersed just as quickly, seemingly oblivious to the injured individuals. Nonetheless, some in the crowd managed to capture footage of the earlier skirmish. Though the distance was considerable, the action was still discernible. They shared the video on social media, and it rapidly went viral. Likes and shares poured in, catapulting it to trending status. However, Chen Feng remained blissfully unaware of all this. Chapter 45. Just one female housekeeper short after parting ways with Yunting. Chen Feng headed directly to the lavish villa gifted by Shang Jun situated in Yulong Bay. This locale represents the most prestigious area of Beihu. Those capable of purchasing a villa here are predominantly affluent magnates. Although Chen Feng did not formally check in, the sight of him arriving in a multi-million-dollar Pagani was enough for the security at the entrance to promptly lift the barrier. Unwilling to offend someone who could afford such a luxury vehicle, the 1,200 square meter standalone villa was indeed a sight to behold. Upon opening the grand courtyard gate, the first thing that greeted him was a beautifully landscaped front yard, adorned with lush greenery. The villa boasts 3 floors. The ground floor features an expansive living room, with floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a breathtaking view. The furniture, sofas, and lighting fixtures were all meticulously selected and decorated by Shang Yanyan, and their cost was substantial. The entire setup is fully automated, operable via voice commands. Adjacent to the living room are the dining area and an open-concept kitchen. To Chen Feng's surprise, one wall of the dining room has been transformed into a wine cabinet, brimming with exquisite red wines. Over 100 bottles, each starting at a price of 100,000. The second floor comprises 4 bedrooms, each with its own en-suite bathroom, likely intended for guests. The third floor features a singular room, the master suite. This grand master bedroom includes a walk-in closet and an expansive outdoor balcony. Chen Feng was instantly enamored with the villa, especially the enormous swimming pool located in the backyard. The only drawback was its sheer size, which would necessitate considerable upkeep. However, he could easily hire a female housekeeper for that purpose. With matters in hand, he could indulge in leisure. How did I arrive at such a thought? Tonight, I shall stay here. After exploring the villa, Chen Feng made his way to the bedroom. The entire villa was fully furnished, with a comprehensive array of household items, ready for immediate occupancy. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu regarding the villa. In the next instant, realization struck him. The villa depicted in today's predictive video, wherein 3 individuals clad in black infiltrated while the owner slept, was identical to this one. Indeed, everything is unfolding as predicted. Tomorrow, I must further enhance my physical abilities and find time to bolster the villa's security measures. Chen Feng contemplated this, recognizing the importance of these events. Despite them being 2 weeks away, that night, perhaps due to the unfamiliar bed, Chen Feng found himself unable to sleep. In frustration, he retrieved his phone and opened a novel, initially intending to pass the time. To his surprise, he became increasingly engrossed. The narrative was so captivating that he read until 3 in the morning, finishing the entire story. The protagonist's extraordinary life bore striking similarities to his own. Chen Feng felt inspired and promptly gave it a 5-star review. Then, he powered down his phone and retired for the night. The following day, Chen Feng awoke early. He opened the video app and navigated to the skill section to find the body enhancement skill option. He had previously redeemed this skill and could utilize it repeatedly, albeit only once a day. Enhancement. Host strength amplified to 400, with the average person at 100. Host speed increased to 300, with the average person at 100. Host resilience to impact surged to 400, with the average person at 100. At that moment, Chen Feng realized that his physical strength had multiplied several times over. The force of a single punch must have reached a staggering 1,000 kilograms. This was merely a straightforward punch. When combined with technique and momentum, the result would be even more formidable. He felt an eager anticipation for that day to come, curious if those 3 black-clad figures could withstand his strike. At that moment, the village director, Zhang, called him. Previously, he had donated 8 million for road construction, and the higher-ups had taken this matter seriously, formulating a plan overnight. Construction had already commenced, and according to the timeline, it would be completed in approximately a month. This would likely make it the first rural area with 6 lanes. Chen Feng also phoned Jiang Dewei from Tiandao Group, entrusting him with the task of building a villa in his hometown, as Tiandao Group specializes in construction projects. Professional matters should be left to professional teams, and he felt assured with Jiang Dewei at the helm. On another front, Huaxing Hospital had also ceased operations, preparing for renovations and the acquisition of new medical equipment. The complexities surrounding the hospital would require at least 3 months for it to reopen. Chen Feng preferred not to stress over it and handed the responsibility to the director. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Latest financial news. U.S. A-type coffee futures face a dramatic plunge, with capitalists cashing out $8 billion. A video alert appeared. Here we go again. Another free predictive video. Chen Feng quickly opened it. The topic was futures trading. Although he was not well versed in finance, he grasped the essence of the video. The price of U.S. A-type coffee futures had remained relatively stable, with minimal fluctuations. However, this time, the price had plummeted dramatically, dropping by a third in value. Some investors saw an opportunity and began pouring substantial amounts of capital into it. Futures and stocks differ significantly. Stocks can only be purchased with the expectation of rising prices. In contrast, futures enable one to profit from both upward and downward price movements, with the latter known as short selling. When a multitude of investors engaged in short selling, the price of Type A coffee unexpectedly reversed its trajectory, surging upward. Not only did it return to its original value, but it also increased by an additional 2/3. Consequently, all investors faced losses. It was revealed that certain capitalists had orchestrated the price trends of Type A coffee, crafting a veritable trap. Most individuals were left with nothing, while the capitalists reaped substantial profits. Shortly thereafter, a price fluctuation chart depicting Type A coffee's volatility appeared in the video. Astonished, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. This represented today's pricing. If he mirrored the fluctuations by either buying or selling, he was assured of a lucrative venture. The losses incurred by others stemmed from their ignorance of market trends, while he was essentially afforded an open-book examination. He glanced at the time. The current prices were relatively stable, but within half an hour, a roller coaster of chaotic fluctuations was anticipated. Originally wishing to maintain a low profile, he found that his capabilities would not allow for such restraint. With a sly grin, Chen Feng acknowledged that although he possessed a fortune exceeding 100 billion, that wealth was tied to his entertainment investment company and was not readily liquid. His available liquid assets amounted to approximately 2.9 billion. It was time to turn a profit. Though Chen Feng lacked expertise in trading and had only a rudimentary understanding of futures, his wealth afforded him the luxury of hiring a financial firm to manage his transactions. In this era, having money could solve nearly any problem. After freshening up and tidying his appearance, he departed from his villa in a Pagani. Chapter 46. A bold move. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng arrived at Future Securities, the largest brokerage firm in Beihou, reputedly headquartered in Kyoto, with a substantial operational scope. Upon entering the lobby, he was greeted by a massive screen broadcasting an array of stock and financial information. To the left lay the office area, where dozens of employees were diligently at work, while the right side featured a VIP reception area. Upon entering, Chen Feng's gaze fell upon a familiar figure, his ex-girlfriend Xinqin's mother, Wang Fangchao. She was a broker at Future Securities, having seen Chen Feng once when she accompanied her daughter to university during their senior year. She recognized him as Xinqin's former partner. At the sight of Chen Feng, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she swiftly pulled him aside, her tone laced with displeasure. "I must say, Xiao Chen, what brings you here?" "I have business to attend to," Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Despite their past, he felt it necessary to acknowledge her presence. Wang Fangchao, however, appeared skeptical. "Xiao Chen, I know you're still harboring feelings about your breakup with Chiner, but I cannot intervene in your affairs. Even if you came here seeking my help, I wouldn't be able to assist you. Besides, Chiner is now dating someone with an annual salary of $1 million. A senior executive. Trust me, it's best to let go." Chen Feng gave her a peculiar look. "Her new boyfriend? Is that Wang Hai you're referring to? That was ages ago. Are you still using 2G for your updates?" He shook his head. "I'm not here for you, or for Xinqin. I'm here to open an account." "Open an account?" Wang Fangchao scoffed. When she first learned Chen Feng was her daughter's boyfriend, she had investigated his background. Coming from a rural family with farmer parents, she believed he would never attain wealth. "So, now you wish to try your luck in the stock market?" Wang Fangchao glanced around and whispered, all right, even if you're here to open an account, just don't mention our acquaintance to anyone." Seeing her disdainful expression, Chen Feng chuckled softly. "I suggest you call Xinqin instead." With that, he strode confidently forward. "Call her?" Wang Fangchao was momentarily taken aback, unsure of his implication, and muttered to herself as she made her way back to the office area. At that moment, a colleague approached her. "Wang Jia, I think I just saw you chatting with that guy. Do you know him?" "Who would know him? He's merely here to open an account." Wang Fangchao quickly distanced herself from the association. Meanwhile, Chen Feng reached the reception area and inquired with the staff. "Can I open an account for futures trading?" The receptionist, clad in professional attire, smiled. "Yes, of course. Typically, clients can open accounts online, but we also facilitate in-person registrations." "Sir, I presume you are a novice? Would you like us to connect you with an analyst? Our analysts have an impressive accuracy rate of around 80%. Additionally, we can manage your trades for a fee of 0.3. I'll skip the analyst for now, Chen Feng replied, confident in his predictive video. Just find someone capable of executing trades according to my specifications. Understood, please hold on a moment. The receptionist promptly gathered the necessary documents for account creation. Approximately 15 minutes later, the account was established. Chen Feng casually transferred 2.5 billion into the account. The receptionist was left utterly astonished, her eyes wide in disbelief. What is going on? She meticulously verified the account details, counting repeatedly. It was indeed 2.5 billion. Good heavens. Although this young man is quite handsome, I never imagined he possessed such wealth. I assumed a novice like him would only be depositing a small sum for practice. To her surprise, he had made a grand entrance. Mr. Chen, right this way, please. The receptionist hurriedly ushered Chen Feng to the VIP reception area, personally preparing a cup of coffee for him. Please enjoy this coffee while you wait. Our manager, no, our general manager, will be here shortly. This is a significant client. We must cultivate this relationship. After arranging everything for Chen Feng, she hurried off. Meanwhile, in the office area, Wang Fangchao was filled with confusion, secretly observing the events unfolding in the lobby. Logically, someone of Chen Feng's standing should not have access to the VIP area. What could have changed? However, the next scene left her even more bewildered. The general manager of Future Securities, Xiao Mu, rushed in, nearly stumbling due to his haste, entirely disregarding his usual composed demeanor. Wang Fangchao's mouth fell agape. What on earth is happening? In her experience, Xiao Mu was always the epitome of poise and professionalism. What kind of person or event could provoke such an outburst from him? A colleague beside her suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, Sister Wang, look, isn't that the young man who just opened an account? President Xiao is actually shaking hands with him. My goodness, who on earth is that young man? Wang Fangchao remained in a daze, even doubting whether she had mistaken the identity of the individual. Could that person possibly be Chen Feng? Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge, Xiao Mu observed Chen Feng's youthful visage with a deep sense of perplexity. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Xiao Mu, the general manager of Future Securities. I am curious about where Mr. Chen has amassed his wealth. I am still studying at Behu University, Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. A university student? Xiao Mu was genuinely astonished. A mere college student, and he had just transferred 2.5 billion. The liquidity of Future Securities in the Behu region was only 10 billion. This was the first time he had encountered such a substantial client. Impressive. He suppressed his astonishment and continued, if Mr. Chen is interested in futures trading, I can personally assist with your operations. However, typical users have a limit on their investment. May I inquire how much Mr. Chen intends to invest? How much? Chen Feng replied, somewhat bemused. I just transferred 2.5 billion. Naturally, I intend to invest the entire amount. President Xiao, I have recently set my sights on A-type coffee futures. If I utilize the entire 2.5 billion for trading, will that be sufficient? Xiao Mu's lips twitched. Presently, both the stock market and futures prices were experiencing minimal fluctuations, and it was quite uncommon for anyone to invest a large sum during such a period. Why was this individual going against the grain? Moreover, he couldn't shake the impression that to Chen Feng, 2.5 billion seemed as trivial as $25. Mr. Chen, currently, the limit for ordinary users is only several tens of millions. Furthermore, since you are engaging in international futures, I must apply for a leverage limit from our headquarters. Please hold on. I will do my utmost to secure the maximum limit for you. Chapter 47. The show begins. After a brief wait of around 10 minutes, Xiao Mu returned, bearing an expression of regret. Mr. Chen, the 2.5 billion in your account can be freely allocated without any limit. However, he paused, his expression growing more apologetic. Since you are a new client, I was unable to secure a leverage limit from headquarters. Nonetheless, we can reduce the commission fee from 0.3 to 0.2. That's fine. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. He had conducted some preliminary research on the relevant aspects. The leverage limit constituted virtual funds and could not be withdrawn. It could only be used for trading to generate profits. Typically, leverage limits could be 5-fold or 10-fold. For instance, if he had secured a 5-fold leverage limit with 2.5 billion, he could trade with 12.5 billion. The amount would be quintupled, and so would the profits. However, if there were losses, the financial company would also bear the corresponding risk. Therefore, even though Chen Feng was a significant client, Future Securities headquarters would not casually grant leverage without understanding his capabilities. President Xiao, shall we commence now? Chen Feng glanced at the time. There were less than 5 minutes left until the predicted video session. Regardless, he was adept at making money. Whether leverage was involved was inconsequential. Absolutely, let's begin. Xiao Mu nodded eagerly. He quickly summoned personnel to bring a computer into the lounge. Once the software was opened and the account logged in, everything was set. He couldn't help but add, Mr. Chen, currently, crude oil and gold are experiencing significant fluctuations, but trading generally occurs in the evening. As for A-type coffee, while there are some fluctuations, it's quite challenging to make substantial profits. Not necessarily. Chen Feng replied with a mysterious smile. He then extended a finger, and a voice suddenly emerged. 1, 2, 3. In the next instant, just as Xiao Mu opened the A-type coffee page, he observed the curve plummeting dramatically. Cough, cough. Though the expression was somewhat imprecise, it captured the essence of the situation. The price of A-type coffee had consistently hovered around $120 per pound and had now plummeted to $118.75, then $117.23, and $116.17, falling rapidly. Wow. Xiao Mu was utterly bewildered. Having been in the industry for decades, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. True, he had encountered sharp declines before, but such occurrences were rare. What left him flabbergasted was that Chen Feng seemed to have anticipated the drop in A-type coffee's price. Even the legendary investor Warren Buffett had never exhibited such prowess, had he? Almost simultaneously, a multitude of investors noticed the anomaly with A-type coffee and began pouring in substantial funds. Anyone who shorted at this moment would surely profit. Just as Xiao Mu prepared to act, Chen Feng gestured for him to wait. Hold on. Execute my instructions. Wait. Xiao Mu felt an urgent pang. Every passing minute was money slipping away. The price was continuously declining. Simply shorting would yield a handsome profit. As the price of A-type coffee dipped to $112.51, Chen Feng finally spoke up. President Xiao, assist me in buying long, utilizing the entire $2.5 billion. He was uncertain about how many contracts could be purchased with that sum or the weight of each contract. It was unnecessary for him to know. Xiao Mu would handle the operations. With no alternative, wealth granted him the luxury of audacity. Utilizing the entire $2.5 billion, Xiao Mu nearly choked. Even as the general manager of future securities in the Behu region, he had never handled such a substantial amount, particularly in the context of purchasing long while A-type coffee was still declining. Wouldn't that result in a loss? Only a fool would engage in such an endeavor. Mr. Chen, everyone is currently shorting. Are you certain you wish to buy long? If the price does not rise, you may incur losses. Not only him, but even the receptionist behind him wore a look of astonishment. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of futures could see that this was akin to gifting money to others. Never mind. Execute the purchase as I instructed. Chen Feng's expression was grave, making his intentions unmistakably clear. Understood. After some contemplation, Xiao Mu added, this transaction will be conducted in US dollars. When converted, Mr. Chen's funds amount to $3.6 billion. All right, Chen Feng nodded. Initially, he had thought $2.5 billion was considerable, but it seemed rather modest once converted. Without further ado, Xiao Mu swiftly executed the transaction while the price remained stable. The amount of $3.6 billion was sufficient to acquire approximately 83 contracts of A-type coffee, with each contract weighing 37,500 pounds. The moment he completed the transaction, the price of A-type coffee suddenly ceased its decline. Subsequently, the curve surged, and the price began to rebound. A hint of incredulity flickered across Xiao Mu's face. Just moments ago, the A-type coffee had experienced a steep decline, leading even him to believe it would plummet for a while. Who could have anticipated that immediately after executing his trade, it would rebound? What a remarkable coincidence. He stared blankly at Chen Feng, who appeared utterly unfazed, as if everything were merely a matter of course. Suppressing his curiosity and astonishment, Xiao Mu redirected his focus to the computer screen. This was a staggering sum of $3.6 billion. Vigilance was imperative. As time elapsed, the price gradually ascended. Approximately 20 minutes later, it had surged back to $12,026 per pound. If he were to act now, a profit of $875 awaited him. Goodness! In less than half an hour, he had already amassed over $20 million, equating to nearly $1.7 billion. Xiao Mu gasped in disbelief, utterly astounded. Was this akin to robbing a bank? No, even that would not yield such profits. He gazed at Chen Feng, instinctively asking, Mr. Chen, should we strike now? We could potentially earn over $20 million. Patience, let us wait a bit longer. Chen Feng's response remained calm and indifferent, as if he held little regard for such a sum. Just a little longer. Xiao Mu inhaled deeply. Though he was merely executing trades for Chen Feng, the experience felt as if he were reaping the rewards himself. He fervently wished to assist his counterpart in accumulating great wealth. In the future, when encountering peers, he could boast that he could effortlessly rake in billions with a single transaction. Who wouldn't he be impressed? Who wouldn't he be intimidated? At that moment, the atmosphere in the VIP lounge was palpably tense. No one dared to make a sound, fearful of disrupting Chen Feng's judgment. Yet, Chen Feng merely smiled, raising his coffee cup and saying, "Miss, could you please pour me another cup of coffee?" "Certainly." The reception lady hurriedly stepped forward, whisking away Chen Feng's cup to prepare another brew. He was indeed a true tycoon, and it was essential to leave a good impression. In the break room of Future Securities, the reception lady returned with a fresh cup of coffee. Just as she was about to enter, Wang Fangchao and a colleague approached. Curiosity etched on their faces. "Xiaolan, who exactly is that person in the VIP lounge? Are you referring to Mr. Chen?" Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Mr. Chen mentioned he studied at Beihou University, but I find that hard to believe. With his stature, how could he possibly be just a university student?" "Huh." Wang Fangchao looked puzzled. "Xiaolan, is this person named Chen Feng?" "Yes." Xiaolan replied, her confusion evident. "Do you know him, Wang Jie? This Mr. Chen is an incredibly important client of ours. Even General Manager Qiao personally attended to him. You wouldn't believe it, just a while ago Mr. Chen identified a futures contract that could earn over $20 million in half an hour." Gasp. Wang Fangchao and her colleagues collectively inhaled sharply. This was in dollars. Converted to Huawei currency, that would amount to 1.7 billion. After a lifetime of hard work, she doubted she could even earn a fraction of that. She couldn't help but glance towards the VIP room. It was indeed Chen Feng. However, she had never heard her daughter mention how remarkable he was. It seemed she needed to have a word with her daughter to uncover the truth about this Chen Feng. Xiaolan was growing increasingly animated. "Can you guess if Mr. Chen has made a move yet?" "Oh, come on, Xiaolan, stop keeping us in suspense," another colleague urged. Wang Fangcao's heart raced. "Yes, please tell us the outcome." All right, I see how eager you are." Xiaolan chuckled. "That Mr. Chen is completely indifferent to such trivial sums and isn't in a rush to act. When I left, I noticed the futures were still rising, albeit slowly, but they had not ceased. At this rate, he could earn at least $30 million. Goodness." Wang Fangcao's mouth twitched. $30 million, converted to Huawei currency, would be at least 200 million. Would that make him a billionaire? She felt as if she were in a dream. She had always been concerned about Chen Feng's family background, and now the person she had previously looked down upon had transformed into a figure of immense wealth. In the next moment, Wang Fangchao suddenly realized. "Xiaolan, weren't you going to deliver the coffee? Here, let me take it for you. I happen to know that Mr. Chen." Saying this, she snatched the coffee from Xiaolan's hands and briskly made her way toward the VIP lounge. "Hey, wait." Xiaolan's face flashed with annoyance. It was evident to everyone that Wang Fangcao's intent was to ingratiate herself with Mr. Chen. Furious, she stomped her foot and hurried to follow. Nearby, a colleague observed Wang Fangcao's retreating figure, puzzled. Hadn't she claimed not to know that Mr. Chen? Why was she suddenly so familiar with him? Inside the VIP lounge, Wang Fangchao entered with a beaming smile, deliberately raising her voice to make her presence known. "Xiao Chen, Ani has brewed you a cup of coffee. Do give it a taste and see if it suits your palate." Meanwhile, Xiao Mu frowned at the unexpected intrusion, feeling somewhat displeased with the employee's sudden appearance. Yet, out of respect for Chen Feng, he suppressed his irritation and turned to him, asking, "Mr. Chen, do you know each other?" "We do not." Chen Feng didn't even bother to look at her. Xiao Mu's frustration boiled over. "Who the hell are you? Who let you in here? Get out." "General Manager Qiao, he is my son-in-law." "What son-in-law? Mr. Chen's status is far beyond yours. Do not attempt to leverage connections here." "Xiaolan, escort her out." Had Xiao Mu not been fixated on the computer screen, he might have lost his temper. "What nonsense is this? General Manager Qiao." "I apologize," Xiaolan exclaimed, hastily apologizing as she pushed Wang Fangchao out of the VIP lounge. She harbored a deep resentment towards Wang Fangchao for nearly jeopardizing her job. Wang Fangchao, ejected from the room, felt a twinge of discomfort. She muttered under her breath, "What is so impressive? It's my honor to recognize you as my son-in-law. And you act as if you don't know me." She dared not blame General Manager Qiao and redirected her frustration towards Chen Feng. At that moment, her colleagues gathered around, eager to glean the latest gossip. "Wang Jia, what happened? Why were you thrown out?" "Yes, weren't you acquainted with Mr. Chen?" "Why did General Manager Qiao seem so angry?" "Wang Jia, you're not pulling our leg, are you?" Hearing their inquiries, Wang Fangcao's anxiety surged. "Who said I was lying? I truly know that Mr. Chen, he is my son-in-law." "What?" Laughter erupted among the crowd as they remarked, "Mr. Chen is a billionaire. How could he possibly be your son-in-law?" "Indeed, Sister Wang, you must be jesting with us. Just yesterday, you claimed your daughter's boyfriend was a high-ranking executive earning a six-figure salary. How could he suddenly transform into a billionaire?" Wang Fangchao chose not to engage in their banter. Instead, she sent a message to her daughter, Shinqin, requesting that she share some of their past photos. Before long, Shinqin sent over a picture of herself with Chen Feng, managing to find a few old snapshots. Wang Fangchao lifted her chin and presented the photo to the onlookers, exuding an air of arrogance as she declared, "Behold, This Chen Feng is my daughter's boyfriend, and they are on the verge of marriage. Is he not my son-in-law? Upon viewing the photograph, the crowd recognized him as the esteemed Mr. Chen. Goodness, Sister Wang is incredibly fortunate. Indeed, raising a daughter surpasses all else. Finding a good partner means a lifetime of ease, and even the mother-in-law shall share in the blessings. Sister Wang, you have certainly secured a fine son-in-law. Once he achieves success, do not forget us. With Mr. Chen's connection to President Xiao, surely he can arrange a managerial position for you. They joked that perhaps she would soon be one of their leaders. Observing the envious expressions on their faces, Wang Fengchao reveled in the moment, seemingly oblivious to the fact that her daughter had already parted ways with Chen Feng. In the VIP lounge, no one paid heed to the earlier interlude. Xiao Mu remained fixated on the curve chart displayed on his computer screen. The price of A-type coffee was still slowly ascending, currently reaching 12,374 per pound. From his experience, he deemed it quite remarkable for the price to rebound to such a level. It was time to act. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mu excitedly inquired, Mr. Chen, we can no longer delay. If we proceed now, we stand to profit 34,953, 375. If you have no objections, shall I execute the trade? It was a joke. A single transaction amounted to over $30 million, equating to 2.4 billion. Who could possibly object? Chapter 49, A Remarkable Ability. Surprisingly, Chen Feng maintained his calm demeanor, posing an unrelated question. What time is it? What time is it? Xiao Mu was taken aback, as was Xiao Lan, standing behind him. They were engrossed in the price fluctuations of A-type coffee. What relevance did the time hold? Grasping billions of dollars, Xiao Mu felt a twinge of anxiety. He could not fathom how Chen Feng remained so composed. Such remarkable poise. Noticing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Chen Feng chuckled. There's no need to be so tense. Relax. Even if we incur losses, you won't bear the brunt. It's only 9:30. Let us wait a bit longer. There's no rush. Wait longer? Xiao Mu was nearing his limit of patience. Observing Chen Feng engrossed in his phone, seemingly indifferent to the investment matters. He couldn't help but lean in to see what could be so captivating. Upon glancing, he was rendered speechless. Chen Feng was reading a novel titled The Billionaire God from Foreseeing the Future. Notably, his fingers were incessantly tapping the screen, seemingly engaged in tipping the author. Chen Feng looked up again, smiling. President Xiao, the author hasn't updated today, and I can hardly wait. I'll tip a few million to encourage a quicker update. He then exited the app and opened Douyin, where he found a young lady live streaming. Without hesitation, he began showering her with gifts, flooding the screen with carnival emojis. Xiao Mu nearly choked in disbelief. Was this truly the lifestyle of the affluent? Casually gifting away money for entertainment? Investment seemed to be of no concern whatsoever. All along, Xiao Mu had considered himself relatively wealthy, earning tens of millions annually, and with good performance, his income could exceed 100 million. Yet, compared to Chen Feng, he felt like a mere novice. Just look at him. With 3.6 billion at his disposal, losses were inconsequential. He didn't bat an eye. He casually tipped the author and gifted the streamer, with each gesture amounting to millions. As for Xiao Mu, such extravagance was utterly beyond his means. Beside him, Xiao Lan gazed enviously at her own figure, wondering how fortunate it would be to catch Mr. Chen's eye. At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly lifted his head. Prepare yourselves. Xiao Mu instantly perked up, focusing intently on the computer screen. The price of A-type coffee had surged to 12,736, and it continued to rise. 12,811, 12,957. He was filled with curiosity. Something was amiss. Having spent decades in the financial sector, Xiao Mu possessed a keen sense of judgment regarding stocks and futures. Yet today, all his instincts had failed him. Just as he expected a decline, the price surged. Now, the price of A-type coffee had reached 13,002. Chen Feng glanced at his phone once more and calmly instructed, sell everything. Xiao Mu's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed the sale at 13,002. Each pound yielded a profit of 1,751. The total earnings amounted to 5,449, 987, 500. Goodness gracious. Over $50 million. Xiao Mu felt as though he were in a dream. What astounded him even more was that the moment the trade completed, the price of A-type coffee plummeted again, 12,974, 12,833. Xiao Mu felt as if he had witnessed a specter. Chen Feng appeared utterly unconcerned, yet each time he halted the trade. It coincided precisely with a turning point. Once could be dismissed as coincidence, but twice? It was as if he possessed foreknowledge of when to buy and when to sell. Chen Feng offered no time for contemplation. He spoke again, with the funds from this profit, we will short the market completely. In that instant, the price of A-type coffee stood at 12,751. Xiao Mu wasted no time. He purchased 84 contracts, each for 37,500 pounds. 20 minutes later, the price stabilized at 11,532, and he executed the sale. This time, the profit soared to 3,839,850,000, another $30 million. In the ensuing time, Chen Feng executed 3 more trades, earning 2,868,750,000, 5,879,175,000, and 6,332,512,500, respectively, combined with the previous profits. The total reached an astonishing 24,370,275,000. Xiao Mu found himself at a loss for words. 5 trades. In each instance, Chen Feng had timed his entry with impeccable precision at the turning points of the price curve. A mere second too early or too late would preclude the maximization of profits. The accuracy achieved was nothing short of a remarkable 100%. This extraordinary foresight was a sight he had never encountered before. Within a mere 2 hours, he had already amassed a staggering 2 billion. Even if the commission from future securities was calculated at 0.2, it would amount to nearly 490,000. Converted, that is over 3 million. And this is merely from the commission. Mr. Chen, you are truly extraordinary. Xiao Mu trembled with excitement, unable to contain himself. With your current trading record, I can undoubtedly assist you in applying for a leverage limit of 10 times. No, wait. We can apply for a leverage limit of 20 times. Would you like to wait a moment while I call headquarters? Chen Feng's account currently holds approximately 600 million, with a 20-fold leverage. That translates to 12 billion available for trading. The profits would also multiply 20-fold. At that point, future securities could negotiate for an even greater commission rate. The company could secure at least 10 million in commissions. This is undeniably a considerable income. Chen Feng glanced at the time and shook his head. There isn't enough time left. Let us apply for the leverage limit next time. For the final moments, let us execute another trade. With that, he smiled faintly. How about I send a little benefit to your company, General Xiao? What kind of benefit? Xiao Mu was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the intent behind the statement. Chen Feng pointed at the computer screen, suggesting that the last trade could be projected onto the hall screen, allowing your company's personnel to follow suit in buying. However, I have one stipulation. Participation must be strictly in a personal capacity. The company account cannot be involved. Really? Xiao Mu immediately became elated. This is undoubtedly a tremendous benefit. Given the previous operations, this is a surefire profitable venture. What thrilled him even more was that he could participate in the trading himself. Xiaolon, quickly relay this wonderful news. Xiao Mu rubbed his hands together in excitement. Additionally, bring me the computer from my desk. You will help me operate my account. He would assist Chen Feng in managing his account while allowing Xiaolon to help with his own. Xiaolan's eyes widened. Although she understood some operations, it wasn't her account, and she feared making mistakes that could incur losses. Rest assured, Mr. Chen will guide you on the operations, and I will be right beside you. Under Xiao Mu's urging, Xiaolon finally nodded. In the ensuing moments, the entire staff of Future Securities learned of the news, and excitement erupted like wildfire. Chapter 50, Profits Galore. Do you think following Mr. Chen in trading futures will indeed yield profits? Of course. Mr. Chen has traded 5 times, each time reaping tens of millions in profits, with an accuracy rate of 100%. Wouldn't you say that as profitable? Mr. Chen is truly a benevolent individual, sharing the path to wealth with everyone. Indeed, you all better prepare your funds. We will commence in 1 minute. The crowd, not daring to delay, hurriedly began to gather their money. The futures trading for Type A coffee requires at least 1 lot, with each lot comprising 37,500 pounds, and the price hovering around 120. Therefore, they needed to prepare at least 5 million. Converted, that amounts to over 30 million. Ordinary employees would scarcely have such funds, leading a few dozen employees to pool their resources together. At that moment, a colleague suddenly turned to Wang Fangchao, puzzled. Sister Wang, why aren't you joining? This is a golden opportunity to make money. If you have funds, a few 100,000 will suffice. You'll earn it back in no time. You all go ahead. I will open my own account. Wang Fangchao smiled, stating, my relatives are quite impoverished. Now that there is an opportunity to earn, I must lend them a helping hand. Collectively, their funds would be just enough to purchase 1 lot. The colleague frowned. Sister Wang, Mr. Chen specified that only employees of the company can participate. Isn't that somewhat inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Wang Fangchao's expression darkened. Mr. Chen is my son-in-law. Would he blame me? Moreover, I am not violating any rules. This money is borrowed from my relatives, and opening an account to operate should pose no issue. With that, she disregarded the colleague and hurriedly began calling her relatives. Older brother, lend me 500,000. I'll return 30,000 in interest tomorrow. I'm in urgent need. Third brother, lend me 2 million. I'll pay 100,000 in interest for a day. I need it urgently. Uncle, I heard your family's 3 million relocation funds have arrived. Could you lend me some for a day? I'll return 150,000 in interest tomorrow. As Wang Fangchao scurried about borrowing money, Chen Feng had already commenced directing operations. At this point, the price curve for Type A coffee was exceedingly unstable, fluctuating rapidly. While there was potential for profit, the margins were minimal, and operations had to be executed with utmost swiftness. Otherwise, opportunities would be missed. Such trifling sums were hardly of interest to him. Finally, after the curve hit a turning point, prices began to decline. Chen Feng checked his phone, his gaze sharpening. At a price of 12,597, he went all in short. His account now boasted 600 million. He was poised to acquire approximately 127 lots, each consisting of 37,500 pounds. After Xiao Mu completed his operations, he awaited further directives. Simultaneously, he glanced over at Xiao Lan, who had also finalized her operations. He himself invested 100 million, which constituted all his available funds. Though the financial industry offers high earnings, many times it relies on performance and bonuses. Xiao Mu's funds had been painstakingly accumulated over the years. Following this, the price of Type A coffee predictably plummeted. 12,233, 12,181. As he had opted for a short position, the more it fell, the more he profited. However, after 10 minutes of decline, the price suddenly began to rise again. Xiao Mu immediately panicked. Mr. Chen, don't worry. Chen Feng, casually fiddling with his phone, remarked, the stakes are minimal at this juncture. If you're feeling fatigued, you may take a break. Xiao Mu found himself bemused. A mere few dollars? If he were to act, he could easily earn over $3 million. Yet, the other party seemed indifferent. Never mind. His eyes remained glued to the computer screen, his heart racing uncontrollably. There was no other choice. All his assets were invested. Though Mr. Chen's judgment was unfailingly accurate, what if he faltered and missed the moment? Chen Feng was wealthy. Losing 600 million would be a mere trifle to him. If he were to incur losses, it would be catastrophic. Not just him. The crowd in the hall was equally anxious. They were executing trades alongside the screen. Should the price rebound to 12,597, they would face losses. Some began to regret their decisions. They had nearly emptied their savings, all for the hope of reaping a substantial profit. Meanwhile, Wang Fangchao sighed in relief. She had been too busy borrowing money to operate, and was fortunate not to have participated. This Chen Feng truly seems to be a pitfall. However, the developments that followed. After the price of Type A coffee surged to 12,511, it plummeted once more. This decline was rapid, akin to a sheer cliff. In no time, it sank to 10,067, showing no signs of halting. Goodness! Everyone gasped in disbelief. Even Wang Fangchao was left astounded, her mouth agape, rendered speechless for quite a while. When she finally regained her composure, the price had already fallen by over $20. Hurriedly, she opened her account to initiate short selling. A sense of regret welled up within her. How foolish of me. In the VIP lounge, Xiao Mu stared blankly at the computer screen, his mind a complete void. It appeared he had grasped the situation. Chen Feng had indeed dismissed those trivial amounts of money, rendering the short selling price of 12,597 as the peak. No subsequent fluctuations would surpass this point, allowing for maximization of profits by entering at the lowest price. My heavens! A tempest of emotions surged within Xiao Mu. Could it be that the other party possessed a prophetic ability? How could he consistently anticipate price movements? He had no time for further contemplation, as the price had now plummeted to 8,532, an unprecedented low. At nearly the same moment, Chen Feng abruptly lifted his head, calmly stating, "Execute all trades." Xiao Mu dared not delay and promptly took action. 5 minutes later, he counted the funds in his account, having amassed a staggering profit of 19,359, 562, 500. Hiss! He gasped in astonishment. This single transaction had netted nearly 200 million. Coupled with his previous earnings, his total came to 43,729, 837, 500, which translated to a staggering sum of 3,025,000,000. Goodness! Xiao Mu leaped from his chair, his face a mask of shock. Even after deducting 6 million in fees and commissions, the other party had still achieved a profit of 3 billion. In just a few hours, he had acquired wealth that others would not earn in a lifetime. Could he possibly be too extravagant? He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of profit if the other party had utilized leverage. Xiao Mu glanced at his account again. Xiao Lan had also traded following this strategy. Good heavens! Even a mere exclamation seemed inadequate to contain his emotions. She had profited too. 2 billion. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xiao Mu stammered to Chen Feng, "Mr. Chen, I am utterly in awe of you. This was more than he had earned in several years. Meanwhile, the hall was abuzz with excitement. It was evident that the employees were elated, having earned substantial profits. However, one individual remained far from joyous. Chapter 51. Are you misunderstanding the red packet? In the hall, dozens of employees were exuberantly distributing their profits. They had pooled over 30 million to trade and had instantly earned over 10 million. After distribution, some had made hundreds of thousands, while others had earned tens of thousands. A remarkable 33% profit. This was indeed impressive, surpassing their annual salaries. They could hardly believe their fortune. Mr. Chen truly had not deceived them. In less than half an hour, they had accumulated such wealth, far more effortlessly than at work. Xiao Wu, you made over 4 million this time, making you the top earner among us, right? Impossible. Sister Wang has her own account. She made a fortune. The crowd turned their eager gazes toward Wang Fangchao. With a bitter expression, she responded, Due to borrowing money, she had delayed her entry, starting to trade only after the price of Type A coffee had already declined significantly. She did not buy in at the peak. When Chen Feng executed his trades at the lowest point, everyone else followed suit, but Wang Fangchao had hesitated, hoping for a lower price. Consequently, the moment Chen Feng acted, the price rebounded, catching her off guard. Her greed had nearly led her to ruin, and she would certainly be unable to fulfill the promised interest to her relatives. Even if their relationship soured, returning the principal would be a feat. Calculating the losses, after deducting fees and commissions, she had incurred a loss of $20,000. A futile endeavor. Observing the expectant faces around her, Wang Fangchao sighed and said, Please don't mock me. I missed my opportunity and ended up losing 20,000. Sister Wang, why the sigh? Mr. Chen made 30 billion in one go. You're practically family. He could easily gift you $1 billion, and you'd never have to struggle again. Why fret over $2,000? Wang Fangchao chuckled dryly. She had long since shaken off the earlier flattery. How nice it would be if Chen Feng were her son-in-law. But the reality was that her daughter had already broken up with him. Just moments ago, she had called her daughter, only to learn that even her current corporate executive suitor had fallen through. Truly, misfortune never comes singly. In the VIP lounge, Xiao Mu's excitement remained uncontainable. He promptly called headquarters to report the events that had transpired. The headquarters took it very seriously, instructing him to ensure the maintenance of this important client. Simultaneously, they granted a 20-fold leverage limit for him to utilize at will. Xiao Mu took a deep breath, looking at Chen Feng with admiration. Mr. Chen, should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Although my wealth pales in comparison to yours, I possess considerable connections throughout Beihu. Today, you helped me earn 2 billion. I owe you a significant favor. You're too kind, Xiao General, Chen Feng responded humbly. Such was his character. He treated those who were good to him with respect, while he held those who looked down on him in disdain. I lack knowledge in futures trading. Had it not been for your guidance, I would not have made this 30 billion. Thus, we are even. At this juncture, he glanced at Xiao Lan beside him and smiled. Miss, you've worked hard today too. Could you please provide me with your bank card? I would like to send you a red packet. Huh. Xiao Lan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he sending a red packet as simple as adding on WeChat? Why the need for a bank card? Observing Xiao General's insistence, she quickly produced her bank card. Chen Feng smiled, casually tapping on his phone. Immediately, Xiao Lan received a bank notification. Upon checking, she nearly choked in disbelief. $100,000. She had initially thought the red packet would amount to a few hundred, perhaps a couple of thousand at most. Who would have expected it to be a staggering 100,000? Are you perhaps misunderstanding the concept of a red packet? Before receiving the red envelope, Xiaolan had always envied her colleagues in the hall. They had invested in futures with minimal risk and claimed to have earned hundreds of thousands. Now, however, she felt no envy at all, for she had effortlessly received 1 million. Xiao Mu chuckled, saying, Xiaolan, from now on, your role will be to liaise with Mr. Chen. I will assign other matters to different colleagues. You must meet any requests Mr. Chen has. Understood? Xiaolan promptly nodded, realizing this was akin to a promotion, essentially becoming a dedicated financial advisor for a VIP client. Yet, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Any request? Must it be fulfilled? What if he had certain demands? Her face flushed slightly at the thought, and she quickly dismissed such notions. Uffed. Surely she was overthinking it. Chen Feng remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. At that moment, he transferred the funds from his account to his bank card, now boasting a staggering 5.9 billion in liquid assets. With the system in place, making money truly seemed effortless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the video task. Reward received, 30 system points. Current remaining system points, 160. Ding! Due to the host's participation in the video task, the predicted timeline has altered. The new forecast is now the year 2054. The timeline had expanded by 5 years. Observing this continuous extension, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. It signified that the events he could predict were increasing in number and breadth. Moreover, he believed that the system's capabilities were not yet fully realized, requiring his ongoing experimentation and activation. With merely the predictive function, he had already amassed a fortune of billions. Once all functionalities were unlocked, his life might undergo a transformative upheaval once more. Ding! The system has automatically upgraded to version 30, introducing additional methods for acquiring system points. Capturing gratitude from Xiaolan, 1 point earned. A chorus of notifications echoed in Chen Feng's mind, rendering him momentarily bewildered. What was happening? He recalled that the system had upgraded once before when he purchased a car. Now it had upgraded again. Wow! Chen Feng was utterly astonished. Although the system could be rather frustrating at times, it proved reliable when it mattered most. Previously, he had lamented the difficulty of acquiring system points. And now this feature had been enhanced. During task participation, as long as someone expressed gratitude, he could earn system points. The recent points he received were directly from Xiaolan's thanks. With a complex expression, Chen Feng glanced at Xiao Mu, subtly implying, Xiao, under your usual standards, how long would it take to earn 200 million? Chapter 52. Wealth is truly remarkable. Xiao Mu laughed heartily. In a favorable market, I might earn several tens of millions in a year. However, if the market turns unfavorable, I could incur losses instead. Not everyone can consistently win like Mr. Chen. Indeed, he was right. Whether in the stock market or futures, no one could guarantee profits every time. Earning 200 million might be achievable through salary and bonuses over 2 or 3 years, but relying on futures trading alone could take a decade to recoup. Capturing gratitude from Xiao Mu, 2 points earned. Chen Feng was elated to receive 2 more system points. He smiled again, saying, Xiao, those colleagues outside must have made quite a bit of money as well. Should I introduce myself to them? Absolutely. Xiao Mu quickly understood. He called the employees together, totaling around 30 individuals. Everyone, I would like to formally introduce this gentleman next to me, Mr. Chen Feng. I heard that some of you earned several 100,000 earlier, while others made tens of thousands. All thanks to Mr. Chen. Shouldn't we express our gratitude to him? Indeed, we must thank Mr. Chen. Yes, without Mr. Chen, I wouldn't have earned over 200,000. He has completely transformed my fortunes. Though I only made 30,000, I still wish to express my gratitude. The collective thanks poured forth. Capturing gratitude from Wu Yong, 3 points earned. Capturing gratitude from Li Yu, 1 point earned. Capturing gratitude from Xiaolan, 2 points earned. In an instant, Chen Feng amassed a total of 58 system points. However, among the employees present, one individual did not express gratitude, Wang Fanchao. Chen Feng learned that she had missed the optimal investment opportunity and had been overly greedy during her final move, which resulted in her losses. It was likely this reason that she felt no gratitude towards Chen Feng. He paid her no mind and redirected his focus to the crowd, seizing the opportunity to collect more system points. Ahem, everyone, there's no need to be so polite. How about expressing your thanks once more? Huh. The group fell silent, taken aback by the unusual request. Even Xiao Mu looked bewildered, wondering about this peculiar inclination. Though he thought this, he still said, Mr. Chen has indeed helped everyone earn a lot. Perhaps if you thank him again, he might be in a good mood and offer you another benefit next time. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement. If given another chance, they would surely invest even more. They all expressed their gratitude again. This time, Chen Feng astonishingly collected 87 system points. Altogether, he now had a total of 305 system points. At this moment, he felt too bashful to ask for further thanks, fearing he might be perceived as deranged. After some exchanges with Xiao Mu, Chen Feng drove away from the future securities company. However, as soon as his Pagani exited the parking lot, he was intercepted by someone. It was Wang Fanchao. He frowned slightly. At that moment, Wang Fanchao wore a beaming, ingratiating smile. Little Chen, I finally found you. Annie has been waiting here for you. Chen Feng pressed the window button, lifting his eyelids slightly. What do you want? I know it was wrong for Chener to break up with you. Little Chen, for Auntie's sake, could you forgive her just this once? She realizes her mistake now and has already separated from that company executive. Everything she did was to reconcile with you. Wang Fanchao spoke rapidly. How about this? Let us go find her now. I'll have her apologize to you in person. Annie truly cannot bear to see you two separated like this. As she spoke, she reached for the Pagani's door handle, attempting to get in. However, the door was locked and wouldn't budge. He coldly replied, reconciliation is impossible. If you have nothing else, please step aside. There is a matter at hand, indeed. Wang Fanchao, understanding the futility of trying to mediate, quickly shifted to the main topic. Xiao Chen, I won't speak of your relationship with Chener, but you must assist me, Annie. Earlier, while trading futures, I incurred a loss of 20,000 yuan. You need to help me recover this money. On what grounds? Chen Feng retorted with a cold smile. Wang Fancao's complexion darkened slightly. I executed the trades according to your instructions. Now that I have lost money, you must take responsibility. You ask on what grounds? I don't care. If you refuse to help me regain my losses, you shall not be allowed to leave. Chen Feng found her audacity laughable. You traded according to my instructions? Then why is it that others are profiting while you alone are at a loss? Who compelled you to be so greedy? To blame me for your losses is utterly absurd. At that moment, he grew weary of engaging with her. Squinting his eyes, he stated, Are you aware of the vehicle I drive? A Pagani, priced at over 45 million, capable of accelerating to 100 kilometers in just 7 seconds. Do you grasp the implication? The moment I press the accelerator, I could reduce you to a mere smear on the ground. Are you certain you wish to remain in my path? Wang Fangchao lifted her chin defiantly, disregarding his words. Come on then. If you dare, collide with me. Do you think you can escape unscathed after hitting me? We live in a society governed by law. Your wealth does not grant you immunity. She had resolved to go down fighting. Chen Feng, however, smirked enigmatically. I apologize, but wealth indeed holds significant power. This place is replete with surveillance cameras. Should you impede my vehicle, reviewing the footage will confirm it was you who obstructed me. If an incident were to occur, it merely entails paying a little extra. In any case, you would no longer be around, and I could easily part with 100 million. Knowing your husband and daughter, they would undoubtedly cease any pursuit. What a pity. They would revel in that fortune, while you would lie in a coffin, unable to enjoy it. Upon concluding his statement, he rolled up the car window, and the Pagani let out a roar, seeming poised to charge forth. This sight caused Wang Fangcao's lips to twitch in terror. Damn, this kid would actually do it. At that instant, as the Pagani revved to life, she hastily sidestepped, her exaggerated motion nearly causing her to stumble. In that moment, the Pagani executed a sharp turn, spewing exhaust fumes in her face before speeding away. Wang Fangcao's expression was clouded with dismay. Thankfully, she had evaded in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been beyond her ability to justify. Chen Feng drove like a man possessed. The earlier incident barely registered in his mind. Such troublesome individuals were ubiquitous. At that moment, his roommate Yang Qi called. Old 3, why didn't you return to the dorm last night? Where were you charming the ladies? Damn, you've been selfish. Feasting alone. Chen Feng, exasperated, replied, What do you want? Yang Qi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Old 3, you're incredible. Your videos are everywhere. You've gone viral. You're trending. What? Chen Feng was bewildered. I haven't done anything remarkable lately. I merely dined with the campus belle and chatted with a beautiful CEO. How on earth did that make me trend? Calm down. It's just trending, nothing monumental. Chen Feng responded, somewhat bemused. If they only knew he earned 30 billion a day, he would be trending every day. After hanging up, a mere 5 minutes later, another call came in from an unfamiliar number. Mr. Chen, greetings. I am an agent from Huai Media. Would you be interested in becoming an actor? We possess premium resources. And if you cooperate, we can elevate you to a top-tier celebrity within a year. What is happening? Even film companies are reaching out to me. Chen Feng was flabbergasted. Not interested. He hung up with a dismissive huff. 10 minutes later, another call came in. Mr. Chen, hello? I am a representative from Douyin. Would you be interested in signing on as a streamer? We can provide tens of millions in traffic support. Chen Feng snorted. I earn 30 billion a day. Don't bother me with anything less. The other line fell silent. He hung up again. Subsequently, another 5 or 6 calls flooded in. Some were from recruiters seeking Taekwondo instructors, while others were hospitals in search of chief physicians. Even more absurdly, a 5-star hotel was recruiting for high-level management positions. What on earth? This is utterly bewildering. Chen Feng mused, curiosity piqued. Could this be connected to him trending? He quickly opened Weibo. The leading headline was directly related to him. Behu City has its own superhero. Clicking on the title revealed a video of him previously admonishing Brother Dao and that burly man, uploaded by an anonymous source. The comments overwhelmingly favored him. I know those two. Brother Dao and the burly man are notorious troublemakers in Behu, known for bullying others. They are connected to some underground figures. So most people dare not offend them. Who would have thought they would be taught a lesson by that handsome guy? It's incredibly gratifying. Absolutely. They'll be bettered in for 3 to 5 months, never to cause trouble again. Do you think that handsome guy is trained in martial arts? Look at how he casually kicked that burly man 2 or 3 meters into the air. In the video, the so-called bull demon, weighing at least 200 pounds, posed a considerable challenge. Normally, even with immense strength, lifting such a weight into the air would be nearly impossible. While one might kick it away, elevating it would be tenfold more difficult. Yet the handsome guy accomplished it effortlessly, as if possessing superhuman abilities. The video continued to gain momentum, amassing over 1 million likes and shares, maintaining its position at the top of the trending list. Alongside citizen reactions, several talent agencies sought to capitalize on the hype, expressing interest in signing the handsome figure from the video. The second trending topic was equally tied to Chen Feng. Yin Yang 9 needles revealed, traditional Chinese medicine set to rise. Professor Xiaohua, president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, had previously sought out Chen Feng at Beihou University but could not locate him after an extensive search. Out of desperation, he returned with news of the Yin Yang 9 needles, which sparked significant excitement within the traditional medicine community, propelling it onto the trending list. Everyone was aware that, due to technological advancements, Western medicine had certain advantages over traditional practices. Traditional Chinese medicine had fallen into obscurity, primarily because many remarkable ancient techniques had been lost to time. The Yin Yang 9 needles, reputed to possess life-restoring capabilities, were said to be more effective than Western treatments. Chen Feng continued to scroll through Weibo. At the very bottom of the trending topics, there was a search related to him. Is it appropriate for a senior student with no surgical experience to perform surgery independently? This article detailed the incident when Chen Feng conducted an appendectomy on Su Qingcheng at Huaxing Hospital. It maliciously accused Chen Feng of performing surgery without authorization, claiming that such actions would have a detrimental effect on society and patients. However, Chen Feng did not take this trending topic to heart, for he had acted out of desperation, compelled to perform the surgery. Besides, he possessed a medical license, albeit obtained through a system exchange, rendering it legitimate. Regardless of how public opinion was swayed regarding this matter, it would have no impact on him. As Chen Feng drove to the school, he vaguely noticed numerous media reporters and representatives from film companies lurking at the entrance. It seemed returning to his dormitory was temporarily out of the question. Suddenly, he felt as though someone was watching him from behind. However, when he turned around, that sensation vanished, leaving him alone. Ever since his body had been enhanced by the system, his sense of touch had become notably sharper than that of an average person. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed felt someone's presence behind him. There was no mistaking it. The only plausible explanation was that the individual was exceptionally skilled, to the point where he could not detect them. Who could it be? He furrowed his brow, realizing he needed to be more vigilant in the coming days. In the subsequent hours, Chen Feng visited the talent market, as the villa in Yulong Bay required a caretaker. The market was bustling with individuals seeking employment. However, after searching for a considerable time, Chen Feng found no suitable candidates. They were either too old, lacked adequate qualifications, or were simply unattractive. After all, this was a standalone villa worth over 30 million. The caretaker's position necessitated a high-caliber individual. He posted a recruitment notice on the Lipin website and then drove back to the villa. About an hour later, there was a knock at the villa door. When Chen Feng opened it, he was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing here? Why couldn't it be me?" Yunting appeared in a sleek white blazer, accentuating her enviable figure. Noticing Chen Feng's stunned expression, she tossed her hair and stepped inside without hesitation, chuckling. "Little brother, what are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen such a beautiful sister?" Chen Feng, somewhat speechless, walked to the tea area to pour her a cup before inquiring. "Yinzong, how did you find me here?" Yunting did not answer his question. Instead, she wandered around the villa, glancing at the pool before smiling. "Did you not post the address on the recruitment site? I saw it was not too far, so I came directly." Chen Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. The recruitment site? An hour ago, he had indeed posted a job opening, but it was for a caretaker. Could it be? He suddenly turned to Yunting. "You aren't here to apply for the caretaker position, are you? Why not?" Yunting twirled in front of him, tilting her head. "I have the physique, the qualifications. And I am indeed a high-level managerial talent. What do you think?" Chapter 54. A Hidden Beauty? Chen Feng found himself in a mix of amusement and disbelief. The president of a prestigious entertainment investment company, here to be his caretaker? "Yunzong, you are worth billions. Does it really suit you to work as a caretaker for me?" "Absolutely," Yunting replied, settling onto the sofa, removing her white blazer to reveal a chiffon blouse underneath. Smiling, she continued, "Your job requirements are quite high, at least a bachelor's degree. I suspect it's not just about managing this villa, is it?" Chen Feng nodded. Although the villa was expansive, much of it was equipped with smart home technology, making maintenance relatively simple. "I need a caretaker who can manage not only the villa but, more importantly, oversee my enterprises, essentially a personal secretary." Yunting crossed her arms and pointed to herself. "That's my specialty. I am also quite curious about the extent of your enterprises. I have seldom admired anyone in my life, but you are the exception." As she spoke, she shifted her body, seemingly searching for a more comfortable position before adding, "I've done some research on you. 3 years ago, you were completely unknown. As ordinary as one could be, with rural parents and no family background. Yet just a week ago, you transformed entirely." Leaning closer, she inhaled softly. "I am eager to uncover the secrets you harbor." "What secrets could I possibly have?" Chen Feng chuckled. "I merely won the lottery, netting 90 million, and sold a plot of land for a profit of 1 billion. Just bought some futures an hour ago, earning over 3 billion. Nothing extraordinary, just trivial gains. Yunting suddenly felt an urge to vomit blood. What had started as casual banter had led to a revelation of explosive news. She stood up abruptly from the sofa, her face a mask of shock. An hour ago, there had been turmoil in the international futures market, attributed to unusual price fluctuations in A-type coffee. Many believed a lucrative opportunity had arisen, pouring in substantial capital, only to later discover it was a trap devised by foreign capitalists, leaving most investors destitute. However, Yunting's expression shifted as she regarded him with complexity. Yet, there was one individual who swam against the current, executing 5 trades, each yielding immense profits. They seized billions from those capitalists. Eventually, someone traced the account to future securities, but the identity of this individual remains unknown. I can't believe it, it's you. Yunting circled him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, left to right, as if trying to comprehend how a person with 2 eyes, 1 mouth, and 2 ears could possess investment acumen tenfold or even 100-fold greater than her own. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to strip him bare to understand him fully. Luck, it's all about luck. Chen Feng felt uneasy under her gaze and quickly redirected the conversation. Aren't you here to be my personal caretaker? This villa is now under your charge. Additionally, aside from my shares in the entertainment investment company, I only have 1 hospital remaining. You can handle the routine affairs, and it shouldn't take much of your time. The entertainment investment company is functioning smoothly, so I have plenty of time on my hands. Yunting smiled lightly. What difference does it make to manage 1 company versus 2? For me, the most important aspect is to learn your unique investment insights and judgment. Save a room for me in the villa. You wouldn't mind me staying here, would you? Chen Feng glanced at her long, fair legs and the alluring curves she displayed, initially intending to decline. After shaking her head once more, she remarked, if you don't mind, why should I? Goo goo goo. You naughty little brother. Yunting chuckled, her laughter enchanting and alluring. She chose a room on the 2nd floor and then summoned someone to bring her luggage, seemingly preparing for an extended stay. After about half an hour of busyness, she was glistening with fragrant perspiration, her attire clinging to her form, accentuating her figure exquisitely. Chen Feng swallowed hard as he watched. This woman. Chen Feng squinted, an instinctual suspicion tugging at him, sensing that her sudden arrival was not merely coincidental. At that moment, the door of the villa chimed once more. Upon opening it, Chen Feng's expression instantly morphed into one of perplexity. What was happening today? And why were all these people converging here? Chen Feng, I just wanted to see if you needed any daily necessities, said Shang Yanyan. Standing at the threshold with her hands clasped behind her back, her cheeks flushed as she stood on tiptoe. I'm not in need at the moment. Perhaps you'd like to come in for a moment? Sure, Shang Yanyan replied with a bright smile, stepping inside without hesitation, as if she had been waiting for Chen Feng to utter those words. However, as she entered the villa and caught sight of Yunting bustling nearby, her expression subtly shifted. What on earth? What is this? A hidden treasure in a golden house. And concealed within is the billion-dollar beauty, President Yunting. Especially as she observed the latter's attire, the damp fabric clinging to her body as if she were completely at home, unbothered by her surroundings. President Yun, what is this? Ah, it's Miss Shang, Yunting replied with a faint smile. Isn't it just to serve the boss better? I've decided to move in here. Technically, that statement held validity, as Chen Feng was a major shareholder of the entertainment investment company, effectively making him her employer. So that is how it is, Shang Yanyan remarked, no longer inquiring further as she scrutinized the villa. She was intimately familiar with every corner of the space, having arranged its decor herself. Seizing the opportunity while the two were occupied, Shang Yanyan slipped into the bathroom and called her roommate. Yanyan, you haven't returned to school all day. What are you up to? Don't tell me that Chen Feng has already swept you off your feet. Not at all. Shang Yanyan's tone conveyed a hint of disappointment. Chen Feng is now a billionaire. He hardly has time for me. What? Wasn't he just worth millions last time? How did he suddenly leap to billions? You can't be serious. The sound of clattering echoed from the other end of the line, likely her roommate knocking something over. It's hard to fathom. For ordinary people, $1 billion is an unfathomable sum. Shang Yanyan sighed. Are you familiar with the entertainment investment company? Chen Feng is a major shareholder, and President Yunting personally confirmed it. And yesterday, Chen Feng invested $2 billion in my father's company. Heavens! Her roommate gasped, instantly rendered speechless. They had only seen such affluent individuals on television before, never imagining one would be so close, let alone an alumnus of their school. A billionaire. And he just casually invests $2 billion. Wow, that's beyond extravagant. Chapter 55, The Proper Approach to Flirting. Her roommate exclaimed, Yanyan, are you blind? Chen Feng is clearly interested in you. Why else would he invest $2 billion in your father's business if not for you? Really? Shang Yanyan was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be because of her that he made such an investment? Yanyan, I envy you so much. If you weren't my best friend, I would definitely compete for Chen Feng. You have no idea. Men like Chen Feng are rare gems. He not only spends money on you, but he does it in a way that feels good. Unlike some wealthy individuals who simply throw money around, buying cars, houses, and bags, it's so tacky. What do they think women are? Chen Feng is different. He invests in your family's business, not only helping your father through a crisis, but also granting you ample dignity. This is a subtle way of gifting you money. Just think, when you spend lavishly in the future, you can claim it's earned through your own merit, rather than being charity. That is a completely different sensation. What do modern women desire? Isn't it dignity? Her roommate continued enthusiastically, genuinely envious. Hearing this, Shang Yinyan found herself somewhat convinced. However, the fact that President Yun Ting was currently in Chen Feng's villa and appeared to be settling in made her anxious. What? Her roommate was instantly incensed. Yinyan, you can let go of bags and clothes, but not a man. Just imagine, if they are living in the same villa, especially during the sweltering summer, after a shower. Won't they be dressed rather lightly? If sparks fly, you might regret it. What should I do? Shang Yinyan felt a flicker of affection for Chen Feng, naturally unwilling to witness him with another woman. You should move in too. Her roommate quickly devised a plan. I've heard of that president. She is quite beautiful. But you're not lacking either. After all, you're the campus belle. Besides, you're a few years younger than her and have known Chen Feng longer. You can definitely win. Don't forget, you have a gathering coming up soon. If you manage to win him over, bringing him along will surely elevate your status. Let me think about it, Shang Yinyan replied, her expression complex as she hung up the phone. Although her roommate had a point, she was uncertain how to justify moving in. Quite the predicament. Upon returning to the living room, she found Yun Ting already tidied up and seemingly refreshed after a shower. Now dressed in a new outfit. Drying her damp hair with a towel, she smiled upon seeing Shang Yinyan. Miss Shang, it's rather inconvenient for me to stay here alone. Why don't you move in to keep me company? Shang Yinyan had been pondering how to broach the subject, only to find that Yun Ting had conveniently provided her with an excuse. Yun Ting tilted her head and gestured toward Chen Feng. Naughty little brother, you wouldn't mind, would you? Chen Feng felt a bit speechless. You've all arranged this so clearly. What objections could I possibly have? He glanced at Shang Yinyan and stated, there are plenty of vacant rooms on the second floor. If you wish, you can choose one. If you no longer want to stay at school, you can move in at any time. Shang Yinyan nodded vigorously, a smile blossoming on her face. Sister Yun, you haven't had lunch yet, right? I'll cook for us. Shang Yinyan cheerfully linked her arm with Yun Ting's. Women are curious beings. One moment they may be strangers, and the next, they can become confidants. In fact, Shang Yinyan felt there were numerous topics she could discuss with Yun Ting. As the future heir of Shang Jun's heightened intelligence, she could certainly learn a great deal from Yun Ting regarding company management. Observing the two engaged in conversation, Chen Feng felt somewhat isolated. Women. The time that followed was. Shang Yinyan and Yun Ting ventured to the local market to procure ingredients, preparing to create a sumptuous lunch. The two exquisite beauties captivated the attention of numerous onlookers as they graced the market, one exuding a sultry charm while the other radiated an air of elegance. Several gentlemen, eager to engage, felt an irresistible urge to approach them. However, none were successful in acquiring their contact information. Nearby, Chen Feng, filled with mischief, chuckled and remarked, Bro, that's not how you ask for a number. Today's beauties prefer the underdogs. Watch me. With that, he awkwardly adjusted his attire and sauntered over to Shang Yinyan and Yun Ting, whistling. Hey there, beauties, how about adding me on WeChat? A man in the distance scoffed at his appearance, muttering, with that look, they'd probably slap you. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yun Ting giggled and handed over her phone. Shang Yinyan, not to be outdone, pouted playfully and also extended her phone, along with the freshly purchased vegetables, into Chen Feng's hands. The trio then continued to chat and shop, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. No way. Did he just succeed? And with both of them? Not only did he get their WeChat, but they're also planning to cook together. A meal and a few drinks. What's next? A rapid ascent to the pinnacle of life? In that moment, the crowd realized that their failure to woo the goddesses was not due to a lack of charm or wealth, but rather an absence of the right approach. Some rushed to test their newfound insight, only to be met with a sharp rebuke, leaving them bewildered. Upon returning to the villa, Shang Yinyan began to showcase her culinary skills. Yun Ting, eager to assist, found herself out of her element as the CEO, only able to lend a hand. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the sounds of sizzling, followed by frantic screams. It's on fire. Shang Yinyan shrieked as she dashed out, wielding a spatula, her face resembling a painted cat. Meanwhile, Yun Ting appeared equally flustered, searching for something to extinguish the flames. Chen Feng entered the kitchen and quickly assessed the situation, Too much heat had ignited the contents of the pan. "Allow me," he said, shaking his head, as he calmly placed a lid over the pan, extinguishing the fire instantly. "You two should take a breather in the living room. I'll have this ready shortly." Relying on these two pampered ladies to cook would surely leave me starving. Women are indeed deceptive, he thought. "You can cook?" Yunting tilted her head in astonishment. Shang Yinyan echoed her surprise. "Really? You, a man, can cook? Who told you that men can't cook?" Chen Feng retorted as he ushered them out of the kitchen. He then exchanged for the skill of a culinary master. "Congratulations, host, on acquiring the chef skill. 10 system points deducted. Current system points remaining, 295. With the chef skill activated, Chen Feng's culinary prowess underwent a remarkable transformation. His knife skills surpassed those of Michelin-starred chefs, as he deftly turned carrots into fine shreds. Uniform in size and thickness, he proceeded to prepare meat and vegetables, heating the oil in the pan. The steps were familiar, the only variance being the mastery of heat. As he showcased his skills, the enticing aroma wafted into the living room, prompting Shang Yinyan to sniff the air appreciatively. "It smells divine, doesn't it, Sister Yin?" she exclaimed. "Indeed. I can hardly resist tasting it," replied Yunting, rubbing her stomach. Her eyes sparkled, reminiscing about her brief acquaintance with Chen Feng. In just 2 days, he had demonstrated astute investment acumen, impressive physical abilities, and exceptional culinary talents. Moreover, she learned from today's trending news that he was quite adept in medicine. He seemed to excel at everything. "Shall we go see how he is cooking?" Shang Yinyan nearly drooled at the thought. Having been raised in luxury, she had frequented many high-end establishments, including several Michelin-starred restaurants. While their dishes were delicious, they paled in comparison to the current tantalizing aroma. "Patience, you little glutton. It should be ready soon," Yinting replied, standing tall. After about 10 minutes, Chen Feng finally brought several dishes to the dining room. For in total, shredded pork and garlic sauce, braised fish, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. Simple yet delightful home-cooked fare. Gulp. Shang Yinyan swallowed hard. "I must try this." Yunting delicately picked up a piece of the braised fish with her chopsticks and savored it, the exterior crispy while the interior remained tender. She relished the dish, although her brow furrowed slightly. "Is it not to your liking?" Shang Yinyan inquired, puzzled by her expression, which suggested that it should taste exquisite. "It's not that it's bad," Yunting struggled to articulate, as the mouth-watering flavors and textures overwhelmed her senses, rendering her speechless. It was simply too delightful to resist. "Indeed, it's rather unappetizing." Chen Feng silently filled his bowl, shoveling food into his mouth. "What nonsense. I possess the chef skill. How could it be anything but delicious? I should eat while they're still oblivious." At that moment, Yunting regained her composure and glanced at Shang Yinyan, a complex expression crossing her face. "This is truly unappetizing. Yinyan, perhaps we should order takeout instead. It would be a waste not to eat this." "So I shall take care of it," she declared, as she too began to devour the food eagerly. "What is happening?" Shang Yinyan's eyes widened as she scrutinized the two. They claimed the food was terrible, yet their expressions suggested they were thoroughly enjoying it. "No way," she suddenly realized. "You two are deceiving me." Fuming, Shang Yinyan quickly claimed a plate of shredded pork and garlic sauce for herself, disregarding her image as she dove in with her chopsticks. "Oh my goodness, this is absolutely delicious," she exclaimed. "Thank goodness I saw through your little ruse. Chen Feng, I had no idea you could cook so well." Relieved to have uncovered their scheme, she savored the delectable dishes, and within half an hour, all 4 plates had been completely cleared. Shang Yinyan appeared to linger in her thoughts, seemingly reluctant to depart. It seemed that remaining at the villa was indeed a commendable choice. After cleansing the dishes, Yunting set off for work, as there were matters at the entertainment investment company that required her attention. Before leaving, she reminded Chen Feng to find a suitable time to visit the company and meet with the other shareholders. Shang Yinyan, however, did not rush to leave. She arranged for her luggage to be brought over and selected a room on the 2nd floor, ensuring she could stay at any time henceforth. In truth, her preference still lay with the spacious master bedroom on the 3rd floor. As she gazed at Chen Feng, she suddenly inquired, "I have a gathering in 3 days. Would you accompany me?" "Of course," Chen Feng replied without hesitation, harboring a favorable impression of Shang Yinyan. After several encounters, he found himself somewhat enamored with her, particularly due to her attire that day. When their eyes met, both felt their hearts race, and upon catching a glimpse of her porcelain neck, he quickly averted his gaze. It seemed she sensed his discomfort, and with a gasp, Shang Yinyan hastily covered the neckline of her spaghetti-strap dress, her cheeks flushed. "You lecher." Chen Feng forced a smile, feeling slightly awkward, and then asked, "Is Lu Mingliang still in contact with you?" "Not at all. I have no interest in him." She swiftly clarified her relationship with Lu Mingliang. "He hasn't visited since he left my house yesterday. I have no idea what he is up to." Chen Feng refrained from revealing that the individual who had stolen the USB drive from the villa yesterday was indeed arranged by Lu Mingliang. There was no need to share that information. Lu Mingliang was merely a petty clown in his eyes. What truly concerned Chen Feng was who would challenge him in a fortnight. The presence of 2 more women in the villa heightened his awareness. Shang Yinyan had classes in the afternoon. After organizing her belongings, she departed. Chen Feng had already submitted an application to the counselor. As a major shareholder in the entertainment investment company, it was easy for him to secure an internship application. Attending classes daily was not mandatory. He could attend whenever he wished. Chen Feng drove his Pagani to the mall to purchase some daily necessities. Upon returning to the underground garage, he discovered that the entire windshield of his Pagani was shattered, seemingly vandalized intentionally. Good heavens! A car worth over 45 million, and someone dares to smash it. Come out. Don't hide. As Chen Feng's voice echoed, a dozen men emerged from the underground garage, one of whom was the bruised Dagger brother from the previous day. Still bandaged and supported by 2 others, Dagger brother walked with difficulty, yet his expression was menacing. You broke 4 of my ribs. Smashing your car is hardly excessive, right? Oh, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Dagger brother, Chen Feng said, narrowing his eyes. Feel free to smash my car, but at this point, a glint of coldness flashed across his face. I paid 45 million for this car. You will pay every last cent back. Or else none of you will leave. Chapter 57. I ask you, are you afraid? None of us will leave. Dagger brother laughed heartily, gesturing to his companions. Who do you think you are? Ultraman or Superman? We have over 10 men here. Even if you are skilled, can you take on all of us? He continued. To be frank, our boss is the underworld overlord, Black Tiger. Are you afraid? I couldn't care less if you're Black Tiger or Black Cat. All I know is you're about to break a couple more ribs. Chen Feng replied coolly, a faint smile gracing his lips. You smash my car, and you will repay me with interest. Dagger brother felt a shiver run down his spine at the confidence radiating from Chen Feng. He rubbed his chest. Aware that his injuries were manageable, at least he could get out of bed, unlike the heavily injured brute still lying in the hospital. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Brothers, take him down. Dagger brother, leave it to us. We'll make sure you're satisfied. The group of men charged at Chen Feng with iron rods in hand. To them, Chen Feng was merely an agile rich kid. Taking on 1 or 2 would be feasible, but against a dozen, it was utterly impossible. Dagger brother envisioned the moment Chen Feng would be beaten to a pulp, eagerly anticipating the chance to break a few of his ribs in retaliation. These men had been specifically selected from under Black Tiger's wing. Their skills were undoubtedly commendable. However, the scene that unfolded next left him utterly dumbfounded. Chen Feng suddenly sprang into action, moving with blinding speed. He delivered a powerful kick that sent one of the attackers flying, bending the iron rod in the process. The sheer force and velocity caused everyone to gasp in shock. Impressive, but that was merely the beginning. One man swung an iron rod from behind and struck Chen Feng's back with considerable force, leaving him momentarily stunned. To their astonishment, the rod felt as if it had struck solid concrete, leaving not a single mark. In contrast, Chen Feng retaliated with a punch, sending the assailant crashing into the wall, creating a human-shaped dent. Wow! Dagger brother's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Yesterday, Chen Feng had not displayed such ferocity. His physique was astonishingly resilient. Even an iron rod could not face him. Don't just stand there. Get him! Dagger brother yelled in frustration, desperate to rally his comrades. He had invested $1 million to gather them. Yet, at that moment, Chen Feng, having undergone a second enhancement, was no longer a mere mortal. He advanced step by step toward Dagger brother, leaving a fallen man in his wake. Screams of agony echoed around them as heads were split open and blood flowed. In less than a minute, all 10 men lay on the ground, wailing in pain. Dagger brother's face turned pale with fear. He had failed to comprehend Chen Feng's movements. Such skill was beyond that of an ordinary individual. Even the underworld overlord, Black Tiger, would find it challenging to incapacitate so many in such a brief period. Silence enveloped the parking lot. The only sound that could be heard was the rhythmic thud of Chen Feng's footsteps. With each step, it felt as though he was treading upon Dagger brother's very heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. Why you? Don't come any closer. If you do, I will scream. Dagger brother stammered, his fear rendering him incoherent. He was terrified. He recognized that Chen Feng was not someone he could provoke. Given another chance, he would never act so recklessly. Go ahead and scream. Chen Feng let out a cold smile, delivering a swift kick to his adversary. Am I wrong? Today, you shall indeed break 2 of your ribs. As he spoke, he exerted force with his foot, eliciting another agonizing scream. What on earth do you intend to do? Brother Dao gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and declared, My elder brother is the notorious Black Tiger. No one in Behu dares to offend him. You must think this through. If you harm me, you are opposing Black Tiger. You will find no refuge in all of Behu. Oh, really? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Brother Dao, mistaking this for fear, felt a surge of pride. Now you know to be afraid, don't you? Release me. And if you kneel and apologize and offer 10 million as compensation, I might let this slide. Chen Feng's expression darkened abruptly, his foot pressing down with renewed intensity. Who instilled such confidence in you? You dare to demand money from me? It seems you remain oblivious to your predicament. With another forceful kick, Brother Dao screamed in agony once more. He had presumed that his adversary would be wary of Black Tiger, only to realize that Chen Feng was utterly unperturbed. Now, shall we discuss this? Chen Feng crouched down, patting Brother Dao's face with an icy demeanor. As I previously stated, this vehicle costs 45 million, not a penny less. Or you shan't leave. Brother Dao was on the verge of tears. I have no money. No money? A chilling glint flickered across Chen Feng's face as he turned his gaze to the others. What about you? We're broke as well. The group averted their eyes, too fearful to meet his gaze. It was evident. These individuals were destitute, capable of scraping together a few 100,000 perhaps, but 45 million was utterly unattainable. If they had such funds, they would not be living as petty thugs. They would have long since embraced the life of a wealthy elite. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, Chen Feng presented them with two choices. Either I break all your ribs and the matter of the car is settled, or you contact someone, whoever it may be, and gather the 45 million to secure your release. We will find someone to raise the funds. Brother Dao hastily retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Brother Cheng, we've been detained. Internally, he chuckled coldly, anticipating their eventual rescue. Once we summon assistance, you'll see what's in store for you. Do you truly believe Black Tiger's men are easy to bully? Chen Feng observed him with a detached demeanor, making no attempt to intervene. In a private room of a bar, a man sat at the center, exuding a palpable aura of menace. A cigar rested between his lips, while a provocatively dressed woman clung to his arm, whispering and laughing. This man was none other than Black Tiger, the infamous underground overlord of Behu City, commanding a legion of hundreds, straddling both the lawful and unlawful sectors with numerous enterprises under his dominion. Few dared to disrespect him within the city. At that moment, a figure entered, speaking in hushed tones. Tiger, we have a situation. Black Tiger slowly lifted his head. The individual before him was one of his 4 top enforcers. King Kong, known for his reliability. What SMS? This morning, Daozi borrowed over a dozen men, claiming he was going after a wealthy heir. But now he's in trouble. Chapter 58, Encountering a Crisis, All Hands on Deck. Daozi? Black Tiger pondered for a moment before recalling the name. He had encountered him once before and had heard he was quite capable. King Kong nodded. Daozi joined us a month ago. He's one of my brothers now. He led a crew to smash the other party's car, and now all 16 have been detained, with the demand for 45 million in compensation. 45 million? Black Tiger let out a hearty laugh, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. Did they not invoke my name? They did. But it was of no use. King Kong cast a furtive glance at him. Upon seeing Black Tiger's face flash with fury, King Kong realized the gravity of the situation. When had his name lost its weight in Behu? However, compensating was out of the question. They had brought this trouble upon themselves. King Kong hesitated. Without compensation, they released them. Daozi has already called me for help. They are in the underground parking garage of Jinling Mall. Moreover, the other brothers are watching. We can't just stand by. What? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Black Tiger's presence erupted like a tempest, causing the woman beside him to hastily retreat, fearful of inciting the wrath of this underground titan. King Kong's expression shifted. Tiger, please calm down. Very well. Black Tiger waved his hand dismissively. After a prolonged silence, he declared, of course we must rescue them. Otherwise, it will dishearten the brothers below. Send 60 men over. I want to see who dares to provoke my Black Tiger. Clearly, he had no intention of paying a ransom. Understood. King Kong nodded, accustomed to such directives. Black Tiger did not dwell on this minor affair. Similar incidents occurred daily, with outcomes typically remaining unchanged. Those who crossed him invariably vanished without a trace. The woman nearby leaned in again, teasingly saying, Tiger, who doesn't he know you reign supreme in Behu? No one dares to oppose you. Rest assured, within 10 minutes, King Kong will have everything sorted. This was no exaggeration. Black Tiger caressed the woman's slender waist, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. In all of Behu, the only one who could rival him was Chen Tianbao. Both were underground overlords, sharing dominion over Behu's power, yet they were also sworn enemies. The woman giggled. Tiger, you're too modest. I believe Chen Tianbao pales in comparison to you. His resolve is strong, and he will inevitably be consumed by you. Soon, Behu will be entirely under your command. You have a silver tongue. Black Tiger's mood lifted. Gazing at the alluring woman, he suddenly pulled her down, provoking a flurry of playful protests. "Oh dear, Tiger, you're tugging my hair." 10 minutes later, Black Tiger looked at the woman beside him with satisfaction, just about to speak when the door to the private room was flung open once more. "Tiger, trouble." King Kong's expression was fraught with urgency. "What a mess." Black Tiger's demeanor soured, sitting upright. "How did things unfold? Have you brought the men back?" King Kong swallowed hard, hesitating before speaking. "Tiger, I sent 60 men over, but not a single one has returned. I tried calling, but no one is answering. They are likely in grave danger." "What?" Black Tiger sprang to his feet. "How many men did the other side have?" King Kong recalled, from Daozi's call, it seemed they had just one person. "I later verified that it's a university student named Chen Feng. However, given the current circumstances, this individual is undoubtedly formidable. The 60 individuals I dispatched, even if they were unable to vanquish the adversary, should have been able to flee without issue. Yet here we are, none have returned. This is truly bizarre." The expression on Black Tiger's face grew exceedingly grave. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of the underworld for decades, he had encountered numerous storms. It was precisely during such moments that one must maintain composure. His fingers gently tapped on the table, as if ruminating on a pressing dilemma. Suddenly, he lifted his head. "Jingang, you shall personally lead a team." "Understood." At this juncture, the situation had escalated to a level warranting his utmost concern. Jingang departed, taking over 100 individuals to the underground garage of the Jinling Mall. However, Black Tiger felt increasingly unsettled. He paced within the private room, lost in thought. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Still, no word returned. As half an hour approached, Black Tiger could no longer contain himself. He summoned a subordinate. "Has Jingang returned?" "No." "What about the phone?" "Call him." "Boss," the subordinate replied, having dialed multiple times with no success. The other brothers were also unreachable. "Damn it." Cold sweat broke out on Black Tiger's forehead. Who was playing games with me? In that moment, a profound sense of crisis enveloped him, one he had never encountered before. Not even from his long-standing rival, Chen Tianbao. Black Tiger was finally alarmed. "Quickly, notify everyone to return immediately, at once." He needed to gather all his men. Subsequently, news spread swiftly across the corners of Behu. "Tiger Lord is in peril, return at once." In a bustling street food market, a man savoring wontons glanced at his phone, his expression shifting. He swiftly rose and hailed a taxi toward the bar. In a hotel, a man deep in slumber awakened to the ringing of his phone. After reading the message, he similarly dressed hastily and exited his room. At that moment, several hundred individuals rushed toward the bar where Black Tiger resided. They came without hesitation, merely responding to a text message. It was evident how esteemed Black Tiger was in their eyes. Concurrently, in the underground garage of Jinling Mall, Chen Feng sat atop the hood of a Pagani, surveying over 100 bodies sprawled on the ground, nearly forming a small hill. Some lay unconscious, while others groaned in agony. Jingang was among them, his face swollen and unable to rise from the ground. Beside him, Brother Dao wore an expression of sheer terror, scarcely daring to breathe. Chen Feng's gaze swept over them, and he sighed in exasperation. "All I wanted was the payment of 45 million. What on earth are you sending me this gaggle of heads for? It seems I must have a word with your Tiger Lord." Chapter 59. You are surrounded. Within the bar, the premises had been cleared. The 200 individuals remaining were all underlings of Black Tiger, including 3 of the 4 heavenly kings, Crow, Earth Wolf, and Bear 2. Black Tiger's rise as an underworld overlord in Behu was largely attributed to these individuals. "Tiger Lord, take a look at this video," Crow said, producing a video from his phone, the very footage from this morning that depicted Chen Feng delivering a powerful kick to a hulking figure. "Tiger Lord, the person in this video is Chen Feng," Crow continued, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. "Any martial artist can discern that Chen Feng is no ordinary individual. The force and technique behind that kick were masterfully controlled. Even I cannot replicate it. His gaze carries a lethal intensity." "Indeed," Earth Wolf remarked with equal seriousness. "I have been on the battlefield, emerging from a sea of corpses, and even I do not dare to meet his eyes. Such a person must surely have emerged from the battlefield, and likely holds a significant rank within the military." Black Tiger furrowed his brows sharply, as Earth Wolf continued. He inhaled deeply and nodded. "I have encountered warriors of the battlefield before. None have exerted such pressure upon me as he does. This Chen Feng is no ordinary person." At this juncture, Earth Wolf glanced at Black Tiger. "Tiger Lord, given that Chen Tianbao is also watching us closely, should we come into conflict with Chen Feng, it would provide Chen Tianbao the perfect opportunity to strike. The consequences could be dire for us." "Indeed, Tiger Lord," Bear 2 added, attempting to dissuade him. "If Chen Feng merely seeks money, we can give it to him. 45 million is not exorbitant. If you deem it excessive, we brothers can pool our resources." "Nonsense." Black Tiger's eyes gleamed with a chilling ferocity. Chen Feng has already slapped my face. If I concede now, how can I maintain my standing in Behu? Moreover, this lad's sudden emergence may well be a ploy by Chen Tianbao. I will not yield. I refuse to believe that a mere individual can stand against hundreds of us. Gather your weapons. Let us deal with him. They could not persuade him. Only sighing in resignation. If it came to blows, a one-on-one confrontation would lead to certain defeat. Perhaps united they might stand a chance. Just as they prepared their weapons to head to the underground garage of Jinling Mall, a thunderous crash reverberated. The bar's door was struck with tremendous force, sending the entire frame flying. Black Tiger's countenance darkened. His mood was already foul, and now someone dared to create a disturbance. They were truly courting death. He stepped outside with his men, only to find Jin Gang and Brother Dao sprawled on the bar's floor, wailing in pain. Before them stood a lone figure, Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng patted the side of his Pagani, exasperated. Stop sending me heads. Who is the Tiger Lord? Your men smashed my car. Are you going to pay or not? If not, I'll have to destroy your establishment. Such audacity. Black Tiger's forehead throbbed with rage. It was the first time in many years that someone had threatened to demolish his territory. The air thickened with tension. Every individual present tightened their nerves, hardly daring to breathe. Damn it, it seems fists will have to settle this. Chen Feng suddenly stepped forward, exuding an aura that sent a palpable chill through the crowd. In the next instant, he lunged forward. Not good. Crow and the others were alarmed and hurriedly positioned themselves in front of Black Tiger, charging at Chen Feng from 3 different directions. Desiring to impede their adversary, they had scarcely set off when an enormous foot descended upon them with tremendous force. Bang! The crow, bewildered and disoriented, was sent hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, the marble table shattered into 2 pieces. Simultaneously, the hyena and bear too were also flung away. By the time they regained their senses, Chen Feng had already advanced to the front of the Black Tiger, seizing him by the neck and effortlessly lifting his robust form into the air. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Gasps of astonishment echoed as everyone stared, slack-jawed, at Chen Feng, who seemed encircled not by them, but as if they were the ones ensnared by him. The rapidity of the events had left them utterly unprepared. Setting aside the prowess of the crow and his companions, Black Tiger himself was undoubtedly a formidable expert, yet he had been rendered defenseless in Chen Feng's grasp. How could this be? Fortunately, they had refrained from engaging him. The memory of over 100 individuals being dispatched flashed in their minds, causing their hair to stand on end. This individual was truly terrifying. Lying on the ground, half-conscious, Brother Dao and King Kong could only twitch at the corners of their mouths. They had initially believed that Lord Tiger could handle this adversary, but the outcome was beyond their expectations. Now, could they engage in a proper conversation? Chen Feng regarded the suspended Black Tiger with a bemused expression. His heart swelled with exhilaration. After his second enhancement, his strength surpassed his own expectations. Black Tiger sighed, overwhelmed with astonishment. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed a bloodthirsty killing intent emanating from Chen Feng, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In that instant, he truly conceded. Even if they all attacked together, they would likely be no match for him. Inferior in strength, inferior in speed, inferior in presence. Defeat was inevitable. 5 minutes later, Chen Feng lounged casually on a bar sofa, his legs crossed, while a woman behind him tenderly massaged his shoulders. Flanking him were hundreds of individuals standing in respectful silence, led by Black Tiger and his 4 lieutenants. Mr. Chen, it was our fault before. Please do not hold it against us. I will compensate you fully for your vehicle. Black Tiger said reverently, presenting a bank card containing a sum of 100 million, hoping Mr. Chen would graciously accept. As he spoke, he gestured to his subordinates, who brought Brother Dao forward. This fellow has wronged you, Mr. Chen. You may deal with him as you see fit. Mr. Chen, spare my life. Brother Dao pleaded, terror-stricken. His greatest support had been Black Tiger, yet now even this underground overlord was treating Chen Feng with deference. He felt certain his doom was imminent. Mr. Chen, I was blind to your prowess. Please consider me inconsequential. I never wished to oppose you. If you seek retribution, feel free to break a few of my ribs. Brother Dao sobbed, bowing repeatedly in repentance. It was all that Lu Mingliang's fault. Had that scoundrel not sent him to steal the USB drive, he would never have encountered Chen Feng, nor would the subsequent events have transpired. Enough, enough. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. He merely sought to vent his frustration. He had no intent to take a life. He casually accepted the bank card from Black Tiger, deeming the incident resolved. However, should anyone dare to trouble me again, it will not be so simple. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will never dare again. Brother Dao expressed his gratitude, his heart racing with relief at having salvaged his life. A voice echoed in Chen Feng's mind, captured gratitude from Brother Dao, acquiring 2 system points. He was momentarily taken aback. Wait, he had previously thought that only gratitude received during video missions could yield system points. It turned out it could be obtained at any time. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, from now on, all my brothers under Black Tiger will follow your lead. Black Tiger proclaimed, gesturing for his men to heed his words. From this day forth, Mr. Chen is my elder brother and your master. Keep your eyes wide open and remember his visage. Should anyone dare to offend him again, I shall flay you alive. Master Chen, Master Chen. The crowd bowed deeply, their fervor causing Chen Feng's lips to twitch in confusion. What was happening? He had merely come to claim compensation, yet suddenly found himself elevated to their leader? And Black Tiger, who was several decades his senior, was calling him brother? Chen Feng, too fatigued to refuse, recognized that this newfound status would simplify many matters. He retrieved a video from his phone. Hey Black, come and see if you recognize the 3 individuals in this footage. This was the video of the 3 dark-clad figures who had infiltrated his villa to assassinate him. With less than half a month until that incident, he wished to see if he could leverage Black Tiger's resources to locate them beforehand. Black Tiger hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. That nickname was absurdly amusing. He scrutinized the video and called his men over. Gather round and see if you recognize the individuals in this footage. The crowd quickly assembled. Though the video was clear, the masked individuals obscured most of their faces. Is this a film clip? I don't think I've seen this movie. I can't guess who they are, one remarked. It is indeed difficult to discern. There's too little information, another chimed in. And it's night. If we knew the movie title, we might have a better chance of guessing. As the crowd debated, one individual suddenly furrowed his brow. Hold on, this person looks somewhat familiar, especially those bulging eyes. Wait, I remember now. Isn't this one of Chen Tianbao's underlings? I fought with him just a few days ago. What a surprise. This guy has gone off to star in a movie. What rotten luck. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Are you certain you recognize this person? Master Chen, I absolutely do. The subordinate asserted confidently. This fellow is nicknamed Paozi. I fought with him 4 times this month. There's no way I mistake him. His bulging eyes and physique match perfectly. Also, if you look closely, he is a lefty, just like in the video. As for the other 2, while I didn't recognize them, they are definitely affiliated with Paozi. If we investigate further, we'll uncover their identities. Excellent. Black Tiger nodded. If Mr. Chen wishes to investigate, I can arrange it. Within 3 days, we will undoubtedly ascertain the identities of these 3 individuals. Very well, Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Hey Tiger inquired once more, Mr. Chen, these 3 individuals should, without a doubt, belong to Chen Tianbao's faction. Should we simply apprehend them directly? No need for that. Merely breaking 2 of their ribs each day will suffice. Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. With less than 15 days remaining, breaking 2 ribs daily should be just about adequate. This remark caused a twitch at the corner of Hey Tiger's mouth, particularly affecting Brother Knife beside him, who instinctively touched his own ribs, relieved that he was not the target. As time progressed, Chen Feng chose not to linger any longer. Upon exiting the bar, he suddenly turned to the crowd with a mischievous grin. Since we've met without conflict, I will cover for you in the future. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Thank you, Master Chen. Thank you, Master Chen. Captured gratitude from the crow, 1 point awarded. Captured gratitude from the baldy, 2 points awarded. Captured gratitude from the coyote, 2 points awarded. This time, Chen Feng astonishingly amassed a total of 410 system points, bringing his total to 705. He pondered whether reaching 1,000 points would yield a reward. He had never anticipated that accumulating system points could be so effortlessly achieved. After Chen Feng departed from the bar, at that moment, within a private room, Crow gazed at Hey Tiger and said, Tiger Master. Do we truly have to heed that Chen Feng kid's words? Indeed, Tiger Master, echoed the others. You have painstakingly built half of Beihu's territory. Are you truly willing to relinquish it so easily? Tiger Master, please reconsider, urged Coyote and Bear too. Previously, with Chen Feng present, they had refrained from voicing their opinions. But now they felt emboldened to express their thoughts. Beside them, however, King Kong remained silent. Hey Tiger took a deep breath, and after a prolonged silence, he articulated, the territory of Beihu has indeed been hard won by my own efforts. How could I bear to part with it? Nevertheless, Mr. Chen is undeniably formidable. Together, we likely would not stand a chance against him. Moreover, for many years, the power dynamics between Chen Tianbao and myself have been evenly matched. With Mr. Chen's involvement, we have gained a significant advantage. At this juncture, his expression grew grave. When I said we must follow him, it was no jest. From now on, you shall treat Mr. Chen with the same courtesy as you do me. Understood. Understood. Crow and the others promptly nodded. Meanwhile, Chen Feng drove his Pagani directly to the 4S dealership. Although the Pagani had been damaged, it was still roadworthy. Awaiting him was the same saleswoman from his previous purchase. Upon seeing the car in such a state, she gasped, her face etched with concern. Chen Feng merely smiled lightly. Please take this car for repairs and inform me once it's fixed. Additionally, I wish to purchase another vehicle. Chapter 61. Acquiring the Lamborghini Veneno. The saleswoman appeared bewildered. Another car? Thankfully, being seasoned in her profession, she quickly regained her composure. Mr. Chen, this vehicle can be repaired within a day. No need. I'm not short on funds. Chen Feng waved dismissively. Do you have any more luxurious options? This Pagani feels a bit too modest. It lacks the thrill. The saleswoman's mind raced with disbelief. A Pagani worth over 45 million was deemed too cheap. Clearly, he was a true tycoon. Stabilizing her emotions, she promptly stated, Mr. Chen, we happen to have a car show outside today. I can take you there. You should find something to your liking. A car show? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He hadn't paid much attention upon arriving, but he agreed, lead the way. Soon, they arrived at the car show, where nearly 100 luxury vehicles were displayed in an open-air exhibition hall, surrounded by throngs of people. Among them were serious buyers and others merely there to take photos and show off on social media. Please take your time to browse, Mr. Chen. I can directly assist with the paperwork for any vehicle you fancy, the saleswoman smiled. This show was organized by her employer, allowing her to sell directly and earn commissions. Chen Feng nodded and began to explore. Before long, he spotted a Lamborghini Veneno, priced at over 90 million, a contender for the most expensive vehicle present. I'll take this car. His declaration drew astonished glances from those nearby, who seemed incredulous that he could afford such a luxury. Come on, brother. Just take a few pictures for your social media and call it a day. No need to pretend to buy it here. We all know each other. Exactly. Among those here, how many are genuinely interested in purchasing a car? That car? No one here can afford it. I hear the owner brought it in just to elevate the show's prestige. Indeed, the priciest vehicle in Behu was that Pagani sold a few days ago for over 45 million, purchased by a rich second-generation heir. The crowd buzzed with chatter, clearly dismissing Chen Feng's assertion. Each car show is rife with individuals pretending to be affluent, merely to catch the attention of attractive women. A small deposit would create the illusion of wealth, inviting a throng of admirers. Wow, what a perfect scheme to impress the ladies. Such tricks were well known among men. Brother, that tactic is outdated. No woman will fall for it now. In this day and age, real wealth is what attracts. A voice from the crowd pointed towards a model beside the Lamborghini Veneno, laughing. See? The beautiful model isn't even glancing your way. Laughter erupted among the crowd, leaving Chen Feng somewhat speechless. While the model was indeed stunning, he was genuinely there to purchase a vehicle. He had no desire to engage in their banter. Simply handing his bank card to the saleswoman, I trust you can handle this. Let us swipe the card. No discounts, full price. Certainly. The saleswoman hurried to process the transaction, secretly amused by the surrounding skeptics. Little did they know just how affluent Mr. Chen truly was. Wait, he is actually buying? No discounts? Full price? Oh dear, this is too much. There's no way he can afford that Lamborghini Veneno, which costs over 90 million. Not a mere 90,000 for a domestic car. I can't believe his card will go through. Let us not take this seriously. We're just here for the entertainment. Let us watch the show. Even the model beside the Lamborghini Veneno couldn't help but cast a surprised glance in his direction. She had encountered many wealthy individuals, and while this young man was handsome and well-dressed, he hardly seemed like someone who could produce over 90 million. Approximately 10 minutes later, the saleswoman returned with the paperwork complete. Mr. Chen, your payment of 91.2 million has been processed, and all the necessary documents are here. You may take your vehicle at your convenience. With that, she handed over the invoice and paperwork. The onlookers were instantly bewildered. What was happening? They had anticipated a spectacle, yet the unfolding events defied their expectations. Goodness, his card could genuinely swipe for over 90 million. Incredible. I thought it was a joke. Who could have known he was truly a tycoon? This fellow is remarkably unassuming. Tell me, who is wealthier, him or the owner of that Pagani? At that moment, those who had just mocked Chen Feng began to extol his virtues. After all, their previous comments had been rather harsh, and should he choose to retaliate, it would surely spell trouble for them. They needed to ingratiate themselves. Chen Feng, however, paid them no mind. The most effective way to deliver a slap in the face is through sheer strength. He suddenly inquired, when will the license plate be ready? It will take approximately 5 days. Your Pagani, valued at over 45 million, already has its plate prepared. However, your new vehicle requires repairs. Once those are completed, we can arrange both plates for you. The saleswoman quickly understood. In that moment, the crowd stood agape, their expressions frozen in astonishment. What had they just heard? The Pagani worth over 45 million also belonged to him? My goodness. This individual purchased a Pagani 3 days ago, crashed it, and then returned to buy a Lamborghini worth over 90 million? How extraordinarily wealthy is he? Just because his car was in for repairs. He decided to buy another vehicle for fun? At this moment, Chen Feng's casual question shattered the crowd's perceptions. How audacious. Some nearby women could no longer contain themselves and sauntered over, swaying their hips. Excuse me, could I perhaps sit in your car? One asked. I could also do something in the car. I'm versatile, another girl winked. Although both were suggesting a seat, the implications were quite different. The model beside the Lamborghini, pouting slightly, seemed tempted to join but reconsidered and ultimately backed away. Apologies, I have other matters to attend to, please excuse me. Chen Feng found himself surrounded by a throng of admirers, feeling rather helpless. Ever since the stunning beauties like Shang Yinyan, Yin Ting, and Xiao Munchi entered his orbit, the ordinary crowd seemed utterly unremarkable. Pushing through the throng, he swiftly entered the Lamborghini. With a press of the accelerator, he sped away. Chapter 62. Attention from higher echelons. Meanwhile, a video surged to viral fame online. It featured the earlier incident where Chen Feng single-handedly defeated over 100 opponents in an underground garage. A passerby had recorded the scene. In the span of just one day, he trended on social media 4 times. Compared to the video of him kicking the knife guy, this latest footage captivated the public even more. There was no denying it. How many ordinary individuals could truly face 100 adversaries alone? In a clandestine base in Kyoto, a man clad in combat gear scrolled through his phone. Upon encountering the trending video, he clicked on it out of curiosity. His expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, then to sheer shock. The next moment, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Wow, this kid is extraordinary. His physical prowess and skill are at least at the level of a 4-star warrior." This was the War Department of the Hua Nation, the highest-ranking military unit responsible for the nation's border security. Each member was meticulously selected for their exceptional abilities and physical fitness. A colleague beside him chuckled lightly. "Huanzi, don't be so easily impressed. Much of what circulates online is enhanced with special effects. If you take it at face value, you're bound to be deceived. Besides, the most skilled fighters in the Hua Nation are all in our department. Those so-called masters in the civilian realm are mere charlatans. Even if some possess genuine talent, they likely only reach the level of 2-star warriors." At this, the colleague shook his head. "In our ranks, while 5-star and 4-star warriors may be scarce, 1- and 2-star warriors are abundant." Huanzi remained silent, his gaze fixated on the phone screen. After a long pause, he spoke with an odd expression. "Do you recall a year ago when someone in our department violated regulations and was expelled? That fellow had just reached the level of a 2-star warrior. What was his nickname?" "Ah, King Kong." His colleague scoffed. "That guy's abilities were mediocre at best. I could take him down in 3 moves. 3 moves? Huanzi snorted. In the video, this guy kicked him away with 1 strike, and he wasn't even using his full strength. He handed the phone over. "Is this for real?" the colleague questioned, taking the phone with skepticism. As he watched the video, he gasped in disbelief. "My goodness, I can assure you, this video has not been digitally altered. Typically, edited footage reveals some discrepancies." "Huanzi, are you out of your mind? Is this really a 4-star warrior?" His colleague inhaled sharply, astonished. This individual possesses a physique akin to reinforced steel. A steel pipe striking him would elicit no reaction. This is undoubtedly the strength of a 5-star warrior. Quickly, we must inform the minister. At that moment, he was astounded. The video lasted less than a minute, but his assessment might prove flawed. Moreover, the individual had executed his moves with apparent ease, concealing his true might. Yet, it was clear he had reached the threshold of a 5-star warrior. He could even contend with a military commander. The commander, the supreme leader of the War Department, the most formidable figure, revered and admired by all for safeguarding the nation's security. "Let us go, notify the minister." Soon, the two arrived at an office and presented the video to Minister Zhang Tianxiang. With the commander absent from the border, Zhang Tianxiang was handling internal matters. Upon viewing the video, his eyes widened in excitement. "Indeed, we have found a talent." Setting aside the individual's martial prowess, the sheer strength of his physique is unparalleled. In the entire War Department, perhaps only the commander possessed such physical fortitude. Is he truly that amazing? The crowd stared wide-eyed. The commander held a godlike status in their minds, nearly unmatched. Now, they were being told that the individual in the video was akin to the commander? "You're not pulling our leg, are you?" Zhang Tianxiang nodded. "This is similar to the old ironclad techniques. Once the body is honed to a certain level, such feats become achievable. It's not that one is impervious to blades or bullets. To explain it otherwise is futile." The crowd was almost overwhelmed. Zhang Tianxiang continued. "From the video, it appears that the individual is merely in his early 20s. I am quite intrigued by how he has honed his skills to such an extent. This person must join our combat department. With proper training, he could potentially become the next military leader." A tremor of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Such an assessment carried significant weight. Huanzi could not help but inquire, "Minister Zhang, do you think this evaluation is a tad excessive?" Excessive? Zhang Tianxiang shook his head. Let me ask you, within the entire combat department, who possesses physical prowess comparable to his? I am at a loss as to how he achieved this. However, if we were to implement his training regimen across the department, the collective strength of our unit would undoubtedly be enhanced. This would be immensely beneficial for us. A palpable silence enveloped the room. Zhang Tianxiang inhaled deeply. I need all of his information. Gather everything you can. Huanzi promptly responded, I will look into it immediately. Half an hour later, they finally uncovered Chen Feng's dossier, which meticulously chronicled every detail from his birth to the present. Zhang Tianxiang scrutinized the document with utmost diligence, leaving no stone unturned. After a substantial pause, he finally lifted his head and said nonchalantly, Prepare the helicopter. We are heading to Behu University. Minister, are you going personally? Huanzi exclaimed in disbelief. Historically, even when exceptional talent was discovered, they would send representatives. It was rare for the minister to intervene directly. Yet, this occasion was different. Zhang Tianxiang nodded affirmatively. I must go personally. Prepare yourselves. We depart at once. Understood. Huanzi's expression turned grave. His mission in Behu City was to ensure the minister's safety. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was cruising down the street in his Lamborghini Veneno, a vehicle valued at twice that of a Pagani, offering a heightened level of comfort. The adage you get what you pay for rang true. Unsurprisingly, the appearance of the Lamborghini Veneno immediately drew the attention of passers-by. Chen Feng had grown accustomed to the reactions of onlookers. At that moment, he spotted someone waiting for a ride at the curb, someone he recognized. It was Xiao Mingqi from the Humanities Department, one of the 4 campus beauties at Behu University. They had interacted just a few days prior during a public lecture. Chen Feng halted his vehicle and called out, Xiao Mingqi, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a lift. Chapter 63 Sure, Xiao Qi. Today, Xiao Mingqi was clad in a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, her hair cascading down her shoulders. Such a modest ensemble could not obscure her ethereal charm. Coupled with her long legs, she effortlessly drew the gaze of all around her. At school, she was the epitome of beauty, and even outside its confines, she remained a goddess. During the 10 minutes she stood waiting for her ride, numerous individuals had approached her, some even driving luxury cars and attempting to negotiate for an evening together, which had incensed her greatly. Thus, when Xiao Mingqi heard Chen Feng's voice, she instinctively felt the urge to rebuke. However, upon recognizing him, she gasped, Chen Feng, is that you? Although they had only crossed paths once, her impression of him was particularly vivid. After all, he had garnered considerable attention at the university recently. Come on in. Chen Feng smiled. I'll give you a ride. Is this your car? Xiao Mingqi blinked her large eyes in astonishment. Initially hesitant about entering, the fervent gazes of nearby men prompted her to instinctively climb into the vehicle. It was her first time in a Lamborghini Veneno worth over 90 million, although not one to seek luxury. The experience of riding in such a high-end car was undeniably exhilarating. Curiously, she began to explore the interior, asking, how much did this car cost? Oh, it's not too expensive, just over 90 million. 90 million? Xiao Mingqi's mouth twitched, and she froze in place, fearing she might inadvertently damage the luxurious vehicle. She had not anticipated that he was a wealthy heir. Noticing her apprehensive demeanor, Chen Feng chuckled. It's all right. Feel free to touch it. If you break anything, it's on me. By the way, where are you headed, Xiao Mingqi? Oh, her cheeks flushed slightly. Just drop me off near the Jinling shopping center. I'm going there for a blind date. What? Chen Feng could hardly contain his amusement at what he deemed one of the most ridiculous jokes he had ever heard. How could the stunning Xiao Mingqi, one of the 4 campus beauties, need to go on a blind date? With her looks, she could have men lining up at her beck and call. He instinctively glanced over at her. Hey. This movement startled Xiao Mingqi, who gasped and pointed ahead, simultaneously pushing his face away as she exclaimed, watch the road. Be careful not to hit anyone. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had momentarily forgotten he was driving. My apologies. It's just that your previous comment was quite shocking. You, so beautiful, need to go on a blind date? Do you think I'm beautiful? Xiao Mingqi gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. Of course, you are one of the 4 campus beauties. How could you not be? Chen Feng cast her a sidelong glance. Her long legs were mesmerizing, even more so than those of Shang Yanyan. Xiao Mingqi pouted. Ever since I entered university, I've been labeled as one of the 4 beauties, but over time, it has lost its significance. Perceiving Chen Feng's lingering gaze, she shot him an annoyed glance. With a sigh, she continued, it's mainly my aunt. She says that I'm about to graduate and don't even have a boyfriend, so she had someone help me find one. Apparently, he just returned from abroad, holds dual master's degrees, and I felt compelled to agree to this blind date for her sake. After all, she means well, it's just a formality. Dual master's degrees? Chen Feng turned his head to look again. Don't you dare look. Xiao Mingqi crossed her arms, glaring at him. Chen Feng smiled. raising an eyebrow as he drove. I happen to know someone who just returned from abroad as well, also with dual master's degrees, but I can't vouch for his character. These days, with a bit of money, anyone can go abroad for a quick upgrade. Years later, they return claiming to be overseas returnees, but in reality, they are nothing special. He was referring to Lu Mingliang, whom he had encountered at Shang Yinyan's house just the day before. Xiao Mingqi nodded vigorously. Exactly. I have no good feelings about overseas returnees either. I'm not expecting much from this state. After all, we come from vastly different backgrounds and have different worldviews, making it hard to connect. Besides, those who return from abroad generally have more liberal mindsets, which I'm not fond of. At this point, Xiao Mingqi leaned closer. But enough about me. Tell me about you. The acupuncture technique you used when saving teacher Chen in class was called the Yin Yang 9 needles, right? That. Don't even try to deny it. Xiao Mingqi wore an expression of someone who already knew the answer. You know Professor Xiaohua, right? He is the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, and he has seen the video of you saving someone. He confirmed it was indeed the long-lost Yin Yang 9 needles. Chen Feng. Oh, Chen Feng, who exactly are you, possessing such formidable medical skills? She gazed intently at Chen Feng, suddenly feeling an undeniable allure emanating from this tall young man, coupled with an air of mystery. Chen Feng initially contemplated turning to face her, but decided against it, thinking it best not to frighten her. Well, I do possess some knowledge of the Yin Yang 9 needles. My family has a history in medicine. My great-grandfather was the 41st successor of Hua Tuo, he began, earnestly weaving an elaborate tale. Really? Xiao Mingqi surprisingly believed him. Does your family possess an ancient text? I've heard that many medicinal recipes have been lost to time. If one could find such a text, it would hold immense value in the field of medicine. And, can you teach me the Yin Yang 9 needles? Perhaps at a later time, he replied, observing Xiao Mingqi looking at him like an infatuated fan. Chen Feng felt a slight headache coming on. Surely, your beauty was not acquired at the expense of your intellect? Are you genuinely willing to learn from me? Xiao Mingqi instinctively grasped his arm, only to remember that he was driving, and quickly let go. It's merely the Yin Yang 9 needles. It's not particularly valuable. Chen Feng mused, genuinely unconcerned, as these techniques were merely gifts from the system, easily obtainable. It's a promise. Xiao Mingqi smiled brightly, finding him increasingly appealing. Although he spoke lightly, she understood that he was the only one possessing such skills, which were rumored to have life-restoring properties, making them invaluable. The fact that he was willing to teach her was astonishing. Congratulations. You have received 5 system points for capturing Xiao Mingqi's gratitude. Congratulations. You have received 3 system points for capturing Xiao Mingqi's gratitude. A voice resonated in Chen Feng's mind, causing him to pause momentarily. Wow. Did I just earn 8 system points? He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Mingqi. Well done, little Chi-Chi. Chapter 64. Listen to my defenses. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached their destination. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel nostalgic, as it was in this very underground parking lot that he had previously clashed with Dao Gu and his crew. Now, the entire area had been cleaned and restored to normalcy. Thank you. As Xiao Mingqi stepped out of the car, she suddenly turned back, suggesting, how about I treat you to a cup of coffee? You might need to give me a ride later. Aren't you supposed to be on a blind date? Chen Feng was taken aback. It seemed she was merely going through the motions, not taking the matter seriously. Xiao Mingqi stuck out her tongue. No worries. They haven't arrived yet. I came half an hour early. All right then, Chen Feng said, parking the car. They made their way to a coffee shop in the mall. Xiao Mingqi ordered 2 Americano coffees and chose a corner seat, seemingly wary of drawing attention to her striking beauty. She pulled out a baseball cap from her bag and donned it, concealing her exquisite features. Nonetheless, her figure was stunning, and anyone who glanced in her direction would undoubtedly recognize her as a great beauty. Do you frequent this coffee shop? Chen Feng recalled seeing Xiao Mingqi greet the staff, indicating she was a familiar patron. Shaking her head, she replied, during my freshman year, my family faced financial difficulties, so I took on various part-time jobs to support my education. This coffee shop was where I worked for nearly 6 months before my family's situation improved. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. It was rare for young women, especially a campus beauty, to take on part-time work. I've done part-time jobs too, though mine were mostly distributing flyers and running errands. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiao Mingqi's expression turned incredulous. Don't joke with me. You drive a car worth millions. You surely don't need a part-time job. Are you delivering flyers in a multi-million-dollar sports car? Chen Feng felt a bit embarrassed. I was genuinely poor back then. Just as he was about to explain, a familiar figure entered the coffee shop. Lu Mingyang. Chen Feng instantly felt amused. No way. Could the blind date be him? Especially seeing Xiao Mingqi with her head down, her gaze evasive, further solidified his suspicions. At that moment, Lu Mingliang was oblivious to Chen Feng and Xiao Mingqi in the corner. He casually surveyed the surroundings before settling at a table. Xiao Mingqi was about to approach him when Chen Feng suddenly grasped her arm and whispered, "Xiao Mei, I know that person. Would you like me to assess his character?" "Ah, how do you plan to do that?" Xiao Mingqi asked, intrigued. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. "That is something you need not concern yourself with. Just sit back and enjoy your coffee. You'll see soon enough." With that, he took out his phone and messaged Black Tiger, having exchanged contact information during their earlier encounter at the bar. Meanwhile, Lu Mingliang ordered a cup of coffee as well. After finishing it, he noticed his date had yet to arrive, and 10 minutes had elapsed since their agreed-upon time. Women are indeed notorious for their lack of punctuality. He sighed in resignation. After the incident with the stolen USB drive, he realized his relationships with merchants would be strained, and his chances with Shang Yanyan were slim. It was through someone else's introduction that he secured this blind date opportunity. He had heard that this girl was from the same school as Shang Yanyan and was also a campus beauty. The photograph indeed showed her beauty, but he wondered what she would be like in reality. After waiting another 10 minutes with no sign of his date, a stranger approached him. "Hey handsome, interested in some fun in the parking garage?" The woman sat down beside him, her outfit revealing and her demeanor exuding a natural allure, amplified by the intoxicating scent of her perfume that excited every nerve in Lu Mingliang's body. This woman was clearly a master of seduction. Lu Mingliang felt tempted and glanced at the time, smirking. "Sure, I'll show you just how impressive I am." He reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist as they exited the coffee shop. "Ugh, scoundrel." Xiao Mingqi watched in disgust. Initially, she had assumed Lu Mingliang, dressed in a suit, was a successful individual, only to discover his character was so deplorable that he could easily be led away by a mere flirtation. She then turned her head towards Chen Feng, asking, "Is this the person you were referring to?" "No, I don't know her at all," Chen Feng denied. Though he genuinely didn't know the woman, she was someone Black Tiger had introduced. Xiao Mingqi shrugged it off, pouting slightly. "I still owe you a thanks. Now I can finally report back to my aunt. Let us go?" At the checkout, Chen Feng intended to pay, but Xiao Mingqi insisted on treating him. They proceeded to the underground parking lot. As they passed a BMW, it suddenly shook. Xiao Mingqi contemplated for a moment before walking over to tap on the window. No one responded. She knocked again. Suddenly, a torrent of furious expletives erupted. "What the hell? Who dares to disturb me at such a crucial moment? Is anyone allowed to work in peace?" He cursed as he rolled down the car window. Xiamenki seized her phone and began snapping pictures frantically. "Damn it. You." Lu Mingliang felt a surge of anger rising within him. Not only was he interrupted during work, but she was also taking pictures of him. "I'll take a picture of your grandfather." Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he caught sight of Xiamenki's face and abruptly fell silent. You are Miss Xiao?" His mind felt illuminated. It seemed he had missed out on a stunning beauty. "No worries, you may continue." Xiamenki's expression was as cold as ice. The photograph was merely intended for her aunt, to illustrate that it was not her choice, but rather that the person introduced was indeed unsatisfactory. Lu Mingliang hastily donned his clothes and climbed out of the car, momentarily disregarding the woman inside. He quickly attempted to explain, "Miss Xiao, please let me clarify. No. Allow me to explain. It's truly not as you perceive. Please, do not misunderstand." "I harbor no misunderstandings," Xiamenki replied, her demeanor reverting to indifference. "There is no need for you to explain. We share no connection." Just as Lu Mingliang was poised to retort, Xiamenki had already entered the adjacent Lamborghini. "Damn it." Lu Mingliang spat vehemently. "What a farcical campus belle. I thought she was serious, yet she is only interested in luxury cars." He vowed, "Once I purchase a Lamborghini, she'll have no choice but to step inside." At that moment, the window of the Lamborghini rolled down. Chen Feng whistled at him, grinning. "Hey little Lu, why so shabby? At least book a hotel. Don't let the lady catch a cold. I'm leaving now, you two carry on." Chen Feng. Lu Mingliang nearly exploded with rage. Every encounter with this guy seemed to spell disaster. Now he had even stolen his date. Chapter 65. Not to be provoked, are we heading back to school? Chen Feng inquired while driving, not genuinely wishing to sabotage Xiamenki's blind date. But Lu Mingliang's character was undeniably flawed. It wouldn't be right to watch Xiamenki fall into a trap, particularly after he had conducted an investigation with the Black Tiger. The last time, Lu Mingliang had attempted to steal Shang Yanyan's father's USB drive because another company offered him a 20 stake, contingent upon acquiring the data from the drive. The two companies were rivals. However, with the involvement of the Cultural and Entertainment Investment Company, all tactics became futile in the face of absolute power. "Let us head back to school," Xiamenki responded, feeling that her pleasant mood had been thoroughly ruined today. She feared she might never attempt blind dating again. Tilting her head, she suddenly asked, "There have been rumors at school about you and Shang Yanyan. Is she really your girlfriend?" The unexpected question left Chen Feng momentarily speechless. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Not quite yet. Indeed, It was accurate since neither had broached the subject of their feelings, nor had either expressed any intentions. Xiamenki gestured towards the passenger seat. Your car, doesn't he even have a license plate? It must be new. I can't be the first person to sit in the passenger seat, right? I purchased this car just an hour ago. Indeed, no one has sat in it before. Oh, so Shang Yinyan hasn't he been in it either? Xiamenki raised her head proudly. Both were renowned campus belles. Although they rarely interacted, they secretly competed with one another. At that moment, her phone rang. It was her aunt calling. Xiamenki frowned and answered, Mengqi, what is going on? Lu Xiao mentioned you were half an hour late for the blind date and brought along an older man to show off. How could you do this? If you didn't want to go, you could have simply refused. Why make such a foolish mistake? How am I supposed to explain this to others? Her aunt launched into a barrage of reprimands. Xiamenki felt a surge of annoyance. She hadn't anticipated that Lu Mingliang would turn the tables on her and even play the victim. Aunt, it's not like that. You've been deceived. I wasn't late to the blind date. I arrived half an hour early. Huh. Then who was that older man? Her aunt sounded bewildered. The situation you were told is completely different. The phone conversation was quite loud, and Chen Feng's expression darkened upon hearing the comments. Older man? How am I old? Xiamenki exclaimed in indignation. What older man? That was my classmate. I went to the blind date in his car. Thankfully, he was there. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that Lu Mingliang is a scumbag. You wouldn't believe it. He left the cafe with an escort right in front of me, and they were doing that sort of thing in the garage. Really? I thought Lu Xiao was quite respectable, her aunt said, her conviction wavering. Some people may appear upright, but in reality, they are just wolves in sheep's clothing. I have a picture. If you don't believe me, I'll send it to you. Xiamenki stomped her foot and immediately forwarded the photo she had just taken. Upon seeing it, her aunt was rendered speechless. Heavens, it really is Lu Xiao. Her aunt's attitude shifted instantly. Mengqi, don't worry. I'll handle this matter for you. Who would have thought that Lu Mingliang was such a person? He has caused you distress, and I will make sure you get justice. With that, she angrily hung up the phone. Then, her aunt shared the photo in her social circle. Ladies, please help me spread the word. This Lu Mingliang is not a decent person. While on a blind date, he was seen engaging with questionable women. We must never introduce our daughters to such a man. Who knows what diseases he might be carrying? He is utterly disgraceful. Wait, isn't this the young man you mentioned yesterday who returned from abroad? Who knew his private life was so chaotic? Look at the photo, his eyes are vacant. And his complexion is pale, clearly ill. We can't let him harm our women. Yes, spread the word quickly. Let our sisters be aware. A chorus of aunties fervently disseminated the news. The influence of the aunties was formidable, especially their social circles, which encompassed a diverse array of individuals, from affluent socialites to vegetable vendors. Within half an hour, the news had already spread. Meanwhile, Lu Mingliang had been seething in his car for another 20 minutes. Venting his frustrations, he tossed a wad of cash to the woman beside him, coolly stating, All right, you may leave now. Oh, how quickly you forget once the pants are up. Let us connect again next time, boss. The woman swayed her hips and giggled. Only then did Lu Mingliang pick up his phone. His phone had been incessantly buzzing while he was occupied, with countless WeChat messages and calls flooding in. Upon checking, he discovered they were all from distant relatives. Lu, what on earth is going on with you? Quickly, take a look at this photograph. Doesn't that person resemble you? Mingliang, how on earth did you find yourself blacklisted? You scoundrel, why didn't you seek out women in a hotel? Were you so naive as to think no one would see you in the car? Well, congratulations, you've achieved notoriety, and you've brought shame upon the Lu family. Goodness, what is happening? Lu Mingliang found himself utterly bewildered. He hastily opened the photos sent by various relatives. Upon glancing at them, he felt as if struck by lightning. Frozen in place. I've been blacklisted by the aunties? He could never have anticipated that a mere photograph would elicit such a significant uproar. Meanwhile, Chen Feng also stumbled upon the messages posted by relatives in their social circles, nearly all of which condemned the individual in the photo as despicable, advising young women to steer clear of him. He couldn't help but reflect on the formidable nature of those aunties. Before long, the two arrived at school. Just as Chen Feng parked the car, he noticed a familiar figure standing in the parking lot, his ex-girlfriend, Shen Xin. Chen Feng, I've been looking for you. Shen Xin exclaimed excitedly as she approached, her eyes sparkling upon seeing his new vehicle. Earlier that morning, she had heard from her mother that Chen Feng had made a staggering 3 billion in just a few hours trading futures. Her mother had even given her a mission to reconcile with Chen Feng at all costs. Is there something you need? Chen Feng replied, his expression indifferent as he regarded her. The two had become practically strangers at this point. Just then, Xiao Mingqi, seated in the passenger seat, stepped out of the car, her large eyes darting between the two, seemingly unwilling to leave. Shen Xin was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening. Xiao Mingqi, please keep your distance from my boyfriend. Chapter 66. A clash between two women. Chen believed her looks to be quite commendable among her classmates. However, when compared to the striking Xiao Mengqi before her, she felt woefully inadequate. She had originally thought that by driving away Xiang Yanyan, she could reclaim her boyfriend. Yet, it seemed she had gravely miscalculated. There was still Xiao Mengqi to contend with. Since Chen Feng had come into wealth, the women surrounding him had only grown more beautiful, each one a campus goddess. The pressure was overwhelming. At that moment, Xiao Mengqi was equally perplexed. Chen, are you overthinking this? Chen Feng and I are merely classmates. Is it even forbidden for me to ride in his car? Besides, he doesn't seem to be your boyfriend anymore, does he? I've heard that you two split up ages ago. Even if I were just his classmate, and our relationship were to deepen, it would be none of your concern. Right? As a campus beauty herself, Xiao Mengqi possessed her own sense of pride. Initially, she could have easily clarified the misunderstanding, but she was unwilling to take that route. She had heard about the circumstances surrounding Chen Feng and Xin's breakup. Rumor had it that Xin had deemed him too poor and promptly sought a wealthier suitor. Thus, she felt compelled to stand up for Chen Feng. Xin felt a surge of irritation and retorted, "So what if Chen Feng and I have broken up? I will reclaim him eventually." That was a matter for the future. At least for now, he was not her boyfriend. Xiao Mengqi chuckled softly, suddenly linking her arm with Chen Feng's. "And what makes you think you can win him back? Do you think you're more attractive than I am? Or even more so than Xiang Yanyan?" Xin was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, she lacked Xiao Mengqi's long legs and Xiang Yanyan's allure. In terms of looks, she was undeniably at a disadvantage. How could she compete on an emotional level? Since their breakup, Chen Feng had long since lost any feelings for her, making her chances even slimmer. "Let us go?" Chen Feng, disinterested in the dazed Xin, took Xiao Mengqi's hand and departed the parking lot. Throughout their walk, silence enveloped them. Xiao Mengqi instinctively withdrew her arm, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "Just now, I merely wanted to help you get rid of her. You won't hold that against me, will you?" "Of course not," Chen Feng replied with an oddly thoughtful expression. "I just think it unnecessary to engage in futile arguments. Do you really want to retaliate against a dog that has bitten you?" "Oh, you're the one who is retaliating." Xiao Mengqi laughed heartily before adding, "Don't forget the promise you made to me." "What promise?" Chen Feng feigned ignorance. "Ah, you're trying to deceive me." Xiao Mengqi placed her hands on her hips, clearly annoyed. "You promised to teach me the 9 needles of yin and yang. Are you planning to go back on your word now?" No, I wouldn't dare." Chen Feng suddenly recalled their earlier conversation and chuckled awkwardly. "I might reconsider other matters, but this one? Rest assured, I will teach you when I have the time." "That is more like it." Xiao Mengqi waved her adorable little fist. Satisfied with Chen Feng's assurance, she finally took her leave. Chen Feng had initially intended to return to the dormitory, but halfway there, he unexpectedly ran into his roommate, Yang Qi. "Hey, I just saw you with Xiao Mengqi from the humanities department, didn't I? Be more confident. Just drop the 'I think.'" Chen Feng tossed his head back with a swagger. Yang Qi gasped, "No way. You've already entangled yourself with Xiang Yanyan. And now you've hooked up with campus beauty Xiao Mengqi too? Are you planning to woo all 4 campus beauties? At least leave one for us." All right. Chen Feng said, somewhat exasperated. "If you really want to pursue someone, you better hurry. My luck with women is quite strong lately. Be careful, or you might miss out on all of them." Yang Qi knew his own limitations. These were merely words of jest. He then turned serious. "Hey, I just remembered something. Haven't you been trending on social media lately? I watched that fight. It was incredible. Why didn't I know you were so skilled? Why not teach me? Get to the point," Chen Feng urged. Well, the trending topic was taken down less than half an hour after it went up. And now the video is nowhere to be found. Yang Qi leaned in closer, chuckling as he draped an arm around Chen Feng's shoulders. "Honestly, are you a hidden wealthy second generation? Your family must have quite the background, right? Typically, if someone lacked influence, it wouldn't be possible to have a trending topic retracted that swiftly." Chen Feng was puzzled. He genuinely had no knowledge of this matter. Yang Qi continued, "You can't deny it. I've heard that the Pagani at school belongs to you, and you've kept it from us for so long." "I'm really not a wealthy second generation," Chen Feng said slowly, pulling out a car key. "Besides, the car I'm driving now isn't a Pagani. It's a Lamborghini Veneno." Goodness. Upon seeing the car key, Yang Qi was utterly astonished. Although he couldn't afford such luxury, he was well aware of its worth, over 90 million. Just placing that key on the table would undoubtedly attract countless admirers. At that moment, he finally understood why Chen Feng was so popular with the ladies. "Did you rob a bank or something?" "You're the one who's robbing banks," Chen Feng replied with a hint of irritation. "There's nothing to be surprised about. I've recently dabbled in futures trading and made a modest profit." "A modest profit?" Yang Qi's lips twitched. "Are you not perhaps misinterpreting the value of money?" Above the secret base in Kyoto, a helicopter ascended slowly, its destination directly set for Behu City. Zhang Tianxiang sat in the central seat, his fingers lightly drumming on his knee. How is the situation with the trending topic being handled? He inquired. Beside him, Huanzi quickly responded, rest assured, Minister Zhang, I've already contacted the relevant departments. The trending topic concerning Chen Feng has been completely removed. The video has also been taken down. It is virtually non-existent on the internet now. Since the removal from trending, the heat surrounding Chen Feng has diminished significantly. Well done, Zhang Tianxiang nodded. And what about the media? What is the current status? They've been notified, and after pressure from higher-ups, the local media has ceased reporting. Excellent. After all, Chen Feng is slated to enter the Ministry of War. His information must not be overly exposed to the public. Continue to scour the internet. Any information that could be detrimental to him must be identified promptly. Understood. Huanzi nodded. Minister Zhang, we have an hour until we reach Beihu. Would you like to rest for a bit? I will call you once we arrive. No need. Zhang Tianxiang continued drumming his fingers on his knee. For some reason, he felt a sense of unease. Chapter 67. The entire venue is on me, young Master Zhao. On campus, Yang Qi sighed. You finally turned the tables. With a car and savings, you're the most popular in the whole school. No wonder so many girls are drawn to you. Don't be envious, bro. I'm just a legend, Chen Feng chuckled. He understood very well that these were merely surface-level phenomena. Many were only attracted to his wealth. Once his money vanished, those people would likely abandon him, much like Shinqin had. Such is reality. Yang Qi rolled his eyes and said, don't get cocky. Speaking of being in the limelight, there's someone today who is quite the showstopper. Remember Zhao Donglai? Of course, he asked that suitor of Shang Yinyan. Last time, he confessed at the school gate, only to have you ruin it. Yang Qi pulled him towards the basketball court. Come on, let us go witness Zhao Donglai's show-off. I hear he is quite the basketball player, and a crowd of girls is cheering for him. He plays basketball? Chen Feng couldn't resist asking. Isn't that guy usually absent from school? What brings him here? It's all because of you. I heard last time he confessed to Shang Yinyan. And you messed it up. Then he offended a client of his father's company, leading to some difficulties for his dad's business. His father, in a fit of rage, sent him back to school, forbidding him from returning until he graduates. Yang Qi exclaimed. Zhao Donglai has never faced setbacks before. Who would have thought he'd stumble because of you? I feel like you're his nemesis. Perhaps I am his nemesis. Chen Feng laughed heartily as he strolled leisurely towards the basketball court. At that moment, the basketball court was bustling with energy. The venue was open air and relatively spacious, surrounded by nearly 100 spectators, about 80 of whom were girls. On the court, two teams were competing. Zhao Donglai, clad in a black basketball uniform, was quite handsome, especially after spending time at the gym. Over time, he had developed an impressive physique. His well-defined muscles, combined with his exceptional basketball skills, elicited frenzied screams from the girls in attendance. At that moment, Zhao Donglai executed a spectacular dunk, scoring 2 points effortlessly. Oh my goodness, Senior Zhao dunked again. He is so handsome. Senior Zhao, I want to bear your children. Senior Zhao, please don't pursue Shang Yinyan anymore. Come after me instead. I adore you. The surrounding girls shouted excitedly. Previously, they only knew Zhao Donglai as a wealthy heir and Shang Yinyan's suitor, harboring disdain for rich kids. But now they realized that this wealthy heir had many admirable qualities, especially when he played basketball. Zhao Donglai thoroughly relished the adulation, or perhaps he simply enjoyed being admired. He waved to the crowd and boisterously declared, Ladies and gentlemen, after the match, I'll treat everyone to barbecue. The entire venue will be covered by me, Zhao Donglai. Wow, Senior Zhao is so impressive. Go. You're the best. I really like you. The girls cheered excitedly. At this moment, their impression of Zhao Donglai improved significantly, with some even contemplating throwing themselves at him. Zhao Donglai chuckled. Even if he couldn't win over Shang Yinyan, so what? Look at the crowd of girls around. He could date 10 in a day. Even if one of them didn't measure up to her, the sum of many was surely delightful. He even noticed that among the onlookers, some girls were nearly as attractive as Shang Yinyan. Suddenly, Zhao Donglai spotted Chen Feng in the crowd, causing his brow to furrow. That guy again, he thought. Humph, today I shall show you just how exceptional I am, and I will draw all the attention to myself. With that thought, he turned to his teammates and said, From now on, whenever you receive the ball, pass it to me. I'm going to put on a solo show. Be cautious. Donglai, it's better to play it safe, one teammate cautioned. After all, this is a team game, and with your stamina, you might not be able to keep up. Plus, we need to showcase our talents as well. Exactly. With so many girls here, you can't hog all the glory. Another teammate chimed in, clearly displeased. Zhao Donglai, however, waved his hand dismissively and proclaimed with authority, No need to argue. Today is my solo show. Do you have any objections? Fine, it's all yours. The others, not wanting to stir up conflict, had no choice but to concede. In the following moments, Zhao Donglai performed even more fervently. The cheers and encouragement from the crowd grew louder, with all eyes fixated on him. "This guy is so showy," Yangqi remarked, shaking his head as he watched the spectacle unfold on the basketball court. "It's obvious what Zhao Donglai is after," Chen Feng observed, critiquing the situation. "He has clearly never faced the harsh realities of life. The higher he stands now, the harder he will fall later." "What do you mean?" Yangqi asked, momentarily confused. Chen Feng chuckled knowingly. "Just wait for the show to unfold." "How mysterious." Yangqi glanced at the match and waved his hand. "You enjoy yourself. I want to keep you company. I'm off." Chen Feng then found a nearby stool and sat down. He wasn't particularly concerned about the outcome of the game. He merely wanted to find an opportunity to return the gesture after Zhao Donglai had given him the finger earlier. Bored, he opened a streaming app and stumbled upon a broadcaster live streaming, casually sending out a carnival gift. The carnival of Douyin costs approximately 3,000 yuan, a sum comparable to the monthly salary of an average individual. The live streaming hostess, Peng Shuwaf, boasts millions of followers. Delighted by the sudden appearance of a wealthy patron, she checked the ID of the generous donor, only to discover it was a newly created account. The individual, known as Brother Feng, had merely a few hundred followers. Grateful for the carnival gift from Brother Feng, she expressed her appreciation. Meanwhile, Chen Feng continued to gift 2 more carnivals, causing the live streaming room to erupt in excitement. Who is this Brother Feng, who has gifted multiple carnivals in succession? Congratulations, Peng Shuwaf has gained yet another affluent fan. Let us all extend our gratitude to Brother Feng. Chen Feng, having casually gifted a few carnivals, exited the stream, as his account balance had been depleted, necessitating a recharge. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Captured appreciation from Peng Shuwaf, gained 50 system points. Captured appreciation from Xiao Xiao Shu, gained 10 system points. Captured appreciation from Ago, gained 10 system points. Captured appreciation from I am your forever unattainable father, gained 15 system points. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had initially intended to merely pass the time with casual donations, not anticipating the unexpected acquisition of system points. After a quick calculation, he realized he had accumulated a total of 420 system points from this endeavor. Ding! The host currently has 1133 system points remaining. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 1,000 system points. A random reward is being dispensed. Goodness gracious! Chen Feng exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. Chapter 68. Increasing the recharge limit. Ding! The host has been rewarded with a Patek Philippe watch, valued at $5.7 million. In the next moment, a watch materialized in Chen Feng's hand. It was said that this exquisite timepiece was crafted in 1943, featuring an 18K gold casing, a true antique. In converted terms, its worth amounted to over 39 million yuan. Chen Feng observed that the watch's hands were still ticking, indicating its functionality. Splendid. He chuckled, adorning his wrist with the watch. Having spent less than 10,000 yuan on gifts, being rewarded with a watch valued at nearly 40 million was undeniably advantageous. He glanced ahead. The basketball game was still in progress, likely to last another half hour. Chen Feng reopened Douyin. Now, the prospect of earning system points while unexpectedly receiving rewards made the experience worthwhile, even if it meant gifting. As he prepared to recharge, he furrowed his brows at the Douyin recharge interface, which capped the maximum recharge amount at a mere few hundred thousand. How tedious. If I wished to recharge 100 million yuan, it would require numerous transactions. He decided to explore an alternative platform and downloaded the Shark Live app. After registering, he changed his username to Brother Feng. Upon accessing the recharge interface, he found the limits similarly restricted to just a few hundred thousand, with daily caps imposed as well. Contemplating for a moment, he called customer service. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Came a male voice from the other end. Chen Feng deliberated briefly before stating, "The recharge limits on your platform are exceedingly low, allowing only 50,000 per transaction. Could you assist me in raising this limit? My account is." The customer service representative, glancing at the account, noted it was a newly registered basic account. With a sardonic tone, he replied, "Would 200 million be sufficient for you? If that's not enough, I can apply for 1 billion for you." What a farce. For an average person, recharging several thousand or tens of thousands is already quite high. Is a 50,000 limit not sufficient? What pretense is this from a newly registered account? Chen Feng frowned. "What do you mean by that?" The representative retorted. "What do you mean? Sir, how much do you wish to recharge? 500 or 5,000? Even 5 million would suffice after 10 transactions. For a basic account, you shouldn't be troubling our customer service like this. We have plenty of work to do and no time for your antics." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. At that moment, the manager approached and inquired, "Xiao Wang, what's the matter?" "Manager, it's nothing of consequence. Just someone who finds our recharge limits too low and wants them increased." His tone suggested he might be looking to recharge several billion. Xiao Wang exaggerated. Upon checking, he has just a newly registered basic account, clearly here to cause trouble. I suspect he is likely a competitor trying to create disruptions. The manager furrowed his brow. What is the name of this account? Find it for me. Oh, Xiao Wang reluctantly retrieved the account information. Manager, his username is Brother Feng. And he registered just 5 minutes ago. There's definitely something amiss. The manager nodded in agreement, choosing not to comment further. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, feeling disgruntled after the abrupt disconnection, simmered with frustration. Shark Live, you will come to regret this. He was too irked to waste more time and dialed Douyin's customer service hotline once again. Hello. This is Douyin customer service. How may I assist you? A sweet voice greeted him. Chen Feng replied dully. I wish to recharge 100 million yuan. Your current recharge limits are too low and inconvenient. Can you increase the limit? There was a brief silence on the line before the representative's voice became fervent. Sir, did you just say 100 million? Please hold on. I will handle this immediately. The customer service representative hurriedly reported to her superiors. Soon, the matter reached the general manager, who personally arrived, followed by the department manager and other executives. 100 million yuan. This was no mere big client. It was nearly enough to purchase the entire company. They had to take this seriously. Qian, I checked the account. It has a donation history of around 300,000 yuan. The customer service representative rapidly reported. General Manager Qian waved his hand, his expression grave. Immediately grant Mr. Chen a dedicated recharge channel with no limits. The room fell silent in astonishment. The technical manager interjected, Mr. Qian, is that necessary? This will not only increase our technical challenges, but also require real-time system maintenance. If too many people attempt to recharge simultaneously, the system may falter. General Manager Qian's expression soured. That is a matter for your department. This recharge channel must be opened immediately, understood? I do not wish to lose a major client due to your negligence. Understood. The technical manager quickly organized his team to take action. Within 10 minutes, Chen Feng received a notification from the backend. A dedicated recharge channel had been established. The efficiency was commendable. He smiled faintly and promptly topped up his bank card with a staggering sum of 100 million. The amount was credited in one fell swoop. At this moment, he could hardly muster any interest in the basketball match. Let Zhao Donglai flaunt as he pleased. He was now intent on accumulating system points. Opening the app, he was taken aback to discover that Shang Yinyan was also streaming live, her account boasting over 1 million followers. Chen Feng clicked to view it, finding dozens of videos documenting her daily life. Without hesitation, he began to shower her with gifts, sending 10 carnival tokens in quick succession. What the heck? When did Goddess Yinyan acquire such a wealthy benefactor? 10 carnivals at once. Brother Feng is incredible. His generosity amounts to tens of thousands. Well, it's not too surprising. I recall a wealthy patron once gifting Goddess Yinyan 100 carnivals. The audience buzzed with excitement. Some opened Chen Feng's account, noticing he had only a few hundred followers, and quickly lost interest. So he's just a fake tycoon, huh? Just as they thought this, the live chat was once again inundated with carnival tokens. Oh my goodness. The chat erupted in chaos. The stream continued for 10 minutes, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. He had sent a total of 600 carnivals. That's nearly 2 million. Even Shang Yinyan, watching from her screen, was left dumbfounded. Typically, she only streamed out of boredom, occasionally receiving gifts from affluent fans, but she usually advised against excessive spending. Thank you to Brother Feng for the generous gifts. Everyone, please show him some love, she urged, aware of the necessity to express gratitude for such a sum. Subsequently, she sent him a private message. Who are you? Chapter 69, A Frenzy of Gifts. I am Chen Feng. Upon receiving Chen Feng's reply, Shang Yinyan was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that he would tune into her stream, and a sense of secret delight blossomed within her. Hey look, Goddess Yinyan is grinning like a fool over there. Could it be that she has taken a liking to Brother Feng? Oh no. Brother Feng has captured her heart with a few million. What a pity. If only I had that much money, I would have whisked Goddess Yinyan away. Stop being ridiculous. Goddess Yinyan isn't that type of person. The fans were frantically commenting. Finally snapping back to reality, Shang Yinyan quickly clarified, everyone, don't get carried away. Brother Feng is a good friend of mine. We know each other. Come on, let us all thank him for his generosity. Oh my, she called him Brother Feng. I'm so envious. All right, let us not tease Goddess Yinyan anymore. Let us express our gratitude for Brother Feng's gifts. Thank you, Brother Feng, for protecting Goddess Yinyan. Do you have a lot of money? How about gifting me a little too? Thanks to Brother Feng for the support. Does he need a son? Thanks, Brother Feng. You're so impressive. Received a thank you from Shang Yinyan, 20 points. Gained 20 system points. Received a thank you from a mosquito, 5 points. Gained 5 system points. Received a thank you from a wealthy patron, 3 points. gained 3 system points. Chen Feng counted his earnings. He had amassed 200 system points this time. Time to switch to another streamer. He exited Shang Yinyan's livestream. Showering the same person with gifts would diminish the frequency of gratitude received, as only sincere appreciation could yield system points. He moved on to another streamer, sending another 10 carnivals. This time, he earned another 870 system points. For the next half hour, Chen Feng continued this pattern, gifting each streamer at least 10 carnivals. In a mere 30 minutes, he had engaged with 30 different streamers, accumulating a staggering total of over 30,000 system points. However, Chen Feng was surprised that the system had yet to reward him. Surely there should be some recognition for his generosity. Had he gifted too quickly for the system to respond? He shrugged off the thought and continued to send out carnival tokens. Meanwhile, the entire app was in an uproar. Almost everyone was aware that an account named Brother Feng was showering streamers with gifts, amounting to tens of millions. Some users even learned from the app staff that Brother Feng's account held $1 billion in funds, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Have you heard? That Brother Feng is wildly gifting tokens. Just thank him live, and you'll get at least 10 carnivals. Right. I even heard that he gifted Goddess Yin over 2 million at once. Goodness, that's an absurd amount of wealth. Indeed. Even though the largest single gift was merely a few million, the sheer volume is astonishing. He has already gifted nearly 100 streamers. What are you all waiting for? Go live. In that instant, everyone set aside their tasks and began broadcasting. From popular influencers to ordinary employees, even students joined the live streaming frenzy. The excitement on the app surged, with nearly 80% of female users streaming live. And that wasn't all. Streamers from other platforms also flocked to the app, as Brother Feng only gifted on this platform and had not registered on others. On the basketball court, the girls who had once cheered for Zhao Donglai now learned of this news. They ceased their cheers and instead pulled out their phones to stream. Are you kidding? 10 carnivals mean 30,000. After the platform's cut, that's at least 15,000 in hand. Earning 15,000 in a few minutes is far more enticing than cheering. Just as Zhao Donglai prepared to dunk, he glanced around, initially hoping to see the admiration in the girls' eyes. To his shock, he found nearly half of them no longer watching the game, but instead standing by with their phones, engrossed in their own streams, utterly ignoring him. The cheers dwindled, giving way to an eerie silence. What was happening? He stumbled, nearly falling, as the basketball was snatched from his hands by an opponent. Donglai, what is going on? Nothing. Just a mistake. Zhao Donglai shook his head. The joy he derived from playing basketball stemmed from being the center of attention, eclipsing Chen Feng. Now, all interest had vanished. What the hell? Can someone tell me what is happening? Who has stolen my thunder? At the same time, at the headquarters of the Shark live streaming platform. Not good, manager. Our streamers are flocking to Douyin. They say they're a Tycoon, they're showering gifts. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, the manager furrowed his brow. How many streamers have we lost? At least 50% of our streamers have left, with some signing contracts with us, but streaming under aliases on Douyin. Moreover, we are experiencing a significant loss of users. I've analyzed the statistics, and in just half an hour, we've lost 30% of our users. This data is quite alarming, indeed. For the platform, it represents an unequivocal blow. The manager, in a state of utter anxiety, understands that a solution must be found immediately. Otherwise, the entire conglomerate will face a significant crisis. After a moment of hesitation, the manager remarked, "Let us not panic. Let us remain composed. Our platform also boasts affluent users. We should swiftly organize an event to engage them in tipping. In due course, those streamers who have departed will surely return." One subordinate, with a grim expression, replied, "Manager, I have heard that a wealthy user on Douyin has 100 million in their account, and just moments ago, they recharged an additional 100 million. What?" The manager's jaw dropped in astonishment. What sort of affluent individual can deposit 200 million at once? Such a person must possess a fortune of at least several billion. Furthermore, as far as he knew, Douyin only permits recharges of several 100,000 at a time, meaning this would require hundreds of transactions. In that instant, a thought struck the manager, prompting him to inquire urgently, "What is the name of this account?" "It's called Brother Feng." Upon hearing those words, the manager felt as if struck by lightning. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Goodness. Isn't that the very user who previously called to request an increase in recharge limits? How utterly shocking that he is indeed a major tycoon. It's over. Initially, this affluent user should have belonged to our side, but due to a customer service blunder, we inadvertently handed him over to Douyin. We have inadvertently aided our competitor. At that moment, the manager was consumed with regret. Chapter 70, an unremovable trending topic. In another setting, aboard a helicopter bound for North Lake, Huanzi swiftly presented his phone to Zhang Tianxiang, whispering, "Minister, Chen Feng has again made the trending list. What is the situation? Zhang Tianxiang rubbed his temples. Within just one day, the individual had trended 5 times. Is your family running a Weibo account? Others require substantial promotion from numerous bloggers, along with considerable effort, to trend. Yet this person seems to do so with effortless ease. Huanzi, with a peculiar expression, continued, a wealthy user on Douyin has been tipping female streamers, having spent tens of millions, causing all female streamers to flock to Douyin's platform for live broadcasts. Now, the entire streaming industry is aware of this matter, and that wealthy user has ascended to the top of the trending list. Upon investigating, I discovered that it is Chen Feng. Remove it at once. Zhang Tianxiang felt a headache coming on. This individual clearly has a penchant for disruption. He pondered whether bringing Chen Feng into the ministry was a blessing or a curse. Simultaneously, he was curious about how Chen Feng had amassed such wealth, having been a penniless youth just 3 years prior. Although the financial sources listed appeared legitimate, it was precisely this normalcy that felt unsettling. 5 minutes later, Huanzi returned with the phone once more. Minister Zhang, the trending topic on Weibo has been removed, but now it has topped the charts on Jihu. Remove it again. Zhang Tianxiang fought to contain his frustration. He hesitated, contemplating whether to still visit Chen Feng at North Lake. However, compared to Chen Feng's capabilities, this issue seemed trivial. He wondered how many more times he could trend. 10 minutes later, Huanzi approached again, his demeanor reflecting exasperation. Minister Zhang, Chen Feng has trended again. Which trending topic is it this time? Zhang Tianxiang could hardly muster a response. Huanzi smiled sheepishly. This time it's number 1 on Baidu. Impressive. Zhang Tianxiang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I can't keep up with the removals. Forget it, it's just a trending topic. It's not necessarily a bad thing. How much longer until we reach North Lake? 20 minutes. Huanzi replied cheerfully. He could see that this Chen Feng had thoroughly exasperated the minister. Observing Zhang Tianxiang's internal struggle, he couldn't resist asking, Minister Zhang, shall we still go? Of course. Why wouldn't we? Zhang Tianxiang's expression darkened. I'm nearly at the doorstep. Turning back now would be unthinkable. If others find out, where would I put my face? Meanwhile, Chen Feng squatted on the ground, continuing to shower gifts. Unaware of the Weibo incident or the influence of the Brother Feng account in the streaming industry, he simply kept scrolling. He gifted whenever he saw a live broadcast, tipping again in response to expressions of gratitude. It was all about tipping. He hadn't even had the chance to tally the system points he had earned. He simply knew that it was a substantial amount. At that moment, his phone rang. Frowning, he reluctantly paused his tipping. Hello, who is this? Mr. Chen, it's me, Xiao Wang from Shark's customer service. About half an hour ago, you called us, and we have now enabled the maximum recharge limit for you. You may recharge at any time without restrictions. The voice on the other end was exceedingly polite. No need, I don't deserve it. Chen Feng smiled lightly and hung up. What a joke. Earlier, when I asked you to enable it, you mocked me. Now you realize the gravity of the situation. Don't you? It's too late. On the other end, Xiao Wang stared at the hung-up call, anxiety almost bringing him to tears. He tried calling back, only to find that he had been blocked. What is the update? The manager inquired urgently. Xiao Wang, with a distressed countenance, replied, Mr. Chen said he doesn't require it. You. The manager erupted in anger. Xiao Wang, you've really messed up this time. If you hadn't looked down on Mr. Chen, would he have gone to Douyin? Now look, we've lost half of our streamers, and they all had fans. Now even their followers have migrated to Douyin. Do you have any idea how much the company is losing right now? Can you bear this responsibility? Xiao Wang felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps those streamers will return tomorrow? Nonsense. The manager was infuriated by his words. Do you think Douyin is as foolish as you? They want to simply let those streamers and new users go. Once they get accustomed to that platform, they will never return. Humph. You sit here and reflect on your mistakes. Await company discipline. With that, the manager stormed off without a backward glance. Xiao Wang felt as if struck by lightning. Nearby, a group of girls suddenly noticed Chen Feng squatting on the ground, gifting. Oh, isn't that Chen Feng? Indeed. He has been quite the sensation at school lately, becoming a prominent figure. What is he doing there squatting? Surely he isn't live streaming? Impossible. That wealthy user, Brother Feng, only tips female streamers. Male streamers are left out. He wouldn't tip them, so his live streaming wouldn't be of any use. Let us go check it out. Several girls stealthily approached. Oh, he is watching a live stream. Oh my heavens, he is streaming the carnival. What a dazzling display of festivities. When several girls caught sight of Chen Feng's username, their mouths fell agape, momentarily rendered speechless. Could he truly be Brother Feng? Astonishingly, he is indeed that affluent Brother Feng. The crowd was utterly flabbergasted, left in a state of disbelief. They had never imagined that the sensational Brother Feng, who had been the talk of the live streaming community today, was none other than their classmate Chen Feng, and he was right beside them. This is simply unbelievable. Chen Feng is a true tycoon? At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly turned his head and offered them a faint smile. Would you like a tip? If my followers exceed 1,000, I can bestow you a reward. If the follower count is too low, the system points I can earn will be minimal. It must surpass 1,000 followers. Otherwise, it's just not worth it. I have 10,000 followers. I can go live. I have 20,000 followers. The girls hurriedly withdrew their phones, encircling Chen Feng as they initiated the live stream. News spread like wildfire. Those who had hesitated about going live moments ago quickly joined the ranks. In that instant, all the girls at the basketball court were irresistibly drawn to Chen Feng. There was no longer any cheering. Everyone was clustered around the live stream. He had instantaneously become the focal point, the most prominent figure in the entire school. Meanwhile, at the basketball court, Zhao Dong grew increasingly irate as he observed the spectacle. With a loud thud, he hurled the basketball to the ground, his face marred by frustration. I'm done. Not a single person is cheering. This is utterly pointless. The basketball court had become eerily desolate. His gaze toward Chen Feng grew increasingly disdainful. He had intended to steal the limelight, but was outshone by that brat Chen Feng. Chapter 71, A Flurry of Rewards. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, a roommate squealed, clutching her phone, bouncing with excitement. Yin Yin, Chen Feng just tipped me. He sent me 10 carnivals. Oh, congratulations, Shang Yin Yin replied, pouting. Her gaze fixated on the phone screen, lost in thought. Hey, Yin Yin, are you feeling jealous? Her roommate teased, playfully tugging her arm. Chen Feng has tipped numerous female streamers, not just me. If he has money to spare, why not share it with me instead of tipping everyone? I just don't understand how these wealthy second-generation kids think. Yin Yin, if you end up with him, you'd better keep him in check. Shang Yin Yin lightly tapped her finger against her friend's forehead, sighing, from what I've learned about him these past few days. I don't think he is that kind of person. Perhaps he has a specific aim this time. What aim could that possibly be? Her roommate asked with a mysterious grin. You don't know how streamers operate these days, do you? Just a few carnival tips can lead to offline meetups. Chen Feng tipped hundreds of female streamers. Imagine the gatherings that might ensue. Good heavens, how can he handle it all? All right, enough nonsense. Shang Yin Yan's face flushed, and she quickly covered her friend's mouth. I'm not sure if he has ulterior motives. But one thing is certain. This tipping might be part of a collaboration with Douyin's official account. Collaboration? Her roommate inquired, puzzled. Shang Yin Yan nodded, analyzing as she spoke. Douyin currently lacks an edge in the live streaming sector, facing numerous competitors. Chen Feng's tipping not only attracts many female streamers, but also draws in a plethora of new users. This presents a golden opportunity for Douyin. If they seize this chance, they could undoubtedly emerge as industry leaders. For Chen Feng, this tipping has garnered him 8 million new followers, skyrocketing his fame in the live streaming realm. Moreover, just moments ago, it means that he has not only incurred no loss, but has instead gained fame and followers. This is a true win-win collaboration. Goodness, is he really that astute in business? Her roommate exclaimed, her mouth agape. Not just her. Even Shang Yin couldn't help but admire him. No wonder Chen Feng, at such a young age, could become a major shareholder in an entertainment investment company. No wonder he possesses a fortune worth billions. If Chen Feng were aware of her deductions, he would undoubtedly be speechless. What collaboration? He merely tipped to accumulate system points. Chen Feng also received the official news from Douyin, which refunded all the amounts he had tipped back into his account. Gazing at the system points now reaching a staggering 50,000, he finally exited Douyin, freeing himself from the throng of admirers. At that moment, the system finally responded. Ding. Congratulations, the host's system points have reached 10,000. Reward. 1 mysterious golden egg. Ding. Congratulations. The host's system points have reached 20,000. Reward. 1 World Trade Center. Ding. Congratulations, the host's system points have reached 30,000. Reward. Dark metal synthesis technology. Ding. Congratulations, the host's system points have reached 40,000. Reward. Cash of 1 billion. Ding. Congratulations, the host's system points have reached 50,000. Reward. Predictive time of 500 years. Currently able to predict events between 1495 and 2054. A series of notifications echoed in Chen Feng's mind, causing him to swallow hard. Wow, is the system this generous? Immediately, several items materialized beside him. The first was a golden egg, roughly the size of 2 fists. Could it be an ostrich egg? Chen Feng picked up the golden egg, inspecting it from various angles. Although labeled a golden egg, it bore a hint of pale yellow. He doubted the system would genuinely award him an ostrich egg. He decided to set it aside for appraisal later. Next, he turned his attention to another item, a document folder containing the purchase contract and related materials for the World Trade Center. The World Trade Center, situated in the provincial capital, was the tallest and largest building there, valued at hundreds of billions. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from the bank. 1 billion in cash had been deposited. The video app also notified him that the predictive time had changed, now capable of forecasting any event between 1495 and 2054. Each reward was beneficial to Chen Feng, though he remained perplexed about the dark metal synthesis technology, as he had no related items at hand. After pondering for a moment, he opened the skills option in the video app's backpack, finally discovering this skill. Regardless of its utility, he might as well learn it. Upon selection, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, and he swiftly mastered the dark metal synthesis technology. At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed above the school. As the crowd lifted their heads, they were astonished to see a helicopter swiftly flying overhead, circling the football field as if preparing to land. Captivated by this spectacle, voices of excitement filled the air. "Look, it's a helicopter," someone exclaimed. "How strange to see a helicopter at school. I've been here for 4 years and have never witnessed such an occurrence." Another added, "That helicopter seems different from the usual ones. There's a character for war emblazoned on it. What does that signify?" While the crowd speculated, the helicopter descended onto the football field. A group of individuals swiftly disembarked, led by Zhang Tianxiang, with Huanzi and others closely following behind. 10 individuals in total. Although the onlookers were unaware of their identities, the formidable aura radiating from Huanzi and his companions was unmistakable, indicating they were far from ordinary. Particularly striking was their combat attire, a distinctive emblem of the War Department. The 10 individuals shielded Zhang Tianxiang in their midst while the crowd observed from a distance, hesitant to approach. At that moment, the principal and school administrators received the news and hurried over. "Principal, what on earth is happening? We received no notification about a helicopter arriving at the school," one queried. "Indeed, I've never seen such a situation in all these years," another chimed in. Faced with their inquiries, the principal's expression turned grave. "It could be someone important from above. We must hurry to the football field." The crowd's expression shifted. Someone important from above? What could possibly warrant such urgency that they arrived by helicopter without prior notice? Upon reaching the football field, the principal was momentarily taken aback. He didn't recognize these individuals. However, their uniforms seemed familiar, though he couldn't recall where he had seen them before. He quickly approached. "Hello? I am Principal Wu Gang. May I ask who you are?" "I am Minister Zhang Tianxiang from the War Department," Zhang Tianxiang replied with a subtle smile. Principal Wu's demeanor shifted. Realizing he was speaking to Minister Zhang, he urged, "Please, come in." Although the War Department was not within his realm of interaction, as principal, he had heard whispers of this enigmatic organization. In terms of rank, Zhang was undoubtedly his superior. Under the principal's guidance, the group was escorted to the school's conference room. Inside, Principal Wu personally served them tea before inquiring, "Minister Zhang, what brings you all the way from Kyoto? Is there an issue at hand?" "It's not a significant matter," Zhang Tianxiang replied with a calm smile. "I heard there is a student named Chen Feng at your school. May I inquire if he is currently present?" Chen Feng. Principal Wu had not heard of this student. With tens of thousands of students at Beihou University, it was impossible for him to know every individual. "Huanzi," Zhang Tianxiang gestured, prompting Huanzi to produce his phone and display a video for everyone to see. "This is Chen Feng, a senior." Principal Wu's heart sank. The video showed Chen Feng launching someone into the air with a kick. He was a senior at Beihou University? Good heavens. What kind of trouble had this young man stirred up? Had he really kicked over 100 people? Even the War Department's Minister Zhang was alerted. This was dire. Principal Wu felt a mix of emotions, unsure of how to respond. With just a few years until retirement, he had anticipated a peaceful conclusion to his tenure. But now turmoil had erupted at such a critical juncture. He quickly instructed a nearby teacher, "Go find Chen Feng immediately." Just as Chen Feng was placing the rewards from the system into his car, ready to return to his dormitory, the beautiful counselor approached him. "Chen Feng, you're in big trouble." Seeing the urgency in her expression, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Teacher, I've been a model student. No fighting, no drinking, no smoking, no chasing girls. What kind of trouble could I possibly be in? You still have the audacity to say that." The counselor, visibly flustered, pulled him toward the conference room. "Did you get into a fight in the underground parking lot of Jinling Mall? This has escalated. Do you even know who just arrived by helicopter?" "I don't know," Chen Feng replied honestly. The counselor, nearly in tears, exclaimed, "They are from the War Department. It's a very powerful organization, and they came here because of you. You're finished. Make sure you maintain a respectful demeanor in front of them, understand?" "Understood." Chen Feng glanced at the flustered counselor, finding her somewhat endearing despite her current state. She had joined the school as a counselor shortly after graduating and was only a few years older than him. As they walked, the counselor rambled on, clearly concerned for her student. The school was rife with gossip, and soon word spread like wildfire. "Did you hear? Those people just arrived to find Chen Feng. Seriously? They look like big shots. What could they possibly want with him? Did you see the trending video from earlier? Apparently, Chen Feng got into a fight that caught the attention of the higher-ups. Oh no, does that mean Chen Feng is in grave danger? Indeed. Chen Feng is a good person. He just gave me 20 carnival tickets. Meanwhile, on the basketball court, Zhao Donglai chuckled heartily. Chen Feng, always stealing my thunder. Now look, the higher-ups are paying attention to you. You might end up in serious trouble. Zhao Donglai felt particularly pleased. As long as Chen Feng faced adversity, he had a chance to win back Shanyan. In the school's conference room, Chen Feng greeted everyone. Hello, teachers. Hello, principal. Chen Feng. Principal Wu intended to say something, but sighed, handing the floor to Zhang Tianxiang. Minister Zhang, the individual is here. Please, speak freely. He hoped that given Chen Feng's ignorance of the situation, leniency might be granted. Zhang Tianxiang smiled gently. Principal Wu, you exaggerate. The situation is not as dire as you perceive. Our purpose for visiting Chen Feng today is merely a personal matter. Personal matter? Principal Wu was momentarily taken aback. Relief washing over him. Thank goodness. It seemed he could retire peacefully after all. Zhang Tianxiang scrutinized Chen Feng closely, furrowing his brow slightly. It was perplexing. This seemingly ordinary youth possessed astonishing explosive power and resilience. Chen Feng, I've heard you possess considerable skills. Would you be interested in sparring a few rounds with my companions? Upon hearing this, Principal Wu's previously relaxed demeanor tensed once more. What kind of jest was this? Although he wasn't well acquainted with the War Department, he was aware that those who entered its ranks were exceptional, having undergone rigorous training that honed their skills to a level comparable to the elite of the elite, especially the individuals present today. To serve as the personal bodyguard of Zhang Tianxiang, one must undoubtedly possess a commendable reputation within the Ministry of War. Allowing a senior student to engage in combat? Is that not akin to an adult sparring with a child? Even if Chen Feng managed to send someone flying with a single kick in the video just now, he would still be no match for the individuals from the Ministry of War. What if he were to sustain an injury? Minister Zhang, is this truly appropriate? Zhang Tianxiang waved his hand dismissively, assuring, it's nothing to worry about. My people are skilled and exercise restraint. Furthermore, you are underestimating Chen Feng, aren't you? Principal Wu was about to voice his thoughts, but hesitated. At that moment, the beautiful counselor stepped in front of Chen Feng, gritting her teeth as she inquired, Minister Zhang, has Chen Feng committed any wrongdoing? No. Is this matter a private affair of yours? Indeed. Then does he have the right to refuse? Yes. Upon hearing this response, the beautiful counselor smirked and declared, as his counselor, I must prioritize Chen Feng's safety. Thus, I will assist him in declining. A silence enveloped the crowd. Such matters are indeed difficult to compel. Even Zhang Tianxiang felt a tinge of unease, as his primary purpose for being here was to assess Chen Feng's capabilities. At that moment, Huanzi, who had been standing behind him, stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor and said, Chen Feng, if you are a man, step forward and exchange a few moves with me. Rest assured, I will go easy on you. Let us keep it light. I've seen the footage from that underground parking lot. You do possess a bit of brute strength, but the rest remains to be seen. So how about it? Are you interested in letting me offer some guidance?